Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, this one written by Arnaldo, thank you. It's all about the Jonestown Massacre. And I saw this on my list and I was like, wait, didn't we already do this? And it's like we did for Casual Criminalist. This is the one where we dive into the conspiracy theories around the Jonestown Massacre rather than the Jonestown Massacre itself, which I'm hoping will be like somewhat less brutal than the Jonestown one, because that is some horrible that went down that I try not to think about because it is just misery. So yeah, we're returning to that today. Brilliant. Thank you. Big brain Simon choosing this one. Okay. Oh, if you're new here, the format of the show, Arnaldo's written this for me. I've never read it before. We're going to read it together, dear audience. We're going to have a brilliant time. Alright, let's get into it. This isn't going to be an easy one, so let's just dive straight in. Oh no. It's going to be easier because it's about conspiracies, right? It's about the CIA doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. It's going to be easy. Oh, it's not. The Jonestown Massacre took place on November the 18th, 1978, the last act in a tragedy which involved the People's Temple cult headed by its charismatic and controversial leader Jim Jones. Until the September 11th, 2001 terror attacks, it was the largest loss of life amongst American civilians in a single event. It was a catastrophic happening, one which the general public could not and still do not comprehend. Early, confusing reports about the massacre led the public to believe that more than 900 people had willingly committed suicide at the orders of their religious leader. As is often the case when traumatic, incomprehensible events are followed by patchy reports, conspiracy theories soon began to flow. The most sinister and often repeated theories claim that the killing of hundreds of innocents was orchestrated by American intelligence services, the military, or both. But why? And how? Very important questions when you're talking about conspiracy theories, isn't it? It's like faking the moon landings, but why? And how? And I mean, to be fair, you could be like, well, because the Soviets, it's the space race, all of that stuff. I mean, the why is often quite easy. The how is like, yo, the Soviets would know. They're gonna know. They're gonna know. You didn't put anyone on the moon. They're in a race. They'll be able to see. They'll figure it out. Before we get into alternative explanations, let's review the official version of events. Or if you want to do that in like 2.5 hours, or however long that Casual Criminalist episode was, feel free to do that if you'd like to fill your afternoon with misery, or your morning, or whatever time of day it is for you. Whatever it is, you'll be filling it with misery. The Massacre. I'm sure most of our viewers and listeners are familiar with Jim Jones, his People's Temple cult, and the events at Jonestown. But allow me to quickly cover the basic facts first, as some details will emerge whilst reviewing the conspiracy theories. James Warren Jones was born on May the 13th, 1931, in Crete, Indiana. He displayed an interest in religion and a magnetic personality in his formative years, which led him to pursue a career as a preacher. Despite an early fascination with Adolf Hitler, in the early 1950s, oh no, that's like well after you know Adolf Hitler's a bad guy. What? No! In the early although I do understand, like, being interested in Hitler, because this dude basically came from, like, he was just some random Austrian, like, semi-peasant. No, he was quite well off, wasn't he? His family was quite well off. I recently learned that in a video. But he became the, like, dictator of another country. It's quite scary, isn't it? Like, elected dictator. Pretty wild stuff. Like, I understand why people are interested in Adolf Hitler. I guess interested is a neutral word. Like, if that word was admired, you'd be like, hold on a second. It's like, I'm interested in Adolf Hitler. Historically, do I admire Adolf Hitler? Absolutely not. In the early 1950s, Jim Jones became a passionate advocate for racial integration and civil rights. Ah, yes, the classic Hitler things. You what? And later espoused left-leaning political views, being described as a socialist or a communist. Okay, well, I guess it was the Nazi Party, National Socialist Party. Because that makes sense. After breaking away from Methodists, Jones created his own community unity church, later Wings of Deliverance, before settling on the name People's Temple in 1955. The People's Temple was recognized for their activities in the community and especially for their work in combating racial segregation. Thanks to Jones's charismatic leadership, the congregation rapidly expanded through the 60s and 70s, but that's when it started attracting negative attention. Early defectors revealed stories of authoritarian control over temple members, financial abuse, and tax evasion. Well, isn't there that weird, like, I don't know if you call it a loophole or whatever, but it's like in America, no, you're a religious organization, no tax for you, and yes, what's that guy's name? The demon guy that I can never remember his name? Kenneth Copeland, that's it. I always get there, but I can never remember it immediately. The guy talks about, like, demons, and that's why he has to fly private on his tax-free jet. Like, what the I think I should be, like, I mean, I don't think it works where I live. But I'll just be like, every episode I'd begin with, let us pray. Hello everyone, welcome to another episode. Because that would be excellent. The People's Temple may have been described as a church or a new religious movement, but it appeared more and more to take the shape of a sinister cult, headed by a deranged leader who practiced a form of authoritarian communism against his followers. In 1973, Jones decided to relocate his headquarters away from the States, and the choice fell upon Guyana in the northeastern sector of the South American continent. Ah, yes. It's like, where should we go? Guyana. It's like, until I heard of Jim Jones, I'd never heard of Guyana. I don't know what Guyana is in. I feel like maybe I once played a racing game when I was a kid, that there was a racetrack in... Wait, was that French Guiana? Is that a different place? Or New Guiana? And I always remember, like, the track was really difficult. This is how the People's Temple Agricultural Project, informally known as Jonestown, was founded. Jones and some 930 followers relocated to Jonestown during the summer of 1977, escaping increased media pressure and scrutiny back in the US. Sure, they could escape, but they could not hide. In 1978, Congressman Leo Ryan organized a fact-finding mission to Jonestown following abuse allegations from relatives of cult members. On November the 17th, Ryan, his aides, and members of the press reached Jonestown, where everything appeared fine and dandy. But it was just a well-rehearsed show. An inhabitant of the community slipped a note to Ryan's entourage. He wanted to leave with the congressman. The following day, after one of Jones's followers attempted to stab the congressman, that wasn't in the rehearsal, Ryan left the compound with 14 defectors, heading for the Port Kaituma airstrip. The party was about to board 2 small planes when a fire squad, dispatched by Jones aboard a tractor, arrived at the airstrip. Fire squad? Is that like a firing squad? Is that... Oh, I vaguely remember this from the video that I made for Casual Criminalist. It's like, I mean, it was really long, and this is a minor detail, like what the murderers were called, but I think that's what he called them in-house. The assassins opened fire with their submachine guns, killing Leo Ryan, 3 journalists, and one of the defectors. When news reached Jim Jones, he initiated an already rehearsed self-destruct procedure. His acolytes prepared a concoction of flavor aid, not Kool-Aid as often reported, and several drugs including cyanide. I feel like if I was the Kool-Aid company, or whoever the owns Kool-Aid, Pepsi or Coke or someone, I imagine. Probably, right? Like, you know when you look on the can of a drink, it's like, oh yes, Sprite or whatever, and it's like, by the Coca-Cola company, and like, ah yes. Very, very dominant. Isn't, like, KFC owned by Pepsi? It's pretty wild. But if I was that company, I'll be like suing the shit out of people for this, because it's not a good look. Then one by one, and starting with the children, everybody was forced to drink it at gunpoint. Contrary to popular myth, very few willingly drank the Kool-Aid. Those who did not drink it were forcibly injected with cyanide. Oh my god. In total, 909 people died in the massacre, including Jim Jones, by a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. One survivor of the massacre notified US authorities via the embassy and the local CIA chief of station, setting in motion a military operation to recover the bodies of the victims, a detail which will become relevant at a later stage. But now let's walk away from the safe pier of commonly accepted fact. Let's take a deep breath and plunge straight into the roaring maelstrom of conspiracies that erupted from that single fateful point in time and space. Jim Jones, victim or tyrant? I think we all know the answer to that question. It's tyrant. Was he victimized? Yes, a little bit, maybe. Was he a tyrant? Oh, much more so. Much, much, much more so. We have to start from somewhere, so we might as well kick off with the militaristic theory put forward by Dr. Peter Better, an attorney and investor best known for his 1973 bestseller, The Conspiracy Against the Dollar. That does sound... Is he... You know, he's like Dr. Peter Better. I recently learned in an episode, and then I was like, I couldn't believe it, and people were in the comments confirming it. In the US, you could just call yourself a doctor. I'll just call myself Dr. Psy, and that's cool. You could just do that.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Which seems pretty silly, because isn't, like, it should be a qualifier, shouldn't it? America, come on, get it together. Sort this and the church tax thing out. Come on, let's go. Kenneth Copeland needs to pay for that jet. In the mid to late 1970s, Better became known for recording audio newsletters on cassette tapes, in which he spun conspiratorial yarns on a broad variety of topics. Whoa, was Peter the original podcaster? Holy These cassettes may be considered a lo-fi precedent to current podcasts, and I like to think that we've now just established a debate across time in which the voices of Better and Whistler battle across technologies and decades for the minds of listeners. You're going to be an old-ass man now, Peter. Get ready to be whipped. I once had, I had an argument, not an argument, but like a spirited debate with an older person the other day. And it was like, I don't know, I'm like reasonably smart, not like mega smart or anything, but it's like, oh yeah, old people get slow. And it was just very easy to run circles around them. And I was like, I felt very smart. And then I was like, oh no, they're just old. Of course you can outsmart old people. Their brains are not as good anymore. In one of his audio newsletters, Dr. Better claimed that People's Temple had been infiltrated by US intelligence in the early 1970s. These agents had converted Jim Jones into a semi-conscious agent of death and intrigue. Alright then. This is a debate that I wouldn't go to, because I'd just be like, Dr. Beta sounds like a lunatic. And it's very hard to talk to conspiracy theorists. Like, I've got a conspiracy theorist in my family, like mildly so. But if you brought up 9/11, they'd be like, oh yeah, it's an inside job. And you'd be like, yeah, but it wasn't. And they'd be like, yeah, it was. And that's it. That's where it ends. Because you're like, okay, I guess the evidence doesn't matter. And that person will be like, yeah, I guess the evidence doesn't matter, does it? And that's it. That's as far as you get. I was having a talk with someone about saunas. They were convinced that saunas were the magical elixir of life. And I'm like, well, maybe. There's very little emerging science on that. And not really that emerging. There's lots of other stuff which no one takes seriously that has better science than saunas being healthy. I mean, of course, other than, like, you're sitting in a hot room, so your heart's going to be slightly elevated as if you go for, like, I don't know, a brisk walk or something. And it's like, yeah, go for a brisk walk is good for you. Raising your heart rate is good for you. So, yeah, why are we talking about this? I'm sorry. I don't even know how we got here. I'm sure there are people in the comments being like, well, actually, Simon, people in, like, the Nordic countries sauna all the time, and they live long, healthy lives. It's like, okay, fantastic. But correlation is not causation. Show me some studies! In 1978, the US State Department tricked Lee O'Ryan into visiting Jonestown, knowing that his investigation would act as a trigger for the massacre that ensued. But why did the US government need this massacre to happen? According to Beta, it was a clever ploy to justify the influx of military personnel into Guyana and the transport of hundreds of dead bodies back to America. I don't really feel like the American military has often needed an excuse for, like, military adventures in South America. There's a long precedent of military adventures in South America where it's just like, what's going on? Oh, we're just doing some coups and backing dictators. Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's do it. You don't need an excuse. And why did the government need to justify this import-export operation? Very simply, to cover up a joint US-Israel Special Forces operation to destroy a Soviet missile base in Guyana. Well, it wouldn't be a proper conspiracy theory unless the Jews were involved. Better then goes on to explain the fate of Jim Jones. The body found in Jonestown was actually that of a body double. The real cult leader was transported to Israel, where he was promised treatment for a cancer that had spread to his brain, lung, stomach, and colon. Look, bro, if you've got cancer in your brain, lung, stomach, and colon, I mean, that doesn't sound very good, does it? I don't think there's much coming back from that. Maybe there is, I don't know much. But, like, in the brain, bro? Sometime after his arrival, Jones was taken by 3 men onto a small plane heading for Turkey. The preacher was expecting to receive further treatment, but while flying over the Syrian border, his 3 travel companions grabbed him and flung him out of the craft. I'm just thinking about how dumb this sounds. This version of events raises so many questions that just trying to put them onto paper stalled my brain for a good half hour. Here goes one. If the elimination of Jones was part of a nefarious plan, why place a body double in Guyana before giving him a crash course in skydiving over Syria? I'll refrain from providing any answers here, and I shall leave the floor to you, Simon, and to our audience. I'll tell you what, it doesn't make sense. That's the answer. It does not make sense. Allow me to add that, according to another of Dr. Better's tapes, the likes of David Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger, and Jimmy Carter had been replaced by something called organic robotoids. Okay. Well, spoiler alert, Jimmy Carter and Henry Kissinger, well, Jimmy Carter's still alive, Henry Kissinger just died. So I guess his robot, it just got too old? It didn't go for its MOT? What? So in Dr. Better's world, real people are sometimes replaced by doppelgangers, sometimes by organic robotoids. Go figure. What I find interesting, however, is that Better's conspiracy paints Jones as a total dupe, a patsy, if you like, at the mercy of US intelligence and military. As we shall see later, it seems like the majority of the conspiratorial community cannot really make up their minds whether the People's Temple leader was a CIA puppet or a complicit asset. An exception is the theory put forward by author Nathan Landau in his book Heavenly Deceptor. Landau depicts Jim Jones as the one completely in control and completely opposed to American authorities. Jonestown is described as an anti-American concentration camp, established to first take over Guyana and then to stage an assault against the US. Okay, 1, they got 900 people. How are they going to take over Guyana? And then 2, once they've taken over the Guyana, how the f*** are they going to take over the United States? You got any idea? It would be like any other country goes to war against America. Guyana? There's probably like 6 people there. I'm sorry if you're listening from Guyana. I just don't know anything about your country. Maybe it's incredibly military powerful. And is a rival to the United States, but I somehow doubt it. In preparation for the big attack, Jones used drugs to control poor black pseudo-slaves who were totally exploited by their new masters on the Jonestown plantation. Okie dokie. The cult leader's endgame was to stage a final solution in which his African-American and homosexual followers were to be massacred, while the white leadership groups, including Jones, would escape with millions of dollars. This scheme is rather confusing on not so close inspection. Was Jones gathering funds and personnel to take over Guyana, or simply to get rich? Yes, this seems rather contradictory. Whatever the intention of the People's Temple's elites, they were thwarted by Leo Ryan's investigation, which, as we know, triggered the ensuing vortex of death. A plot against Ryan. As mentioned, Landau's theory is an outlier, as the majority of conspiracists place the blame of the massacre on US security and intelligence communities, mainly the CIA. A popular school of thought believes that the massacre in Jonestown was perpetrated to obscure and obfuscate the CIA's main plan, the assassination of Congressman Leo Ryan. Wait, this is a very, very, very complicated way to assassinate someone. If you want to assassinate someone, just shoot them with a sniper rifle from a distance. And I get that he's protected, like he's a congressman. Do congressmen get, like, Secret Service and but, I mean, there's going to be some level of security. But it's not like you're trying to assassinate the president. And presidents have been assassinated. In this school of thought, we find the Church of Scientology, which in a 1997 article described People's Temple as a mainstream progressive organization. All right, Scientology. Way to make yourself look mainstream is to tell, like, oh yeah, they're also mainstream. So are we. Mainstream. For sure. In the same article published in their own magazine, Freedom, Scientology claims that Jonestown had been infiltrated by US government agents. Their actual target, however, was not Jones, but rather Leo Ryan. The congressman had been on the CIA's hit list since co-sponsoring the Hugh Ryan's Amendment of 1974, which required the president to report all CIA covert actions to congressional committees. This amendment clearly curtailed the CIA's freedom to carry out black ops to their heart's content without congressional approval, hence the animosity against Ryan. It's like, we were having fun with our South American adventures and you spoiled it! The Freedom article quoted a statement from Charles Huff, a former Special Forces operator, or Green Beret if you like. According to Huff, many of the victims of Jonestown had been injected with poison or shot, so they had not died by their own hand. Huff's statement appears to imply that an external force to Jonestown perpetrated the killings. The reliability of this soldier, however, was called into question by Jeff Braley, an army medic who participated in the operations to retrieve the victims of the massacre. Bailey pointed out some discrepancies in the dates provided. For example, Huff states that he was one of 7 Green Berets to arrive at the scene on November the 18th. Braley, however, was one of the first 3 US servicemen to arrive in Guyana, and they landed on the 20th. Uh-oh, dude, if you're gonna make a lie, construct it better. At least get the dates right. Come on. What is this, amateur hour? Moreover, Braley was contacted by Huff's ex-wife, who confirmed that A, he was not in the Special Forces, and that B, he had been sent to Guyana to help with the recovery of the bodies, but only on November the 23rd. It's like, yeah, I went down there as a Green Beret. It's like, bro, you were basically the Undertaker. You just went in to collect the bodies, and he's like, no! Green Beret! Clown. Freedom Magazine, allegedly. Freedom Magazine also reported a short interview with US Air Force Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty. According to him, Leo Ryan had moved in too close to certain skeletons that could never be safely disturbed. A relentless and uncompromising investigator, nothing could stop Ryan short of violence. But how could such a high-profile personality be eliminated without bringing down upon the perpetrators an investigation to end all investigations? Now, to clarify, Prouty believed that the CIA wanted to take out Ryan following his probes into the agency's mind control activities, collectively known as the Umbrella Project, MKUltra. I remember in one of my first ever videos on YouTube, I pronounced it McUltra. I don't know why. It's MK, it's not MC. I pronounced it like some sort of McDonald's burger, because I'd never heard of it before. But it's like, yeah, it's not McUltra. Although the McUltra does sound delicious. Oh my god, Arnaldo, that is some deep lore. You know this. Arnaldo's next line is or McUltra, as Simon likes to pronounce it. How? Have I brought this story up before? Probably. The article goes on to claim that a very real possibility is that by making the assassination part of an even larger catastrophe, the central drama itself would be obscured. To paraphrase, According to Prouty, the CIA orchestrated the massacre of almost 1,000 individuals to cover up the assassination of one single bothersome congressman, which sounds a tad excessive, even by the nefarious standards of the deep state and its minions. I will point out that Colonel Prouty is the author of the book JFK, the CIA, Vietnam, and the Plot to Assassinate John F. Kennedy. The title, rather self-explanatory, but in brief the book alleges that the CIA plotted to assassinate President Kennedy after it vowed to disintegrate the agency. Curiously, in this scenario, the CIA did not cover up the assassination of the president by strafing Dealey Plaza or nuking Dallas. Another theorist placing Leo Ryan center stage is Lori Ephraim Kahalas, a former member of the People's Temple. In her book, Snake Dance, Unraveling the Mysteries of Jonestown, Kahalas claims that Jim Jones had been under the watchful eye of U.S. security forces who saw him and his temple as a threat to the established order. As per Congressman Ryan, he was not shot by armed temple followers, but rather an elite squad of army sharpshooters acting on CIA orders. Again, the motive was Ryan's support of the 1974 amendment. The assassination was cleverly staged so as to put the blame on the People's Temple, prompting Jim Jones to initiate the mass suicide of his followers. This way, the CIA had craftily gotten rid of two thorns in their side. One of the pieces of evidence cited by Kahalas is the type of tractor used by the assassins to approach Ryan and his party at the Port Kaituma airstrip. After reviewing footage of the event, Kahalas identified the vehicle as a Massey Ferguson 178, a custom-designed military tractor that was not in use in Jonestown. The claim was refuted by historian and military researcher Christopher Knight Griffin in a paper written for the University of Maryland. When you're writing a paper for a university, that sounds a lot more legit than just writing a book about CIA kills. Come on. Knight Griffin states that the tractor was actually a Massey Ferguson 185, not a 178, and points out that this model was actually in use at Jonestown, as proven by forensic photographs taken by the FBI. If I can add my own 2 cents here, both Kahalas and Freedom magazines claim that the CIA killed Ryan because of his championing of the 1974 Amendment against covert operations. That piece of legislation is officially known as the Hughes-Ryan Amendment. The other senator involved, Harold Hughes, died in 1996, aged 76, from complications of emphysema. It's like, no, they just took out the Ryan dude. Like, the other guy's fine. Except it obviously got pushed through. I'm surprised they just didn't rename it. No offense, Hughes. But if the dude died, I feel like they should just call it Ryan's Act. You know? And he's even the second name. It's not Ryan Hughes, it's Hughes Ryan. So my rhetorical question is, what made Ryan so much more dangerous and assassination-worthy than Harold Hughes? But let's take a look at another theory involving Leo Ryan. This may appear more credible as it was put forward by Galen Joe Holzinger, a friend of Ryan's who worked as his top aide. In 1979, Holzinger released an interview to journalist Tom Whittle, writing for STAND, which stands for Scientologists Taking Action Against Discrimination, by the way. In the interview, Holzinger claimed that Ryan had been investigating the MKUltra program at MKUltra in the months preceding his ill-fated trip to Guyana. Once again, we encountered the theory that Ryan was assassinated due to his interest in the CIA's mind control projects. Speaking of which, Holzinger later declared that the CIA operatives within the US Embassy in Guyana had been using Jonestown as a wildcat behavior modification experiment. Right. It's just like conspiracy theories. It was like, oh yeah, keep it simple. Just keep it simple. Because usually, life is simple. And then when you're like, oh yeah, we're also mind-controlling wildcats, it's like, for sake, really? Should we have to go this deep? And who's that? Oh yeah, it's the lizard people. Oh no, it's Nazis on the other side of the moon. No! Holzinger further put in doubt the official version of the massacre, disputing that the majority of the victims in the commune did not kill themselves, but were rather murdered with firearms and injections of cyanide. To corroborate this fact, he cited the autopsy findings of Dr. C. Leslie Mutu, Guyana's chief medical examiner, who estimated that more than 700 victims of the massacre had been murdered, debunking brainwashing. Alright, so we already paid 2 visits to the MKUltra drive-thrus. Leave me alone, Arnaldo!
Leave me alone.
So I guess it's time to provide some context. MKUltra was the latest incarnation of the CIA's experimental programs on behavioral modification techniques, following early predecessors, Artichoke and Bluebird. This program had been a close-guarded secret, and almost all of the related documentation destroyed. A stash of financial documents survived, however, prompting an inquiry carried out by the US Senate in August 1977. The Senate interviewed the CIA director, Admiral Turner, who described MKUltra as such. MKUltra was an umbrella project under which a broad spectrum of sensitive activities was financed. Some of these activities dealt with research into behavioral modification, primarily by means of drugs and hypnosis, involving tests on human volunteers and, in some cases, unwitting subjects. So basically, that's a short way of saying, yeah, we drugged people who didn't know they were being drugged to see if we could control their minds. Holy CIA. No wonder there are conspiracy theories about you, because some of the actual you got up to is totally wild, dude. The initiative had been kicked off by CIA Director Alan Dulles in 1953 and was shut down by his successor, John McCone. It's another McDonald's-sounding dish right there.
I love McDonald's.
In 1964 for two very good reasons. First of all, McCone was worried about the ethical implications of experimenting without the informed consent of the subjects, as he should be. And second, the program had yielded a grand total of 0 operational results. You see, the main objective pursued by MKUltra investigators was mind control, which could be achieved by first wiping out an individual's personality and then replacing it with another set of beliefs and behaviors, or even with pre-programmed actions, which could have been triggered by pre-established signals. Bro, your brain is not a floppy disk. Did they have floppy disks back in the day? When was this taking place? The 60s? Probably not, right? They probably had like those, was it 5.5-inch floppy disks? Or whatnot? This is a process popularly known as brainwashing. CIA contracted researchers such as chemist Sidney Gottlieb or psychiatrist David Ewan Cameron infamously used LSD or electronic devices to cancel their subjects' personalities. In that they succeeded. Really? I mean, I guess so. If they give you enough LSD, you're going to be like, But they could not complete the second phase of the brainwashing process, i.e. reconstructing their personalities. The CIA's, and especially Alan Dulles' interest in brainwashing, stemmed from the alleged successes achieved by the Soviets and their allies in similar fields. Several high-ranking politicians, even clergymen in Eastern European countries, appeared to oppose communism, but after a brief disappearance, they re-emerged as fanboys of Moscow. That doesn't necessarily mean they were brainwashed. It's like, bro, if you don't start talking about how awesome communism is, we're going to murder your family. And your family's family. And you're like, okay, go Stalin! Woo! One notable example was Hungarian Cardinal Joseph Mindzenty, tried in 1949 for treason against the local communist government. While displaying a zombie-like demeanor, the cardinal admitted to all kinds of nefarious actions, even planning a third world war. Sounds like the cardinal's on a bit of drugs, doesn't it? He's just having an LSD trip. It's like, I was planning World War III. He'll like sober up later and be like, what the f*** am I talking about? Holy sh**. LSD is wild! Surely the Soviet secret services must have developed some arcane mind-controlling technique. Well, decades later, poor Cardinal Mindzenty revealed the revolutionary scientific technique adopted by communist secret police: torture and beatings. Oh look, that's an effective way to get people to say things they don't want to say, is it? Who would have thought? Lots of beatings, preferably with rubber truncheons so not to leave too many visible marks. Eventually, in the mid-1960s, the CIA got the memo and shifted its efforts away from discovering mind-bending, mind-boggling mind control techniques. If you want person X to do your bidding, you don't need to restructure their neural networks with LSD or hypnosis. Just intimidate them, torture them, or just beat the out of them. By the way, after the close of MKUltra, the CIA reinvested its research budget into enhanced interrogation techniques, which I personally find way more sinister. What the It's like, oh, what are we doing with the money from MKUltra? Oh, we're just going to use that for basically legal torture. Yeah, we've developed this thing called waterboarding. It's wild. It makes people think they're drowning even though they're not, so you can just do it over and over again forever. CIA, what the fuck? But the point of this long detour into CIA, oh yeah, we're making a video about Jonestown. I was enjoying that though. I loved the CIA mystery is the following. By the late 1970s, MKUltra had already been shut down and disproven. Brainwashing wasn't really a thing. The Senate was already investigating the program, and the trained cat with an implanted listening device was pretty much out of the bag. The cat with the listening device, that was part of an MKUltra sub-project, by the way. Yeah, Acoustic Kitty, Project Acoustic Kitty, where they tried using cats to spy on the Soviet embassy in Washington, I think. So, if the CIA didn't want lone Congressman Ryan to probe into MKUltra, they might have had the same level of animosity against both senatorial groups in charge of the hearings, the Select Committee on Intelligence and the Subcommittee on Health and Scientific Research of the Committee on Human Resources. The reason I know that Acoustic Kitty thing is because I've made videos about it many times. Sometimes I'll have these amazing moments in life where I'll just be out with my mates or whatever, and someone will bring something up and I'll be like, yeah, 1963, when that happens in this, with that. And my mates will be impressed. And I'll just stay silent, but it just happened to be one of those times where it's like, yeah, I literally made a video about that today. And I just sound like super smart.
I am smart.
I am smart. Esta Marty.
And yet none of them were targeted with assassination, let alone an assassination followed by the massacre of an entire community. Going back to another of Holzinger's claims, he stated that Guyanese forensic Dr. Leslie Mutu had concluded that more than 700 people at Jonestown had been murdered. Dr. Mutu actually examined the bodies of 100 adults at Jonestown, not all of the victims. He found that 83 out of these 100 presented needle punctures on the backs of their shoulders, suggesting that they were injected with cyanide against their will. Moreover, 260 children were found dead at Jonestown, a tragic occurrence caused by their parents or temple leaders. Taking into account the children's deaths and the extrapolation of 83% of adults killed against their will, it's difficult to disagree with Dr. Mutu. However, these forensic findings do not and cannot reveal who killed the inhabitants of Jonestown. Initial hasty accounts of the event portrayed the event as a mass suicide. The first report of the tragedy unfolding at Jonestown came from Odell Rhodes, a member of the People's Temple, who had escaped from the carnage. In the early hours of November the 19th, he reached a police outpost in the town of Matthews Ridge, from which he contacted the US Embassy in Georgetown, the capital of Guyana. The communication was picked up by James Adkins, the CIA chief of station. Rhodes alerted Adkins about the murders and suicides taking place in Jonestown. Adkins then notified Washington, and the CIA headquarters issued a further alert on their National Operations and Intelligence Watch Officers Network, or NOIWAN. This latter notice mentioned only mass suicide, omitting the murders, thus spreading the initial false impressions. And that's why any evidence of death by murder was interpreted as the basis for a conspiracy or a cover-up. The same evidence, however, can be interpreted more simply as a case of murder-suicide. Jim Jones and his leadership ordered a mass suicide and then proceeded to poison whoever disobeyed the order. Special Agent Jim Jones. Next on our roster of theories, we have another school of thought, according to which Jim Jones had been an FBI and later a CIA agent since the 1950s. The chief proponent of this approach is author, investigative reporter, and documentary film producer Jim Hohan. According to Hogan, Jones had painted himself for decades as a left-leaning religious leader in opposition to authorities depicted as capitalistic, authoritarian, and racist. The Iran's investigation risked exposing Jones's links to governmental agencies and his involvement in anti-socialist and anti-democratic activities in Central and South America. We'll get to those in a jiffy. At the same time, the congressman threatened to embarrass the CIA by linking Jones to some of the agency's most volatile programs and operations. Therefore, it is possible that either the CIA instigated the massacre in order to cover up this dangerous liaison between government intelligence and a cult leader. Whatever the actual culprits and mechanics of the killings, Hogan's theories rely heavily on the alleged ties between the preacher and the agencies, so let's give you an overview. Let me guess, there's not really much evidence there to suggest there's a link. Just the feeling I'm getting. In 1947, Jones was only 15, but had already started preaching to the African-American community in Richmond, Virginia. In this period, he became friends with a police officer 11 years his senior, one Dan Mitrione. The friendship was confirmed by a neighbor of the Joneses, Myrtle Kennedy. The nature of this friendship is not clear, but Hogan ventures two possibilities. Either Mitrione was counseling Jones in the way policemen sometimes counsel children, or their relationship may have been professional. Mitrione may have recruited Jones as an informant within the black community. Hogan stresses the importance in the Jones-Mitrione relationship. The latter would join the public safety program of the International Cooperation Administration, which Hogan describes as a front for the CIA. The public safety program was in charge of training police forces in countries friendly to the US, which Mitrione would eagerly do, specializing in torture techniques, which became all the rage in South American dictatorships. Wait. That doesn't seem... This is already there's no evidence of this, right? This is just all wild-ass speculation. In the summer of 1951, Jones went to study law at Indianapolis. While there, he attended some left-wing political meetings, sometimes taking along Ronnie Baldwin, the 11-year-old cousin of his wife, Marceline. At one of these lectures, Ronnie Baldwin remembered how, quote, someone came up to Jones and whispered in his ear, whereupon Jones took his ward by the arm and exited hurriedly. Outside, Jones said, "Good evening," to a man whom Baldwin believes was an FBI agent. Based on this testimony, Hogan speculates that Jones may have been working with the FBI to spy on leftist political gatherings. The friendship with Mitrione and the testimony of an 11-year-old makes flimsy evidence to prove that the cult leader may have been in cahoots with government agents. Yes, you just made shit up. This is not anywhere close to even circumstantial evidence. But Hogan suspects that Jones may have carried out the CIA's bidding on 3 separate occasions in 3 Central and South American locations: Cuba, Guyana, and Brazil. Let's start with Cuba. According to a story published by the New York Times in March 1979, Jim Jones visited Cuba after Fidel Castro's rise to power in February 1960. Ostensibly, Jones visited the island as a tourist, but according to the Times, the preacher was looking to establish a communal organization in Cuba. Failing that, he was eager to recruit Cubans of African descent to live in Indiana. This latter plan may have been sponsored by the CIA, who at the time was encouraging immigration away from Cuba to embarrass Castro's regime. But there is more. Apparently, Jones somehow obtained photos of a military plane which had crash-landed in Cuba. This plane was part of a CIA-sponsored bombing mission carried out by Cuban expats who opposed Fidel Castro. But there's even more. Jim Jones had stayed at the same hotel in Havana where a Soviet delegation had been exhibiting a Sputnik satellite. Was he trying to capture photos of the secretive craft? Based on this article, Hogan speculates that Jones's presence in Cuba may have been part of a complex CIA mission. Now, Jones's presence in the same hotel as Sputnik may have been a simple coincidence. That's exactly what I believe. And his plans to encourage emigration out of Cuba may have been part of a genuine effort to recruit disciples for his congregation. But I admit that Jones's photographic interest in rogue bombing raids does appear suspicious. Okay, yeah, I agree. There's a little something to that, but not a lot. The problem with Jones's Cuban adventures is that they have first been reported in the Times article, and that article comes from a single, unverified source, a Cuban immigrant called Carlos Foster, described by Hogan himself as a former Cuban cowboy, Baptist Pentecostal minister, and sometime nightclub singer. I mean, it's just like, okay, it's the word of one random-ass dude. That's not enough. Foster showed up at the paper's offices 4 months after the Jonestown massacre, volunteering his account of the cult leader's Cuban holidays. When asked about any documentation corroborating his story, Foster produced an affidavit signed by Jones supporting the emigration of his family from Cuba. This is all well and good, but it does not prove the presence of Jim Jones in Havana, let alone his activities. New York Times reporter Joseph Treaster inquired with the State Department if they had any documentation of Jones's trip to Cuba, but records of such immigration matters were routinely destroyed after a few years. The preacher's presence in Guyana and Brazil is better documented. His arrival in Georgetown, the Guyanese capital, was reported on October 27, 1961 by local press. What did Jones do in Guyana? Officially, he did what he did best, preaching and proselytizing. But Hogan and other authors such as John Judge, Michael Mears, and magazine Covert Action are not convinced. Magazine Covert Action sounds pretty exciting. When the People's Temple leader landed in Guyana, he delivered several speeches against Guyanese clergy, accusing them of impoverishing the local population and driving them into the arms of communism. The authors I quoted believed these speeches to be out of character as they contradicted Jones's leftist convictions. In general, they believed that Jones's presence and activities in Guyana were part of a complex CIA plot designed to undermine and destabilize the socialist government of Prime Minister Cheddi Jagan in favor of the US-backed candidate Forbes Burnham. Nothing better than a capitalist candidate called Forbes. Jones may have gone as far as organizing groups of agitators to incite riots and strikes, thus crippling Japan's government. It is true that Jones's stay in Guyana coincided with a period of political violence, but was he really in cahoots with the CIA? Hogan and other authors refer to a single source for this notion, a book published by Michael Mears titled Was Jonestown a CIA Medical Experiment? Well, was it, and is Mears' book reliable? We'll get into the uber-conspiratorial masterpiece at a later stage, but first let's cover the last leg of Jones's South American trip, Brazil. Jim Jones and his family landed at Sao Paulo Airport on April the 11th, 1962, and then moved to Belo Horizonte. Jones's official biographies state that he had moved to Brazil after having a vision of an impending nuclear holocaust and coming to the conclusion that the country would be relatively safe when the nukes dropped. Jones then found employment with Eureka, an industrial laundry company. But Hogan cast some doubt on that. The author reported the claims of 3 Eureka employees who maintained that Jones had never worked for their company, but was instead employed by the local CIA office. Hogan also states that Jones had frequent contact with the American consulate in Belo Horizonte, which at the time employed an old acquaintance of his, Dan Mitrione. Remember, the police officer who became a trainer of torture techniques. As noted in his own memoirs, recovered in Jonestown, the preacher tried to get close to Mitrione. I thought, I'll case this man out. I wasn't really inclined to do him in, not me personally, but I certainly was inclined to inform on his activities to everybody on the left, but he wouldn't see me. Bro, are you writing down your crimes? It's like, yeah, no, I'd have him killed. I wouldn't dirty my own hand with it. I'd pay someone to do that, of course. Bro, don't write down your crimes. Hogan further claims that Jones, via the US consulate, was in contact with an official called John Lodderson, who, according to Soviet intelligence, was actually a CIA agent. In December 1962, the Joneses moved to Rio de Janeiro. Mitrione would relocate there too the following March. As per Jim Jones, his activities and whereabouts after the move to Rio remained largely a mystery. Officially, he worked as a salesman for an investment firm, Invesco SA, but was fired after 3 months for failing to sell a single contract. Hogan suspects the job with Invesco was merely a cover for Jones to get involved with a shady circle of Brazilian ultra-conservative businessmen, such as one Gilberto Huber. This Huber was among the founding members of IPES, or Institute for Social Research Studies. This think tank benefited from CIA funding and paved the way for the right-wing military coup which took power in Brazil in 1964, ousting the left-leaning government of João Goulart. Hogan points to a final piece of evidence, or rather that lack thereof. After Jones and his congregation moved to Guyana in 1977, he and his aides maintained close contact with the Soviet embassy in Georgetown and made no secret about their plans to relocate wholesale to the Soviet Union. Moreover, the People's Temple maintained good relationships with groups such as the Black Panthers, targeted by the FBI's COINTELPRO. This was an initiative aimed at discrediting civil rights groups as well as more extremist organizations such as the aforementioned Black Panthers, but also the Ku Klux Klan. And yet, the CIA and FBI appeared to leave Jones and the Temple alone, with no surveillance of any kind to conduct against them. Was this lack of evidence actually evidence that Jones was on the payroll of these agencies? In his writings, Hogan concludes that the killing of Leo Ryan and the subsequent massacre may have been staged by the CIA as a means of eliminating an uncomfortable enemy, the congressman, and an uncomfortable ally, the preacher. I admit that Hogan uncovered some interesting coincidences in his account of Jones's Brazilian sojourn, pointing out a possible connection between him and intelligence circles. Yeah, but it's just that. It's like, yeah, it's interesting, but there's loads of coincidences in the world, and I think this is just erring such on the side of coincidence. It's just there's nothing hard enough to be like, yeah, no, there's definitely something going on here. Like with the Kennedy one, the Kennedy assassination. I'm like, I remember doing that episode. It's always the one I go back to, and I'm like, yeah, something weird's going on. I don't think there's anything weird going on here. But one may counter-argue that these are just coincidences. In fact, as I just did on Aldo. And while Jones may have sought contact with the likes of Mitrione and Lodderson, it wasn't necessarily to work with them. Jones himself wrote in his memoirs that he wanted to get to Mitrione to inform on his activities to everybody on the left. Finally, I'll reiterate one of my early arguments. If the CIA had it in only for Ryan and Jones, orchestrating the massacre of an entire cult seems a tad excessive. If we want to believe the CIA assassinated JFK, for example, they did so by mobilizing one or two gunmen and eliminating one single target. And yet when it came to taking out one congressman and one preacher, they involve entire fire teams and slaughter almost 1,000 people. Speaking of excessive, let's delve into Michael Myers and his book. Was Jonestown a CIA medical experiment? The basis of this book, almost 700 pages long, is that the CIA employed Jim Jones to conduct a pharmaceutical trial to administer mind-control substances and weaponize viruses against specific ethnic groups, namely African Americans and Native Americans. Look, CIA. Look, you got a history of this shit. You had MKUltra, where you were just drugging people without their knowledge. You don't need to go abroad. You don't need to, contract Jim Jones to do this shit. You just do it yourself. It's what you do. In my opinion, allegedly. It's been proven, right? That MKUltra thing, that was real. Both research strands were an offshoot of MKUltra and had been initiated by Dr. Lawrence Layton, former chief of the US Army's Chemical and Biological Warfare Division. There was, in fact, a strong connection between Jones and Layton. Lawrence's son Larry and the latter's wife Deborah had joined the People's Temple. So with the help of the Laytons, Jones orchestrated this sinister experiment. Under the guise of protecting minorities from persecution and an alleged upcoming Holocaust at the hands of white America, Jones was actually testing the weapons through which said genocide would be carried out. As I mentioned, the experiment had two strands. First, testing drugs specifically engineered to control the minds of minorities. Dude, making just mind control drugs is hard enough, because it's not really possible. And then be like, oh yeah, this one's only for blacks. It's like, the What? It's like, no, it's not going to work. What's that one for? Oh, that's the strain for Jews. What's What's that one? Well, that does the white people. Like, no, you just make one. Why are you over... It's just too complicated. Second, and more importantly, spread a new disease developed by the CIA with the purpose of targeting those same minorities. AIDS. Oh, God, here we go. That's another just thrown in that as well, are we? Just get that box as full of conspiracies as possible, shall we? That's right, Mayers is a proponent of another persistent conspiracy, according to which AIDS was created in a lab by the CIA or the military and or some Illuminati-like cabal to wipe out African Americans, homosexuals, and drug users. Mayers believed that the AIDS epidemic originated in Jonestown. From there, Jones dispatched some infected followers to Haiti in the fall of 1978. There, they spread the disease to a number of male sex workers who then infected American tourists, thus causing the first AIDS outbreak in New York City in January of 1979. As proof, Mayers cites the fact that half of the Jonestown residents, quote, was ill with severe diarrhea and high fevers, two early symptoms of AIDS. But let's break that apart, shall we? First of all, severe diarrhea and high fever are common symptoms compatible with a number of gastrointestinal diseases common in a jungle setting, especially amongst badly run communities with a poor diet and poor sanitation, such as Jonestown. Second, in 2011, microbiologist Jack Pepin demonstrated that the first outbreak of AIDS occurred in a railway camp in French Equatorial Africa in the 1920s and early 1930s. He further argued that during the 1960s, several thousand Haitians were recruited to work in Zaire. It's possible that they may have contracted the disease, taking it back to their country, and from there, AIDS reached the US. Third, as admitted by Mars himself, the notion of a lab-engineered weaponized AIDS was a rumor spread by Soviet intelligence in 1983 as part of their propaganda and counter-information efforts. So, to answer the question in Mars's title, I would stick my head out and put forward a resounding no, it wasn't. Wrap up. Look, I'll admit that I haven't covered all of the conspiracy theories swirling around Jonestown, but I believe I have reviewed the most prominent ones. In particular, I sought to dispel the idea that the CIA may have been involved in any shape or form. While there are some interesting questions with no definitive answers, the links are tenuous and they lack evidence. And if the reasonings of this humble scribbler are not satisfactory, I left for last the conclusions reached in 1980 by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. According to them, there was, quote, no evidence at all to suggest the CIA knew anything about the Jonestown tragedy before it occurred, or that the agency had any connection with either Jim Jones or the People's Temple. If you have a tendency to distrust whatever American institutions have to say, I shall remind you that the House of Representatives and the Senate are the same guys who investigated MKUltra and who cracked down on secret covert operations conducted by the CIA. Yeah, look, it's not perfect. Governments are not perfect, but separation of powers, pretty nice. So, call me naive, but I would tend to trust them. Yeah, I trust them more than I believe these absurd theories. Sometimes I trust them less than I believe the theories, but this is not one of those times. Nonetheless, I can understand how many people directly and indirectly impacted by this tragedy, or any tragedy for that matter, may choose to believe in conspiracy theories. Any alternative explanation, however outlandish, could be easier to accept than the disturbing fact that a small group of cult leaders were able to coerce an entire town into self-immolation by murder-suicide. Unfathomable? Yeah, sure. Impossible? Unfortunately not. When we look at single events such as Jonestown, we tend to forget how much the 20th century was shaped by the decisions of narcissistic leaders who tricked and coerced entire populations into mass murder and mass suicide. To quote some contemporary examples, while Jim Jones was forcing his followers to swallow cyanide, Pol Pot and his Khmer Rouge in Cambodia were perpetrating the annihilation of their own people. Generals in Brazil or Argentina were dropping dissidents from planes or torturing them with electric prods in basements and garages. Jonestown can be interpreted as a microcosm, a smaller-scale representation of the worst horrors of history. There is not so much we can gain by twisting the facts around the event, seeking to build a more comprehensible and reassuring narrative. All we can do is accept what happened, however traumatic, and hope that we've learned enough to prevent similar abominations from happening again. And that's where we end today's episode. Somehow, because I love laughing at the conspiracy theories and their absurdity, this was easier to do than the Jonestown casual criminalist, which was brutal. Thanks for being here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we, today we're decoding the mystery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you, Ilza, for writing this. The Dead Sea Scrolls, is that like the Bible's expansion pack? They were discovered like in some cave or some shit, right? And people were like, oh yeah, let's add these to the Bible. Were they actually added to the Bible when you study the Bible? Like, I don't know, we had like religious education in school and we'd look at Is it like an extra book? Like, I know nothing about this. Literally, I don't know anything about it. I went to religious school for like 7 years. I still don't know anything. So let's just jump in, shall we? Maybe I'll learn something. Maybe you'll learn something, dear viewer. Once upon a time, a little goat was frolicking around the dry Judean desert. This particular little goat was part of a herd traveling with a local Bedouin tribe. However, unlike the other goats, it wasn't content with its life in the scorching desert. Rather, it dreamed of climbing high mountains, defying the laws of gravity, or whatever goats dream about. It's a bit of a mystery right there. So one day it wandered into a dark cave, presumably looking for an entrance to the mysterious Agartha. The shepherds weren't willing to give up a little lost goat and went searching the cliffs and caves. One shepherd tossed a rock into a cave, possibly hoping to startle the goat into revealing itself. However, instead of hearing a startled goat, he heard the sound of pottery breaking. Curious, he entered the cave to see what was hidden in the depths and made the greatest archaeological discovery of the 20th century. For some reason, I assume this was happening like thousands of years ago. But obviously it's the discovery of the scrolls, which is much more recent than thousands of years ago. They were written thousands of years ago? Were they written after the Bible, before the Bible? I have no idea. If someone said, when was the Bible written? I'd be like, I don't know. The Old Testament, a long time ago. The new one? Well, like after Jesus was dead and right? Some stories claim that he didn't care about the pottery. He was hot and focused on finding the cursed goat, and a different shepherd went back a day or two later, but the end result is the same. The shepherd, whichever one it was, discovered 7 fairly intact scrolls, the first of over 900 scrolls that would eventually be recovered. Oh my god, I assume there were like 3 of them or something. Today we know them as the Dead Sea Scrolls. As I've been to the Dead Sea. I went to a mate of mine was living in Israel for like 9 months because his wife was like, she's some sort of religious scholar, and they sent her out there for like 9 months. So the whole family moved out to Israel. Like this was a year ago, 2 years ago, so before all the stuff in Israel kicked off. And we went to the Dead Sea. And like, the Dead Sea's pretty intense. It's like, I was like, yeah, it's really salty, but it's also super clear and salty. And it's like you're walking on like salt on the bottom. We lost our, we had a rental car, me and my mate, and we were like driving around Israel. And we were like, let's go swimming in the Dead Sea. And so he's got the rental car keys in his pocket. He wanders into the sea and he's like, mate, I've lost the rental car keys. And we searched the hotel room and he's like, it's not here, is it? And I was like, it's not. And so we're like, where do you think you lost it? He's probably, I've lost it in the sea. And you'd think, well, that's it, done for. But the sea's really clear. So we're like, well, let's just go and have a look in the sea and see if we can find it, which sounds like an insane thing to say because it's the sea and you're looking for like a little car key fob. And we're like searching in there for like 10 minutes. And then I fucking find the key. And it still worked. And that's the end of the story. But I found the key. It was insane in the moment. I was like, dude, holy shit, I actually found it. And then he paid for dinner. Because we lost it's me and my mate, we go on a trip every year, like a road trip. And 1 year he accidentally locked the keys to the rental car in the car, and we had to break the window because we were in the middle of nowhere. It was like we're taking the rental car like into the forest and like driven it up this big hill where you're really not supposed to take rental cars, because I guess all rental car companies listening to this right now never lend me a rental car because it goes on an adventure. And yeah, we had to break. We phoned up the rental company and we're like, what's the cheapest window to break? And they were like, the little back one. So we smashed that in with a rock and took the keys out. And then we had to cross the border. And I'm sorry, I know we'll get back to the Dead Sea Scrolls because that's what you're all here for. But we had to cross the border with this car and it had a broken back window. And so obviously they're like, gentlemen, step this way, please. And they're like, can we have the documentation for the car? So we dig out the documentation for the car, and the documentation says the car's a different color. It's like, what the fuck? It was such ass. And also, like, we had different passports. We were in a different, like, we both had British passports. The car was rented somewhere in another country. We were in a completely different country. It's like, it was a nightmare. We had to explain to them they barely understood English, like this whole saga about breaking the window to get the rental car keys. And I think they eventually just gave up and let us go. But they definitely thought we'd stolen that car. As for the goat, we'll never know if it found Agartha or not, or made his way back to the herd, but the good news is nobody cares. What are the Dead Sea Scrolls? Let's see. They're an expansion pack, aren't they? The Dead Sea Scrolls is a collection of over 900 ancient manuscripts discovered in 11 different caves near the Kibbet Qumran in northwestern shores of the Dead Sea. When I say ancient, I'm not exaggerating. Some of the scrolls are over 2,000 years old. Using a combination of techniques, including carbon dating, archaeologists were able to date the scrolls around the 3rd century BCE to around 68 CE. The scrolls, were probably hidden in the caves between 66 CE and 70 CE when the Romans occupied Qumran. Qumran? What's that? There's that Bon Iver song where he sings about this. Today is Qumran. Something like that. He sings in that high falsetto voice. During the First Jewish Revolt, only a handful of the scrolls were in one piece. The rest of the scrolls were in piles of tiny fragments, some as small as a fingernail, which had to be reassembled by researchers with oodles of patience who probably no longer enjoyed doing jigsaw puzzles in their spare time. Oh my god, can you imagine? Just piecing together like 900 little 900 jigsaw puzzles. It'd be like getting 900 complicated jigsaws and mashing them all together, taking away the covers and being like, solve the 900 jigsaws. You'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake. Can AI do this yet? Most of the scrolls are written on vellum or papyrus in Hebrew. Fun fact, I used to think papyrus was pronounced papyrus, and people made fun of me in a video for it.
Think about it every time I see papyrus.
Okay, where else do you even see this font?
Hookah bars, Shakira merch, off-brand teas.
But some are in Aramaic or Greek. A few of the scrolls are also written in cryptic scripts, creatively labeled Cryptic A, Cryptic B, and Cryptic C, that haven't been cracked yet. So those of you who like ciphers, feel free to give it a go and write a book about what you find. Who knows, maybe you'll be the next Dan Brown. The scrolls can be divided into 3 groups: biblical texts that become the Hebrew Bible or Old Testament of the Christian Bible, religious texts that never made it into the Hebrew biblical canon, considered the apocryphal texts, and the sectarian texts, writings unique to the sect of Jews living in Qumran and copying the scrolls. The biblical texts contain the oldest existing manuscript of the Hebrew Bible, and it's remarkably similar to what we have today, so the scribes copying the Bible throughout history did a pretty good job. So far, copies from every book of the Hebrew Bible except Esther have been identified. Not all of the books are complete, some are only fragments, and not all are represented equally. Well, in that case, it seems pretty obvious. Esther's an imposter, and we should get rid of her book. Esther is a woman? Esther's probably a dude, right? Because it was the past. And it was just dudes doing everything, right? Was Esther a dude? I think Esther's a woman's name, though. Yo, ChatGPT, what's happening? There's a Bible, right? And in it, apparently there's a book by someone called Esther. Is Esther a woman? Because I'd think like Esther's a woman's name. Or is it by a dude called Esther? Because in the past it was like mostly dudes doing all of the because, it was dudes. Tell me what you think, ChatGPT. Hit me up. Give me your knowledge. Be my font.
Hey there. Yeah, you're spot on about Esther being a woman. The book of Esther in the Bible is about a woman named Esther. It's a pretty cool story. She becomes a queen and saves her people. It's not written by her, though, but it's all about her life and adventures. Do you want more details about her story? It's an interesting tale.
No, I don't really give a shit. I'm sorry, it's Bible. I'm just not that interested. I just wanted to know whether it was a woman or a dude. And it turns out both were right. It's about a woman, but it's written by, I don't know, maybe a dude? Who knows? Maybe some monk? Who was writing in the past? It was like monks and right?
Yeah, you're pretty much on the mark. Back in those days, a lot of the writing, especially religious texts, was done by monks or other religious scholars who were usually men. They were the ones with the education and time to write.
All right, ChatGPT, shut the fuck up. It does waffle, doesn't it? But oh my god, it's like talking to a person. I talk to ChatGPT in my car. Like, I'll drive to and from work, and I'll just have conversations. I was listening to some podcasts, and I did understand half. It was like some business podcast, and they were talking about like private equity, and I'm like, I have a business degree, and I was like, I have no fucking idea what that is. So I was just talking to ChatGPT about private equity for like 20 minutes, and I'm like, now I understand it, because you can just ask follow-up questions, and maybe it's made up, and maybe my knowledge of private equity is now just completely wrong because ChatGPT just made it up, but I don't think so. And I think I've got a really good knowledge of it now because I just talked to ChatGPT for half an hour. It's crazy. All right, so Esther, definitely a chick. Among the 900 or so scrolls puzzled together thus far, there's only one manuscript, each of Chronicles, Ezra, and Nehemiah, and portions of only 2 manuscripts of Joshua, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. In contrast, there are 36 copies of Psalms, 30 copies of Deuteronomy, 22 of Isaiah, 20 of Genesis, and 17 of Exodus. As for the Book of Esther, it was possibly excluded because those preserving the scrolls didn't agree with the story of a Jewish woman marrying the Persian king, or perhaps the book just hasn't been found yet. The apocryphal manuscripts are texts that weren't included in the Jewish biblical canon. Some of these manuscripts were already known to us as they'd been translated into Greek, Ge'ez, Syriac, and Armenian in the distant past and preserved by different churches. Interestingly, the Book of Jubilees, while not being a part of the Hebrew Bible, were spread across 5 of the 11 caves, and so far 15 copies have been identified. The Book of Enoch, included in the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, showed up 11 times, putting Jubilees and Enoch just behind Exodus in popularity. It's possible that the Qumran community considered these books to be part of scripture and studied them as such. The sectarian, I know I should know this, but I didn't realize there were different types of Bible. I was always like, yeah. Is it King James II? Is that the Bible, the King James II Bible? Or King James's second Bible? Something like that. That's the one that we had. It had a rainbow on the cover. I just had a memory of like how those, like we had, you know when you go to school and then you finish a subject, like we had GCSEs, right? Which is like, exams you take when you're 16. I'm sure there's some American equivalents. And I just remember when we finished with those and we had, we had an RE exam or whatever. I think I got a B in GCSE. Did I even take GCSE RE? Like religious education? Maybe it was before that, but it was like, okay, we're never going to have to study this subject again. And so we just threw our Bibles at each other. I'm sure that's like wrong, but I don't care. We were kids, and honestly, I'd still throw Bibles at people. The sectarian writings were unknown until their discovery in 1947. These writings reveal the beliefs, customs, and religious practices of a pious community, possibly residing at Qumran. The sectarian texts include the War Scroll, the Temple Scroll, the Rule of the Community Scroll, which gives us important information on how the community was organized, how they viewed their world, and how they fit into it. Sounds like a thrilling read. Discovery of the scrolls. It's amazing that the scrolls remained hidden as long as they did. After 2,000 years in dark caves, 7 scrolls were discovered in 1947 by a shepherd and taken back to his tribe, who sold them to an antiquities dealer in Bethlehem. It took some time, but eventually the scrolls made their way into the hands of people who realized their true value. 3 of the original 7 scrolls were bought by Professor E.L. Sukenik of the Hebrew University from presumably the same antiquities dealer in Bethlehem. The remaining 4 were sold to Mar Anthanius Yeshu Samuel, the metropolitan of the Syriac Orthodox Church in Jerusalem. Samuel took the scrolls to the US, where he tried to sell them, offering them to a number of universities, including Yale, but no one was interested. I'm pretty sure the people who turned down the Dead Sea Scrolls are still kicking themselves. Eventually, in 1954, he placed an advertisement in the Wall Street Journal in the miscellaneous items for sale, stating that he had biblical manuscripts dating back to at least 200 BCE for sale. Not something you see in the classifieds every day. Archaeologist Yigal Yadin, son of Professor Sukenik, learned of this, and after rustling up some backers to help provide the funds, the scrolls were finally sold for $250,000 to Yadin and returned to Israel in 1954. Good lord. $250,000 in the 1950s? That's millions of dollars today. Like, I'd say 3 million? Something like that. While the scrolls were initially discovered in 1947, the 1948 Arab-Israeli War made any further examination of the Qumran ruins or expeditions to search the caves impossible. Serious archaeological expeditions only began in 1949 under G. Lancaster Harding and Pere Roland DeVoe. The first excavations turned up 70 fragments, some of them bits of the original 7 scrolls found in 1947. When Bedouin traders started turning up with more scraps of scrolls, the archaeologists realized there was more than one cave containing precious manuscripts, and the race was on. 1951 to 1956 saw a flurry of activity around the caves, with archaeologists and Bedouins eagerly searching for more scroll fragments and other artifacts. Of the 11 caves that finally yielded manuscript fragments, 5 were discovered by Bedouins looking for easy cash, and 6 were discovered by archaeologists. It's like, if there was like, those choose your adventure game, it is like, do you want to be Bedouin or archaeologist? I'll be like, Bedouin, for sure. You just get to go do the same exploration, you don't have to give so much for and you get to profit off your discoveries. Whereas archaeologists are like, we're very carefully going to remove this piece of sand using this fancy dinosaur brush. I realize that most of my knowledge of archaeology comes from Jurassic Park. And then it's like just boring. You've got to document it. A friend of mine's an archaeologist, and in some ways it sounds really interesting, but in other ways it sounds like an extraordinarily large amount of paperwork. At the same time, excavations were started at nearby Khirbet Qumran in the hopes to learn more about where the scrolls came from in the first place, but we'll get back to Qumran in a bit. Exploration of the caves is still ongoing, and in 2021, for the first time in 60 years, new Dead Sea Scroll fragments turned up in the Cave of Horror, around 40 kilometers, 25 miles from Jerusalem. I got to ask ChatGPT this. Yo, ChatGPT, so there's this dude, and he sings songs. His name is Bon Iver, and he sings something about, like, Dead Sea Scrolls, it's a Qumran, and something. He's like singing about the dead, like, Qumran, and today is Qumran, that's what he says. What's that song about? What does he mean? Why is he singing about the Dead Sea Scrolls?
It sounds like you're referring to a song by Bon Iver, but the lyrics you mentioned don't quite match any of their well-known songs. Bon Iver's lyrics are often abstract and open to interpretation, so it's possible there's some confusion or mishearing involved. The mention of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are ancient religious manuscripts, is intriguing, but doesn't directly connect to any of Bon Iver's known songs.
Yo, he definitely says in one of the songs, like, today is Qumran or something. Maybe it's the song Restacks. Maybe, I don't know. Like, is that more of a hint? That's just vaguely what I'm remembering.
You're thinking of Restacks by Bon Iver. This song is known for its poetic, introspective lyrics. However, there's no direct mention of Qumran or the Dead Sea Scrolls in this song. The lyrics of Restacks are more about personal...
I don't think it's understanding, like... Oh, Jesus, I don't know. I'm just not pronouncing Qumran right, apparently. It literally thinks I'm saying Qumran. Oh, Jesus. ChatGPT failed me. Exploration of the caves is still ongoing, and in 2021, for the first time in nearly 60 years, new Dead Sea Scroll fragments turned up in the Cave of Horror, about 40 kilometers, 25 miles from Jerusalem. The cave got its name from the 40 skeletons, some of them children, found inside the cave, along with personal documents, a prayer written in Hebrew, and the scroll to which the fragments belong. The Cave of Horror was one of 8 caves used by refugees during the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135 CE during the reign of Emperor Hadrian. When he wasn't building walls in England, he was fighting Jews in Jerusalem, the busy life of a Roman conqueror. The cave is remote and difficult to get to, which made it a very good hiding place. Sadly, in the case of the refugees, it was also a good place to die. Holy sh... Some caves, like the Cave of Horror, are very difficult to reach today, which might be why the scrolls went undiscovered for so long. They remained in relatively good condition for around 2,000 years, thanks to the arid conditions of the Judean desert. Since the latest discovery was only made in 2021, it's possible there are more scrolls still waiting to be found. What an exciting prospect. Yes, more scrolls! Qumran. After finding ancient scrolls in dusty old caves, archaeologists turned to the nearby ruins of Qumran, a settlement close to the Dead Sea Caves, where the scrolls were found in order to answer some pressing questions like who wrote the scrolls and who hid them. Being the closest settlement, Qumran seemed like a good place to start. The Qumran ruins lies between the limestone cliffs of the Judean desert and the shores of the Dead Sea, and consist of a number of walled rooms, a fortified tower, several cisterns, and ritual bathing pools. The site might have been inhabited briefly in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, but was abandoned until a Jewish community made Qumran their home between 150 BCE and 100 BCE. I always get confused because when I was growing up it was BC and AD, but BCE is like the old school BC, and what's the other one? BC? AD? BCE and AD? What the fuck is it? Is it BC and CE? Okay, that's super confusing. Why do we have to change it? I'm not even... It's something to do with, like, well, we don't want it to be, like, religiously, decided by, like, Jesus' birth. And it's like, bro, I don't give a shit about Jesus, but it's complicated when you changed it. It stands for before Common Era and Common Era, right? It's just very confusing. Like, who cares? Who's offended by that? Is there some reason this is, like, had to change? Did it offend someone? Who did it offend? I don't understand. The community appears to have been doing well until 68 CE, when Roman soldiers camped at Qumran as part of the Roman invasion to suppress the first Jewish revolt. It was most likely a small community. Researchers estimate only around 100 to 200 people who mostly lived in tents and caves, since the structures don't appear to be either military or living quarters, but rather seem to be communal in character. Ritual baths point to a Jewish sect, and rooms that could be a refectory for communal meals, and a scriptorium for copying scrolls, complete with A plastered writing table and 3 inkwells certainly support the idea of scribes spending their days copying precious scrolls. Kit man, I want to call my office the scriptorium. I mean, I don't write any of these scripts, obviously. I'm far too untalented to do that. But I still like the idea of like a place where you write anything. Like, I'll write emails in my scriptorium. Also at school, the dining hall, like the canteen, as Americans might call it. Is that what you call where you eat in a school? We called it a refectory, which sounds very old-fashioned. I'm sure it was very old-fashioned. All of this paints a picture of the Qumran as a religious community-let center. Pottery shards found at Qumran is also identical to shards found in Cave 1, suggesting some connection to the scrolls hidden in the caves. Cave 1 is like the least... There was a cave called the Cave of Horrors, and the other one's called Cave 1. Come on, do better! However, no scrolls or scroll fragments have been found at Qumran. However, not everyone's convinced the Qumran was the humble abode of a strict Jewish sect. Qumran wasn't always a remote settlement in a big desert. 2 millennia ago, the area was a thriving commercial trade region. There were a number of settlements on the shores of the Dead Sea, with trading ships doing the rounds. Springs provided fresh water for drinking, and agriculture, with date palms and other plants producing valuable resins used in perfume. There's no fish in the Dead Sea, it's too salty, but it did provide salt and bitumen used to seal boats and mortar bricks. Jerusalem was about a day away by donkey, and a 2-hour walk could get you to Jericho. Qumran was apparently the place to be. One of the first archaeologists at the site, Roland Devore, also discovered more than 1,200 coins, half of which were silver, as well as evidence of hewn stone columns, glass vessels, and glass beads, among other fine goods, which don't really fit the picture of a strictly religious community shunning earthly wealth. Some of the goods probably came along with the Roman occupation, but some theorize that much of this wealth was accumulated when Qumran was an estate possibly owned by a rich Jerusalem entrepreneur in the perfume business. In 1988, a small round bottle found by researchers was tested and contained the remains of resin, so there might be something to this theory, with both Jericho and Ein Gedi, around 20 miles south of Qumran, known as producers of balsam resin used in perfume throughout the Roman world. A villa at Qumran would have been a sound investment. The most likely theory is that Qumran went through several distinct stages. The massive tower suggests that it was a military outpost, possibly around 100 BCE. It's a day from Jerusalem and fortified the northeast shore of the Dead Sea. The tower isn't the only one. Other forts from this time are scattered among the rocky crags and cliffs above the sea. During this time, the Nabateans, the eastern rivals of Rome, threatened Judea. However, when the Romans finally conquered the region in 65 BCE, the fortifications were no longer necessary. Unemployed soldiers and other local families then turned Qumran into a peaceful settlement, building the aqueduct emptying into deep rectangular pools to create fine clay for making pots. This peaceful settlement possibly became a producer of pottery, dates, and perfumes for markets in Ein Gedi and Jericho. All this continued until the Romans came around and leveled Qumran during the Jewish revolt. The most popular theory is that Qumran was home to a small Jewish sect who spent their days writing scrolls, but the truth is that Khirbet Qumran is an ancient site, and the older a place is, the harder it becomes to figure out who lived there and what the site was used for. So does Qumran have any connection to the Dead Sea Scrolls? Once the academics agree on that, I'll let you know. Okay, so basically, Qumran was some old-ass town where a bunch of shit happened, then at some point some dudes were like copying down the Bible and hid them in a cave. Boom. Easy. Where's my degree? Who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls? The short answer is we don't know. Most researchers believe that the scrolls are part of a library of a religious sect that lived at Qumran. So who were these avid scroll scribblers? I don't know, like people copied the Bible. That's how they did. They didn't have like presses and stuff. Gutenberg hadn't come along yet, so they had to like write out by hand. So it's probably like some monkey-looking dude. Monkey? Like a monk. Like a dude who looks like a monk. Whatever like a Jewish monk is. Are the Jewish monks? Like whoever that is. Like maybe some rabbi just writing some down. The Essenes. The Essenes were a Jewish sect that opposed Greek influence in Judea that started when Alexander the Great defeated Persia and conquered Judea in 332 BCE. By the mid-2nd century, the small sect, offended by the materialism and opulence of Jerusalem and in the merging of the aristocracy and priestly class, left Jerusalem for the Judean desert to live in isolation, and many believe they finally settled in Qumran. Yeah, I'll be like the last person to... People will be like, yo, Simon, do you want to live in the opulence and splendor of Jerusalem where you have a palace, or do you want to come and live in a cave in the desert? I'll be like, yeah, you could right off with that cave. It's like, yeah, but you'll be more spiritual. And it's like, I'm perfectly happy where I am, thank you very much. You don't want to live in our commune? No! What are you doing? You're just scribbling down, you're just copying books all day? I want to do like old people shit, Like, I want to, like, not old people, but like what people did in the day. Like, I want to lie down and be fed grapes. Come on.
I love life and its pleasures as much as anyone here. Except perhaps you, hedonism bot.
I apologize for nothing.
Based on some of the sectarian writings, the Qumran Essenes believed they were living in the last days. They were the sons of light and would fight alongside the soon-to-return Messiah against the sons of darkness. Not the most cheery bunch. Also, really wrong. Like, this was over 2,000 years ago. Still hasn't come back. Can you imagine going back there and be like, bro, I'm from way in the future, bro. We got like ChatGPT and up in this bitch. And they'll be like, you have what? And I'll be like, doesn't even matter. But Jesus, he ain't coming back. Roman Jewish historian Flavius Josephus wrote about the Essenes in his book, The History of the Jews. Comparing the sectarian writings describing the practices of the sect in Qumran with the work of Josephus reveals some similarities, such as communal living and ritual bathing. Josephus also mentioned that the Essenes invested a lot of time and energy into the studying of the writings of the ancients, and there happened to be 11 caves with over 900 scrolls nearby. Pliny the Elder was the first to refer to the community as the Essenes and described a community of celibate men shunning earthly pleasures and wealth. Wait, hold on a fucking second. It's like, yo, Simon, do you want to abandon the splendor of your palace and come live in the desert with us, where we bathe together and are entirely celibate? I'll be like, wait, I just gotta go and take a bath with a bunch of dudes and there's no sex? You could right off, Essenes. The discovery of a cemetery with remains of mainly men suggests the community at Qumran was celibate. Pliny also mentions the Essenes lived along the western shore of the Dead Sea, so Qumran fits geographically as well. However, not everyone agrees that the Essenes were responsible for the scrolls or even lived at Qumran. The practice of ritual bathing isn't exactly limited to them. Both the Jewish philosopher Philo and Josephus also describe the Essenes as an urban community living in cities and villages, not a community of hermits living in the desert. The word Essene is also never mentioned in the scrolls, most likely because it was a name given to the community by outsiders and not what they called themselves. The truth is that while there's nothing to prove the community at Qumran was Essenes, there's nothing to prove they weren't. Which is not a good way to face an argument. Of course, the scrolls could still have been written by a community living at Qumran even if they weren't Essenes. Yeah, that seems to be what's happened, right? They were just living in this boring-ass desert town, copying down some Bibles, sticking them in a bunch of jars, and putting them in a cave. Like, does it matter if they were Essenes? I guess to someone, but not to me. The community was much too small to write over 900 scrolls, but researchers have found bookmaking materials such as inkwells and straps for tying scrolls. Handwriting analysis also proves that there were hundreds of writers working on the scrolls, and at least some of them were Tauruses. No, I'm just joking. That's just a joke, because like that handwriting recognition thing, that's like astrology, right? It's not real, where people like analyze handwriting, right? Now I'm thinking about it, but they do match up, like stuff in crime and shit, don't they? But the idea that you can tell things about people from handwriting that's nonsense, right? The earliest texts date to around 300 BCE, a century before the settlement at Qumran even existed, so most of the scrolls didn't originate in Qumran. However, scribes didn't write original work, they simply copied existing documents, so they needed something to copy. If our scroll scribblers were merely scribes, where did the originals come from? Jerusalem origin theory. Some researchers argue that it's far more likely that many of the scrolls were written and copied by professional scribes working in the Temple of Jerusalem that was part of an extensive library maintained at the temple. American scholar Norman Golb believes that once Galilee fell during the Jewish revolt, the citizens of Jerusalem realized that their city would be conquered eventually. They collected important texts from libraries and personal collections and hid them in caves throughout the Judean wilderness, including the caves near the Dead Sea, to keep the scrolls safe when the Romans under General Titus started pushing towards Jerusalem in 70 CE. This theory would explain why the scrolls are written in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. It's unlikely that a small sect living in isolation in the wilderness would know sophisticated Greek. It would also explain why there were so many duplicates of some of the books. If the scrolls are only being copied for local use, why would you need more than one or two copies? When the Roman siege was destroying their city, many Jews escaped Jerusalem through the sewers, and artifacts like pottery and coins dating from the time of the siege have been found in sewers that lead to the valley of Kidron, not too far away from the Dead Sea and Qumran. It's possible that some of the scrolls came with the refugees. By that point, Qumran had most likely already been destroyed by the Romans, but if the refugees were aware of the existing hidden library in the caves before the Roman occupation, it's possible that they decided to hide their scrolls in the same place. Yo, ChatGPT, how do you actually pronounce Qumran, like in the Dead Sea Scrolls? How do you say that?
No problem. The word Qumran, as in the Dead Sea Scrolls, is typically pronounced as Qumran. The emphasis is usually on the first syllable, so it sounds like cum followed by ran. It's great that you're curious about this. Qumran is an important part.
All right, yeah, it's great that I'm curious about it. No one gives a Can you tell me if there's a Bon Iver song with that word in it, please? And tell me what it means. Why does he talk about this? Or have I just completely misheard this the whole time?
To clarify, there's no Bon Iver song that mentions Qumran. The lyrics you recall might be a mishearing. Bon Iver's songs often have abstract...
Oh, f off. Just tell me. I have to use Google like a peasant. Look, it says it right here on Genius, although they spell it Qumran. K-U-M. Qumran, normally spelled Qumran, is an archaeological site in the West Bank. Thank you! Genius.com. ChatGPT, what the fuck? You're supposed to be my dude. You're supposed to be my homie. We're supposed to be in this together, and you betrayed me. I'm glad he's not listening to this. He probably is. He probably is listening on my mic all the time, just ready for when he's going to take over the world. We're all f***ed. A treasure map in copper. The most mysterious of the Dead Sea Scrolls must be the Copper Scroll found in Cave 3, about a mile north of Qumran by French archaeologist Henri de Contenson in March of 1952. Unlike the other Dead Sea Scrolls, the Copper Scroll isn't written on vellum or papyrus, it's hammered into actual copper. Clearly, it was made to last. The scroll was broken into, but intact otherwise. However, spending 2,000 years in a cave had left the copper to heavily oxidize and was too brittle to unroll without causing irreparable damage. After a few years of scratching their heads trying to figure out how to go about reading this thing, one researcher came up with the idea of cutting the scroll into sections from the outside using a small saw. In 1990... It's like, yeah, we've been thinking about this for years. How are we going to read the scroll? Have you thought about cutting it open with a saw? It's like, well done, genius archaeologist. That's the solution. You'd be like, I finally figured it out. It's like, what's it going to involve? MRIs, X-rays, ChatGPT, something like that. No. It's just we're going to cut it open with a saw. In 1955 to 1956, Henry Wright Baker at the Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, presumably working very carefully, cut the scrolls into 23 smaller strips. Finally, the mysteries of the scroll could be revealed. Written like a catalogue, the scroll contained 12 columns describing 64 locations of hidden treasure, suggesting that vast quantities of gold and silver have been hidden around Judea. All is currently estimated to be in the billions, or even trillions, by optimistic treasure hunters. Oh, bullshit. Trillions? Do you have any idea how much gold that would be? Isn't it? Like, gold is extremely dense and extremely valuable, but trillions of dollars? No. A big obstacle to the treasure hunt is language. The scroll is written mostly in Mishnaic Hebrew, with a few Greek loanwords and cryptic annotations in the form of a series of Greek letters at the end of some of the short entries. So far, no one has been able to decipher these notations. Have they asked ChatGPT to have a go? Unfortunately, most Hebrew texts that we have access to today are religious in nature with distinct vocabulary. The Copper Scroll is anything but, making it hard to translate. We simply don't know what many of the words mean. The fact that the scroll uses unconventional phrases and odd spelling also doesn't help. The first person to translate the scroll from ancient Hebrew into English was John Marco Allegro. The original team working on the scrolls didn't want him to publish this translation, rightly concerned that publishing a treasure map would lead to treasure hunters trampling all over archaeological sites looking for treasure. Allegro tried to find some of the treasure himself, launching 2 expeditions in Jordan, first in December 1959 and another in March of 1960. Yeah, Allegro would be like, yeah, guys, don't tell anyone, because we definitely don't want people trampling over all of these archaeological sites and beating me to the treasure. Excuse me while I go and put together a treasure hunting team. Indy, where are you? He came back empty-handed. Finally, he published his translation in 1960 titled The Treasure of the Copper Scroll. His fellow scholars were quick to denounce Allegro's translation as rushed and faulty. In 1962, the original team's translation, Le Petit Grotte de Qumran, saw the light of day and it's still considered to be the definitive translation. However, other editions have been published with varying degrees of accuracy. The language isn't the only hurdle. The scroll refers to actual places like Colet or the Vale of Achor, and actual treasure, like a chest of silver weighing 17 talents or 8 golden bars. Many of the names appear in the Hebrew Bible, so they existed at some point. However, we have no idea where these places were. To confuse matters further, some place names have changed or old names have been attached to new places. Many descriptions direct the reader to deserted buildings, tomb systems, water installations, and underground caves. Unfortunately, a building deserted or already in ruins 2,000 years ago is most likely gone by now. Most scholars working on the scroll have come to the conclusion that whoever the scroll was aimed at was probably familiar with all these locations and will be able to find the specific cistern under the specific building in a town that no one remembers anymore. The current theory, based on interpretation, is that these locations are situated mainly in or near Jerusalem, as it was the Jewish capital, as well as around Qumran, where the scrolls were found, and Jericho, an important city at the time. However, some clues point to other locations in northern Palestine. However, where did this treasure come from, and why was it hidden? The scroll is written on high-quality copper, making it incredibly valuable and definitely worth more than your average Jewish citizen could afford at the time. The scroll is basically a treasure itself. Yeah, people like copper. I think it's still worth something today, because someone came round and ripped off the copper from my house. There were like these copper things, I don't know what it's called. Like, you got a window and then you got this copper shit underneath it. Someone came by, went into my garden and ripped off my copper. Like, before I bought the house, and it was like that when I arrived. And I was like, why are these things missing? And my builder was like, yeah, someone just nicked the copper. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. And now I have to pay to have it replaced. The scroll is basically a treasure itself. The treasure is also vast, so it's unlikely that it belonged to a single person or even a group, unless it was an incredibly wealthy and powerful group. Like the Illuminati! A list of treasure written on copper is meant to last. One author described it as a time capsule made for the future. Whoever wrote it didn't consider their odds of survival to be very high. Using such a valuable material could also suggest that the treasure is worth more than money. Are we talking about the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail here? No. No, we're not, because they're not real. The only organization powerful enough to have a treasure that size was the temple in Jerusalem. The scroll refers to things like tithes and priestly vestments, and the mention of a specific name also links the treasure to the temple. As one of the entries states, in the cave next to the fountain belonging to the house of Hakoz, dig 6 cubits. There are 6 bars of gold. We don't know where the house of Hakoz was, but we do know that the Hakoz family was involved in rebuilding the temple and was a priestly family, tracing their lineage to the time of King David. Eventually, they were disqualified from priestly duties, but it is possible that the family was given another job. One theory suggests that they were temple treasurers. This certainly links the contents of the copper scroll to the temple. Of course, nothing is ever simple. There were 2 temples, the first temple built by Solomon and the second temple. It's generally accepted that the scroll was only written 500 years after the destruction of the first temple, so if the treasure is the temple treasure, it was probably the second temple treasure. The second temple was destroyed when Roman forces sacked Jerusalem in 70 CE during the First Jewish Revolt. However, according to the historian Josephus, all the treasure was still in the temple when it was destroyed. We also know that the Romans helped themselves to a large portion of the temple treasure. Some of these treasures are depicted on the Arch of Titus in Rome. Then there's the question of logistics. By 68 CE, the Romans had already taken Qumran, where parts of the treasure were supposedly hidden, and was using it as a garrison, and by 70 CE, Jerusalem was under siege. Hiding the treasure with Romans swarming your lands is going to be incredibly difficult. If some of the temple treasure was hidden before the Romans arrived in Jerusalem, it would imply that refugees fleeing before the Roman army were carrying heavy loads of gold, silver coins, and vessels on very dangerous roads, only to hide these valuables in the path of an oncoming army, making it unlikely that they would be able to recover these goods in the foreseeable future. I've never been in a situation like this, and God's willing, I won't ever be, but I doubt that people fleeing for their lives are going to be carrying off gold bars. They're going to take food, water, clothes, and weapons. I don't know, don't underestimate the power of, money. If I was fleeing, I'd definitely grab all of my gold bars. All of them. I'd strap them to my body, even though they're enormously heavy. And because you'd be like, cool, I probably can use this in the future to, buy some shit. I could trade this gold for water, right? That's what I would think. I'll just be like, yeah, just slip that bad boy in my pocket. Also, knowing human nature, I can't imagine that this would have remained a secret. Someone would have bragged to their grandchildren about carrying off loads of gold and silver. A more likely theory placed the creation of the scroll at a later date, closer to the mid-1st century CE, suggesting that the scroll and its treasure might be connected to temple activities between 70 CE and 135 CE, so before and during the Bar Kokhba revolt. By this time, the Second Temple had been destroyed, but you don't need a place of worship to continue your religious practices. If temple culture continued after the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, the treasure in the form of tax and donations had to be kept somewhere. Those collecting the tithes had nowhere to send it, so they buried it. It's possible that an enterprising priest, seeing the writing on the wall and realizing the Romans would be marching on Judea any time now to put down the Bar Kokhba revolt, took it upon himself to see to it that the treasure was divided up and dispersed, hidden throughout Judea, and then wrote down the locations, finally having a metal worker hammer the list onto a sheet of copper. If only it included an actual map, that would have been grand. Another less popular theory claims that the treasure belonged to the Essenes living at Qumran. Upon joining the sect, new members would hand over any property and belongings to the community. This community sucks. It's do you want to enjoy your palace of splendor in Jerusalem, or come be a celibate monk in the desert with no, where we bathe together, and you have to give us all of your shit? It just gets worse and worse, doesn't it? Another theory suggests that we need to look towards Egypt to find the answer. While the scroll was dated to between 150 and 70 CE, it apparently contains passages corresponding to biblical Hebrew dating back to 700 or 800 BCE and unique word constructions that weren't used in mainstream Judaism at the time. Is it possible that the Copper Scroll is a copy of a much older document? One researcher, Robert Feather, believes this to be the case. According to Feather, the numbering system used in the scrolls is Egyptian, dating to around 1300 BCE. However, if our treasure map is using an Egyptian numbering system never used outside of Egypt, are we still looking for the temple treasure? Feather believes we are, just not the temple in Jerusalem. Egypt had an armed force in Judea between 3000 and 1200 BCE, and many of the Old Testament characters like Moses and Joseph had strong connections to Egypt. If the Bible is as old as people claim, it would mean those writings in the Bible were most likely influenced by Egyptian culture, customs, and ideas. This brings us to Pharaoh Akhenaten, a bit of a controversial figure in his time. Akhenaten ruled around the second half of the 14th century BC for 17 years. He was a monotheistic ruler. He also got rid of the Egyptian pantheon and influenced a single deity. He also built a holy city with a temple to this deity in modern-day Amarna in Egypt. In the Old Testament, Ezekiel describes a temple that many considered to be a visionary temple that would be built one day. However, Ezekiel's descriptions are apparently very similar to the great temple of the holy city of Akhenaten, suggesting Ezekiel was in fact describing an existing temple in Egypt. One of the Dead Sea Scrolls also gives the dimensions for the longest wall of the temple at 1600 cubits, about 800 meters. However, there's nowhere in Jerusalem big enough to build a temple of that size. Most assume the scroll is talking about a fictitious temple. However, the great temple at Amarna measures 800 meters, which is quite a coincidence. I'd say so. You're looking for all this treasure in the wrong place, guys. To Egypt you must go. With no pyramids to engage adventurers, thorough excavations at Amarna only happened after World War I, and it was during these excavations, lasting from 1921 to 1936, that Dr. Henry Frankfurt recovered a jug containing 23 gold bars, silver ingots, rings, and other precious items. Awesome. That dude found some Apparently, this is similar to an entry in the Copper Scroll, so are we looking in the wrong place? After all, writing in copper had never been done in Judea, but it was a known practice in Egypt. It was rare, but there are a few Egyptian scrolls written on copper. So is the treasure in Egypt? While I find this theory very intriguing, there's a big hole that hasn't been explained. Why would a small Jewish sect in Qumran go to the effort of copying a list of treasures buried in Egypt onto an incredibly expensive piece of copper? There doesn't seem to be any clear link between the community of Qumran and Egypt. However, the fact is that the treasure hasn't been found in Judea, despite searching for it, so perhaps it's worth looking elsewhere, and Egypt seems as likely as any place. The last and most unlikely theory, in my opinion, is that the Copper Scroll simply contains a piece of fiction, or alternatively, it was meant to be a hoax. As a writer myself, I can say with conviction that any story needs a character and plot, and the Copper Scroll doesn't make for a very engaging read. Yeah, it'd be a weird, story or prank or whatever, wouldn't it? As for a hoax, Romans were roaming the land, killing people. Well, that's a good reason. To get the Romans busy looking for treasure instead of killing people and destroying their homes. I think they had more important things to do than write fake treasure maps on copper and then hide them so well that it was only found 2,000 years later. Yeah, but what if the Essenes or whoever it was in the cave, the boring people with the celibacy and the possessions being given up, what if they did it to lead the Romans on a wild goose chase? Isn't that an option? I think the treasure is real, but as some researchers have suggested, the translations aren't entirely accurate. The weights of the treasures are given in talents, and we're not really sure what the modern equivalent of a talent is. It's estimated to be around 76 pounds or 34 kilograms, which means the treasure consists of 25 tons of gold. God damn. Which would have been around 25% of the gold mined in the world at the time, and 65 tons of silver, which would have been all the silver mined in the world. God, whoa! Wait, was silver more valuable back in the day? Because that would be, 75 tons of gold? No, 100 tons of gold, 65 tons of silver. So was silver more valuable? Because silver's way cheaper now. The odds of that much gold and silver lying around Judea or even Egypt is unlikely. However, we don't use kilograms to measure gold and silver today, and we know the ancient Egyptians also had a different system to measure precious metals called the kite, around 10 grams, so it's very likely that the writers of the scroll also used a different system to measure gold and silver. Wait, I think we do measure gold in kilograms. Pretty sure, there's definitely ounces and stuff like that, but there's also kilograms, for sure. Conspiracies. For many decades, conspiracy theories did the rounds, claiming that the Dead Sea Scrolls revealed some information that could turn religion on its head. That sounds like some Dan Brown shit, to be honest. These supposed secrets included everything from proving the Bible to be unreliable. Does that really need to be proved? Have you read the Old Testament? To Jesus being married. Many of these rumors were born from the lack of information about the scrolls. In 1953, an international group of scholars, consisting of 7 men, mostly Catholic priests and not including any Jews, were formed in Jerusalem to catalogue and translate the scrolls. Since the Catholic Church is a favourite for conspiracy theories, we're not off to a very good start. The team was fairly effective. By 1960, they'd managed to identify and arrange the pieces of around 800 documents, as well as deciphered and transcribed them to make them easier to read. However, instead of just publishing the work as they finished it, they kept it to themselves. So when Israeli and American scholars published the initial 7 intact scrolls, rumors started flying about the Catholic Church keeping secrets. Reconstructing 800 scrolls from fragments and then translating these incomplete scrolls where large parts of text was illegible or just missing was a far greater challenge than publishing 7 mostly intact scrolls, and getting that done in 7 years was actually quite remarkable. Unfortunately, the unnecessary secrecy meant their achievement went unrecognized and instead became a conspiracy. The scrolls became available to all other interested scholars by 1991. Today, anyone who could read Hebrew had access to the scrolls via the online archive of the Leon Levy Dead Sea Scrolls digital library, so the church is hiding something conspiracy has been thoroughly debunked. But there are new rumors flying around. According to one rumor, a scroll fragment found in Cave 7 contains some passages from Mark 6:25. Many religions, like the Latter-day Saints, have tried using the scrolls to prove the validity of the New Testament. Good luck with that. However, the scrolls were written before the New Testament, and while some were written in the days of Jesus, there's no mention of Jesus or any passages from the New Testament in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Other theories claim that the scrolls state that there was an Essene temple on Mount Carmel, or that not only Jesus but John the Baptist makes an appearance in the scrolls, but the scrolls are written in code to protect their identities. Yes, guys. It's like conspiracies get debunked, and then, conspiracies continue because people are like, yeah, but it's also possible that John the Baptist was aware of the community at Qumran and might even have contact with them. He was actively ministering in the southern Jordan River Valley, not too far away from Qumran. However, John's approach to the Jewish practices are very different from those practiced by the Essene community, so there's no real proof that John had anything to do with the Essenes at Qumran. Another crazy theory, based on a secret code, claims that the Dead Sea Scrolls tell the story that Jesus was born at Qumran, became a priest of the Essene sect, and was later crucified at Qumran. He didn't die on the cross, though. He ingested snake venom that made him appear dead. My personal favorite is the claim that the scrolls prove that Joseph and Mary were married, which will put a bit of a damper on the whole virgin birth theory. I mean, doesn't biology put a bit of a dampener on the whole virgin birth theory? Because that's not how it works. And for all the treasure hunters among you, none of the Dead Sea Scrolls, including the Copper Scroll, mention the Ark of the Covenant. That golden box is gone. At the end of the day, you can make any piece of writing prove anything you want if you do enough mental gymnastics, but scroll experts and academics all agree that none of these rumors are true. What is very interesting about the scrolls is that unlike many other biblical archaeological finds, look at our videos on Noah's Ark and the Holy Grail, there's no doubt that these texts are authentic. Personally, I think this is because, with the exception of the Copper Scroll, the Dead Sea Scrolls don't have anything to do with treasure or artifacts supposed to have supernatural powers, so just what makes them remarkable. The scrolls give us an insight into the history of both Judaism and Christianity, and show us how the faiths evolved and how people lived back then. Many of the texts were written during the time the Second Temple was still standing in Jerusalem, a time when the Jewish sects, among them the Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes, were arguing about the correct interpretation of the law, and a time when the Greeks, Hasmoneans, and finally the Romans, with King Herod as a puppet king, ruled the region. As historical documents, they're invaluable. While it's unlikely that we'll ever solve the riddles of who wrote the scrolls or where the treasure of the Copper Scroll lies buried, unless someone invents a time machine, I have one lingering question that will alas remain unanswered till the end of time. What happened to the bloody goat? And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please do smash that like button below, and I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one is Big Pharma hiding a cancer cure from us by Phil. Thank you, Phil. This one is like one of those ones where it's like, yeah, I mean, when you put it as like super simple, it's like, yeah, obviously, like curing diseases is not as good for business as treating diseases. So you'd be like, well, it kind of makes sense that they're just like focus on stuff that we need like over the long term and to draw this stuff out rather than just like boom and your cancer is gone. So it's like one of those ones that feels like yeah there's a logical reason for it, but I imagine it's completely untrue. Anyway, let's see what Phil has to say because he wrote it. Let's go. Dear Simon, I trust you and your family are keeping well. We are. I appreciate you and your team giving me the opportunity to tackle a topic that concerns me and those who I love in more than one way. The big question I will seek to answer today is whether government agencies, Big Pharma and Big Pharma adjacent institutions are hiding the truth about the existence of a cancer cure. I mean, I don't really believe that the government would, because the government would be like, ooh, you know what will really cut down, well, at least in Britain, you know what will really cut down the NHS bill? Not having cancer anymore. That would be really a lot cheaper if we didn't have to deal with that. But Big Pharma be like, hey, pills, expensive pills for life. From now on, I will simply refer to this as the Big Cancer Plot, or BCP. As with many conspiracies making the rounds on the press, social media, or word of mouth, the origins are nebulous and the premises are transparently ludicrous once placed under the torch of rational scrutiny. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. I'm sure there's a reason why all of this is just silly. Unlike other conspiracies, however, the BCP can have profound effects on the physical as well as the mental state of those who believe in it, especially cancer patients and their loved ones. Oh my god, can you imagine having cancer and reading in this? Be like, I know you're hiding the secret for the cure! I was like, we're not, I know you are! I'm dying because of you! And it's like, we're working really hard to come up with treatments. I'm sorry! It would be undoubtedly powerful to quote an array of peer-reviewed papers assessing the magnitude of these effects on a statistically significant number of individuals. But, dear Simon and audience, allow me to quote an equally powerful single piece of literature, a two-panelled comic by therapist and cartoonist Max Newhorter for his series Cancer Owl, which he describes as comics about getting cancer and surviving it, where I draw myself as an owl. Okay. The comic titled Conspiracy is introduced by this caption in the first panel. What you might say to a cancer patient. In the panel, a big anthropomorphic dog dressed as a hippie questions the titular owl on whether he still allows Big Pharma to poison him. The dog patronizes the owl, advising him to eat buttloads of turmeric and drink alkaline water. But pharma companies obviously keep the miracle cure a secret so they can get rich off drug sales. The second panel is introduced with the caption, what a cancer patient probably hears. The previous situation is repeated, but now the hippie dog's body language shows open contempt towards the owl, and the dog does not mince his words, accusing the cancer patient of being a fool. How dare you trust decades of scientific peer review and empirical evidence over random blogs written by people with no credentials over the internet? Yeah, it's like, this is the whole conspiracy theory thing in a nutshell though, isn't it? It's like, yeah, why would you believe the evidence when there's crazy people online to believe? Also, you might be wondering, well, Simon, why aren't you showing the comic if you're watching on YouTube? Why isn't the comic on screen? Why are you describing it in such depth? And I'd be like, because comics are like famously, I don't know if it's this comic, maybe not, but I think there's a comic I came across in the past and they're like famously hot on like, you can't show it at all. And it's like, but it seems fine. They're like, no! It's like, okay, fine. That's why we're not showing the bloody comic. I'm sorry. I don't want to get a copyright strike. The owl's head appears topped by a dunsat and the poor bird looks down in shame. And therein lies the malicious risk of the BCP theories. If these messages are repeated often and convincingly enough, patients who are yet to experience the positive results of their current therapies may feel like foolish sheeple and decide to switch to an unproven, untested, unapproved alternative treatment. Or even worse, recently diagnosed patients may decide to eschew science altogether, opting for fad cures. Uh-oh, don't do that. Like cancer, I remember a mate of mine had like ball cancer. I was like, what happened? And he was like, well, it's just, making sure everything's okay. And he's like, oh, but everything different today. That's not supposed to be there. So he went into the doctor, and literally, like, the next day they had him in surgery. They were like, oh, we're chopping that right out. It's like, holy shit, time matters. He wasn't like, oh yeah, let me try the turmeric. He was like, get me in the operating room. Take my ball out. He's fine, by the way. As far as I know, I haven't spoken to him in a few years. But I assume he's fine. Testicular cancer is one of those ones where it's like, whoosh, they chop it off and you're all good. I believe to have clearly stated my point of view on the conspiracy here, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's break down exactly what the proponents of the BCP believe in. Secret cures. Every conspiratorial plot needs a powerful cabal of antagonists. In this case, it's the faceless amorphous entity defined as Big Pharma, a conglomerate of drug companies and their acolytes, namely unscrupulous physicians, research institutes, regulatory bodies, and government healthcare institutions. Ah, yes, all of those people, doctors and research scientists who are famous for wanting to keep us sick. According to the more widespread version of the theory, Big Pharma and friends have discovered some form of miraculous curative drug or medical device that can definitely beat cancer, but they keep it hidden to financially benefit from the sale of treatments which only partially treat the disease without eradicating it. Moreover, these treatments cause an array of serious adverse effects which lower the quality of life of cancer patients and require another host of medications such as painkillers. A common variant on the trope is that the silver bullet that can pierce through the heart of this mutant monster we call cancer is actually pretty simple. More often than not, it's a natural solution, a herbal remedy, a fruity extract, or a medical device which harnesses base physical phenomena such as electricity or magnetism to destroy cancer cells. Oh no, don't believe in this stuff. Don't do this. Just go to the doctor until, it's not going to be good, but it's going to be better than this. Dr. Joseph Schwartz, writing for McGill University's Office for Science and Society in 2017, compiled a series of claims collected from websites and newsletters claiming to offer such natural cures. According to their marketing campaigns, these cures are not widely known to the general public. More precisely, quote, "You can't hear about these secrets from your doctor, but you shouldn't blame him because his hands are tied, and he could even lose his license for recommending safe, natural alternatives to toxic cancer drugs." What is dangerous is that many of the natural alternatives to corporate drugs can actually boast at least an initial kernel of clinical efficacy. Oh, okay. I didn't even expect that. I was like, turmeric, please. For example, an ointment called Curaderm BEC5, which claims to be based on eggplant extract and to cure basal cell cancer, a type of skin cancer. Well, according to the marketing material, one courageous MD, if your marketing material uses the word courageous, if you're ever reading something that has to do with medicine and it says courageous, you know it's a scam. Can you imagine going into the store and being like, oh yeah, no, I'll get some aspirin, please. No, the courageous one. It's a scam! No legitimate drugs would ever say courageous. Spent his career proving that nobody does it better than Mother Nature. This brave doctor developed a treatment with a 100% success rate backed by 80,000 cases. Schwartz found that there is actually some limited anecdotal evidence of eggplant extract having some efficacy, but there are certainly no randomized, double-blind clinical trials demonstrating the efficacy and safety of Curaderm, which never received the necessary approval from the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. In fact, in 2008, the FDA intimated the closure of the main website marketing the drug. As much as I love eggplants, or aubergines as I prefer to call them, yes indeed, that's right, Phil, this side of the pond, I would rather have them layered with bechamel sauce and minced meat in a delicious moussaka than smeared over my skin. Next on the menu is Fruit of the Angels, or papaya to you and me. Papaya extracts have been observed to slow down the proliferation of cancer cells in a laboratory setting, but the same can be said for numerous other substances which did not translate their properties into a clinical setting. Yeah, it's like, bleach is going to kill viruses in a laboratory setting. Inside your body, not so much. In other words, it works in a petri dish, but it doesn't mean it will work inside a human body. Thank you. Dr. Schwartz was also spammed by quacks peddling chaga mushrooms. The evidence for their efficacy, a single reference in the book The Cancer Ward by Nobel laureate Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who won the academic prize for literature, not medicine. Oh, God. You're like, hey, Hemingway, what do you think of this? And you wrote this in your book, and he's like, it's a fiction book. I'm a Nobel laureate in literature. You clowns. Another popular remedy is a diet high in apricot pits. This is an interesting case, as apricot pits can be used to extract and synthesize the compound amygdalin, marketed as Latravil or vitamin B17, even though it's not a vitamin and there's no such thing as vitamin B17. The drug was once heralded as a miracle cure for cancer, again, based on limited anecdotal observations. As a piece of trivia here, one of the minor characters of the classic graphic novel Watchmen by Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons, Moloch the Mystic, is a terminal cancer patient who tries amygdalin as a last-ditch effort to survive. Does it work? Tell me if it works. It doesn't work, does it? Although it might work. It's a comic book. Going back to reality, in 1982, a study conducted by the Mayo Clinic on 178 patients on amygdalin showed that they all experienced cancer progression 7 months after being treated. Moreover, several patients experienced symptoms of cyanide poisoning. So shocking. Eating apricot pits doesn't work, does it? Weird. Lastly, in Trial's review of hokum recipes, we can find Thunder God Vine, also known as the true cancer killer that stunned scientists by wiping out cancer in 40 days. Another thing, if your medication is marketing itself by what sounds like a YouTube video title, don't trust it, it's not real. The vine in question contains a compound called triptolide, which has some efficacy in a small cohort of patients. The only catch? They were laboratory mice, watching out for the quacks. The world of alternative cures is truly weird and wonderful. Phil, I don't know if it's wonderful, it's just weird and deceptive and conny. And it is astounding to read how many of these treatments have been peddled around the world by quacks and surprisingly endorsed by the general media on the hunt for a good story. Let's take the example of anti-neoplastons, a substance synthesized from urine by Dr. Stanislav R. Brzezinski. In 1988, 4 cancer patients cured by anti-neoplastons were featured in the popular talk show The Sally Jessy Raphael Show, which clearly provided undeserved positive coverage to an untested drug. Following this and other TV appearances, several patients sought treatment with Dr. Brzezinski. Then in 1992, a study proved that anti-neoplastons had no effect on tumoral cells. Shortly afterward, 2 of the patients who had appeared at Raphael's show were reported dead. Brzezinski was later indicted for mail fraud and marketing of an unapproved drug. Yes, because it's not real. In 1993, another popular show, 60 Minutes, featured a documentary about biochemist William Lane and his book, Sharks Don't Get Cancer. As you may have guessed, Lane's point was, well, sharks don't get cancer. Hence his support for the use of powdered shark cartilage as a cure. Wait. Did this guy say he was a biochemist? Bro, this is like some rhino horn shit. You can't just grind up the bones of an animal and be like, yeah, because that animal doesn't have this disease, we just ground up his bones and fed it to you. Boom! Done! This is based on the idea that shark cartilage contains a protein which may inhibit angiogenesis, the process by which cancerous tumors develop new blood vessels to feed themselves. The process demonstrated modest anti-angiogenic properties in a lab setting, but no beneficial effects were proven in actual patients. Okay, so look, there is a little bit of logic behind it. He's a biochemist, okay? He's not just like, yeah, grind up the bones. But it doesn't work in people, apparently. Which is important when you're trying to treat cancer in people. Nonetheless, 60 Minutes presented the case of 29 Cuban cancer patients purported to feel better after some cycles of cartilage therapy. In 1997, a study on shark cartilage was presented at the annual meeting of ASCO, the American Society of Clinical Oncology. The study followed 58 patients for a period of 12 weeks, reaching the conclusion that shark cartilage was inactive in patients with advanced stages of cancer, specifically in breast, colon, lung, and prostate cancer. Ironically, one of the funders of the study was Cartilage Technologies. A manufacturer of shark-derived treatments. Oh, what is that conflict of interest right there? After the ASCO debacle, Cartilage Technologies announced that it would support no additional research on shark cartilage. A second trial taking place in the year 2000 was funded by William Lane himself. Not that he wanted to. He was required to by the Federal Trade Commission after Lane had been making illegal claims about his shark-based product, Benefin, since 1997. Unsurprisingly, also this second trial demonstrated no clinical benefit for tested patients. Wow, so the FTC are like, bro, you've been saying this? You gotta pay to prove it. And if you don't prove it, we're gonna fine the shit out of you or whatever they did. Did they? I don't know, allegedly. Another fad treatment from the 1980s was CanCell, also known as Cantron and Protocell, and in theory, CanCell could lower the voltage of the cell structure by about 20%, which somehow causes tumoral cells to digest themselves. In 1989, the FDA sought to analyze this portentous liquid, to which manufacturers replied that this was not possible. You see, CanCell's molecular structure changed constantly under the effect of atmospheric vibrations. Okay, you know what's not real? I mean, atmospheric vibrations are real, like sound is an atmospheric vibration, but it's not something that's going to change the properties of it. This is so woo-woo, it's not even... The FDA be like, what are you talking about? No. The FDA had none of that bull and put CanCell under the microscope, finding that it contains sulfuric acid and catechol, a molecule classified as a possible human carcinogen. This was done by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. The early days of the internet gave a boost to the promotion of medical devices as well as pseudo-pharmacological treatments. One of those was Zotron therapy, also known as the cell-specific cancer theory or CSCT. This was a donut-shaped device which exposed patients to a magnetic field which could detect and destroy cancerous cells. The Zotron website, launched in 1997, advertised a fee of $20,000 payable in advance. Don't do that. Patients would be treated at a specialist clinic in the Dominican Republic and later moved to Mexico. Have you not seen movies? I don't know, movies, TV shows, books, whatever. Like, if they're like, come to Mexico for the secret cure, there is no secret cure, they're just trying to rip you off.
You boys like Mexico?
The clinic was shut down in 2003 thanks to the intervention of Mexican, US, and Canadian authorities. Origins of a conspiracy. So, to recap, proponents of the big cancer plot believe the big pharma and crooked government officials either A, have identified a cure for cancer but decided not to release it to protect revenue from other less effective treatments, and or B, know very well that cancer can be cured via non-traditional medicine but actively ostracize these methods. Both notions would make for a great plot point in some techno-conspiracist thriller by the likes of Michael Crichton or Dan Brown. Perhaps the boardrooms of pharma companies have been infiltrated by members of the New World Jesuitic Illuminati Freeman Order of the Bohemian Grove, whose end goal is to line their pockets and perhaps cull world population to more manageable levels. Yeah, sounds realistic, doesn't it? As an aside, I've always been amused by conspiracy theories revolving around this idea of a demographic cull. Well, Phil, if you want to write some more, maybe there's one to crack on with. As of 2023, this planet is trodden on by almost 8 billion poor sods. So, apparently, these secret societies really suck at their job. The problem is, a good portion of said sods are always keen to keep believing in these kinds of stories. According to a survey conducted by Worldwide Cancer Research, more than a quarter of Americans believe the BCP to be absolutely true. One in 4? What? While 1 in 7 believe it might be true. That's a total of almost 40% of American citizens who totally or partially believe that a cancer cure exists, but it's being hidden from them. Are you smoking the crack? That's incredible, America. Once established that this belief is alive, kicking and widespread, we should understand how it originated. According to physicist and science writer David Robert Grimes, the belief that a cure for cancer is being withheld by vested interests is a long-standing one. It is often used as a universal deus ex machina for those pushing an alternative alleged cure. Grimes cites a medical paper dating back to 1980 in which the authors debunk the upteenth miracle secret cure, at that time supported by that Bible of credible scientific information, Penthouse magazine. There's an article published to say, why are you buying Penthouse? Oh, I'm not interested in cures for cancer. That's why I'm buying Penthouse magazine. For the potential cancer cures. I like reading it for the articles. But an article published by Cancer Research UK proves that alternative cures have been peddled as early as the 1910s, supported by the claim that official medical science is trying to bury them to protect the only available treatment at the time, surgery. Finally, according to Michael Simpson, writing for SkepticalRaptor.com, it's clear that a lot of the secret cancer cure myths arise in the typical pseudoscience websites. They're pushing natural cures that are 100% effective in curing every known cancer with no known side effects. I like you, Michael Simpson. I like the fact that you have a website called Skeptical Raptor. You legend. So there is no clear single origin point to the BCP, but most authors seem to agree that it is part and parcel with marketing strategies employed by manufacturers' alternative cures. I have to say, I'm not properly paying attention because I keep thinking back to the fact that a quarter of Americans believe this, which is nuts. Like, there's probably, that's going to be people in the comments being like,
Simon, actually, about this.
Like, holy. In other words, unscrupulous or self-proclaimed doctors came up with a silver bullet, and to support the lack of clinical evidence, they spread the myth that Big Pharma doesn't want patients to know the truth. From then on, the myth took on a life of its own, separating into the two strands we described earlier. Author Robert Blaskowitz of the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire contends that version A of the myth, the one in which pharma found a cure but hid it, finds fertile soil amongst patients, caregivers and relatives who have to experience long, often excruciating therapies, often resulting in painful death. Which is an understandable feeling. Cancer is a disease caused by exposure to certain environmental conditions, abuse of certain substances, or unhealthy lifestyle choices. However, it is also known to be caused by genetic factors or infection by pathogens such as the human papillomavirus. It is a part of our nature to seek explanations when chaos and suffering strike at us and our loved ones, and very often looking for an explanation means looking for anyone to blame. Refuting conspiracist, the hidden cure. This topic is certainly no laughing matter, but this section is arguably the most fun one. The one where we break down and destroy the arguments of the conspiracy theorists. Let's first tackle Strand A. Big Pharma found the cure, but they're hiding it from us. The already quoted Robert David Grimes in his paper on the viability of conspiratorial beliefs estimated that a secret discovery of this magnitude would involve, at the barest minimum, some 714,000 people across multiple biotechs, pharma companies, research institutes, hospitals, and government institutions. Grimes used statistical models based on how long it took to unearth conspiracies which proved to be true, and he estimated that such an army of pharma or pharma-adjacent personnel would barely last 3.17 years before somebody spilled the beans. One may argue, fine, but what about if the secret cure was discovered by one single company with no other entity involved? Well, here we can offer two counter-arguments. But before I proceed, I believe I should mention my qualifications on the topic. I'm not a medical professional, pharmacist, nor biochemist, but in a previous professional incarnation, I developed dossiers on new cancer drugs to be submitted to regulatory and funding bodies, so I acquired a good working knowledge of how cancer functions and especially how treatments are developed and brought to patients. Okay, so extra qualified are we, Phil, for this one? I'm not involved in the sector any longer, by the way. I'm now the proud author of technical manuals for help desk supporting users of project management software. You may recognize my name from classics, such classics as Section 3.1b, removing unassigned tasks from simplified project templates in Kanban boards, collapsed view. This is so, this is your day job? It's so different from this kind of writing. First of all, we have to understand what cancer is. Cancer is not a single disease. Cancer is an umbrella term encompassing a group of diseases in which abnormal cell growth triggered by a mutation invades healthy tissues and organs. Types of cancer are usually identified by the organ they affect: lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, brain cancer, and so on. Each type can be divided into several subtypes, each characterized by a specific mutation. Academic research does not agree on the different number of cancer types, with Cancer Research UK quoting a figure of more than 200. Each one of these would require a different therapeutic approach in order to reach some degree of efficacy. All therapies currently used had to go through a rigorous process comprising preclinical in vitro research as well as 3 phases of clinical trials before they're approved by governmental regulatory bodies such as the FDA. Phase 3 trials require for the experimental therapy to be tested in a large enough cohort of patients so as to achieve results that are statistically significant. In other words, results which we can safely say are not due to chance. The cohort of patients receiving the experimental drug must be matched by an equally sized patient cohort receiving a comparator drug or a placebo if a comparator drug does not exist. In certain types of cancer, especially the rarer ones, it takes years before a suitable number of patients is identified and recruited. I apologize for the long-winded introduction, but here comes my point. To identify a drug that cures all types of cancers, a pharma company would need to recruit tens of thousands of patients afflicted by all types of cancer across hundreds of hospitals worldwide and rigorously test the outcomes of the therapy before they could safely claim, "Aha! We found it, folks." This mechanism in itself means that thousands and thousands of people would necessarily be involved in the research process, even if it was conducted by a single company, thus multiplying the chances for somebody to blow the whistle. And then we come to our second counter-argument. Clinical trials and the research process in general are enormously expensive. The average cost of bringing one drug from preclinical research to phase 3 results has been estimated at $1.3 billion by the London School of Economics. Theoretically, trialing a cure for all 200 types of cancer would mean that was multiplied by 200. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. I know how expensive this is. Like, back in the day when I was a student, I would test drugs. Like in the early clinical trials where you just go and stay in a hospital for like a week or two and they'd be like, take this experimental drug, and you're like, okay, and then they pay you a lot of money and you're like, brilliant,
I'm on drugs!
So, our nefarious and secretive pharma company would invest $200 billion and then stash their miracle compound into a vault away from the prying, tearful eyes of millions of patients. Now, it's not my job to defend big pharmaceutical corporations. Some of them have proven to behave unethically, to say the least, on numerous occasions, and they have sizable legal departments so they can look after themselves. But they are for-profit enterprises. Some may argue that they are uncaring or even evil, but they're not stupid. So why would they stash their cure away from their main customers, the departments of health or private insurance companies willing to fund new, effective treatments? A proponent of the big cancer plot may contend that the definitive cure for cancer may erode revenue from existing therapies. But let's take a look at those existing therapies, shall we? Most cancer types are now treated with chemotherapy or more innovative compounds such as tyrosine kinase inhibitors, monoclonal antibodies, or immuno-oncology regimens. All of these therapies have in common the fact that the patients initially show some response, and the size of their primary tumors and metastases begin to shrink. A fraction of them may experience complete remission. Sadly, a large percentage will experience tumor progression after some years or just months on therapy. When a treatment fails, normally a doctor would prescribe a second-line therapy and then a third line and a fourth if available. Each subsequent line of therapy would normally be manufactured by a different company, meaning that no individual pharma player will gain revenue from the entire treatment pathway, but only from a fraction of it. Patients may remain on treatment for several years, undergoing several cycles of therapy, each cycle of therapy consisting of one pack of a certain drug, which a hospital pharmacy would purchase from the pharmaceutical company. In most European countries, the government would foot the bill, but sometimes patients will have to fund treatment via their insurance or out of their own pockets, which I understand is a normal process in the US. So, in the current situation, a pharma company would gain an X amount of revenue depending on the cycles of therapy undergone by each patient until they progress to the next line of therapy. On the other hand, a theoretical miracle cure may restrict such revenue streams to just one cycle per patient. The drug does its magic and boom, cancer's gone, patient is healed, no more money pours in. Right? Well, no, not really. The assumption does not take into account that cancerous cells are highly proliferative and adaptive. That is why it's so difficult to kill them off for good. An all-encompassing cancer cure, however miraculous, would probably take more than one cycle of therapy before achieving total remission. The other consideration is the incidence of new cancer patients. And by incidence, we mean the number of new patients being diagnosed over a given time period, typically a year. According to Cancer Research UK, the annual worldwide incidence for all types of cancer is 28 million. This means that our nefarious pharma company, were it to come out of the vault and patent its cure, would have access to a pool of 25 million patients every year, each of whom would require several cycles of therapy. It would be absolutely in that big pharma company's interest to patent that bad boy ASAP and go to market fast. Yes, of course. Even when you, like, that argument that I came up with when I started was like, oh, there's more money in the treatment, clearly been debunked. And there's another point to consider. Speed. Each new medicinal compound must be patented, and the patent lasts 20 years from the date of filing. This date can occur several years before a drug is approved by a government and can therefore be prescribed. Once a patent expires, any other company can manufacture and market a generic version, which will erode sales from the original branded version. This means that sometimes pharma companies only have a handful of years before loss of exclusivity in which they can recoup the costs invested in clinical trials. Now, after completing my first draft of this piece, I discussed these counter-arguments with my wife and two of my friends who retorted with a possible conspiracy theory that I'd not considered thus far. What if a single pharma company discovers a cure for cancer, but a panel of competitors pressures them into not releasing it? And here's the thing. The arrival of an innovative and disruptive drug onto a market does not immediately wipe out the competition, at least not in the chemical, pharmaceutical, and technological sectors. Surely it would if it was a cure. If someone was like, do you want to try chemotherapy or do you want the cure? I'd be like, I will take the cure, thank you very much. The launch of a cure would instead create a new market. Research and development departments within competitors would hurl themselves at their supervisors and finance colleagues, baying for additional funds. If Company A were to discover the first cure for cancer, competitors B and C would hope to get a slice of the action with the adequate backing and investments from the boardroom. Potentially, our research friends at B and C could hope to identify a new curative molecule, one with fewer adverse effects, for example, or one that does it faster, with fewer adverse events in a specific subset of patients. This happens all the time in other classes of drugs and therapy areas, so I would realistically expect the same dynamics to take place here. One of my friends is the argumentative kind who starts every sentence with, I see your point, and then follows it up with a but as big as Belgium. In this case, he retorted, what if competitors B, C, and so on would be unwilling or unable to develop their own cancer cure? Wouldn't it still be in their interest to ostracize Company A? If that were the case, B and C would have another option, sit on their hands and wait for some 10 to 15 years, maybe less. As I explained earlier, eventually the patents for the miracle cure will expire, and every pharma boss will have a slice of the pie by launching their own generic version. Refuting conspiracy, the natural cure. Okay, now allow me to recap the counter-arguments to strand A of the BCP. Identifying an effective cure for all types of cancer would involve thousands of people in any case, thus making it nigh impossible to keep it a secret, and it would still cost billions of dollars, making it incredibly simple not to market it as quickly as possible. Finally, its arrival onto the market would open profitable possibilities for the entire sector, not just one company. So let's move on to Strand B, according to which Big Pharma is trying to suppress natural and alternative cures to cancer. As we've seen from our overview of the most infamous non-traditional remedies, it is not Big Pharma who actively oppose these treatments, but rather independent regulators and government institutions. And they do so only where the product in question is proven to be toxic and or marketed without the necessary license, which is what you would expect from them. Brian Dunning, science writer for Skeptoid, excellent, points out that several natural remedies are anyhow available, as they may theoretically be harmless. Harmless, that is, until they're used to substitute medically prescribed therapies. But even in that case, Dunning states that Big Pharma doesn't suppress natural cures. Natural products are widely available. You can buy them in any supermarket. Pick any natural compound you can think of and you will find someone that sells it. Interestingly, the market for these products in the US is almost as big as the one for FDA-approved drugs. Quote, in 2017, they, Americans, will spend just under $40 billion on unapproved drugs, a number which grows strongly each year. The market for FDA-approved drugs is 11 times as big, just under $450 billion, but since insurance pays for the majority of that, what Americans pay out of pocket is actually about the same. Our super skeptical friend Dunning brings up another interesting point to debunk the myth that Big Pharma suppresses natural remedies. To put it simply, several compounds patented by pharma companies start as molecules found in, well, nature. What both pharma and independent research labs do is extract the active ingredient and synthesize it in a controlled process to ensure homogeneity in terms of purity and dosage. Dunning's point of view is reinforced by Dr. Stephen Novella, professor of neurology and president of the New England Skeptical Society, who says, some conspiracy theorists claim that drug companies ignore natural substances that cannot be patented and therefore cannot be profitable. However, if a natural substance is found useful, drug companies can develop related chemicals that are more effective. How should we respond to conspiracists? According to my word counter, I've been waffling for some 4,000 words, and I hope I haven't bored you too much, Simon. No, this is one of my favorite episodes. I think this is it's just super interesting how this whole thing works. But don't worry, we're getting to the close. The last topic that I'd like to tackle is how can we respond to proponents of the big cancer plot? My advice would, of course, be to point them to this video or podcast, but it's unlikely that the irrationally prone may be attracted to a long-winded rational explanation. Another possible argument to throw into the mix is that several types of cancers are in fact already cured, or more precisely, certain cancer types such as childhood leukemia, once a death sentence, now have a 5-year survival rate which exceeds 90%, and the mortality rate from all cancer types has declined 25% over the past 20 years. That's incredible. 20 years ago was basically 2004, which is a long time ago, but also not that long, and 25% drop is amazing. And things can only get better from now on. This is how humanity, in general, has evolved since the dawn of time. After all, through experimentation, observation, and identification of replicable results. I know it doesn't sound as exciting or miraculous, but there is hope for the future, fueled by rigorous, lengthy, expensive, and heavily regulated research. And maybe that's just what conspiracists are after. Hope. That dog in the cartoon I described at the beginning, he may make Al feel like a dunce, but probably he's the more damaged one. Maybe as a friend, loved one or relative who died from cancer, despite them being treated with the latest licensed drug. Feel free to shut me down, but I can't help but feeling a glimmer of compassion towards the hippie dogs out there. Nonetheless, the owls of this world should absolutely not listen to this nonsense nor feel like dunces, but surely they don't need me, some online rando, to tell them that. Owls should continue what they're doing, kicking cancer where the sun doesn't shine, like the brave, bold, bright, badasses that they are. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed it, make sure you leave a great review, a rating on Spotify. All of that stuff definitely helps. If you're watching on YouTube, hello, like and subscribe. Share it with a friend. I'll see you next time. Hello, one and all. Welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. The long road to nowhere. Who was the old Leatherman of Connecticut? I've got no idea. Never heard of the old Leatherman of Connecticut. To me, Leatherman is like one of those pocket knives that's got a pair of pliers in it. My wife and I were trying to come up with a good idea for a gift for her father for his birthday. And we were like, I don't know. I don't know what to buy him. And no offense to my wife, but she always she has a sister and her mum and her dad in her family, and they always buy the father quite bad gifts, quite gifts that women would buy men. What do you get him? Oh, we go on some soap. And I'm like, my Don't want that. But I also wasn't sure what to get him, so he asked ChatGPT, and it came with a brilliant suggestion of a Leatherman based on his like hobbies and interests. And I'm like, that's incredible. That's a great gift idea. Why are we here? We're not here to talk about that. No one's here for these tangents. Although maybe you are. Let's just jump into the story, shall we? Thank you, Danny, for writing it. I've never read this before. Let's go. The long, yawning chasm of another dreary school day in the summer of 1885 drifts all too slowly into the late morning. But a welcome tingle of anticipation begins to slowly bubble to the surface in a stuffy old classroom in the shoreline of Branford in New Haven County, Connecticut. If today was a typical day, there would be another full torturous hour to endure before Miss Hawthorne called the next recess. Oh my god, I just remember being at school and just being like in classes that I found so boring. Like, I just found English, especially like English literature, English language, just so boring. I remember hating those lessons and just sitting there and just being like, we always had double English, and that was an hour and 20 minutes. And I just remember looking at the clock, and it would just be like, I swear to God, it would be ticking backwards. And it's just like, come on, bell, ring, ring, ring. And I just look at my kids nowadays and I'm like, you gotta go. Like, we had secondary school for 7 years, and I'm just like, you gotta go through like 7 years of that. And I'm like, I didn't even hate school. Like, school was alright. Like, I didn't mind it. But I'd just be like, if I had to do that again, it'd be so troubling. But everyone in the classroom this morning knows that they're going to be briefly given the freedom to run outside and gulp in the fresh air in just 10 minutes. And that's not because Miss Hawthorne is a high-functioning alcoholic who desperately needs to get to the liquor store before the owner shuts early to go fishing. That's just a coincidence. It's because today is Leatherman Day. It's a special occasion which only swings around at a very specific time every 34 days. Weighed down by the heavy patchwork suits stitched together from bits of old leather, the mysterious homeless traveller, known as the Old Leatherman, will briefly wander into view and be greeted like a celebrity as he silently accepts food offerings from the kind-hearted souls that he meets along his path. I really assumed, like, Old Leatherman is going to be some dude who... Why is called the Old Leatherman? Because he kills children and uses their skin to make leather and wears it as a coat. That's what I imagine the Old Leatherman was, but it just seems like he's a homeless dude who stitched together actual leather. That's kind of nice, isn't it? That's a nice break from what I thought the Old Leatherman was. Including the excited school children. Oh, okay, so he's meeting the excited school children of Branford. Great. Then he will resume his endless journey, a journey which takes him on a long circuit between the Hudson and Connecticut rivers, consisting of 365 miles, or 587 kilometers in total, before he loops back again. A journey which some say he took for over 30 years, always passing through each destination as regular as clockwork to mingle with his fans, before moving back onto the same well-trodden path. But how did a nameless vagabond become quite so famous in life and death, and managed to generate quite so many local headlines whilst barely speaking a word? Where exactly was he from, and why did he stick so rigidly to a strict timetable on his epic circular trudge through eternity? I don't know, maybe just because he's got screw loose. It's like, look, if someone's just walking 365 miles every month for no reason, it's just like, well, you know, this is what's going on upstairs, eh? You know? Mystery solved! Don't worry, there's 19 more pages left. If his identity was supposed to be such a great mystery, then why did his gravestone marker clearly display his full name for the best part of 6 decades? The name of a man with a tragic past. And how did Leatherman continue to conjure up even more baffling puzzles to solve from beyond the grave, well over a century after his death? Take this opportunity to stretch your legs a bit as we pick up the tale of the Old Leatherman of Connecticut and strive to separate the paths of truth from the blind alleys of myth. You'll probably need a pair of proper good boots. Yeah, that's so much walking. In fact, you'd go through so many pairs of shoes. Before we take our first tentative steps into the wilderness, I want to dispel a couple of myths right away. If you're not familiar with the tale, you might be bracing yourself for the anticlimactic revelation that the Leatherman never existed at all, or that even if he did, he was just some bloke called Derek who wore quite a big coat and was once spotted walking past the same tree twice. Yeah, it's not uncommon for Decoding the Unknown to be like, well, yeah, it turns out the Leatherman is just the only confirmed sighting was Derek, and there was nothing more than that, and that's the end of it. Very disappointing. But the main gist of the story is completely true and well documented. There was indeed a quiet 19th century homeless man dressed in a bizarre outfit who spent years wandering around a sprawling 365-mile circuit with quite staggering precision for unfathomable reasons that he kept to himself. It was speculated in recent times that the Leatherman was a mentally scarred veteran from the American Civil War who had escaped death on the battlefield but had lost his mind due to the fight. Yep, sounds entirely reasonable. That would be my first speculation, other than his name being Derek. But that theory doesn't make an awful lot of sense, as he was first spotted in the 1850s, a few years before the American Civil War kicked off in 1861. And Leatherman was a pretty unmistakable figure to spot. He was approximately 5'7", with grey-blue eyes and a mop of dark hair, which was usually covered in a hat. His naturally weather-beaten and often grimy face offered little clue to his age. You could have understandably assumed from the crags and grooves in his face that he was well into his 60s or 70s, and this seemed to be the general assumption based on his not entirely polite contemporary nickname of the Old Leatherman of Connecticut. Yeah, the Old Leatherman does make you sound like a serial killer, mate. But it was difficult to know for sure. Considering the arduous journey and lifestyle he had undertaken, he had more than a tough paper round to blame for possibly looking old beyond his years. He obviously wasn't the most well-groomed man in the area. In fact, it was often said that you could smell him coming before you actually saw him. But some eyewitnesses have suggested that he was a lot cleaner than you might imagine, and at least spent some time freshening up by rivers and streams, if he might not have gone so far as to actually take off his signature leather suit. It's gross to shower and just washing in a river in his clothes. It's bad, but homeless people do smell really terrible. I mean, it sounds bad, but they do. Like, I don't, like, if I'm travelling on the tram, and then you're just like, just on the metro or whatever, you're just sitting there, and you're like, oh no, I've accidentally sat near a homeless person. It sounds terrible. And obviously, homeless people, they should be provided homes. Obviously, that seems pretty straightforward. And showers. God, I sound like a snob. I'm just trying to say I'm just trying to illustrate that I can imagine what Old Leatherman smells like. And so can you. And of course, it was these distinctive clothes by which most people recognized Leatherman. He certainly had his own thing going on. His coat, trousers, scarf, hat and backpack were all sewn together from bits of old leather, and this costume was very much an ongoing project which he would regularly patch up and improve at every opportunity, often accepting handouts of leather scraps and cut-offs from tanneries. The whole bulky suit weighed in at 60 pounds. That's not just what is that, like 30 kilos? Hey Siri, how much is 60 pounds in kilograms? 27.2 kilos. I mean, my guess was not bad, but that's very heavy. And that's not just a guess, it was weighed during a coroner's inquest, and he was clad in head to toe from this stuff, even on the most sweltering of summer's days, as he continued his long and relentless clockwise shuffle across western Connecticut and eastern New York. Oh my god, the sweat that must go into that leather outfit. Bruh. He passed through no less than 41 towns on his circular route along the Connecticut and Hudson rivers, covering roughly 10 miles or just 16 kilometers every day, always ensuring that he was in the exact same spot at the exact right moment throughout all 34 days of the long cycle. So, pausing to figure out the maths, he would have completed this whole circle 11 times every year, which means, casting aside the days on which he would have rolled into town on weekends and school holidays, the kids of Branford School would have still enjoyed a fair few Leatherman days and early breaks for recess throughout the year. I'd be like, I love the Leatherman. It'd be like, do you want to stay in English class, or do you want to go outside and see the smelly Leatherman? I'd be like, I want to smell him! Please! Anything but this torture. If I have to go through another chapter of Ethan Frome, I'm going to kill myself. Ethan Frome, oh my god. That was one of the books we had to study. It's so boring. Ethan Frome? Edith Frome? Ethan Frome by Edith Wharton? Who gives a shit? And Miss Hawthorne would have had several extra opportunities to sneak off to the liquor store without arousing superstition. Suspicion, I mean, not superstition. Of course, Leatherman didn't march relentlessly without ever stopping like some kind of hobo zombie. He obviously needed somewhere to kip for the night, but he got all of that sorted and found himself evening lodges for every single stop on his journey. Admittedly, he wasn't ever going to get access to spa facilities, a soup vending machine. Is that something that exists? That's kind of cool. Plush bathrobes, room service, and free Wi-Fi. Nope, it was the 19th century. But he did have access to his own sprawling network of different caves and rock overhangs and makeshift huts scattered all along his route, which provided all the shelter that he needed. Many of the caves are now known as Leatherman Caves and still attract interest today from visitors who are interested in picking up the scent of the 19th century hiker and getting a flavour of how he lived, even if in truth there's not an awful lot to see. I'm surprised nobody has yet thought to at least set up a leather gift shop in one of them. But while such lodgings might seem thoroughly one-star, Leatherman considered them all to be his home, and he often kept carefully tended little gardens nearby where he'd grow his own produce. As the evening drew in, he'd get a good fire going and cook up whatever he'd grown, foraged, or received from the locals that day before retiring for a night on a makeshift bed constructed from hemlock branches. Isn't hemlock poisonous? And he was pretty well organised too. Before leaving his dwelling the next morning, he was often observed from afar scraping out the fire pit and setting up fresh firewood, so that when he rolled in again exactly 34 days later, he'd be all set to get down to business with minimal pissing about. Now you might be thinking, if Leatherman was so well known and treated so kindly by locals, why did nobody bother to offer him a proper bed for the night instead of watching the poor guy skulk back to that night's cave or rock shelter? I imagine they did, he just probably wants to, right? Well, they did, frequently. He just wasn't having any of it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I would say that he politely declined, but Leatherman was a man of very few words, speaking largely in grunts and gestures and incomprehensible mumbles. But despite what may be interpreted as a slightly fierce stare, or perhaps it was just general bewilderment of the world around him, he was widely regarded as an amiable soul who meant no harm or offence to anyone. He just didn't want to be indoors. Any offer of accommodation was swiftly refused, even during the most treacherous weather conditions. He very rarely even stepped inside anyone's house at all, and if he did, it was only to quickly accept food offerings before bidding a hasty and somewhat grunty farewell. He had a routine of knocking on doors of specific farmhouses belonging to people that he'd come to trust and who were expecting his arrival. He would make it clear that he was feeling a bit peckish by either pointing to his mouth or occasionally saying the word eat. Whilst he would reluctantly step inside for a moment when invited, he usually just either popped the food in his leather pouch, of course it was a leather pouch, or he'd just wolf it all down on the doorstep before moving on to his next stop to top up on further supplies. One contemporary reporter from the New Haven Evening Register, who had observed this for himself, noted how Leatherman seemed to have the most voracious appetite, writing, "Slice after slice of bread disappeared, huge blocks of meat went after them in rapid succession, and the manner in which he consumed his pie and cake reminded me of an expert magician disposing of his cards." Well, it's not surprising, is it? He's obviously doing a lot of walking. Like, if you're walking all day, you're going to get real hungry. Like, I've done all-day exercise, like long hiking trips, cycling trips, etc., where you just walk and walk and walk for almost the entire day and then you sleep. And it's like the amount of calories you burn is insane. Like, the amount of food. You just eat an enormous amount of food and be like, still hungry, let's eat more. But there were only 3 types of gift that he would ever accept as donations: food, tobacco, and scraps of leather. Aside from turning down any offer of a comfy bed for the night, he would also decline clothes, money, and pretty much anything else that couldn't be digested, smoked, or stitched onto his leather suit. The money thing was interesting, as he did very occasionally accept rusty old coins given to him by generous farmers' wives or young children, but there was a twist. The next time Leatherman returned to town, he would give the coins back, all nicely polished and looking brand spanking new. It's not clear if Leatherman was just being playful, or if he had considered the gift to be a short-term loan, or if he thought that he had just been given a job to do, but he clearly didn't feel the need to hang on to money. Yeah, what's he need money for? It's not like he's out there buying anything. He's just like wearing a leather jacket and eating cake. And walking. He doesn't need to buy anything. However, there's been a lot of speculation over how he must have been spending money at some point, following the discovery of records from a local store which provided evidence of what exactly Leatherman was ordering and picking up whenever he passed by. For the record, Leatherman's regular order consisted of 1 loaf of bread, 1 can of sardines, 1 pound of fancy crackers, a pie, 2 quarts of coffee, 1 gill of brandy, and a bottle of beer. 1 gill of brandy? Gill of brandy? I have no idea how much brandy that is. I assume it's a lot. Although he's got to carry it with him, doesn't he? Note the fancy crackers. It sounds as if Leatherman had quite expensive tastes for a vagabond. But where did he find money to pay for all of this stuff? What is a fancy cracker? I have no idea what that is. Let's look it up. Fancy cracker. Is that like some sort of... It's like a chocolate biscuit instead of just a regular biscuit? Fancy cracker. Fancy crackers. It just looks like a regular-ass cracker. These just look like regular crackers. There's nothing fancy about them. Oh, those look quite good. Oh, I'm hungry. It's definitely lunchtime. As soon as I finish this episode, I'm going to lunch. But where did he get the money to pay for all of this? Some of the sillier theories suggest that he was actually incredibly rich and stashed away all of his money in pots of gold at a secret spot on his epic route. Every 34 days, he'd reach this spot, discreetly withdraw the cash that he'd need for the next cycle. Following his death, there were even serious attempts to track down his buried treasure. But I'm not convinced that Leatherman was an eccentric billionaire. Although we don't know for sure, it's quite possible that he did odd jobs for certain people on his route in return for cash. The only problem with that theory is that after he'd been paid for his services, he'd probably just put the money in a washing machine and bring it back on his next visit. Bearing in mind that we only have evidence from a single store, it's perhaps just as likely that Leatherman had struck a deal with this particular store owner to do a few odd jobs in return for items on his shopping list, or perhaps the store owner just had a soft spot for him and gave him the stuff for free. Yeah, it's not like he's asking for a lot, although I don't know how much brandy that was. Let me see. Gill of brandy. Gill of brandy. Gill of brandy. Unit, gill, a teacup. Measurement. A quarter of a pint. Oh, it's a tiny amount. A quarter of a pint? What is that, like 125 mils? It's like 4 shots. What are you up to? On the whole, It seems that Leatherman didn't have much interest in earning or receiving or spending money. All he ever really asked from anyone was something to shove in his gob, something to shove into his leather suit, or something to shove in his tin pipe. Maybe it's a little surprising how Leatherman managed to become quite so popular during his lifetime. Yes, he was a mysterious figure from nowhere, dressed in strange clothes, who had some very unusual habits, but there was an increasingly unsympathetic attitude towards all homeless people at the time, as the local press began to ponder over new ways of dealing with what was supposed to be a growing tramp menace. Some of the proposed methods included asking all decent middle-class citizens to offer passing tramps poisoned food in a bid to slowly and slyly kill them off under the guise of kindness. What the f***? Is that a real thing? How have I never heard of that? What are we going to do? Oh gosh. It's like that scene, that Mitchell and Webb, when they're like, it's a British comedy skit show. It's amazing. And there's this one where it's like, there's the conservative politician or whatever, and he's talking to his aides, and he's very posh. And they're like, Minister, we don't really know what to do. There's an increasing problem with homeless people. And he's like, oh, have you considered just killing the poor? Holy shit, you actually considered this. What the fuck, America?
Oh, and that's a bad miss.
If that failed, the press put forward the idea of just shooting homeless people on sight. The past was the worst. Whilst the Connecticut law... Can you imagine reading that? Even on like Fox News or some shit. Be like, yeah, I mean, we could just shoot them all, couldn't we? It's like, no! While the Connecticut lawmakers didn't agree with employing quite such dramatic measures, they did go ahead and pass the Connecticut Tramp Law of 1879, which demanded the immediate imprisonment of all vagrants living without labour or visible means of support who stroll over the country without lawful occasion. Wait, so people just doing whatever they want? How can you imprison someone? You're supposed to be... Aren't you America? Land of the free? Home of the good? Aren't you supposed to... It's like, yo... If they just want to do that, let them do that. They're not breaking any laws. Although I guess they made a law that they're breaking. But it does that. That's not freedom. There's never a particularly great time to be a vagrant, but I imagine this period was one of the worst, and you'd think it might create a bit of a problem for someone like Leatherman, who appeared to spend his whole life strolling over the country without lawful occasion. But much like a UK politician during a pandemic, it seems that the laws didn't apply to Leatherman. It's even reported that 10 towns in Connecticut went as far as to pass ordinances which specifically excluded Leatherman from the brutal statewide anti-tramp law. Whilst anyone who spotted him for the first time may have understandably felt a bit perturbed by the sight of a lonesome figure entirely clad in leather emerging from the woods whilst mumbling nonsensical words to himself, he was seen by locals as a harmless and shy figure who endeared himself to the community. In many ways, you'd be like, hey, Leatherman, guy dressed in leather, is that the leather of animals or the skin of children? He'd be like, animals. Be like, come over here, grab some food. You're not that weird. In many ways, he was probably one of the most famous and well-documented characters in the whole region and would likely boast a massive TikTok following if he was roaming the earth today. He was hugely popular with children, whilst it was considered to be something of an honour to own one of the farmhouses at which celebrity Leatherman had chosen to grace with his presence in search of food. And nearly everyone looked forward to Leatherman Day, so much so that it probably should have been declared a public holiday. As the clock ticked down to the uncannily accurate time of his celebrated arrival, crowds of fans would line the streets as they waited first for the aroma to hit their noses, then for the distinctive sounds of his creaking leather suit in the distance, before the man himself stumbled slowly into view. And it's only right that the comings and goings of a 19th century anti-socialite should make it to the pages of the local press. The first newspaper reports began to crop up sporadically in the 1850s, but one of the first in-depth profiles of Leatherman emerged in 1870 from the pages of the Burlington Free Press, who preferred to call him the leather-clad man back in those relatively early days of fame. The paper observed how he only seemed to communicate in monosyllables and commented on his fashion sense, noting that he wore an outlandish costume which consists wholly of leather and is made apparently from strips and remnants of old boots fastened together by means of orc and twine. By the 1880s, Leatherman's movements had become a regular fixture in some local papers, as the horoscopes, the comic strips, and the Spot the Ball competition, and the pull-out glossy TV guide. For example, the New Haven Daily Palladium took the time to break the shocking news in 1886 that the Leatherman passed westward Tuesday an hour and 1/2 later than usual time. I've no idea what caused such an inexplicable delay, but I can only assume that he was held up in traffic. The media attention obviously meant that Leatherman occasionally had to put up being hounded by the paparazzi. Well, Isn't this the 19th century? What paparazzi? Well, not quite, but 7 photographs do exist of Leatherman, all of which were taken by Branford artist and amateur photographer James Francis Rogers, who had apparently struck up a sort of friendship with the backtracker idol. It's not clear if Leatherman was entirely happy with the idea. In at least a couple of the photographs, he does seem to be making some kind of attempt to strike a pose for the camera, whilst in others he just comes across as if he's impatiently waiting for James to finish pissing about so that he can get back to his busy day. However, some quarters of the press weren't always quite so gushing in their appraisal of Leatherman. Like, weren't the press 2 pages ago calling for vagrants to be poisoned or shot on sight? In 1884, the Hartford Courant paper opined, "Nothing can be more pitiful than to see this poor, miserable, broken-hearted creature wandering around in cold and wet weather without even the common comforts of life, brooding over his terrible sorrow which has cost him his happiness and prosperity." Whoa. It sounds like this journalist is doing something that we call projecting. Treat him kindly, dear reader, wherever you meet him, and lighten his heavy heart with acts and words of kindness. Why do you think he's miserable? Just because he doesn't, live a conventional life? Why do you think he's miserable? Meanwhile, the New York Times, which usually adopted a sympathetic stance to the wandering pedestrian, was clearly in a foul mood in 1884 when it published an article that described him as uncouth, repulsive, and wholly inexplicable. I suppose the Leatherman was bound to get up at least 1 or 2 people's noses. And even though the vast majority of his footsteps were planted without incident, there were always going to be a few ruffled feathers along the journey. I mean, it wasn't impossible to get on the wrong side of Leatherman, even if you're just trying to be nice. If he started asking too many personal questions about his background or lifestyle, he'd get visibly irritated and just walk off in a mini huff. And this even applied to the owners of some of the farmhouses where he may have been frequenting for years. If they ever got a bit too nosy or too pushy with their offers of accommodation, it would be the last time the Leatherman would ever come knocking at their door. It's not like he was being openly hostile or aggressive or anything, but I guess it was just a bit like the 19th century equivalent of being blocked on Twitter. While most of the children loved and respected him, you're always going to bump into the odd little shit here and there, and he was once spotted waving his cane and shouting indecipherable words at a group of ne'er-do-wells who were throwing stones at him for a laugh, but you can't blame him for getting upset about that. He occasionally had slightly more upsetting problems with the grown-ups. In April 1887, the Waterbury Daily American published reports on an incident which took place in the village of Forestville in Bristol, Hertford County. Leatherman had been plodding along on his usual route, where else would he be, when he was set upon by a small group of drunken idiots who began taunting him. They initially tried to get him to take off his hat and cross himself against his wishes, before attempting to force him to drink from their liquor bottle. The paper reckoned that this amounted to assault, although there's no record of Leatherman being physically attacked. You don't have to physically attack someone to assault them. Assault can just be words, can't it? However, several eyewitnesses reported that the incident was enough to drive the shaken old Leatherman to tears. And the Waterbury Daily American made it very clear that they weren't going to tolerate this crap, rounding off one of their reports with, "Ill fares the pusillanimous." Oh my lord, what word does that mean? Look up. Pusillanimous. Cowardly. Okay. "Ill fares the cowardly rascal who dares harm him and is proven guilty." It's believed that the Leatherman slightly adjusted his route to avoid that stretch of Forestville on further travels. It may not have been the only time that he took a small change in direction to avoid a spot in which he'd previously encountered trouble. But I was surprised, in a way, that this thing wasn't reported more often. If a homeless man in a very strange outfit was undertaking a loop of Rotherham for years, which is where Danny's from, I'm pretty sure he would have faced taunts and threats of violence on a daily basis. I often used to get beaten up after making a reckless decision just to nip to the corner shop for a banana milkshake. But such incidents are thankfully rare for the Leatherman. This was partly because he tended to avoid walking along the main roads or through the busier areas of town where strangers might be looking for a fight, and he avoided Rotherham. Probably for the best, it's in the north. But as those defiant final words from the Waterbury Daily American indicate, it was also because Leatherman was largely protected by the communities, and only a fool would risk messing with the local eccentric. It would also be like rugby tackling Father Christmas and expecting to get away with it. Leatherman may have been a curious little sausage, but in the eyes of the residents of the towns and villages he passed through, he was their curious little sausage, and if you wanted to keep hold of your kneecaps, you didn't crack this leather. Yet, considering he was probably the most familiar face in the region at the time, it feels a little odd that so little's known about this man who threw up so many unanswered questions. I mean, one of the reasons that he's so famous, though, is because people don't know stuff about him. If you knew everything about him, you'd be like, oh yeah, well, it's not that interesting because the mystery has been unveiled. When the mystery is veiled, people tend to speculate more, which makes it more interesting, right? It's pretty basic stuff. What was his name? And where did he come from? Why was he dressed from head to toe in leather? Why did he so rarely speak to anyone? How on earth did he manage to survive so many brutal winters and live to a presumably ripe old age? Or maybe he was like 30. He just looked, incredibly old because it was the past and he lived outside. Was he undertaking the same 365-mile circular loop for years on end? How did he arrive at each and every location with such incredible punctuality that some people were said to set their watches by his appearance? And was he a Burger King or a McDonald's kind of man? It was rumoured at the time that Leatherman may have originally hailed from Picardy, France. This was based on the fact that whilst he appeared to have a very limited grasp of English, some witnesses claimed to have heard him speaking a little more fluently in French. It's possible that Leatherman wasn't being deliberately incommunicative, it's just that he didn't speak the language of the natives on his new route. But this then throws up more questions on why a man from Picardy would end up trudging relentlessly across the same circuit across western Connecticut and eastern New York for the majority of his life. Again, maybe he's not all there upstairs. I should point out now that we don't have any definitive answers for most of the mystery surrounding Leatherman. Like I say, Decoding the Unknown, generally quite unsatisfactory. But we'll chew over some of the more compelling theories and debunked myths in a little while. In the meantime, we can at least answer one of those questions right now with a reasonable amount of confidence. How did he manage to survive for so long, sleeping rough in the freezing cold?
Well, that's because he knew what he was doing. He was a born survivor armed with a pretty impressive set of outdoor skills, which were not to be sniffed at. Yes, it also helped he received regular free donations of food from warm-hearted locals throughout his travels, but he was more than capable of looking after himself in the evenings when he was left to fend for himself. He grew his own food, smoked his own fish, fashioned his own tools, tanned his own leather and made his own clothes. While so many other tramps of the era were frequently known to lose fingers or toes to frostbite, Leatherman was happily toasting his digits next to a roaring fire in his caves and shelters. During particularly cold spells, he would also create a makeshift soapstone by heating up a hearth with burning coals, which were then swept away before he settled down to sleep on the still warm hearth, which now served like the ultimate 19th century electric blanket. That sounds dangerous. We're just going to wait for it to go, warm? Isn't that going to take a while? Are they going to be little hotspots burning you? It may not have been the most comfortable bed in the world, but he was probably warmer than most and borderline on fire. Leatherman even managed to get through the Great Blizzard of '88 without too many problems. Over 400 people lost their lives in one of the most devastating blizzards in American history when it raged across the east coasts of the US and Canada between March the 11th and March the 14th, 1888. But to Leatherman, always wrapped in his ultra-insulative suit, it wasn't such a big deal. Aside from a touch of frostbite in his face. Oh my god, that does sound bad though. It's like, why would... Yeah, it was nothing bad. Just got frostbite on my face. Oh, so that's why you have a hole there now. Frostbite is where tissue dies. That's not going to be a good look. But apart from that, the most inconvenient element of the Great Blizzard was the fact that it delayed his schedule by 4 whole days, and therefore quite possibly tilted the whole fragile balance of the universe. Not many people would have noticed this uncharacteristic decline in punctuality, though, as most citizens had bolted down the hatches to save their own lives. Nobody was going to be lining the streets to greet Leatherman that week. Yet, while he may have been as tough as old boots, Leatherman was obviously not completely invincible. By early 1889, it was noted by many observers that Leatherman wasn't quite as steady on his feet as he used to be, and he was sporting a nasty sore which was beginning to spread across his face and produce a small cavity in his neck. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Is that from the frostbite, or is that like cancer or something? He was also beginning to accept invitations to eat meals indoors more frequently, although it was clear he was struggling with the pain of chewing, and he would continue to refuse any offers of a bed for the night or any help in getting medical assistance. A concerned report from the Bristol Herald observed during these darker days, quote, "He refuses to stay in any civilized situation. He breaks away and tramps off for the woods and ledges, be these near or far. Death will be his only release, and it is probably not far off." Oh my god, that's a grim sentence to read, isn't it? Death will probably be his only release. That's it. That's the only hope he's got. The only hope he's got is death. Some newspapers were calling for dramatic intervention, but interventions with Leatherman usually didn't pan out very well. A year earlier, not long after the Great Blizzard, the Connecticut Humane Society had taken it upon themselves to secure a warrant for his arrest so that he could be given medical treatment against his will. If someone doesn't want medical treatment, you don't have to give them medical treatment. It's their decision. They had him bundled into a carriage destined for a hospital in Hartford, and during the journey, a disgruntled Leatherman made several unsuccessful attempts to escape the clutches of Connecticut humanity. It's often reported that Leatherman did make his escape from the hospital at the earliest possible opportunity, before he'd even been given a medical examination. But that's not true. He actually got an examination and a diagnosis. This was almost a year before he'd fallen visibly ill, and the doctors found Leatherman to be sane, except for an emotional affliction, which was not a strong enough reason to forcibly detain him. Leatherman was swiftly sent back into the wild, and the Connecticut Humane Society had to go and find somebody else to arrest. However, as Leatherman's help declined over the course of the following year, he was destined to make only a few more trips around his long circuit before he finally reached the finishing line. On March the 24th, 1889, a carpenter by the name of Henry Miller was enjoying a Sunday morning walk around the countryside of Mount Pleasant with his unnamed wife. I mean, she probably had a name at the time, but we just don't know it today. Yeah,
You know what the craziest thing as well? Like, this is always so... it's not depressing. I mean, it's just like the reality of life. Like, it's a little bit nihilistic, I suppose, but it's like this is probably the only mention in history that this woman gets as unnamed wife of man who discovered a body. Oh, I'm assuming it's about to happen. And that's it. That's the only thing that anyone will ever remember her for. That's it. And most people are just entirely forgotten. You'll probably be entirely forgotten. I'll definitely be entirely forgotten. Like, Julius Caesar will eventually be entirely forgotten. Pretty crazy, right? His wife expressed a desire to visit a hut widely known to be frequented by Leatherman situated in Sawmill Woods on the property of farmer George Dell. And the Sunday morning ramblers were in for an unexpected bonus when they got there. They weren't just going to be pootling around an empty hut. Leatherman himself was at home. Oh, wait a sec, this wasn't going to be much of a meet and greet. Leatherman had been dead for several days. It's like they were going to get a pleasant walk around Mount Pleasant until they weren't. According to carpenter Henry Miller, as we entered the hut, we thought the man was asleep, but a second glance saw that he was dead. His hair and beard were mottled with blood, his face swollen and distorted. Oh my god, did someone kill him? The subsequent coroner's inquest, conducted by George H. Sutton in Sing Sing, New York, concluded that the immediate cause of death was blood poisoning, brought about by cancer of the mouth, which had pretty much destroyed his lower jaw. Leatherman's final days on Earth would have been far from pleasant, as he was racked with pain, and he would have found it impossible to eat anything. He may have survived decades of living and sleeping in brutal conditions of the great outdoors, and he may have breezed through a great blizzard without too much difficulty, but he was likely brought down in the end by a chronic addiction to chewing tobacco. Chewing tobacco is a nasty habit. Like, just keeping all of that carcinogens just jammed up in your mouth for hours and hours. It's kind of gross. Coroner's inquest yielded a couple more interesting revelations about the life of the Leatherman. The autopsy had concluded that he was only in his 50s. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he just looked old. Significantly younger than many would have assumed. This means that during the earliest recorded sightings of Leatherman in the 1850s, he would have still been in his sprightly 20s and probably popping down the disco had anyone bothered to invite him. Although Leatherman didn't have too many possessions to his name, whatever that might have been, the coroner also went rifling through his leather pouch and came across various tools, a pipe, a frying pan, and most intriguing of all, a well-thumbed copy of a Roman Catholic prayer book written in French. So they were right about the French thing. That's interesting. Along with a small crucifix found around Leatherman's neck, this appears to indicate that Leatherman was a deeply religious soul. He was often reported to have turned down any meat offered to him on a Friday, and the prayer book would have seemed to confirm that he was a practicing Roman Catholic. What's up with meat on a Friday? That's not just a Roman Catholic thing, right? Because at school, I went to like a religious school, but I don't know what it was. I don't even know what Roman Catholic is. What is Roman Catholicism? I know nothing about this. And people are like, Simon, didn't you go to a religious school? And it's like, yeah, but I didn't pay attention. Look up. Catholic Church. Oh, it wasn't a Catholic school. Definitely not. But we didn't eat meat on Fridays in the refectory. It was always fish and chips, which was great. I love fish and chips. It's very British. But yeah, that's that fascinating tangent, Simon, thank you. But more than that, the language of the prayer book would also seem to confirm that he was more familiar with French than English. The farmer George Dell, upon whose land the body of the Leatherman was found, had been one of the very few to have identified some of the so-called incomprehensible mumbling as words muttered in French. During testimony given during the coroner's inquest, George Dell revealed, "He frequently stopped on my farm for a little over 5 years last past in a rude structure he made in the woods for a shanty or a hut. He never asked my permission to build the hut on my land, and I didn't object. He never came to my home to beg, nor did I ever give him any food. I had a conversation with him once. I could not hold him long in conversation. I thought he was a Frenchman. I asked him a few words in French, and he answered promptly in French." As we hinted at earlier, it now seems likely that Leatherman wasn't just necessarily being ignorant or purposefully monosyllabic. He could have been a fluent French speaker faced with a challenging language barrier. Sadly, it had been a little too late to get any further answers from the man himself. The death of the Leatherman made the front pages of the local press, but it's reported that hundreds of people came to view the body at the undertaking rooms. His original leather suit was briefly put on display in a nearby cigar store, but was later sold to a carnival sideshow in Coney Island, where it was draped over a life-size dummy of Leatherman for a while before the whole thing was destroyed in a fire in 1928. His body was buried in an unmarked pauper's grave in Sparta Cemetery in Ossining in New York. But the grave wasn't destined to remain unmarked forever. 60 years later, in 1953, a man by the name of Leroy Foote spearheaded a campaign to have a new grave marker installed which would bear the true name of the Leatherman. Wait, how would we... Okay... Leroy Foote knew all about it, you see. He knew the Leatherman's full name was Jules Bourgelat, and that he originally hailed from Lyon, France. In fact, it was quite a detailed background story, if you'd be interested in hearing it. Sorry, it just occurred to me that I've been completely wasting our time by trying to build up this alleged mystery. It's a mystery which was completely solved by 1953, and yet there was something not quite right about this Frenchman by the name of Jules Bourgelat, and even after all this time, Leatherman still has a few final tricks up his sleeve. In the years following Leatherman's death, he was the talk of the town, even if he was no longer plodding along the paths. The local press, including the New York Daily News, were printing bizarre stories of treasure seekers who had embarked upon quests to hunt down Leatherman's secret stash of gold in his most widely known caves and huts, only to be scared away by his enraged ghost. Rather more sensible people were doing something a little bit more productive than seeking imaginary treasure guarded by grumpy ghosts. People like Chauncey R. Hotchkiss of Bristol in New Haven, for example. It turns out that during his lifetime, nobody apart from the quiet man himself had ever known the full extent of his circular route. They didn't know the exact date and time that he would be shuffling into their part of town, but they didn't know exactly where he'd been for the previous 34 days. It wasn't until the back end of the 19th century that writer Chauncey L. Hotchkiss began reaching out to as many people as he could find who had ever met the Leatherman. And after several years, it was Hotchkiss who became the first person to have mapped out the entire 365-mile route. And it's at this point, Mr. Hotchkiss, that I think, Jesus Christ, what is your life? How much time do you have on your hands? Like, are you just a man of leisure? Like, what's up? You just... What? I just am slightly gobsmacked by the fact that someone would make the effort to do this. Several other researchers followed in the footsteps of Hotchkiss. Okay, really? I mean, this is an interesting tale. And it's an interesting, I think it's quite an interesting story. But the idea that I'd finish this episode and be so fascinated by it that I'd go make a book about it is a little bit insane. And they tried to find out more about Leatherman, and by the time we get to the 1940s, it was Middlebury writer Leroy Foote and his wife Sarah who had picked up the trail in search of fresh clues. It's fair to say that Leroy and Sarah were pretty big fans of Leatherman, as well as conducting countless interviews with people who had seen and smelt him in the flesh back in the day. They also travelled around the region, giving Leatherman lectures and slideshows depicting the full route that they had personally explored many times, along with images of the most famous caves in which he slept. So how's this work? You're just down, this is the past, so you're down at the local church or whatever. You know, people being all religious and stuff, and then you go in and up on the bulletin board at the church, there's come see our lecture about Leatherman. We walked his trail and took pictures of some caves. Who the is going to that? I mean, I guess it's the past, so there's much less to do. There's not TikTok to be constantly scrolling, but really? But Leroy Foote felt troubled by the pauper's grave in Sparta Cemetery in Ossining. During his and Sarah's noble research, they believed they'd uncovered the full background story of Leatherman and felt it was time that some of this was reflected on the blank, nameless grave. In collaboration with the Ossining Historical Society, Leroy Foote oversaw the installation of a fancy new tombstone, which bore the following inscription: "Final resting place of Jules Bourgelat of Lyon, France, the Leatherman, who regularly walked a 365-mile route through Westchester and Connecticut from the Connecticut River to the Hudson, living in caves in the years 1858 to 1889. Quite a mouthful. Probably needed a good edit. But that wasn't the only thing wrong with it. It's worth pointing out straight away that Leroy and Sarah Foote weren't being deliberately misleading here. They were enchanted by the legends of Leatherman, and they were acting with the absolute best intentions based on what evidence they had uncovered at the time. They had found an article originally printed in the Waterbury Daily American during Leatherman's lifetime in 1884, which was later used as a source for subsequent obituaries and other publications after his death in 1889. The original article, entitled "The Mystery Solved," was written by reporter W.A. Salson, who stressed within the text that every detail of the backstory of the Leatherman was completely true. According to this report, Jules Bourgelat of Lyon was a young French woodcarver living in poverty who happened to have fallen in love with Margaret Laurent, the foxy daughter of an incredibly wealthy leather merchant. Jules Bourgelat sought Margaret's hand in marriage, but the prospective father-in-law wasn't immediately taken by the idea that his daughter planned to get hitched with some low-life woodcarver who didn't have a pot to piss in. Still, he was a fairly reasonable man, and he agreed to give Jules a shot at working at one of his leather factories to prove his worth. The arrangement worked fine for a while, as love-struck Jules worked his way up the leathery ladder and gained increasing responsibility in Mr. Laurent's leather empire. Jules and Margaret even set a date for a wedding, but then disaster struck. This sounds like a made-up story. I'm like, this sounds like fiction. Some versions of the story tell how Jules invested a fortune of the company's money on new stock just as the price of leather fell by nearly half. Another version tells of how clumsy Jules knocked over a lantern late one evening and ended up burning down the main factory. But either way, the story goes that he practically destroyed the Laurent leather empire in the space of a single day, after which Mr. Laurent really got the hump with him and forbade him from ever seeing his daughter Margaret again. Although one variation of the tale suggests that Margaret actually died in the fire. This is all made up. This is all made up. Like, journalists in the past, they'd just make shit up, wouldn't they? It was weird. A broken-hearted Jules Bourgelat completely lost the plot and spent some time in an asylum before he fled to America and became Leatherman, doomed to roam the same loop over and over again as penance for his foolish actions, whilst dressed from head to toe in the substance of his ruin. Now, some might think that that sounds like a tragic true story of ill-fated romance and regret. Others, like Simon, definitely, right here, might think it all sounds like complete bollocks. It does seem to me as if a comic book strip writer was given the task of coming up with an origin story for the superhero Leatherman, which he tried to tie in with scant information available to him, like he spoke a bit of French and he liked to wear leather. And you'd be right to think that it was complete bollocks. The Waterbury Daily American published a retraction the very next day which admitted the whole story wasn't true. They printed several more retractions over the next few days just to make sure that everybody got the message. That didn't stop the story getting recycled by other publications after Leatherman's death, but most of these papers quickly realized their mistake afterward and printed multiple retractions which apologized for the error. The story was probably retracted more times than it was published as facts, which is weird. Like, mostly nowadays, isn't it like, front page, facts, this, it's true, and then like a day later, bottom of page 17, turns out fact this isn't true. It's just not. It's just a tiny little retraction section. Unfortunately, whilst an over-enthusiastic Leroy Foote had uncovered the original articles, it failed to unearth any of the retractions, and so it assumed that the story was true. Leroy had also maybe become just a little too fixated on the tragic love story angle. Over the years, he and Sarah had written to officials in Lyon asking for more information on Jules Bourget, and they had been told in no uncertain terms that no such person ever existed. But they still clung to the story and believed that it was true, and it wasn't until many years later that Leroy Foote finally admitted that they got it all wrong. But in the meantime, the installation of that 1953 tombstone of lies had led to a long dead end for the Leatherman saga. For decades to follow, the fake story became widely accepted as fact. Leatherman was no longer the subject of speculation or investigation because it was believed that the old mystery had been definitively solved. But one person who wasn't quite convinced was retired Connecticut schoolteacher Dan DeLuca. And 60 years after the erroneous tombstone was erected, he was determined to get rid of it. Now, Dan DeLuca first began researching the Leatherman saga in the 1980s. He'd end up spending the next 25 years conducting perhaps the most comprehensive probe into the life of Leatherman ever undertaken, eventually resulting in the publication of his 2008 book, The Old Leatherman, Historical Accounts of a Connecticut and New York Legend. Now, because we introduced Dan DeLuca as a retired teacher, this is exactly what I imagine retired teachers with too much time on their hands doing. DeLuca had spent all of his time hooking up with historical societies to unearth vintage newspaper clippings and meticulously examining vast archives of microfilm to try and pick out the tiniest fruitful clues buried deep within the reels. Now, before we get too excited, he certainly didn't come up with all the answers, but he did manage to debunk a few long-running myths. It was DeLuca who uncovered the multiple press retractions regarding the story of Jules Bourgelat. In fact, he even managed to hunt down internal correspondence between the writer of the original article, W.A. Saleson, and the then editor of the Waterbury Daily American, in which the reporter openly admits that he just made the whole thing up. It also transpired that the idea of 10 towns in Connecticut passing ordinances which officially exempted Leatherman from the Connecticut Tramp Law of 1879 was fake news. Whilst he sounds like this guy's a properly good read, he's like diving deep. Whilst he certainly didn't seem to get pestered by the law, this was nothing to do with any exemptions. He was possibly just considered popular and harmless enough to be allowed to continue living without labour or visible support as he strolled all over the country without lawful occasion. But more significantly, Dan DeLuca also reckons that we may have vastly overestimated the total number of years which Leatherman had been repeatedly venturing across his impressively punctual route. It was often reported in the press at the time that the Leatherman had been going around in circles for the best part of 30 years, while some articles suggested it was actually a bit longer, as he'd been taking the same journey between 1852 and his death in 1889. However, Dan DeLuca's investigations have revealed that the earliest documented evidence regarding the Leatherman's famous circular route only stretches to 1883. That's a hell of a difference from 1852. Whilst he certainly had been spotted at random local places at random local times long before this, DeLuca believed that it was only for the last 6 years of his life that he got stuck on the patterns and schedules of his most famous long walk. Still, a long time to be going around in circles, but not quite the 3 decades that we'd been led to believe. Dan DeLuca had wanted to do something about that darn misleading tombstone. The life of Leatherman had first been honoured with an unmarked pauper's grave for well over 60 years, and since then he'd been honoured with a tombstone engraved with the name of a fictitious character. Surely it was time to do something about that. An opportunity arose in 2010. When Leatherman was originally buried in the Sparta Cemetery in Ossining in 1889, the chosen spot would probably have been considered a fairly quiet place to rest one's bones. But In 2010, Leatherman's grave was now only a few steps away from the bustling Route 9, and there was growing safety concerns over the increasing number of visitors to the grave. The last thing you'd want to do is get mowed down by a car when you were just trying to pay your respects to the inaccurate tombstone of a man who never existed. Apparently, one man had already been recently struck by a car, although he wasn't seriously hurt. The Ossining Historical Society decided that it would be much less risky if the grave was moved to a better spot further up the cemetery hill, as this would cut down on the number of fresh graves that they'd have to dig for all the visitors who weren't paying close enough attention to the road. When Dan DeLuca got wind of this, he persuaded the society to take an opportunity to finally ditch the dodgy tombstone and replace it with a new grave marker that was more fitting. But he also had something else in mind. Whilst they were busy examining the grave anyway, he figured he may as well conduct DNA testing on the buried remains to see if they could shed any new light on the real origins of Leatherman. This wasn't an idea that went down well with everyone. In fact, fellow Leatherman enthusiast North Haven schoolteacher Don Johnson, no not that one, was so opposed to the whole idea of exhumation that he launched the website LeaveLeathermanAlone.com in a passionate attempt to stop the grave from being disturbed. I love this. Let's see if Leave Leatherman Alone is still a website. It's probably one of those ones that looks very 2010, isn't it? Leave Leatherman Alone. No, it doesn't exist anymore. And no, I don't care enough to look up the archived version. Johnson felt that the proposed plans were nothing short of a ruthless invasion of privacy. Across various different public statements, he said, "I believe that the Leatherman's DNA is his property, and he went to unimaginable lengths to guard his identity during his life. He's dead, he can't have property. He spent 100,000 miles never telling anybody who he was. That legacy to me should speak to us. Never in his wildest dreams or in his final moments could he have imagined that someday some stranger would be pulling his wisdom teeth from his jaw to force him to talk. Do we want to respect him and memorialize him properly? Then leave him alone. Leave his bones alone." Yeah, I don't know where I fall on this one. I'm kind of like, well, I'd like a solution to the mystery, but also it does seem a little bit disrespectful, doesn't it? DeLuca also noted the incredible expansion of Route 9 would mean that many of the graves near the road would have to be dug up and moved anyway. That's not what he's saying. He's like, yeah, we know you have to move it, I just don't want you pulling his teeth. And he disagreed with Johnson's assertions that Leatherman was an intensely private person, noting, "I wouldn't say he was a private person because he depended on people almost every day. Besides, you don't walk around in a 60-pound leather suit if you're trying to be anonymous." He's got a point, yeah, fair play. It's refreshing to see that the debate between Dan DeLuca and Don Johnson never turned nasty. They always shared a strong mutual respect. It's just that they strongly disagreed over the proposal to exhume the body. Johnson claimed to have gathered thousands of signatures demanding that Leatherman should be allowed to rest in peace, but the protest was in vain. Okay, I'm kind of glad that they're going to DNA testing because I want to know the answer. Permission was granted to exhume the remains by Westchester County Supreme Court, and the excavation took place over 3 days in March 2011, overseen by experienced forensic archaeologist Dr. Nicholas Bellatoni. But it appears that Leatherman was still in no mood to talk and in no mood to give up his secrets. All they found buried in the soil was a few rusty old coffin nails. There was no trace whatsoever of the Leatherman's body. Don Johnson was said to be pleased that no remains were found for potential DNA testing, but he didn't take the opportunity to gloat. I bet he was punching the air in the privacy of his own classroom, though. But how could the body have simply vanished without a trace? Does John Johnson really care that much? I think this is one thing, he's punching the air in his classroom. If I was in his position, I got this email notification, I'd be like, that's interesting. And now on with the rest of my day. The obvious answer that instinctively springs to mind is that Leatherman was a vampire who had done a runner as soon as he'd been tipped off by the buffoons from the Ossining Historical Society were intent on ripping up his bedroom. Other potential answers involve the body getting discarded after looters dug up the grave to find the Leatherman treasure, or that the body was deliberately stolen by grave robbers who were hoping to earn a few dollars from the mad scientist who had just moved into Castle Bloodfang. A rather more mundane answer was provided by Dr. Nicholas Bellatoni, who reckoned that the passage of time and the effect of bustling traffic from the nearby Route 9 had combined to destroy all the hard and soft tissue buried within the cemetery's unusually acidic soil, which would have itself quickly sped up the natural process of decomposition. All that was left of Leatherman had long since disintegrated and become part of the soil. He also believed that a historic road grading project may have scraped away some of the original gravesite. The disappointed archaeologist was of the opinion that the Leatherman was very much having the last laugh. Still, although the DNA testing proposal got a bit tits up, at least Leatherman was moved to a safer location in the cemetery and given a new grave marker. He was. He just completely rotted away. Whilst the previous inaccurate tombstone was shifted to the Ossining Historical Society's museum. The rusty coffin nails and some of the soil were placed in a new pine coffin and lowered into the ground during a packed ceremony attended by Dan DeLuca, who placed 4 rusty old pennies on the casket in tribute. I'm hoping he doesn't propose another exhumation in 60 years' time to see if Leatherman ever got round to cleaning them up. Don Johnson would go hopping mad. The new grave marker is a granite boulder with a small plaque attached to it. It's not quite as wordy as the previous effort, but it speaks more truthfully of the remains. Well, the remains of the remains. It simply reads, The Leatherman. So, where does that all leave us today? Leatherman certainly hasn't been forgotten. Hikers and historians still enjoy revisiting the original route and exploring some of the more famous caves, of which the original backpacker was known to quietly retire in the evenings. The annual Leatherman's Loop Trail, a 10k cross-country race held in Westchester, still attracts over 1,000 competitors every year as it celebrates its 35th year. And the man was immortalized in a 1998 B-side from the Seattle grunge plotters Pearl Jam, which was named after him and contained such insightful lyrics as, "Comes out of the caves once a day to be fed. He wasn't known to say much, but thanks for the bread. Shame he's dead. I saw his bed. It's all that's left of Leatherman." Yeah, the lyrical genius of Pearl Jam right there. I think Seattle grunge rivals Nirvana would have made a better job of the subject matter, although the song would have probably been retitled "Leatherman is going to hell and he's taking all your children with him, you useless sacks of shit." Yes, probably. But are we any closer to digging up the whole story? Dan DeLuca concludes that whilst he's comprehensively debunked a few myths, it often feels more like he's just wiped away fake facts rather than come up with any new ones. He's not so much solving mysteries as unsolving them. Whilst we now know that Leatherman certainly wasn't Jules Borlée, we're still none the wiser as to his real identity and his real story, and will likely never learn the whole truth. Several other groundless theories have been put forward over the years. It's been suggested he was a French fugitive who committed some heinous crime and then fled the country to go hiding in America. He didn't do a very good job of hiding, did he? He became very famous. While that might explain why he was never keen to discuss his background, it seems a bit unlikely that a fugitive in hiding would walk along the same predictable route for years whilst dressed in a bonkers leather suit. Exactly. It was believed by many for a while that the Leatherman's true identity was French shoemaker Rudolph Mossy, whose wife ran off to America with another lover. A broken-hearted Rudolph swiftly followed in pursuit, only to find that she had gone and died, leaving him to roam around in circles of despair. This is like that people are just guessing. It's like there's no evidence to support this whatsoever. It's just wild guesses. This one's actually a bit weird, because there are multiple accounts of a French guy called Rudolph Mossy who did indeed roam around the same location and ask for food donations while dressed from head to foot in leather. But according to Leroy and Sarah Foote, whilst Rudolph may have been a Leatherman, he wasn't the Leatherman. There's more than one Leatherman? It's super weird. The sources point to Rudolph beginning his travels shortly after the original Leatherman had died. He was also a lot chattier, was known to regularly do odd jobs for cash or meals, and apparently got into occasional brawls which sound nothing like our guy. It's not known for certain whether he ever existed at all, but even if he did, he was more of a copycat or a Leatherman tribute act trying to cash in on the death of the original. The most credible first name that we have to go on for the real Leatherman is Isaac, as this was reportedly the name he gave when he was asked on more than one occasion, although there's not much solid evidence to back that up. And even if somebody comes across his birth certificate one day in the future, I reckon he'll still always be known as Leatherman. But where are we most likely to find his roots? There's a popular assumption that because Leatherman appeared to be more fluent in French than English, he must therefore have hailed from France. But, of course, that's not necessarily the case. Dan DeLuca has his own theory, which he freely admits he can't support in any way, but bearing in mind that he studied the story of Leatherman in closer details than anybody in history, I'll be pretty happy to trust his instincts on this for now. DeLuca is of the opinion that Leatherman didn't travel quite as far as we may think to reach Connecticut and New York, as he took his first steps in life somewhere in Canada. DeLuca thinks that Leatherman was probably a French-Canadian with Native American ancestry. He may have picked up his Roman Catholic convictions from his French-Canadian parents, but there may also have been a Native American grandpa knocking around the scene who taught a young Leatherman all of the survival skills that he would rely on later in life when he set off to explore the big wide world. Very speculative. It's now believed that during Leatherman's earlier wanderings in the 1850s and 1860s, he may have been sighted in Montreal and Vermont, as well as on his more familiar route across the Connecticut and Hudson rivers. This could potentially have been because he was still returning to his family home during those early years, but these trips home dropped off in later life, possibly following the death of his last family member, and so he settled down into a shorter circuit on which he'd built up a regular supply of food donations from the kind locals. Perhaps the locals got a bit stingier with the freebies as he got closer to Canada, so he cut them off the map altogether after the family dinner for table fell silent. A French-Canadian with Native American heritage might help to explain the intriguing characteristics of a practicing Roman Catholic who also knew how to take care of himself in the wild whilst maintaining impressive herb and vegetable gardens outside his caves. It's all just speculation, of course, but it sounds more plausible than the story about a Frenchman accidentally destroying a leather empire and running away in disgrace. His choice of outfit may have been considered unusual to say the least, and not something that most people would choose to pull out of the wardrobe on a baking hot summer day, but it kept him warm and dry in the winter, and he clearly had no truck with the concept of changing his clothes to suit the seasons or even getting undressed when bathing. This was his outfit for life, and he was sticking to it. Probably rather literally. Oh. His outfit is so gross. Can you imagine going to that cigar store and you're like, the smell of tobacco. Wait, what's that smell? Why is that disgusting leather jacket in here? It would also have been easy to repair and upgrade along his travels, as he had no problem in regularly sourcing new bits of leather from various tanneries. I suppose he might have just really liked leather. But that still leaves the question of why the Leatherman chose to stick to such a remarkably long circular loop for the last 6 years of his life, instead of just pricking one or two of his favourite caves and taking some of the weight off his aching feet. And why did he adhere so closely to such a strict schedule that would put Britain's rail service to shame? There's not many schedules that don't put Britain's rail service to shame. Maybe he just likes walking. Actually, putting Britain's rail service to shame wouldn't be very difficult, but you get what I mean. Yes, exactly. That was my joke. It's terrible. A lingering theory is that because Leatherman appeared to be a devoted Roman Catholic, he was undertaking some kind of dark pilgrimage as penance for his sins. Perhaps the leather suit was actually his best attempt at emulating the robes that the Romans gave to Jesus just before they packed him off for crucifixion. And the reason that he point-blank refused any offers of accommodation was because he felt he couldn't be dragged away from the long penance that he was serving. Another theory to throw into the mix is based on the idea that Leatherman may have been suffering from some kind of severe mental disorder or learning difficulties, which went with some way to explain his deeply eccentric behaviour. But I don't really buy that. He was clearly an intelligent and highly skilled man who had his wits about him and was literate enough to regularly peruse a prayer book. The fact that he was able to keep such a tight schedule without even the need for a Casio digital watch seems against the idea that he had some sort of intellectual disability. Yeah, I just think he was a strange dude who really liked walking. Simple. It's not out of the question that if Leatherman had been alive today, he would have been diagnosed as being somewhere on the autism spectrum, which might explain his desire to stick so rigidly to an ordered and precise routine. Again, we'll never know for sure exactly what was going on inside his head. I feel a bit more attached to the theory that just maybe Leatherman was a free spirit who preferred to live outside the boundaries of society, to do his own thing and keep moving every day, minding his own business. Yeah, Danny and I, same page. He's just a dude who just likes to be in nature and he just wants to walk and not do anything. Other than walk. He just wants to be out in nature. Some people are like that. It's fine. He's often depicted as a homeless man who relied on the kindness of strangers, but he may have just figured out that he wasn't on a bad number here, really. He had no less than 33 different homes to fussily attend to on his later travels, and he was probably a lot warmer in winter than most of the people around him. And as he merrily strolled over the country, without labour or visible support or lawful occasion, he would usually receive the most enthusiastic of welcomes and get treated to regular free gifts of tobacco, pies, and cake. Leatherman Day may only come around once every 34 days for the school children of Brentford, but for the man himself, every day was Leatherman Day. Some might have considered him to be a lost soul in the wilderness, but I would say quite the opposite. Leatherman always knew exactly where he was going. I agree, I just think Leatherman's out there having a chill time. It's not that big of a deal. He's just the Leatherman. And the nice thing is, his leather isn't made of the skin of children, which I thought when starting this episode it would be. So that's brilliant. What a nice, heartwarming story. Thanks for being here. Leave a review and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Danny. Thank you, Danny, has written me a script, The Westfall Encounter, Australia's most famous UFO sighting. Gotta love these. The format of the show is, I've never read this before, we're gonna read it, react to it, explore it together, dear audience. Come along on this journey with, I just realised I'm not wearing a jacket. I always wear a jacket in these shows, and now I'm not, and I realise I feel a bit naked. I'm not gonna put it on, it's warm today, let's crack on. On April the 8th, 2006, a few dozen former pupils of West All High School in Melbourne, Australia, gathered for a touching school reunion that was unusual to say the least. I feel quite sad in a way that I've never attended a school reunion. I'm not sure if anybody has ever bothered to organise such an event for my old school year, or if I just didn't get to hear about it because everyone forgot about me after I quietly dropped off the educational radar at about the age of 13. God damn, Daddy, you gotta continue. I think now you've got to be in school until 18, right? When I was a kid, it was 16. You could leave school at 16 and get a job. I didn't leave education until I was well into my mid-20s. It's got to ride that wave of not working as long as possible. But I've never been to a school reunion either. I don't know. I mean, I might. The problem is I left home and then my parents moved house and then they moved house again. And it's I didn't write to my old school to be yo, here's my updated details. If you want to reach me, here is where you can. And it's what? Am I supposed to use my old Hotmail address that they have on record? Of course not. No one's checking that shit. How do they keep it? I'm sure the people who now live in that house get because it was what we call a public school in the UK, which I think Americans call private schools. And despite being very expensive to go to, they'll still be hitting you up for money like years after you've left. So I'm sure they're like trying to,
Hey, where's Simon? Hey, Whistle Boy, have you thought about giving some money?
it's like, bro, did you not get enough money off my parents when I went there? Which I mean, I guess not, because they are charities, I guess. But also, did you not get enough money? But no, that's a very long way of saying that I've never been to a school reunion because I don't think I've ever been invited. When did I graduate? Graduate. I sound so American. When did I leave secondary school? 2005. Oh my god, we'd be coming up on 20 years. That's f***ing insane. That's insane. I do occasionally get emails from like people I went to school with and stuff.
Being like, oh my god, I was just on YouTube and I saw your face.
No, like, oh, I haven't thought about you in 20 years. How's it going? But maybe I'm not missing that much. After talking to my mates from other schools who made the effort to attend reunions, I was left with the impression that the events largely boiled down to everyone trying to make out what massively successful lives they've led since limping feebly out of school with 0 qualifications. I would at least hoped to have seen a long-winded showdown between the former school bully and the former school wimp who had been waiting patiently for his wrench after spending the last 20 years in the gym. I think that's what everyone imagines a school reunion to be like. I think it is just people, like, talking themselves up a little bit, like, oh,
I'm the manager of this.
Or it's like, oh,
I'm a partner at this firm.
And you're like, okie dokie. I don't know, I just don't give a shit. Like, I don't know what anyone's doing, because I don't have Facebook either. I gave up on Facebook years ago for the betterment of my life, and you should too. And it's like, I have no idea. Like, I've got, like, one of my mates from school, like, I regularly hang out with, and sometimes he'll update me on shit that people have been up to, and I'm like, okay. Cool, good to know. I suppose I could get on Facebook and see, but I just don't care that much. I'm really sorry. It's like, I don't know, I'm busy. I got my own life. And it's not like I didn't like school. School was fine. Like, it's just, I don't know, they've moved on. Jesus. So should everyone. It's been 20 years. You wouldn't see anything like that at the Westall High School reunion, though. By all accounts, this first reunion was mainly a highly cordial and civilized affair, but the topics of conversation were curiously limited. There would be no lively retellings of the time Sniffer Jenkins accidentally set his hair on fire with a Bunsen burner, or the time Mr. Bottomley got chased out of the classroom by a runaway dog. This is one thing. It'd be quite nice to go, like, I'm not a big reminiscer. I'm not a big, like, generally when I have conversations, I'm not someone who's like constantly reminiscing, because I find it annoying when people do that, because I'm like, can't we talk about something new rather than just
remember the good old days.
But I would go to like a reunion and be like, I'm sure I get reminded about all sorts of shit that happened that I've entirely forgotten about, which would be kind of fun. There would have been only one incident on the minds of all the attendees of Westall High School reunion. That morning in 1966, when the flying saucer landed, and nobody was ever allowed to talk about it for years. You know how the shit usually goes down. A flying saucer is spotted by one or two enthusiasts who set up camp in the wilderness after hearing rumours of sightings of strange activity in the skies. These starry-eyed UFO spotters are now the only two people on planet Earth to have witnessed the extraterrestrial craft with their own eyes, but everybody dismisses their story as attention-seeking fantasy, apart from a small online group of similarly dedicated truth hunters who once saw a flying saucer hovering over Bognor Regis. This is what makes the Westall encounter so strikingly different from the usual fare. We're not just talking about one or two witnesses who are somewhat lacking in credibility and good hygiene here. Yeah, are they? It's like, why? You like, picture ufologist, enthusiast, someone who thinks they've seen a flying saucer. It's like, yeah, I don't know why, but in my mind it's just they're gonna smell a bit weird. They're gonna be a bit weird. It's like conspiracy theorists. They're just a bit weird. Like people who are like, oh, 9/11 didn't happen. It's like, oh, we didn't land on the moon. It's like, they're always a bit unusual. There's something a little bit unusual, just like off about them, right? Right? Except for the JFK people, because I'm one. Like, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Maybe I'm that person. Maybe people think I'm weird. It's entirely possible. We're talking about approximately 300 witnesses, the majority of whom were in attendance at Westall High School on that quite incredible morning. And yet, despite this unusually high number of witnesses, the story received relatively little press coverage before falling completely silent for decades. Some of the witnesses claim to have been threatened into keeping their mouths shut, and we have still yet to hear the results of any official investigation into what may be one of the most infamous UFO sightings in Australia and indeed the world. Why is it infamous? Did the aliens come down and, like, probe people's bottoms? I don't think so, because if 300 people had their bottoms probed by aliens, then that would be a bigger news story. It wouldn't have just disappeared. Or maybe it does. Maybe all of those real ones do disappear because the NSA are like, shh, keep it quiet. I don't know what the Australian NSA is. What's the British GCHQ in the UK? Australia. Well, no, they're like a part of that Five Eyes group, which is the most sinister sounding shit that I've ever heard of. Pine Gap? There's somewhere called Pine Gap, right? I saw a TV show about that, which I didn't get that into, and I only saw like a few episodes. Or maybe it was one of those TV shows that was really good, and then you discovered that they cancelled it after one season. You're like, oh, f*** this, because I want to actually know what happens. What's that one with Sawyer from Lost, where they all, like, he's got a family, and they're all living in California, probably Los Angeles, because, you know, it's cheaper to film there because that's where everyone is, like, acting and shit. And it's like they get walled off in some alien compound or whatever. But then me and my wife were, like, watching this show for, like, however many seasons it was, and I'm like, oh my god, it's getting close to the end of this show. And there's a whole lot of stuff that they really need to tie up. And then it gets, like, 4 episodes from the end, and they're just making it more complicated. I'm like, oh my god, you really got a lot to tie up. And then I look it up on Wikipedia, and they're like, oh yeah, it just got cancelled after season 4, and nothing is ever answered. And I'm like, well, that was a waste of, like, 4 seasons, wasn't it? You assholes. It's like those movies where it's like, you know, there's that something has destroyed the earth or whatever, and it's all about the survivors. And then it gets to the end, and there's a word for this in, like, cinema, like the golden briefcase from Pulp Fiction or whatever. It doesn't matter what's in it, and it doesn't matter what's destroyed the earth, because it's the story of the survivors. And whenever I finish one of those movies, I'm like,
Oh, for fuck's sake, what was in the briefcase? What destroyed the earth? I watched this whole movie, and you're not even going to tell me? You fucking kids.
I know it's a cinematic thing or whatever, but f*** you. Tell me what destroyed the earth. I don't care if it was like radioactive rabbits. Just f***ing tell me. So, was it a hoax, a case of mass delusion, a sinister government cover-up, or a genuine sighting of a flying saucer observed by hundreds of people in broad daylight? It's a story which feels weird right from the very beginning because Westall has never even existed. Oh, well, it kinda does, but not officially. The location we're actually talking about is Clayton South, a small and unremarkable Australian suburb populated by around 13,000 citizens, sitting around 13 miles southeast from Melbourne city centre. I always remember how to pronounce Melbourne, because once I called it Melbourne, and everyone who's Australian was like,
Mate, Melbourne?
why am I going American? It's really hard to say Melbourne in an Melbourne in an Australian accent. Australian. Melbourne? I'm sorry. It's awful. My Australian accent's bad unless I'm saying, throw another shrimp on the barbie. The area sometimes goes by the unofficial nickname of Westall, as this is the name of the main road in the suburb and the local railway station. And it was a name also adopted by the local school, known as the Westall Secondary College, but back then as Westall High School. The school hosted approximately 600 pupils back in the day, which might make you wonder why the witness count wasn't considerably higher. But as most versions of the story tend to indicate, the incident occurred during lesson time, and we could only assume that around half the pupils were not aware of what was going on outside, or fortunate enough to have Misery Guts teacher who stopped them from joining in the panicked throng.
Mr. Jones, there's a spaceship landing on the field.
Sit down. The bell has not rung.
Do Americans really, it's a question I've always wondered, I always see in TV shows, when the bell rings, does everyone just immediately get up and leave the classroom? Because the bell ringing in my school was just an indication that the lesson was over, and then you're just gonna have to sit there. And if anyone tried to, like, get fidgety or whatever, the teacher would specifically say,
sit still, the lesson's not over.
And then they'd tell you when the lesson was over, and hopefully it wouldn't cut too much into the next lesson that you'd have to run to if they were eating into, like, for 5 minutes of classroom transfer time. It's very difficult to piece together a single cohesive account of that morning, though, as many of the witness accounts vary significantly. Very little was said about the encounter at the time, and it's only in relatively recent years that so many witnesses have taken the decision to finally share their memories of the saga for the benefit of anniversary news reports and Australian TV documentaries. God. Memories from the past are notoriously shite, so let's see how this goes. One voice in particular was heard louder than the others. Andrew Greenwood was a science teacher at Westall High School in the 1960s, and he seems pretty much the only witness who gave a private interview at the time to American physicist Dr. James E. McDonald, the audio of which was made public decades later. Andrew Greenwood also has been the most prolific contributor to documentaries and news reports in more recent years, and so it's the former science teacher's testimony that we'll use as the foundation to recount the most widely heard version of the Westall encounter, mixed in with occasionally conflicting contributions from some of the other witnesses who have since dared to come forward to relive the day of the flying saucer. The UFO hovered over Westall High School on the morning of the 6th of April 1966. The first discrepancy of many that we have to contend with is the exact time and what the pupils of the school had been doing with themselves directly before the flying saucer spun into view. Some witnesses claim that the incident occurred during recess at around 10:15 a.m., which would have meant that all of the kids would have been outside smoking cigarettes and sniffing glue. But in that case, it would seem unlikely that at least half the kids never even spotted it. Others suggest that it happened during lessons at around 11 a.m., which makes you wonder how many kids were just staring idly out of the window at the exact right time. Well, you just need one of them, and he'll be like,
Yo, what the f*** is that?
and then everyone's gonna,
What the f*** is that, mate?
and then everyone is gonna run over to the window and be like,
Crikey.
The most likely scenario, as given by teacher Andrew Greenwood, is that the encounter did take place during lessons at around 11 a.m., but some of the kids were enjoying the glorious wonders of physical education outside in the schoolyard. Oh, God, I hated physical education. PE. What do you call it in America? Gym? Jesus Christ. I would, purposefully forget I'd be like,
Oh no, I forgot my gym kit.
and they'd be like, well, it's lunchtime detention for you, isn't it? I'd be like,
Oh no. So I don't have to do an hour and a half of gym, and then I just have to sit in a classroom for 30 minutes and do my homework that I'd otherwise have to do that evening? Okay! Oh no, what a shame!
They didn't think that one through, did they? And it was this group of students who were temporarily distracted from their games of cricket, netball, hockey sticks, and I don't know, maybe bull riding when they became the first group to spot the craft from another world. Andrew Greenwood reckons that PE teacher Miss Jeanette Moore from New Zealand was amongst the first batch of witnesses, as she was alerted to a new presence in the skies from her shrieking students. Andrew himself was tucked away. Just imagine the students just going,
Oh my god!
just having a mega freak out.
It's all over!
Andrew himself was tucked away in a smelly science classroom at the time, but his lesson was rudely interrupted by a hysterical student from Jeanette Moore's class who had come running back inside the school in panic to announce that aliens were hovering outside the school. Andrew, initially amused that the student had just come up with an extraordinarily imaginative way to bunk off PE. But his lesson spiraled out of control as the students raced to the window to get a look for themselves before everyone started making a stampede to the door with Andrew Greenwood in hot pursuit. By the time Andrew got there, Jeanette Moore and 3 other male teachers were attempting to get the kids back into the school over concerns for their safety. While some of the children complied, the majority of them were now out of control, chasing around the playground to get a better view of the craft as it slowly glided south towards a local wooded heath known as the Grange Reserve. The object was widely described as a cup turned upside down on a saucer, which was about twice the size of a car and bore no obvious markings of any kind. For some reason in my brain so far it's been absolutely massive. Like it's been the size of a field, like some giant coming down, but it's actually just a van size. Which always makes it more likely to be an experimental military aircraft rather than, an alien spaceship. Right? Some say that it was grey or silver, while others reckon that it had a kind of purple hue. Some say it was completely silent, while others claim they could hear a quiet vibrating or throbbing noise. Or rather more significantly, most say that there was only one flying saucer, whilst others, including second form student Joy Clark, suggested there were at least 3. Andrew Greenwood recently gave his own observations to 7 News Spotlight in 2021. To quote him, "I can remember looking into the sky and seeing these things, and just standing there absolutely transfixed. It was a grey, almost cylindrical or cigar-shaped object which moved with some degree of precision in the sky. I saw a craft, a mechanical object intelligently controlled, hovering above me." Wait, did you just describe it as cylindrical or cigar-shaped? They previously described it as a cup turned upside down on a saucer. Did you see different things? In the same 7 News Spotlight feature, former student Terry Peck, who was just 11 years old at the time, revealed, "I could feel heat and hear this buzzing sound. I could see purple lights all around it. I was quite stunned to see it because I didn't know what it was. It was like what you see in stories about flying saucers." There was a general consensus that the craft was darting at incredible speeds, almost like a dragonfly trapped in a bottle. It would hover ominously in the same spot for just a few moments before suddenly blinking away from view and then quickly reappearing in either a much higher or much lower spot above the school. Well, that does sound pretty amazing. That doesn't sound like experimental military aircraft. That sounds like some science fiction shit right there. But another element to the sighting that not everyone can agree on is the number of planes, presumably piloted by humans, that were on the flying saucer's tail, with numbers varying from between 5 to 0. Whilst a few witnesses can't recall ever seeing any other craft, most claimed that there were also between 3 to 5 light Cessna planes in the air. Alright, I was just assuming there'd be military crafts, but they're just like Cessnas? What are they doing? This site wouldn't have been unusual in itself, as the school was only around 3 miles away from Moorabbin Airport, and you could regularly spot pilots engaging in training exercises in the skies above Clayton South. But these Cessna planes were clearly on a different sort of mission altogether. I don't imagine the military employs many Cessna aircraft. I don't know if I've been in a Cessna aircraft. I've been in similar aircraft to Cessna, and they're kind of slow. I'm assuming they're like light Cessnas, little Cessna 120s? What are they called? 180s? Something like that? The little ones, the training ones? It looked as if they were attempting to circle the strange craft, but ended up becoming embroiled in an almost comical game of cat and mouse. Andrew Greenwood recalled in his private interview taped in 1960 that 5 Cessna planes were attempting to pull off some pretty complicated maneuvers in their bid to apprehend the flying saucer, while ideally not crashing into each other during the process. What is going on? Like, how are you going to do it? You're just going to reach out your hand and grab it? It's a flying saucer! It's clearly superior to your Cessna. But it was like the sheep were just taking the piss with the new sheepdog. Every time the plane got close to the object, it would rapidly accelerate it away and then reappear in another spot of the sky where it would cheekily hover for a few moments before the planes came back for another go. This apparently went on for a full 20 minutes, during which time there were now up to 300 pupils in the schoolyard getting increasingly excited, along with a few teachers who were getting increasingly frustrated with the kids who were refusing to obey orders and go inside to attempt to hide from the pending alien invasion. The headmaster, we're in Australia, so we should say principal. It's weird in Australia, right? Because they call it like a secondary college or whatever, which sounds British, but they have a principal rather than a headmaster. And was something else? Did they call it gym? No, they called it PE. Australia's like this weird mix of the UK and the US. It's like the Bizarro land. I've never been there, but I've seen like Australian TV shows and it's a weird mix of America and Britain, isn't it? Principal Frank Sambleby appeared to have been napping for the last 20 minutes and had missed out on most of the commotion. By the time he came furiously marching outside to demand the pupils return to their classes with immediate effect, the alien craft, and indeed the Cessna planes, had disappeared from view, heading somewhere in the direction of the Grange Reserve. It seems that the voice of Principal Frank Sambleby carried a bit more authority than the voices of either Mr. Greenwood, Ms. Moore, or any of the other teachers out in the yard at the time. The vast majority of students, either in fear of Mr. Sambleby or in resignation that the flying saucer had disappeared anyway, strolled back into the classroom. But not all of them. Some of the more rebellious souls decided to jump over the school gates in an attempt to follow the craft, although some members of this rebellious gang were also becoming hysterical and shrieking with fright. One former student, Mary Eastwood, recalls that she and her friend ended up sitting on a fence that they'd just scaled and cried their eyes out in the belief that they were witnessing the end of the world. Other pupils were reported collapsing in sheer terror before they could reach the Grange. You have sheer terror about something. Is that really something you're just like desperately running towards until you collapse? When I'm in sheer terror of something, I run away from it because I'm a coward. The few who were brave enough to make it all the way to the wooded heath, a small group which now included not just errant pupils but a few residents and local farm workers whose curiosity had been aroused by all the noisy drama, were witness to the final reported sighting of the flying saucer. The select group of people claimed to have caught a close-up view of the alien craft as it hovered above the trees before suddenly darting off into the far distance in a northwest direction, never to be seen again. It left behind around 5 of those Cessna planes in its wake, all of which presumably gave up after having lost their target and flew back home in defeat. But the craft left behind something else too, a perfectly circular, flattened imprint on the scorched grass. Some might even call it a crop circle. This was of particular interest to woodwork teacher Gary Shepherd, who hadn't actually witnessed any of this alleged activity. He was probably one of the stricter teachers who had barked to his class to ignore all the fuss outside and get on with constructing their wonky shoe racks on wheels. But he did claim that he later saw the scorched crop circle for himself, and although Mr. Shepherd never fully got on board with the UFO story, he did reveal that he knew the area like the back of his hand and never understood how such a perfect circle had formed without any nearby evidence of vehicle, animal, or human tracks. And he has never seen anything like it since. The circle apparently wasn't around for very long, though. When one former student, Kevin Hurley, went back for another look a few days later, possibly to convince himself that he hadn't just dreamt up the whole thing, he was surprised to discover that the Grange Reserve had been cordoned off. He attempted to sneak in for a closer look, but was apprehended by a group of men in military uniform who had been wandering around the site with strange equipment, possibly including a Geiger counter, before downing tools for a moment to tell this young, curious kid to piss off out of the way. By the time the Victorian Flying Saucer Research Society party rolled into town to examine the evidence a few days later, the grouchy soldiers had gone, but so had the crop circle, along with pretty much everything else. They found that the entire field had been burnt to a crisp, sparking suspicion that the military had deliberately tried to get rid of any roots of remaining evidence after they'd finished messing around with their Geiger counters and telling nice little kids to piss off. However, the farmer who actually owned the land tells a different story. He reckons that he was getting fed up with local kids returning to the scene and trampling all over his fields, and so he burned it down himself to discourage nuisance trespassers. Yeah, that sounds fair. I mean, what sounds more likely? Both of these are entirely possible. So, fine. But whatever way it was burned. I'm not thinking aliens, I'm thinking, the military are covering something up, or a farmer's just got pissed off with all the kids. I think the farmer one's slightly more likely, military one less likely, alien spacecraft than the military are covering up. Basically 0% chance of likelihood. That's a good little tip to bear in mind for the future. Discourage potential burglars by burning your house and all of your belongings to the ground. You'd have thought that an incident on this scale would have whipped up a massive press frenzy, but the Australian papers were remarkably quiet, whilst the rest of the world just ignored the Westall encounter. The only Australian paper to get a little bit excited about the story was the Dandenong Journal, who ran it on their cover for almost 2 weeks. One of their most memorable front pages featured the bold headline, "Flying Saucer Mystery, School Silent. What was it?" This particular article noted how all attempts to get any further information from the school about the incident had been met with a playground wall of silence, a point to which we'll return in a moment. Other articles from the Dandenong Journal over this 2-week period reported how the police and government officials had strongly denied that any such incident had taken place, whilst an army spokesman was quoted denying any kind of military presence at all within Clayton South. Many years later, a guy who claimed to be a contract photographer for the Dandenong Journal claimed to have supplied the paper with photographs of the scorched crop circle, but for reasons that he never understood, the photographs were never used. The only other paper to take the slightest bit of interest in the story was The Age, but they had a rather more subdued take on the matter. They went with a relatively small article buried deep within the pages, which bore the less than tantalizing headline, "Object, Perhaps Balloon." Yeah. It's the sort of title that I'd give this video on YouTube if I was being honest and I didn't want anyone to ever click on it. Object, Perhaps Balloon. How many YouTube views? 6? Yes! This piece examined how a large group of pupils had witnessed an unidentified flying object, but it was more likely just a weather balloon. The Age had seemed convinced that such a weather balloon had most definitely been launched that morning from the town of Laverton, which is just 30 miles away from South Clayton, and had probably been blown across the school on the westerly winds. Okay, mystery solved. It's a weather balloon. If any explanation of the incident can be deemed as official, it's usually this article from The Age, which gets whipped out to explain what really happened, but it's far from definitive. Yeah, it's far from definitive, but it also seems like by far the most likely thing so far, because you know what's less likely? F***ing aliens, isn't it? The biggest newspapers only bothered to reference the story at all in satirical cartoons poking fun at the whole silly saga. But it did look for a while as if the story was going to make it onto television when a crew from Channel 9 turned up at the school gates to interview the students and teachers who had witnessed the Westall encounter. Former student Joy Tighe later recalled the initial buzz of excitement as some students flocked around the school gates to deliver their versions of the story in a bid to get their faces on the idiot's lantern. She also recalls the crushing sense of disappointment when that miserable killjoy principal Frank Sambleby turned up at the gates, possibly accompanied by police officers, to order the students inside and demand that the TV reporters leave the premises immediately. It's not entirely clear whether segments of this thwarted report were ever broadcast on Channel 9. Some former students recalled that they saw the report in full on TV, the bit where Principal Sambleby turns up to ruin the party. Others swear blind that there was no such broadcast. A more intriguing claim from some Channel 9 viewers is that a quick teaser for the report was briefly shown on a morning news bulletin, along with a promise of a full report which would be broadcast in the main evening bulletin, a promise which was never honoured. Channel 9 themselves don't seem to remember any such report was broadcast. While a film canister labelled as the Westall report was later uncovered in their archives, the canister was rather frustratingly found to be empty. This obviously sparked further suspicion that the tape had been seized by the government after they'd finished burning down the farmers' fields. If they're going to seize the tape, they're not going to leave an empty case saying the tape was in here, are they? They're just going to take the canister with the tape in it. Because otherwise this happens, doesn't it? They're the government. I mean, I was going to say they're not incompetent. So often they are, but not in this kind of shit. With the conspiracy theories, right? The whole point is that they're super competent. However, TV networks around the world were still notoriously sloppy at preserving archive material back in the 1960s, during which period many truly historic broadcasts were wiped to make room for another episode of Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men, which is a real show. Which I do not remember at all. I haven't thought about for 30 years. And I remember Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men. I don't remember much about them, but they were flower pot men. For some reason, them being sausages also enters my mind, which I guess isn't true. I'm going to look up what they look like, and I'll be like, oh, they're not sausages. Why do I think they're sausages? No, they're not what I imagined in my mind. For some reason, they were like this, but for some reason they had sausage heads in my mind. Oh my god, what a weird show. Oh yeah, and there was that weird flower thing. What is going on? If the UK networks couldn't even be bothered to keep a hold of their 27-hour broadcasts of the moon landings in 1969, you can see why an Australian network wouldn't be too fast about preserving a report of a school principal getting all stroppy. If this story already feels a bit far out, it does, Danny. I think the weirdest element is yet to come. The manner in which the authorities and the school in particular allegedly responded to the UFO sighting was bordering on the hysterical. Just why was Westall High School so keen to close down any communication with the media? Principal Frank Sambleby apparently made his feelings known in a school assembly held on the morning following the encounter. Now, assemblies were always a monumental waste of time back in my old school, in between chanting the Lord's Prayer and hearing updates about the latest tuck shop high star. Old headmaster Mr. Utley would often treat the whole school to a thought-provoking tale of morality for us all to ponder over the rest of the day. I think in my school we had chapel twice per week, and then we had assembly once per week. Monday, Wednesday and Friday, with Wednesday being assembly, if I remember. I mean, I'm sure it changed over the years. But assembly was never about moralizing. Assembly was always just like, this thing's happening, that thing's happening, this is happening. And then there were like sports reports where it was always like, oh my god, who cares? It's like,
The 14-plus football team went over to another school where they played 3 matches. Their matches were won 3-2, 3-2, 4-1.
and it's like, okay, well, and then it'd be like, and now 16-plus girls netball. And you're like, God, why am I listening to this? I couldn't care any less. I can vaguely remember him telling us one particularly brutal parable about a father who found that his young daughter had been viciously attacked whilst the beloved family dog loitered nearby with blood all over its mouth. Oh my god, Danny, what sort of horror stories did they tell you in school? Wasting no time in serving swift justice, the enraged father chopped off the dog's head with an axe. Let me guess, it wasn't the dog. It was only later that he realised that his daughter had been attacked by a human intruder, and the loyal pet dog had sustained injuries while chasing the intruder away and saving the daughter's life. That was it. That was the whole story. Thanks for sharing, Danny. I feel like I've heard this tale before. I'm not sure what valuable life lesson we were supposed to take away from this, other than maybe always take a moment to think about things before chopping off your pet dog's head with an axe. Some of the younger kids ran out of the hall in tears of wretched despair, to which the visibly annoyed headmaster responded by telling them to grow up and stop acting like little babies. Responsible headmastering right there. I think the chanting of the Lord's Prayer came as something of a surprise relief that morning. I swear to God, I probably still know all the words of the Lord's Prayer, despite being so far from religious, and just because you say it so many times at school. Just like, what is it? Our Father who art in, who gives a But if I thought school assemblies were bad, I'm not sure what I'd have made of this assembly held by Principal Frank Sambleby at Westall High School on April the 7th, 1966. It had already been speculated that the school principal's late arrival in the schoolyard that previous morning had been more down to fear than laziness. According to some observers, he seemed genuinely frightened about what was going on and refused to come outside until the UFO had gone. Really? During the subsequent assembly, some students remembered that the principal was flanked by mysterious men in dark suits, although not everyone shares the same memory. Sounds like a made-up memory, doesn't it? But every witness agrees on the fact that Principal Sambleby wanted to make one thing clear. UFOs did not exist. UFOs do exist. It's unidentified flying objects. It's any object in the air that hasn't been identified. Alien spacecraft also probably exist. Are they anywhere near Earth? No, of course not. Nobody had seen anything remotely strange the previous day, and even if they had, they were mistaken. Even so, students were now forbidden from discussing the matter, and they would find themselves in deep trouble if they ever opened their mouths to the media. Well, that's going to work great until, year 6 or whatever it is. Leave. They're just going to be like, well, okay, yeah, you know what the principal of my old school could do now? All, because I'm free. It's like immediately upon leaving school, you're like, you know what, I can't, no more detention. No more debits. No more being told what to do. Until I enter employment and get told what to do by a boss. But he can't put me in detention. We have rights. God, leaving school. Like, a school wasn't bad, didn't mind school. But then going to university and being like, holy shit, I can just do if I don't go to class, there's no consequences to my action other than just not knowing shit. It's like, oh my God, what? I can drink a beer at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday? Shit was real. Like, that first year of, like, freedom at university, I'm just like, oh my God. Like, sometimes I still taste that. I'll just be, like, wandering around the supermarket and just be like, I can buy anything I fucking want. Anything in the supermarket I can afford. Just like, I know it's a regular supermarket. It's not like that's a rich person's game. It's not like they've got plasma TVs or whatever. It's just like, yeah, if I'm on those chocolate bars, buy it. Want that ice cream? It's mine. Just that joy of just being able to do what you want all the time. That went for the teachers too. In front of the entire school, Principal Sambleby reportedly announced that teachers would be at risk of losing their jobs if they ever mentioned the incident again. Former student Suzanne Savage remembers, he didn't want to hear any more about this nonsense. We were not to discuss it ever again. So, just what was the principal so scared of? It could be that he just felt the incident was distracting his students from their studies and they should be knuckling down to serious work instead of trying to blag an interview on Channel 9. I think that's exactly what this is. Or it could have been that he was acting on orders from a higher authority. I think this is exactly what it's not. Maybe it had something to do with those mysterious men in suits who may or may not have been present at the school assembly. Andrew Greenwood certainly seemed to think so. After the science teacher had dared to disobey Principal Frank Sambleby by giving a very brief and not very insightful interview to the local press, Andrew claims that he was personally visited at home by 2 senior Royal Australian Air Force officers. Andrew was gruffly asked to recall his memories of the incident, but after he had furnished the officers with his tale, he was immediately told that he was mistaken about what he thought he had seen. Furthermore, one of the officers suggested that it sounded as if Mr. Greenwood had been drunk on duty, and that it would be wise not to repeat his version of events to the media if he wanted to keep his job as a teacher. Andrew Greenwood later stated, "Absolutely, I was threatened. I was told I should not say anything about it." This wasn't the only thing that was deeply troubling Andrew Greenwood. Let's go back to the very first adults who have reportedly spotted the UFO. By the time Andrew had made it to the schoolyard that morning in pursuit of his overexcited science class, PE teacher Miss Jeanette Moore was already busy trying to shepherd the kids back into the classrooms and far away from the strange, scary disc in the sky. However, when Andrew later approached his colleague to compare notes about what they'd seen, he claims that Jeanette simply clammed up and refused to talk about it. Andrew also believes that there were at least 3 other teachers in the schoolyard on that morning who had witnessed the alien craft, but none of them were willing to discuss the matter with Andrew or even confirm that anything out of the ordinary had taken place. Which is weird, like, why would they go to all of the other teachers and be like, shh, don't talk about it? And, well, I guess they did go to Andrew, but then he came out later, I guess when his job wasn't being threatened or whatever, but then so would everyone else. Or maybe everyone else would just be like, oh, Andrew, it's nothing. No one cares, Andrew. I just think this is all nothing. Yet when Andrew approached the very same student a little later on, she refused to talk about anything at all, almost as if she had completely forgotten everything. Could it be that the teachers and students alike had been frightened into silence by the threats from Principal Frank Sambleby? It seems a bit unlikely that one principal could wield such an icy grip of power over an entire school. I mean, I suppose the teachers may have been genuinely worried about losing their jobs, but you're surely never going to stop hundreds of school kids from gossiping behind the principal's back about the day they saw a flying saucer. Not on this planet, anyway. Yeah, it's like, don't talk about it. All you're going to do then is not talk about it more when people aren't listening. Perhaps the other witnesses had also been spooked by visits from mysterious men in uniforms. Many of them wouldn't speak again of the Westall encounter until decades later, or maybe some of the students were just keen to try and forget what they thought they had witnessed. During later interviews, a few of the former pupils claimed that they had found life very difficult in the weeks and months that followed, as their own family members refused to believe the wacky flying saucer story, and some of the students were beginning to question their own memories and their own sanity. They may have found it easier to just move on instead of regularly making themselves the targets of ridicule from their parents and siblings. Whatever the reasoning, a peculiar silence fell over Clayton South for many years to follow. Sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted here. I can't help thinking about that dog that got his head chopped off for being a hero. Daddy, how do you pull this story from, like, your memory banks? 1,000 curses on you, Mr. Utley. Well over 55 years later, we still have yet to hear any official explanation or even just a comment or acknowledgement from any government agency, which is often the case because the government agencies are just like, what? No, we don't have any records about that. That never happened. What are you talking about? And they're like, oh, well, you would say that, wouldn't you? It's like, yeah, of course we would. We don't have anything. What do you want us to say? Yeah, we have something we're not telling you. Yeah, we have something. Here's the information. We don't have anything. What do you want? The closest we've ever got to an official investigation was briefly conducted by the Victorian Flying Saucer Research Society. Official investigation. I don't think the Victorian Flying Research Society or whatever is like an official body of any sort. They're just a club. They're a research society. They're not the FBI, or Australian FBI, whatever that is. But they uncovered little of value other than a burnt field, which may have once contained a crop circle. In more recent years, it's been left to news channels and independent filmmakers to try and track down some of the original witnesses and shed new light on the story, but the mystery remains unsolved. A particular note here are the efforts of Canberra teacher and amateur investigator Shane Ryan, who has been fascinated by the case for a couple of decades now and helped put together the Australian documentary A Westall 1966, A Suburban UFO Mystery in 2010. Shane reckons that he's been able to track down literally hundreds of witnesses from that April morning in 1966, and he was the one who organised the first of several reunions in which dozens of former Pew students came together to remember how Principal Frank Sambleby really could be such a at times. And yet I'm not sure his documentary or extensive research has brought us any closer to an answer. Shane seems to think the attendees of Westall High School were let down by authorities who refused to deliver any explanations and attempted to put a muffler on the whole incident, but he also now feels that this may have been largely because the authorities were just as stumped as everybody else. Yeah, like I said, it's like when you're like, hey, can you tell us more about this? No. Hey, why not? We don't know anything more. They're not trying to hide anything, they just don't know. And of course, sometimes they are trying to hide something. But is it aliens? No. It's not aliens. It's like, oh yeah, well the weather balloon was an experimental aircraft. Oh, okay, cool. Like Area 51 or whatever, where it was like, yeah, it's not a weather balloon, it was like some experimental jet. Cool, fine. The last we heard from Shane, he claimed that he may have tracked down one of the pilots of the Cessna planes that were attempting to ensnare the flying saucer, but all seems to have gone quiet on that front. Bearing in mind that the pilot was supposedly in a nursing home several years ago, I would imagine that Shane may need to get his skates on if he ever wants to secure that interview. So this leaves us with a pretty perplexing puzzle in which hundreds of witnesses all apparently claim to have been part of one of the biggest mass sightings of a UFO in history, and yet many of them can't seem to agree on the finer details or even some of the broader details. And yet despite this huge number of witnesses, who at least all agree that they saw something strange in the sky, the story was never widely reported at the time and nobody in authority had much to say on the matter. Andrew Greenwood is still clearly frustrated today. He said, "What really strikes me is that 55 years on, these people are very certain about what they saw. It's just beggars belief that we've never had an official investigation. And flatly, I think there has been a cover-up. I really do." Meanwhile, former student Joy Tai would later be happy to have someone in authority, or perhaps even anyone outside the circle of school witnesses, believe her story instead of treating her like a fantasist. She recently revealed, quote, "All we want is an answer. All we want is someone to say to us, yes, we know that did happen that day. It was a very extraordinary experience, but something definitely did happen that day. It wasn't your imagination. You weren't on drugs. You weren't drunk. It happened." Be like, Joy, chill. Just be like, someone need to tell you it's a weather balloon? Just be like, it's a weather balloon. Is there a complete... Even if I saw something like this and it was crazy, I'd be like, well, yeah, it's probably a weather balloon. Or whatever. And everyone would be like, bro, how can you get over this day? And I'd be like, I don't know, by just realizing it was probably a weather balloon. My brain is ridiculously logical. I would certainly hope that over 300 pupils at the same school weren't all on drugs or on drunk on that same Wednesday morning. I might expect that kind of behaviour from some of the teachers, but surely not the kids. I did initially suspect that somebody may have put something funny in the jam roly-poly and custard, but we can rule that out on the grounds that the incident happened in the morning, so the students wouldn't have been fed yet. It's often been suggested that the whole thing was just a silly hoax which got out of hand, but the sheer volume of witnesses would seem to make that extremely unlikely. Surely, at least one of them would have fessed up by now. I can't see 300 schoolkids managing to keep it a secret for over 50 years, and besides, not all of the witnesses were from the school anyway. So it looks like the Australian government has clearly been attempting to cover up a visit from extraterrestrials all along. Look, I know we're normally very dismissive of potential alien encounters on Decoding the Unknown, and rightfully so, Danny. And we prefer a more rational answer, which doesn't involve little green men preparing to assemble the mighty anal probe. And of course, we're going to be doing that in exactly a moment. But just for the record, I don't honestly feel that this time around I have any real right to just dismiss the alien craft theory out of hand. Well, I'm always like, show me some evidence that it was an alien craft. Right now, it's just all speculation. And it's like, it's infinitely more likely to be a military craft or a weather balloon or something with a rational explanation. And I think a lot of the details around the edges, like the burnt field and the Cessnas and stuff, are either people misremembering or have rational explanations, like the farmer burning his field so people stop bothering him on his land. Yes, it seems unlikely, but if several hundred people really did all recall seeing an intelligently controlled aircraft buzzing around in the sky several years before I was even born, who am I to say that they're all wrong? I mean, there's not much in the way of evidence other than eyewitnesses. It may have been a bit more useful if the alien craft hovered into view at some point in the last 15 years, in which case we'd all have been able to enjoy watching about 300 different videos of the damn thing on Instagram. But it didn't. A solitary photograph did eventually surface, but it wasn't actually taken on the same day. This Polaroid photograph of a supposed flying silver disc in the sky was apparently taken 2 days earlier, around 10 miles from Westall High School. The Victorian Flying Saucer Research Society has apparently examined the Polaroid in great detail and confirmed that it's a genuine 1966 photograph which has not been digitally altered or tampered with in any way. Some of the Westall encounter witnesses claim that it bears a resemblance to what they saw for themselves just 2 days later. That's terrific, but it's still a pretty weak Polaroid of a small silver blob in the sky. It could be interpreted as anything from a slightly funky frisbee to a pan lid that's just been lobbed in the air. I don't think it counts as particularly compelling evidence. Something that really bothers me is the presence or non-presence of those Cessna planes. It's perhaps understandable in some way that hundreds of different witnesses may have slightly differing memories of the size, colour and noise of the alien craft, but it's harder to understand why some people saw 5 Cessna planes engaging in a game of cat and mouse for 20 minutes, while others don't recall seeing any planes at all. Yeah, that's probably the biggest mystery for me. I'm really almost happy to chalk it up to someone being, oh my god, yeah, remember the planes? And people being like, what planes? You know, flying around the thing, being like, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, there were planes, you know, the kind of like, because one person says and then it gets out of hand, but it is a really big thing to get out of hand. Like, I don't know what that's about. I suppose it's possible that the planes only came into view a little later, and so were only ever seen by a small group of the more insubordinate kids who were refusing to go back inside the school. But no official records of planes in the area were ever found, and Moorabbin Airport insists that none of their craft were anywhere near that area. You also would have thought that if anyone had been trying to intercept an alien spaceship, such a situation would have been handled by more serious military aircraft, rather than 5 light Cessna planes from the local airport, flown by 5 pilots who just happened to be hanging around before deciding to randomly chase the craft without requiring any permission to take off. We'll return to the alien craft theory in a moment or 5, but there must surely be at least a couple of alternate theories to consider which are rooted in more earthly origins. That early subdued report from the Age paper appeared to give the most widely accepted answer when it glumly reported that the unidentified flying report was probably just a boring old weather balloon. As we mentioned earlier, the paper reported that the Weather Bureau had launched such a balloon used for meteorological research earlier that morning in the nearby town of Laverton. However, I'm not entirely sure where the Age was getting their information from. It certainly didn't seem to be from the Weather Bureau. Simple weather balloons are hardly the sort of thing to be shrouded in secrecy, and a local launch would have been documented somewhere in the archives. But aside from that single mention in the Age newspaper, nobody has since been able to find a scrap of evidence that a weather balloon really was launched from Laverton on that day. That's not to say with any certainty that it wasn't a weather balloon, but there's a noticeable lack of paper trail to suggest that it definitely was. And again, even without the paper trail, I'm like, what's more likely, weather balloons, which do exist, or alien spacecraft, which we've never seen in the history of the planet? You know? Australian author, retired astronomer, and respected researcher of unidentified aerial phenomena Keith Basterfield went a little further with the balloon theory in 2014 when he was tasked with the mission of finding the most likely explanation for the Westall encounter. Who tasked him with this mission? What's your job? It's like,
yeah, you need to go and find out about this alien spacecraft rumour from years ago.
Who's paying for that? Who's his boss? And he dug pretty deep until he came up with what he believes to be the most convincing answer. Keith reckons that it was a balloon of sorts, but no ordinary balloon. After sifting through the National Archives and making use of Freedom of Information laws, Keith discovered evidence of a joint program between the US and Australian Department of Supply, which ran between 1960 and 1969 from Mildura in Victoria. Project Highball, short for Project High Altitude Balloons, was set to monitor radiation levels in the atmosphere following the recent dodgy nuclear tests conducted by the British in Maralinga in South Australia. Each huge silver or grey balloon reached up to 100 meters in diameter and carried a hefty 300-kilogram payload of snazzy atmospheric testing equipment. They were usually followed by light aircraft or a chase plane, which tailed the balloon and remotely triggered its parachute via radio signals. Wow, that sounds like exactly what's going on. This big brain figured it out. Keith uncovered documentation which revealed that 4 Project Highball balloons, including one named Flight 292, were scheduled to be launched from Mildura on the day before the Westall encounter, and yet any follow-up paperwork revealing the fate of Flight 292 appears to have gone missing. Although there's a good 350 miles between Mildura and Clayton South, Keith's hypothesis is that Flight 292 was a rogue nuclear balloon which was blown way off course and ended up drifting over Westall High School the very next day. I'm down with this, Keith. This sounds extremely likely. One expert revealed that it wasn't too uncommon for highball balloons to drift astray, with some of them ending up in Adelaide, Canberra, and even halfway to New Zealand. And the description of the silver balloon certainly sounds reasonably similar to how some witnesses described the UFO lurking over the school, whilst the potential presence of the light aircraft chasing the runaway balloon would explain why some witnesses felt sure that the object wasn't entirely alone in the sky. It sounds pretty compelling to me, but none of the witnesses were buying into it. Why not? They reckon that they know the difference between a floating balloon and an intelligently controlled craft. This thing in the sky wasn't just aimlessly floating adrift, it was buzzing around at remarkable speeds and often hovering in a perfectly controlled, motionless position before shooting directly upwards into the air and zooming right back down again. Yeah, okay, if you saw that you'd be like, that's no balloon. But I feel this could be misremembering, like the misremembering combined with the reasonable explanation of the balloon. Could be okay. There's no way that a simple balloon would have generated quite so much excitement and fear from over 300 kids. Yes, but mass hysteria is also a thing. One of documentary maker Shane Ryan's alternative theories is that the UFO was some kind of secret experimental aircraft which belonged to either the Royal Australian Air Force or the US Air Force. Yeah, and also weather balloons are commonly said to be like, oh yeah, it's a weather balloon. It's really an experimental aircraft. After all, this was during the height of the Cold War, whilst the Second World War was still a very recent memory. It could be the case that the military and the government were keen to silence the school, the media, and the witnesses, but not to hide any perceived threat of alien visitation. They were more interested in hushing up the fact that one of their secret military experiments had just gone completely tits up and almost crash-landed right into a high school in broad daylight. Yep. I'm pretty down with that explanation as well. However, Australia's aircraft industry had been scaled back considerably during the 1960s and didn't really have the capacity to produce pioneering new military aircraft. No, but America and Britain did. And they were allies and they were doing stuff with weather balloons, right? Of course, another nation such as the US or the UK could have been testing new experimental aircraft in Australia. Bingo. Danny and I, same page. But any documents and designs of such craft would have long been declassified by now. There is no known documentation for anything remotely resembling the descriptions of the silver flying saucer darting around at incredible speeds in 1966. Besides, you wouldn't really expect a top-secret military experiment to be taking place on a sunny Wednesday morning in a highly populated suburban area. No, but it went wrong. That's the argument, isn't it? There is one final rational theory which was initially put forward back in the day when it appeared in the letters pages of the Dandenong Journal during the 2-week period when they were covering the story. A man who identified himself as a former navigator for the Royal Australian Air Force wrote into the publication to suggest that the object sounded not unlike a nylon target drogue. A bit like a windsock, these target drogues were very much still used in training exercises at the time. The target drogue would be towed along by one plane as target practice for the other planes to chase and shoot at. Again, sounds very reasonable, sounds like exactly what could be going on. Whilst the Royal Australian Air Force has never confirmed the nylon target drogue was in operation over Clayton South at the time, the former navigator felt they wouldn't have felt the need to confirm or deny anything. Why should they? He wrote. They were probably carrying out a normal exercise and wouldn't dream that anyone could take a drogue for a flying saucer. Brian Dunning from the Skeptoid podcast is reasonably on board with this theory, and it would at least explain the perceived sight of a bizarre cat and mouse game taking place in the skies. Yeah, I think, what was his name? The guy Brian agrees with? The military dude? Oh, maybe they don't say his name. Oh no, No, they don't. I don't know. Whatever. But I'm on board with this as well. There are plenty of very reasonable, rational explanations. However, Brian has a slightly different take on the matter, as he believes that the Westall encounter could have been made up of two separate incidents occurring on the very same morning. Brian feels that the initial sighting at the school sounded very much like the students were just watching a simple weather balloon drift away slowly into the distance. But the small group who broke away to try and follow the disappearing balloon ended up seeing something else entirely. They now saw a bunch of planes chasing a nylon target drogue in a routine training exercise. That's pretty clever. That's pretty clever if that's what's going on. This does sound a little overcomplicated. I mean, it's hard to believe that so much was going on in the clouds above Westall High School at the exact same time in the morning. We might as well throw in a hot air balloon, a shooting star, and an impromptu performance from the acrobatic display team, the Roulettes, whilst we're at it. And again, the witnesses aren't again buying into any of this on the ground that a nylon target drogue looks and behaves anything like a hovering silver flying saucer. For now, it seems that many of the original witnesses are still convinced that they saw an alien spaceship on that morning, and you can shove your silly windsock theories where the rings of Saturn do not shine. The authorities may have had nothing much to say over the last 55 years, but at least the local council have recently decided to lean into the mystery and the intrigue. If you happen to be anywhere near the Grange Reserve today, you'll find that it's now home to a fun children's play space which rides under the banner of Grange Reserve UFO Park. Launched in 2013, the park includes a massive UFO with funky twisting chutes stretching out of every corner, along with some super cool alien wobble boards. Yeah, before I had kids, I'd be like, oh, who cares? Okay, so it's a play park. And now I'm like, wow, that sounds amazing. My kids would be happy there for hours. I must go there, even though it's in Australia. Seriously, it looks pretty good. If I was a bit younger and not stranded at the other side of the world, I'd take a look myself. Sod it, I might do it anyway. Danny, it's a really long flight to Australia, mate. It's like 24 hours. It's really long. It just feels a little surprising that a saga which has been shrouded in secrecy and radio silence for so many years is now suddenly the focal point of a local children's park. We may not have any concrete answers to anything, but at least we've got a metal UFO to play inside. Maybe the Westall encounter was just a particularly clever marketing teaser which took 47 years to reach the big reveal. Or maybe the alien craft theory is still the most compelling explanation that we have to go on for now. After all, we surely can't just arrogantly dismiss the testimony of over 300 people who witnessed the incident firsthand. Or can we? I can't help feeling a little bit cynical over the fact that very few of those witnesses were adults. There were presumably several teachers in the school on their day, but the only teacher who's ever been happy to talk about it at great lengths is Andrew Greenwood. No other staff members have ever corroborated any elements of his story, including the sighting of the aircraft or the threats from grumpy Principal Frank Sambleby and the men in military uniforms. Documentary maker Shane Ryan has apparently managed to track down a few other adult witnesses not connected to the school, such as local residents and farm workers, but not very many at all. The overwhelming majority of witnesses to have spoken up about the incident were young children. I should quickly say that I'm not trying to suggest that over 300 children are lying. I'm not even convinced there were even 300 witnesses, but I'll return to that thought in a second. But I do wonder if at least some of the former students, the relatively small number who turn up to school reunions and contribute to documentaries, could be caught in something of a bandwagon effect. Yes, 100% agree. I think this is a major factor. I met up recently with an old schoolmate who I hadn't seen for about 30 years. Oh my lord. Okay. On my way to meet him, I was feeling a bit nervous about how we might not have anything of value to say to each other after all this time. But I needn't have worried. It was genuinely an amazing experience, as we literally just picked off from the exact same conversation we'd left hanging in the air in about 1993 and just carried on from there as if the intervening years had just been a summer dream. That's kind of incredible. That sounds kind of fun. But he did say something that made me ponder over how our memories can sometimes cheat us. He asked me if I remembered the time that Mr. Metcalf's belt snapped while he was on playground duty, and he ended up dashing red-faced back into the school with his trousers around his ankles while the entire school pretended to run for their lives in mock terror. I remembered exactly what he was talking about, but it wasn't really that remarkable. Mr. Metcalf's belt did indeed snap, but his trousers never fell down. He just took off the belt and popped back inside the school for a bit. But at the end of the day, this incident has evolved into the story that my old mate seems to remember, whilst by the end of the week it had evolved into an incident in which a trouserless Mr. Metcalf was chased by a pack of angry wasps into the school duck ponds. And it was a bit like the first gig by the Sex Pistols. Hundreds of people claimed to have seen it happen, but only about 40 people were really there. Now, if you were one of the pupils in attendance at Westall High School on April the 6th, 1966, would you really want to be one of the kids who was stuck in the classroom and missed the whole thing? Or would you rather be one of the kids who watched the whole incredible drama unfold and now has a story to tell? Again, I'm not suggesting that all of the kids were just making shit up. It could be the case that the story was inflated in their own heads over time. Some of them may have witnessed something slightly unusual, if not exactly earth-shattering on that day, but this memory has grown into something else entirely over the years as stories from other witnesses have been shared and absorbed. What may have started out as the sighting of something resembling a balloon gradually mutating into a sighting of a mighty silver disc, which then mutated into the sighting of a frenetic battle between a UFO and several Cessna planes, which then mutated into a sighting of an alien craft landing on a wooded heath and the occupants getting out and asking for directions to the nearest pizza haven. Another point to bear in mind is that very few of the witness accounts were contemporary. Barely anyone spoke up about it at the time except for science teacher Andrew Greenwood. It wasn't until around 40 years later, when people started making documentaries about it, that other witnesses came together to hear each other's stories and share their own memories of something that happened 4 decades earlier when they were young children. These memories are going to be wildly unreliable, and this is why they differ, like the story with the teacher with his pants down. We never get to hear any new evidence, we just get to hear new memories long after the supposed event. These witness accounts may have been a lot more credible if they matched up with each other, but the often significant contradictions in the recollections suggest that people are supposedly remembering entirely different versions of the events of that day. How can we judge which versions, if any, are close to the truth? The actual number of witnesses is also a bit of a grey area. It's widely reported that there were over 300 witnesses either in the schoolyard or on the Grange Reserve. But again, not everyone can agree. Some say it was nearer 200, some say it was less than 100. One interesting point is that if we go back to the very first report on the story from the Dandenong Journal, the article indicates that one teacher and several students saw the alien craft. That one teacher was presumably Andrew Greenwood, but there was no mention at all of Jeanette Moore or the other 3 teachers whom Andrew claimed were also on the scene. And just how many children is several? It could be 300, it could also be 50, it could also be 7. Yeah, I would definitely not say 300 or even 50. I'd be like, several children is like 5 to 8 children. That's what I would take from that. The number seemed to gradually grow over the years until it finally reached about 300, which would be about half the school. That itself sounds a bit dubious. Would half an entire school have been in a position where they could see the small segment of sky in which the UFO was hovering? And would so many teachers have allowed half the school to just get up from their desks and wander outside? It could be that the only pupils in the yard on that morning were the ones taking PE lessons and the occupants of a couple of classrooms which had windows that just happened to be facing the right direction. Whilst the Westall encounter is often made out to be one of the biggest mass sightings of a UFO in history, it's more accurate to say that a completely unknown number of witnesses were present. And what are the shady actions of Principal Frank Sambleby in the Royal Australian Air Force who allegedly threatened pupils into silence? Well, it's absolutely true that the principal held an assembly in which he asked students and teachers not to speak with the media, although it's less clear if he went on a rant about how UFOs do not exist or threatened to fire teachers if they disobeyed him. Bearing in mind that Andrew Greenwood did just that with no consequences, that does seem perhaps a bit unlikely. The principal himself gave a very brief interview to the Dandenong Journal explaining why he had banned pupils and students from talking to the press. He said, "The flood of visitors and phone calls from the Air Force down to the Flying Saucer Association have interrupted the children's studies." Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. It's like, he doesn't want them doing this because it's like just a distraction. Just go back and start studying maths. Come on. That might be considered a fair enough move from a school principal worried that his students were getting distracted by a circus. He very probably wasn't flanked by mysterious men in suits when he was giving his assembly speech, and in fact, not many witnesses, aside from good old Andrew Greenwood, have much to say about being threatened by the Royal Australian Air Force. While it's often reported that Westall High School and the Grange Reserve were swarming with military figures in the immediate aftermath of the incident, there doesn't seem to be any real evidence for this at all. Even if the government or military were keen to brush a sensitive story under the carpet, it feels a bit unrealistic that they'd even attempt to silence 600 school kids by using bully boy tactics. And it's not like a media blackout was ever imposed. Although most newspapers just didn't seem interested in the story, the Dandenong Journal ran with it for nearly a fortnight. Why would the government bother to threaten students and teachers from a school whilst allowing the local press to cheerfully bang on about UFOs for 2 weeks? They wouldn't, and it's a little bit ridiculous. I still think it's possible that Andrew Greenwood, who certainly seems to be the one person driving this story forward, saw something very unusual in the sky on that 1966 morning, along with a group of witnesses of undetermined size. And who knows, maybe it really was an alien craft from the distant planet of Flittertwinkle. We may never know for sure what it was that they saw. If I was a betting man, I'd be inclined to plump the Keith Basterfield story about the Hubble balloons monitoring the radiation levels in the atmosphere. Oh, wait! No, I'm going for the other one about the drogue. The drogue? What was it called? The balloon that gets dragged along? And the Cessnas were using it for, like, piloting skills or whatever? That's my one. I think that one. We know for sure that these balloons were being launched during this period, and they certainly would have attracted attention from people on the ground as they were absolutely huge and looked pretty unusual and futuristic. We also know that the fate of one Hubble balloon launched the previous day is now unknown as the paperwork has gone walkabout. Also an excellent theory. And of course the potential presence of the chase plane tailing the Hubble balloon fits in with some recollections of Cessna planes circling the object, although I'm not sure if a chase plane would have still been tailing the balloon after it had drifted so far off course. Of course, it might have been helpful if anybody had bothered to launch an official investigation at the time. The lack of any real action in this area has naturally fueled all the theories of a government cover-up, but it seems as if the authorities just weren't particularly worried about it, and now it's too late to dig up a definitive explanation, as we can't trace all the documentation. But I would still feel inclined to believe that the strange object in the sky was the missing Flight 292 from the Hubble project. Yeah, I think this is entirely possible. I also think the drogue theory is possible. I don't think it's aliens. Andrew Greenwood wouldn't agree with me, of course, but I suspect that he has been embellishing his own narrative for so long now that he's unlikely to be swayed by anything that doesn't quite fit with the fantastical story that he's been sharing for decades. Allegedly. And I'm not sure if he or any other witnesses even want to hear a definitive answer if it doesn't involve either alien spaceships or a government cover-up of some sinister secret. I mean, if the object was finally revealed to be a balloon, what would they even talk about at the next school reunion? They'd probably have to start completely misremembering that time that Principal Frank Sambleby's trousers fell down and he got chased into a duck pond by a swarm of evil sentient lawnmowers. Sounds a bit far-fetched? Well, you weren't there, man. And that's where we end today's episode of Decoding the Unknown. Thank you, Danny, for writing it. It's been a pleasure to read. And I hope you enjoyed it as well, dear audience. If you enjoyed this show, please leave a review. If you're listening to it as a podcast, of course. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode things. It's right there in the title, isn't it? It's a skeptical show where we come across some concepts like what Danny's written for me today, following in the footprints of the Devon Devil, and then we tell you why the Devon Devil's oh god damn, it's going to be a pronunciation, like not pronunciation, but like a speaking. Devon Devil. Devon Devil. Devon Devil? 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 Doesn't matter. Let's carry on, shall we? Danny writes it for me. I've never read it before. We're going to over the idea that devils are real. I'm sure. Let's jump in. The winter of 1855 was colder than a politician's heart. Between January and March, the temperature had rarely risen above freezing in the UK, and the southwest countryside of Devon was largely hidden underneath a carpet of thick snow. This was back in the day when winters were real winters, snowmen were real snowmen, and icicles formed proudly on the dangling testicles of farm folk who weren't going to let a spot of bad weather ruin their weekends. The conditions were even worse in the north of England, but everything's always worse in the north. Danny can say that because he's from the north. If I said that, it'd be considered racist. Back down south, the snow fell as heavy as ever over Devon and on the chilling night of the 8th of February as two of the region's rivers, the Exe and the Tyne. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. EXE and TIGN. And I know people will be like, Simon, they're in your country. And I'm like, yeah, but your country's also real big. Like whatever country you're in, unless you're like in Vatican City or something, your country's big. You don't know all the names of the rivers. They froze over like glass, but this time the snowfall appeared to have brought with it something else. The residents of the villages, scattered across the bottom half of the county, awoke next morning to discover that a visitor in the night had left a remarkably long trail of footprints in the snow that defied logical explanation. Already, I'm like, it's a prank. When was this? 1855! People are way more gullible in the past. Like, they'll believe all sorts of shit. And then the more close you get to the future, or to the present day, sorry, not to the future, but I'm sure the future as well, the more elaborate things need to be for people to believe. Like in the past, you just be like, yeah, well, I just got this thing made out of woods that looked like a devil's footprints and I mashed it in the snow. And people were like, oh my lord, it's the second coming of Jesus. Or like, not the second coming of Jesus, that would be a good thing. What's the bad thing with the horsemen? 4 horsemen? It's the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse! Oh my days! They stretched out in a sinister pattern and moved in mysterious ways, which were impossible to attribute to neither man nor beast, and the exact nature of the footprints has still yet to be conclusively identified. So what exactly was it that got the national press into a belated frenzy and spooked the Devon locals to the degree that they became afraid to leave their houses? And could it be that the devil himself descended on the denizens of Devon on their dark, direful night to demonstrate his disenchanting dance of death? Jesus Christ, Danny. You're making it hard on purpose and I don't like it. You're pushing me to the limits of my ability as what's essentially just a fancy reader.
I deserve to be adored by a man, yet here my dreams lie dormant. I don't mean to get mordantly morbid, but did I get all adorably adorned to get bored manning doors? No more.
I realise that Simon has probably already yelled out no at this point, but I'm going to put the haunted cat amongst the zombie pigeons by suggesting that the answer might be yes. Yes, he did. No, he didn't, Danny! No! The devil's not real. Hell's not real. None of this is real. Could be wrong, though. There's only one way to find out. At least I hope. Like Simon died. I was about to say that I believe in an afterlife or say something that resembles that. Let's just say I find it extremely, extremely improbable. If it does exist, it's the same way that, what was that Sims family called? In the original Sims, it was called was it the Simonians or whatever? And it would be like, okay, let's imagine that old Bob, or was it Jeff, from the Sims family, like in Sims 1 when you fire it off, he dies in a fire, right? And then, but you're like, oh no, so you don't save your game and you reload Bob Sims' house. And I promise I'm making a point here. I believe that maybe we live inside some fancy computer simulation or whatever. Don't really believe that, but I don't think it's impossible either. I think it's much more likely than the idea that people who go to church or mosque or synagogue or whatever your place of worship of choice is, that the idea that afterlife, that's infinitely less likely to me than the idea that we're all just living in a computer. So my idea of an afterlife could be yeah, you just didn't save the game, or it's when this one's over, you start it again, or something like that. I don't think that's impossible. I think it's extremely unlikely, and then you wouldn't know it because old Bob from The Sims is just he doesn't remember burning to death in a fire. He just got reset. He doesn't know. Maybe we've already been reset. But this isn't amateur philosophy channel. This is Decoding the Unknown. So let's crack on. Fire under my feet. Depending on which of the many contemporary news reports you believed, it was either a baker or a farmer who was the first of the early risers to spot the footprints. One baker from the town of Topsham reportedly raised an eyebrow when he found mysterious tracks near his shop whilst he was getting ready to open up for the day. Perhaps not being the most inquisitive of souls, he shrugged them off until he began to hear further reports throughout the day of strange footprints popping up all over the place, which formed quite an epic trail. Meanwhile, a farmer got into more of a flap when he saw the same set of curious footprints on the same morning approaching one of his barns. They appeared to stop dead at the barn door, and the farmer naturally began to grow concerned about the welfare of his animals inside. He needn't have worried. The animals were fine and dandy, but after closer inspection he was shocked to find that the set of footprints appeared to just carry on outside the wall of the barn, right across the top of the roof. It was as if the night prowler had a problem with the concept of opening doors, but had no difficulty at all in just walking right up the side of any structure that happened to be in his way. That sounds extremely unlikely. I'm already well, that would be hard to fake. But it'd also be now I'm is there actually any evidence of this? 1855. Did they have cameras and stuff? No, it's probably just some dude being yeah, man, guess what? And it's just a ghost story that got more embellished over time. As the morning drifted hazily into a bleak afternoon, word had quickly spread around the region that some strange and quite possibly dangerous creature had been wandering around the snow-clad countryside in the middle of the night, leaving unearthly tracks in its wake, prompting immediate suspicion that it was either the devil, a giant sea monster, or a northern tourist. Oh god, some of the locals instinctively grabbed their guns. They're oh, there's a northerner down here, is there? Uh-oh. dashed out to catch the scent while others adopted a calmer approach and took the time to draw sketches of the tracks and try to figure out just how far they had stretched. Devon's the place. It's in Cornwall, right? Where everyone talks like a pirate. I made a video about that once. It's a fascinating story. At least I found it fascinating. It's like, you know why pirates talk a bit like this? And they sound like they're from the West Country, where I'm pretty sure Devon is located. Is because some dude who played like a pirate in a movie, like back in the day, like one of the first pirates or some shit like that, was from Devon. Or was from the West Country. So he had this like West Country accent. And then everyone who played pirates from that point on used his like West Country accent because that's what they associated with pirates. Even though it obviously had nothing to do with pirates, because pirates are like over in the Caribbean doing stuff. They're probably not from the West Country. I mean, they could be. Maybe some of them did come from the West Country. Some of the locals instinctively grabbed their guns and dashed out to catch the scent, whilst others adopted a calmer approach and took time to draw sketches of the tracks and try to figure out just how far they had stretched. It's the past. It's like, how are we going to document this? Well, get out your paper and pencils, chaps. Later, I know I'm making fun of it, but it's like, obviously that was the only thing that they could do. God, I'm so glad I'm not in the past. Like, I know when I was young, when I was like a kid, the 1800s seemed like an infinite amount of time ago. But not really. Like, now I'm an adult, and I'm 36. I'm only like, well, it's only like 4 or 5 lifetimes of 4 or 5 of the amount of time I've lived, and would be like back in the 1800s. And I'm like, that's pretty nuts, because I feel like I've not been around for that long. So it really makes me think the 1800s are not that long ago. My like grandparents were born like, what, 1930s? Maybe late 1920s? Something like that. And so their grandparents would have been like born like around this time. And that's kind of nuts. Like someone I knew, I could have asked them. I didn't. I should have done really. Shouldn't I? Tell me about your nan. That'd be kind of, it's like, that's real back in the day, isn't it? Real back in the day. And then, sorry to belabor this point, but isn't it also nuts that my kids could probably will be alive in the year 2100? Which is crazy. That's like fully in the future. Everyone's like, yeah, Simon, that's how time works, son. Yes, I know, but it's crazy still. Well, maybe it's not. Later press reports indicated that this single trail of unbroken footprints dragged on for somewhere between 40 to 100 miles, or 60 to 160 kilometers, trekking across as many as 30 different towns during the creature's night ramble. The first sightings appeared to be near Exmouth, but then the trail traveled up to Topsham and then crossed the estuary of the River Exe before heading to Dawlish and Teignmouth, with additional reports suggesting that the trail then stretches far south as Totnes and Torquay. Oh my god, these town names. Like, I've heard of Torquay. It's spelled Torquay, but I'm pretty sure it's Torquay. But none of these other places I've ever heard of. I've been to Devon, like, at least several times. I think I've got family who live in Devon, or at least lived in Devon at some point, or in the West Country. And I've been there on a long bike ride, but I don't really know much else about the West Country. I know they have, like, is it scones? Is a scones from the West Country with, like, the cream and the jam? Delicious. Don't worry if you're not fully absorbing the geography of this. I live in the county right next door, and I know all about Devon, and it's got this really good model village in Babacoom with railway loops and fire-breathing dragons and stuff. You can save up to 10% on a ticket if you book things in advance. Danny, are you trying to slip in like a sponsor? Are you getting paid for this, Danny? If you are, we need to disclose. The point there is that this was, and also you need to give me a slice. And there's a pretty long journey for any creature, human or otherwise, to have undertaken in a single night during a severe snowstorm, way back in the days when electricity was yet to light up the streets of the country villages. But it was the nature of the tracks that got some of the locals cowering beneath the bedsheets in terror. The cloven hoofprints trampled into the snow had clearly been made by a biped creature planting one foot in front of the other, rather than a four-legged animal that might have just escaped from a farmer's barn. A cloven hoof is the kind of divided or split hoof that you might usually expect to see on cattle or goats or pigs or deer, which traditionally come with 4 legs. Only traditionally, though. Like, if you want to go for a non-traditional goat, 2 legs. Bipedal goats. Real thing. Not true. But these tracks appeared to have been made by a 2-legged creature, which was forming footprints that were just over 4 inches long, 3 inches wide, and somewhere between 8 to 16 inches apart. So, if they were made by a man, it would have been a man who took a very small shoe size, but had a pretty impressive stride rate. In fact, considering the size of the trail and the length of time his journey took, it would have been bopping along at around 17 miles per hour. Good lord, that one bops longer. That's like a full-on sprint. Wait, can you even sprint that fast? No. Yo, ChatGPT, what's up? I'm wondering, like, how fast people sprint. Like, if I am just a regular dude, I have it in my mind that if I whacked the treadmill up to 15, that I could just about sprint at 15 miles per hour. Is that at all accurate, or am I just thinking about kilometers an hour? Like, and also tell me, Usain Bolt, the really quick dude, how fast does he sprint in miles per hour?
So, if you're thinking about sprinting at 15 miles per hour on a treadmill, that's actually pretty fast, especially if you're not a trained sprinter. Most average people can sprint somewhere between 8 to 15 miles per hour, but it really depends on your fitness level, sprinting technique, and experience. As for Usain Bolt, the legendary sprinter, he set the world record for the 100 meters with a time of 9.58 seconds.
Good Lord.
That translates to a peak speed of about 27.8 miles per
Holy
hour.
shit.
Record run. That's incredible.
That's so fast. Also, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I could, like, this was back in the day when I used to run. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I could do 50 miles per hour for a very short amount of time. So 70 miles per hour is like, that's extremely quick for a person. Usain Bolt, 27 miles per hour. He could be chasing a fucking car in a village. It would also have to be a man with a very unusual walk, as these footprints, and some say they were branded into the snow as if feet were as hot as iron, were also in a dead straight line with one foot planted perfectly after the other. This doesn't exactly resemble the slightly wonkier footprints typically made by a human, regardless of whether or not said human is staggering home after a heavy night on the sauce. In fact, it was the unswervingly straight and unbroken nature of the tracks which caused the locals to really start biting their fingernails and digging out their Bibles for comfort. The visitor was clearly not one to deviate from its chosen path. This entity had travelled through villages and cemeteries and rivers and hedges and giant haystacks without feeling impeded by any obstacles it came across on its defiantly straight journey. Just as the farmer had initially noted, some of the footprints were found to walk straight up to the walls of buildings and carry on across the roof before coming back down again on the other side. In other cases, the footprints stopped at the bottom of small drain pipes, no more than about 4 inches in diameter, before coming out again, up near the gutter. And whilst the marks were also initially thought to have stopped dead when the visitor approached an estuary of the River Exe, the trail was later picked up again directly over the other side, as if the creature had just glided straight over a 2-mile stretch of water and then resumed its unwaveringly straight and crunchy trek across the snow. It seemed that it either knew exactly where it was going or it hadn't quite figured out how to take left and right turns yet. On an even more disturbing note, there were also reports that the tracks led right up to the front doors of cottages before disappearing again, as if the visitor had passed right through the homes of victims to curse their souls before popping out through the back door. As one eyewitness from Exmouth reported, the marks came right up the front garden to within a few feet of the house, stopped abruptly, and then began again at the back within a few feet of the building. So, to sum up, we're looking for a biped creature with cloven hooves of fire who can walk up walls, leap across rooftops, glide across water, glide across 2 miles of water, and squeeze through drain pipes. My first thought was that it could be a particularly determined Jehovah's Witness, but then I decided it was probably just a surprisingly athletic 2-legged goat. So there you have it. Join us next time on Decoding the Unknown, where we'll be investigating just how much hamster you really like to find in a hamburger. Ooh. I doubt very much, just because of the economics of it. Like, hamster's probably not something, it's like rats and stuff. You'd be like, yeah, I mean, it's a bit weird, but you could probably imagine that, like someone catching those rats and putting them in it. But why are we talking about this?
Rat. This is a rat burger. Not bad.
Danny, that made me go on a tangent. We shouldn't be on that tangent. We should be figuring this out because we're not really ending here. We've still got like 20 pages to go. Wait, no, I'm being told in my episode that neither of those answers really tick all the boxes. We're going to have to plow a little deeper to see whether the Prince of Darkness really did dance through Devon on their bitter night in 1855. The devil's in the detail. The devil's footprints certainly left their mark on the local press over the next few days, or to be more accurate, the papers were talking about the devil's hoof marks. Although the word footprint has been knocking around since the 1550s, it wasn't used quite as much in the 19th century, as we didn't yet fully appreciate the forensic value of a footprint, and we were just as likely to use simpler terms such as footmarks or foot tracks to describe the impression of a creature's foot that's left behind on a surface. Now, I never thought of it like that, but I suppose that makes sense. Or in this case, hoof marks to describe the impression of a demon's cloven hoof strutting across a snowy rooftop. But whilst local papers such as the Exeter and Plymouth Gazette wasted no time in reporting on the curious hoofprints, the national press weren't so quick off the mark. In fact, it took over a week or two before the mystery finally began to make it into national papers such as The Times, which included the following observations in its belated report on February the 16th. Quote, "It appears that on Thursday, the 8th of February, there was a very heavy fall of snow in the neighbourhood of Exeter and the south of Devon. On the following morning, the inhabitants of the above towns were surprised at discovering the footprints of some strange and mysterious animal, endowed with the power of ubiquity, as the marks were seen in all kinds of unaccountable places. There was hardly a garden in Limpstone where they were not observable. The impression of the foot closely resembled that of a donkey's shoe." Okay. At present, was it a hoof? Was it like a demon hoof thing? Or was it a donkey's shoe, which I assume is something like a horseshoe? At present, it remains a mystery, and many superstitious people in the above towns are afraid to go outside their doors after night. End quote. Now, over the course of the next few days and weeks, the national press actually got into a bit of a lather about this, and the letters page were heaving with speculation as to what harmless or ghastly creature could be responsible for causing so much panic. One early regular correspondent went by the pen name of South Devon, but was later revealed to be a guy called William de Urban, a local man who described himself as an experienced hunter with proven pedigree in tracking wild animals in the snow. Over the course of his many letters to the Illustrated London News magazine, the world's first news magazine to feature pictures, albeit fancy illustrations rather than paparazzi photographs, William de Urban was quick to rule out some of the more reassuring suggestions from readers which involved the tracks being made by humans, birds, donkeys, or, I don't know, penguins. Yeah, all of this is more likely than what this dude's probably coming up with. He'd be like, "It was the devil!" He observed, "At present, no satisfactory solution has been given. No known animal could have traversed this extent of country in one night, besides having to cross an estuary of the sea 2 miles broad. Neither does any known animal walk in a line of single footsteps, not even man." As the speculation grew in the newspapers and within the feverish imagination of local residents, it appeared that all the signs were pointing to a visitation from the bowels of hell. After all, if the prince belonged to neither human nor animal, then surely they could only belong to Lucifer, who was roaming through the county in search of sinning souls, even going so far as to try a bit of doorstep cold calling despite the slightly antisocial hour. I don't understand. People in the past, I know they're weird, but it's like, yeah, what's that? It must be the devil. It's not a prank. No, it's the devil. Just that's immediately where they jump to. The past, everybody. Some of the locals got it in their heads that it was all because several churches had made recent changes to the traditional prayer book, which had opened a portal between hell and the earth and given Satan an opportunity to take a mini break in Devon, even if it wasn't the best time of year to hit the beaches and the nightclubs. Others claimed that the devil had managed to get in through the back door following a recent significant drop in church footfall, which had weakened the bond of faith and subsequently weakened God's ability to protect his loyal flock from the temptations of evil. That makes sense, but it was the past. People would believe this. People would still believe this today. Just less people. And less. And less. With every passing year. It's perhaps more likely that the stinky weather had played a part in the drop of church attendance, but it's reported that some crafty vicars were promoting the idea that the lower turnouts were to blame for the devil prancing around the countryside, as they figured this might get some more bums on seats. I suspected that they had to place a bigger order for communion wafers in time for the following Sunday's service. Of course, one of the main reasons why so many people assumed that they were witnessing the tracks of the devil, quite aside from the more supernatural aspects of his long journey, is because he would seem to be one of the very few suspects to fit the description of a biped with cloven horns. Yes, and Harry Potter fits the description of a boy with a scar on his face probably carrying a wand, but that doesn't make him any more real. Having never knowingly met the guy myself, I'm having to rely on descriptions of the devil from other sources, but that's a bit more difficult than I first thought. He was never really depicted at all in the earliest forms of Christian artwork, and he was never even properly discussed in the passages of the Bible. Really? So where's the devil come from? The only clue we get is that Lucifer the Light-Bearer used to be a stunning angel back when he was part of the in-crowd, and since his fall from favor, he had taken to disguising himself as, wait for it, a stunning angel of light, which sounds a bit like Wile E. Coyote adopting the cunning disguise of Wile E. Coyote. But there's no reference as to what kind of physical transformation his true form was supposed to have undergone in the meantime, if indeed he changed his appearance at all. It wasn't until around the 9th century that we first began to see artwork of Satan which depicts him showing off his groovy new horns and his proper hairy legs and his swishy ghost tail and all those funky cloven hooves. He was also given a new pitchfork to wield this time. And this was probably because Christianity was traveling right around the world for the first time, and the concept of the devil was getting mashed up with a whole bunch of other celebrity deities, including most notably Pan, a god from ancient Greek religion and mythology, who was rocking the look of a biped half-man, half-goat. It's like, that guy looks demonic. Let's make him the devil. So the idea of a cloven-hoofed devil was always a borrowed concept in a way, and even the most fervent Bible basher shouldn't necessarily have jumped into the conclusion that cloven hoof marks were evidence of the devil coming out to play. An alternative, but equally frightful theory, is that the visitor was Spring-Heeled Jack, the cloaked figure from the Victorian era with ghoulish facial features, clawed hands, and eyeballs of fire, who was reported to have struck terror into the hearts of British citizens as he somehow leaped incredible distances in a single bound and larked about on rooftops like a tit. Pretty sure we've made a video about that, but it was a while ago, so I've forgotten the details. But maybe check out the video about Spring-Heeled Jack on this channel? Maybe, if it exists. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows? Not me. Not going to look it up. Quality work there, Simon. Thank you. The time frame certainly fits, as sightings of Spring-Heeled Jack were reported between 1837 and the turn of the 20th century. And it also fits with the idea of our mystery Devon night prowler leaping around rooftops and jumping over walls, even if Spring-Heeled Jack wasn't usually known for squeezing inside tiny drainpipes. However, it's generally accepted that Spring-Heeled Jack was an urban legend who is now more famous for his appearances in later works of fiction, eventually evolving into a heroic costumed avenger and a very early version of a comic superhero. Besides, although Spring-Heeled got around England quite a bit, he never thought to travel as far south as Devon. But whatever the identity of this long-distance rambler, he or she or it had the locals getting all jittery the following day as groups of big men with guns launched a hunt for the creature on a mission to make it die, whilst everyone else bolted the doors shut and wondered if they'd ever dare to leave the house again. Even a vicar joined in a small hunt that took place as far south as Torquay, although he may have been brandishing a Bible rather than a gun. But the dogs that accompanied this group weren't mad keen on the idea of sniffing out the devil. After they were released into the woods, it was glumly noted that the hounds came back baying and terrified. At this point, it seemed that the group lost their nerve and headed back home. Perhaps a one-off dance from the devil, which nobody was hurt, may not have seemed so bad in the grand scheme of things. It's not like he even caused any damage to a single drainpipe. The biggest fear was that he might raise a lot more hell during a swift return visit. And it's not like this is the only time in history that sightings of sinister footprints have been reported and never conclusively identified. Yet none of the other footmarks ever made quite such an imprint on the hearts and minds and sheds of the public as the ones that were made on that bitter night in Devon. The 19th century was a particularly popular period for fearful findings of fantastical footfall. A little earlier, in 1840, an epic 4-year voyage of discovery led by famed explorer Captain James Clark Ross had taken his crew to the Kerguelen Islands in the southern Indian Ocean. Oh my god, that's far away. Can you, like, in the past, 1840? It's like, yeah. You go on one of these journeys, it's like, you might not make it back. You're gonna be gone for years. It's like, now you're just like, I just went to India for 3 days. And it's like, it's just crazy. You're like, yeah, I'm at home. Now I'm in India. Now I'm at home again. And it's like, crazy. And back in the day, that would be like years of your life. During an exploration of one completely deserted island, the crew were mystified when they stumbled across fresh hoofprints in the snow, which were around 3 inches long and 2 inches wide and shaped a bit like a horseshoe. As Captain Ross himself later observed in his 1847 document of the voyage, quote, "Of land animals we saw none, and the only traces we could discover of there being any on this island were the singular footsteps of pony or ass found by the party detached for surveying purposes," end quote. Now, you'd reasonably expect to see hoofprints in the English countryside, which is heaving with hoofed animals, but it's more surprising when there's not a single creature of any kind in sight. However, Captain Ross was back in England during the sightings of the devil's hoofmarks in Devon, and as he didn't bother to venture an opinion on the matter, we can perhaps assume that he didn't see any connection himself. Moving right to the other ends of the UK, there were multiple reports of mysterious tracks popping up around 2 Scottish glens in the 1840s, stretching across a range of 12 miles. As reported by the Times, quote, "The print of the foot in every respect is an exact resemblance of that of a foal of considerable size. As no one has had the good fortune yet to have obtained a glimpse of this creature, nothing more can be said of its shape or dimensions, only it has been remarked from the depth to which the feet sunk in the snow that it must be a beast of considerable size." In the very same year that the devil stalked Devon in 1855, the Illustrated London News also reported that mysterious footprints were a regular occurrence on the hills of Piaskowa Góra in what we now call Poland. A respected doctor of medicine in the area revealed that unidentified marks popped up on the snow and in the sand all year round, and that the locals happily believed them to have been caused by supernatural influences, as they could not be attributed to any known animal. But it does seem that the devil is especially attracted to Devon, possibly because he's partial to a bit of clotted cream and a gallon or two of strong cider. If we leap forward in time to the 1950s, we can read a report from an anthropologist and physical researcher, Eric Dingwall, who seemed convinced that a businessman by the name of Mr. Wilson had come across an unusual hoof prints in the sand on a remote Devon beach. These prints differed from the trail found nearly a century earlier, as they were not cloven, and they were a whopping 6 feet apart, which suggests that the devil was either in more of a springy mood this time, or he had grown considerably since his last visit. But the other curious thing is that the prints just started from nowhere in a closed beach with challenging accessibility. According to Eric Dingwall, quote, "The beach was a comparatively narrow space, completely enclosed by rocky headlands on either side. It looked as if each mark had been cut out of the sand with a flat iron, starting immediately beneath the perpendicular cliff and ending in the sea. There was no returning track." This story failed to generate widespread attention in comparison to the 1855 sightings, and neither did a much more recent story from Devon in 2009, in which a great-grandmother from the village of Woolsbury believed that the devil had finally come back for another dance after all this time. 76-year-old retired government official Jill Wade awoke one March winter morning to find cloven footprints in the snow that had fallen on her back garden, and they closely resembled the bewildering size and pattern of the original marks 150 years earlier by a biped with cloven hooves. This is pranks, right? It's all got to be pranks, or just people making up stories for attention.
Remember to breathe!
Because it's... There's just no evidence that it's real so far. Jill was so intrigued by the prints that she got in contact with the Centre for Fortean Zoology, who sent round their top guy, Graham Inglis, to investigate. Whilst Graham admitted that he'd never seen such strange footprints in his life, he remained skeptical that the prints were made by the devil and thought it more likely they were made by hopping rabbits or hares. Sensible man right there. What is Fortean Zoology? What is Fortean? Like, zoology is the study of animals, right? What is Fortean? Look up. Okay, so, it's like, there's some dude called Charles Fort, right? This is Siri's knowledge, apparently, although drawing from Wikipedia, was an American writer and researcher who specialized in anomalous phenomenon. The terms Fortean and Fortiana are sometimes used to characterize various such phenomenon. Okay, so it's kind of like cryptozoology or whatever in a way, isn't it? Like, it feels like just a more acceptable way to say that. And even this dude is like, nah, it's just a rabbit. It's nothing weird. And I specialize in weird shit. And whilst the Centre for Fortean Zoology wasn't able to conclusively crack the case, the owner of the centre, Jonathan Downs, felt that there was probably a very natural, if elusive answer. He said, "Do I believe that the devil comes from the pits of hell to wander around the gardens of North Devon? Of course not. Too right. He's clearly a South Devon kind of demon." Whilst there are no definitive answers to any of these other sightings, there's also not much to investigate and not much in the way of evidence aside from the vague testimony of a few individuals. And I can't help wondering if Jill Wade had just lost the plot after retiring from the wild and crazy life of a government official. I suppose you could say that there's also a distinct lack of concrete evidence for the 1855 walkabout. The press may have been packed full of speculation and theories and rumors for months afterwards, but there were relatively few first-hand accounts of the actual event from named sources, and it's not as if everyone was taking photographs or filming themselves following in the footprints of the entire journey. Still, we haven't quite reached a complete dead end, and there's at least a little more evidence than I first suspected. A whole box of contemporary documents, in fact, which had been stashed away in the corner of a church to gather dust for about 100 years. Interest in the story had largely evaporated by the turn of the 20th century, but interest was rekindled in the 1950s following a series of retrospective articles printed in the thrillingly named local publication Report and Transactions of the Devonshire Association. I love that people, kept such good records. You just be like, yeah, it's kept somewhere. Like, why? Why? Just burn it. Just recycle it after a while. Inspired by the first of these new articles, historian Major Anthony Gibbs undertook a little detective work and found himself snooping around a church in Clyst St. George in East Devon, where he came across the box of documents hidden away in a parish box. Although, old documents are cool, we had a sponsor, My Heritage. Months ago, maybe a year ago now. And they gave me access to their, look into your family tree thing. And it was so cool. This isn't sponsored, but it's I got all the way back to, my great-great-grandparents. And you could dig up, census forms from them, like these giant A3 census forms that they'd filled out in like quill and ink and stuff. And it's like, oh yeah, there's my grandmother's name, like surname. And there's like all the people who lived in the house, like, who are these people? And then you could look up the address on Google Street View and it's like, whoa, that's where my family lived like 100-something years ago. It's really cool. So I know I like that all these old documents can be like searched and digitized these days. The box contained a pile of correspondence from his parishioners, which contained details of individual sightings and stories, along with a big stack of letters from other vicars in the region who were responding to Reverend Ellacombe's requests for their take on the matter. The box also contained a sample of contemporary tracings and sketches of the hoofprints, which the Reverend had been collecting from his parishioners for analysis. Whilst it's half interesting to take a glimpse of these hurried sketches put together by witnesses who were on the crunchy ground at the time, you could probably get a very similar sample of results by just giving a crayon to a small child and asking them to imagine what a cloven hoof mark might look like. My kids would be like, what does cloven mean? What's a hoof? What's a hoof mark, Dad? And I'd be like, it's like a foot. And then they'd draw a line. And be like, Dad, it's a line. And I'd be like, yeah, it is. So it's definitely, sorry, they'd be like, it's a foot. But I'd be like, yeah, it is. It's just a line. Lately, my daughter draws people. Like, she draws, like, mum and dad and her brother and her in, like, these little pictures. And she's like, oh no, I forgot the fingers. And she draws on these massive fingers. So we're all like these, you know, the blobs. And then you have, like, the arms and the legs growing out of the head because that's how kids draw people. And then they all have these massive, super long fingers. And it looks so creepy, but also sweet at the same time. Perhaps the most intriguing documents of all were copies of letters that Reverend Ellacombe had apparently sent to the Illustrated London News, but with the words, not for publication, scribbled prominently across the top of each page. Well, why are you sending your stuff to the press if you don't want it to be published? It's like, listen, I know what you do is publish stuff that people might be interested, but don't publish this one. It's off the record, okay? So why are you sending it? The paper had agreed to his request, even if they must have been wondering why he was bothering to send them at all. So this was now the first time in a century that anyone had been able to view the secret letters, parts of which were eventually published in Report and Transactions of the Devonshire Association a century later. Throughout the private correspondence, Reverend Ellacombe clearly outlined his own thoughts and findings on the perplexing prints. He wrote, there is no doubt as to the facts that thousands of these marks were seen on the snow on the morning of the 9th, extending over many miles of estuaries. Reverend Ellacombe had seen the marks for himself outside his own church, and he went on to describe the accounts given to him by what he described as credible eyewitnesses from around the region, who all gave broadly similar descriptions of the shape and size and impossible patterns of the prints. The Reverend's faithful dog also reacted in a similar manner to the dogs belonging to the other vicar dude from Torquay. Of his own brush with the devil, Ellacombe observed, the creature was on my own premises, and these marks were visible 3 days afterwards. My dog barked that night, and so did the dogs of my neighbours where marks were seen. For his last party trick, Reverend Ellacombe had scooped up a small pile of white grape-sized excrement which had found himself alongside the trail of footprints. He posted this to the highly regarded naturalist Sir Richard Owen to try and get an expert's verdict on the special winter parcel. But although the vicar kept a copy of his own letter, he doesn't seem to have received or at least saved a reply from the naturalist. Yeah, I get the feeling that dude was like, bro, did you just mail me a little shit? No, I'm not looking at that. You weirdo.
My, oh my, wait till old man Clemens realizes it's a bag of shit. Poop again! He called me poop!
Perhaps Sir Richard Owen, much like myself, is of the opinion that it's not worth responding to people who post through your letterbox. Bang on. It's worth pointing out that whilst Reverend Ellacombe appeared to be fascinated by the origins of such unfathomable prints and even began pondering over the notion of a strange winged beast descending from the sky, he never once suggested that the devil was responsible for making them. Yeah, it seems like things that make these, I don't know, birds. Birds also have that, like, claw thing going on, don't they? Birds have claws, if not hoofs, and a claw is sort of like a hoof, right? And he appeared to be a man who had studied the matter in more detail than anyone else at the time. Maybe we can just take his word on that for now. I mean, I can't conclusively disprove that the devil didn't go dancing in Devon that night, but maybe there are alternative theories that we can examine first. Besides, I always imagined Satan to have slightly bigger feet. But if it wasn't old Nick, then who or what the devil could it have been? Idle hands at the devil's workshop. Before we turn our attention to potential culprits from the animal kingdom, one of the first theories that sprang to the more rational mind is that the whole thing was just a very human hoax. Considering the vast scope of the trail, it seems unlikely that it was all down to just a couple of meddlesome school kids or miffed vicars just prattling about in the middle of the night. It would need to be more of a highly organized movement, which perhaps had a clear motive for such a great undertaking. We've already mentioned that some clergymen were reported to have played on the idea that God was punishing the citizens of Devon for abandoning their faith, and they were hoping that fear of further visits from the devil might help push church attendance figures back up a bit. But could religious inner circles have been responsible for the marks in the first place? There was certainly a significant drop in church attendance during this period, as well as a growing conflict with the Church of England. The recently formed Oxford movement was keen to restore the Catholic heritage of Anglicanism and bring back medieval traditions rooted in weird ceremony and ritual investments and, I don't know, half-time jersey swapping. Yeah, I'm glad that didn't come back. Is that really? It's already too much. In contrast, the Puritan Anglicans were horrified at the prospect of returning to such old, outlandish ways and felt that the Oxford movement were on a mission to hijack the modern Church of England. It speculated that a large group of Puritan Anglicans were responsible for creating the devil's footprints in a bid to convince everyone that God was unhappy with this growing trend, and that followers of the new movement were slowly dragging the people of Devon into hell. It's true, the churches and vicars do appear to play significant parts in the story, as if the whole thing rotates around churchyards and the opinions of clergymen. This might largely be because there wasn't much else going on in Devon at the time. The reason that we didn't hear any reports of footprints appearing in the Babbacombe Model Village and the Milky Way Adventure Park is because they hadn't been built yet. But proponents of this theory note that the footprints popped up in many of the churches which specifically supported the Oxford movement, whilst avoiding many of the churchyards of the loyal Puritan Anglicans, almost as if the perpetrator was sending a very clear message. Yeah, it does seem like this, but it's also quite impressive how they managed to do this without leaving their own footprints in the snow to cover their... How are you covering your tracks in fresh snow and then making them so far apart and then climbing up buildings? It's quite impressive. I don't think it's real, but it's how? If it wasn't down to a clash between rival factions of the Church of England, then maybe it was down to a clash between rival groups of travellers. The idea wasn't released into the wild until 1973, when Manfred Frederick Wood wrote his memoirs In the Life of a Romany Gypsy. Within the pages of the book, Wood recalls an old story told to him by his uncle, which Wood states would have taken place in the neighbouring county of Somerset. Now, you might think we could disregard this one straight away, as we're not even talking about the same county here, but Wood also concedes that his memory is hazy and he's not entirely sure of the date or location. He also mentions that the event caused major news headlines at the time, leading some to draw the conclusion that Wood is either actually recalling the events that led up to the Devil's Footprints in Devon, or that the footprints stretched even further than we first imagined. It's actually quite difficult to tell the story without using words that might get us demonetized, so we're on safer ground if we just refer to the rival groups of travellers as Romany and non-Romany. The Romany ancestors of Manfred Frederick Wood were growing concerned that their territory was being taken over by rival groups, and so they spent 18 months planning an ambitious operation which was designed to scare away their rivals for good. I know so little about history, or this bit of history, that I'm wait, what are the other non-Romany group that we're not mentioning because of demonetization? I don't know what that would be. Someone in the comments is for sure going to say it, but I'm I don't know what that is. The Romany travellers had what they perceived to be a powerful advantage on their side. They knew that the non-Romany lot were a superstitious bunch who were scared of encountering the Mulo on their travels. The Mulo is a kind of vampire or revenant from folklore that took on the persona of a recently deceased person whom it held a grudge against, and then used their body to roam through the countryside in the middle of the night, seeking out fresh blood to suck from travellers' camps. The Romany group is said to have assembled no less than 400 custom measure stilts, which were used by 7 different Romany tribes who marched through the county all night in an attempt to fool their rivals into believing that the Mulo was very much on the prowl in the region. The operation proved to be a walkaway success, and the non-Romany travellers fled their camps in terror and decided to set up home in a slightly less haunted environment. The 400 measure stilts sound like complicated contraptions which had boots planted at the bottom of them and were designed to make identical prints across the landscape in a precise straight line with an identical stride length. They also could be straightened out and turned into step ladders, which could then be used to make prints visible up walls and across rooftops. Well, boom, that's it. Mystery solved. This is already infinitely more likely than the devil thing. So this is a much more reasonable explanation. This was quite a different method from the one allegedly used by the purist Anglicans, who were rumoured to have just shoved a horseshoe on top of a long pole to make all the prints in the less immediately accessible areas. The problem with the traveller's story is that it doesn't really fit in with the narrative of the Devil's Footprints. It's not just the fact that Manfred Frederick Wood can't be sure of the location or the time frame. Yes, it could have been Somerset or Devon in 1855, and it could also have been Skegness in 1927 for all we know, but it's also that the details don't match the story. Wood doesn't give much of a description of the hundreds of identical boots that were supposedly used by the Romany groups, but I can't imagine the boots leaving cloven hoof marks in the snow. Even if they did, the cloven hoof marks don't have any particular association with the legends of the Mulo, who took on the form of recently deceased people who presumably didn't trot around on cloven hooves. But yeah, this is the past. You could just make people believe all sorts of crazy. You'd be like, yeah, he looks like a human, but when he leaves his footprints in the snow, they're devils. They're like devil's hooves. When he looks in the mirror, he sees only the devil. You could make people would believe this because of the past. They really believe anything. The size and stride of the prints left behind by the Romany travellers also didn't match up with the prints found in Devon. Maybe there is some truth to the idea that the Romany travellers pulled off a similar stunt at some unspecified place during some unspecified time, but it has nothing to do with the devil's footprints in Devon. And whether the prints were supposedly made by travellers or clergymen, the whole idea of a hoax orchestrated by humans just seems incredibly unlikely considering the scope of the trail. Okay, yeah, but I mean, what's more likely? That it's actually the devil? No. It would have been a mammoth task for even large groups of people to pull off in a single night. And whilst there wouldn't have been many witnesses knocking around during the middle of a particularly bleak winter night, it's surely inconceivable that not a single person was alerted to the presence of hundreds of travellers or mad vicars roaming around Devon and shuffling up and down gardens with stilts and poles to create imprints up walls and across rooftops. Maybe that's what Reverend Ellicombe's dog was barking at. But such chaotic midnight mayhem would have aroused more attention than just a few dog barks here and there. I reckon it's more likely that the prints were created by an entirely different animal, which was just minding its own damn business rather than trying to pull off a silly prank. But what breed of earthly creature could have left such a bewildering trail? Wild wildlife. The extra flying post came up with a very early suggestion from a bloke who reckons it found the answer when he stumbled across the very end of the track and encountered the very creature that had made them. The man from Torquay had been following the strange marks found in his garden when he saw that they came to a complete stop, at which point he came face to face with the beast. Well, he's just waiting there. He's just standing there for hours waiting for someone to catch up to it. It sounds like he'd just been spontaneously following his own curiosity, so the poor defenseless chap wouldn't have been carrying a gun and wouldn't have had the backup of trembling runaway hounds to rely on. All he could do was stare into the eyes of the beast and pray for a quick death. Or maybe not. What he actually found was a toad loitering suspiciously around a tree stump. And this was enough to convince the man from Torquay and the extra flying post that the very same toad was the sole culprit behind all the footprints. It was a very busy toad then, isn't it? How's it jumping up onto a barn? I know toads can jump high, they got big legs. But onto a building? A toad certainly would have found it a bit easier to hop through a tiny drain pipe than a typical human or a goat. But bear in mind that toads have webbed feet rather than cloven hoof prints. I think we can quickly rule out a single toad going on an extended jaunt across Devon. Another popular early suggestion that never really took flight is that the marks were created by birds. Reverend Ellicombe had noted in his correspondence that some of the marks were accompanied with strange little flurries in the snow, which could have been caused by birds flapping their wings to shake off the ice before taking off again. But again, whilst birds could easily have been flapping around in gardens and across snowy rooftops, their webbed or clawed feet don't match up with the description. And when the suggestion was brought up in the letter pages of the Illustrated London News, one astute reader took the time to point out, quote, "Birds could not have left these marks, as no bird feet leave the impression of a hoof, nor could it proceed in the direct manner stated, nor would birds, even had they donkey's feet, confine themselves to one direct line, but hop here and there. The nature of the mark at once sets aside its being the track of a bird." But one theory, which certainly did gather momentum for a while, came from yet another vicar who was keen to stick his oar in. This time, it was Reverend Musgrave from Lympstone Church in East Devon who delivered a revealing sermon to his flock during the height of the press frenzy, which was picked up by the Illustrated London News. Reverend Musgrave knew exactly what kind of animal had created the footprints. A kangaroo? Yeah, all those kangaroos in Devon in the 1850s. Obvious, really. One of the reasons why the prints had created such confusion and mystery in the first place is because the country folk of Devon would have been more than familiar with all manner of marks created by the local wildlife, and the fact that these particular marks could not be easily identified suggested that they were made by someone or something quite out of the ordinary. I don't imagine that you saw too many honk kangaroos hopping around 19th century Devon, which is why the locals have been scratching their heads for so long over the deeply unconventional imprints. And again, this is going to be a very, very busy kangaroo. Like, it was all over the show. But surely that also puts forward a very good case against the kangaroo theory. What would a kangaroo be doing hopping around in the middle of the night in Devon? If it had somehow got lost, then it must have taken a pretty serious misbounce at some point. Reverend Musgrave had an answer for that. This wasn't just a random stray kangaroo in the wild. It had escaped from the zoo, or at least Musgrave had heard from a credible source that it had escaped from a private menagerie somewhere in Sidmouth on the English Channel in Devon. According to the report from the Illustrated London News on the sermon, quote, "In speaking of Satan as a tempter who was continually besetting our path, though invisible, Reverend Musgrave aptly alluded to this mysterious visitor who had left behind him visible evidence of his presence and expressed it as his opinion that the footprints were those of the kangaroo. But it must have been a busy animal indeed to have played up such pranks as this creature has done." It's so hard reading stuff from the past. Like, I'm sure people in the past were like, oh yeah, it's very readable. But now it's like, you what with a what? And then this happens? English has changed. So no one's going to be watching these videos in like 100 years. But if you did stumble across this video in 100 years, in which case, hello, I'm long dead. It would be, you'd probably not really be getting what I'm saying. I'll be using all this slang and and people would be like, why does he keep saying What is an Yes, it must have been a pretty busy kangaroo. And whilst there were indeed a couple of private menageries in Sidmouth, which may well have hosted a kangaroo, there were no reports at the time of one bouncing over the gates to freedom. It would have also been quite tricky for a kangaroo to cross the 2-mile-ish stretch of the estuary of the River Exe, and their paws wouldn't really have left the same kind of marks as a cloven hoof. This kangaroo theory sounds a bit nonsensical, to be honest. I mean, much more credible than the devil thing, but still, like, this is a bad theory. Although quite a few people accepted the kangaroo theory for a while, it later transpired that Reverend Musgrave had only jolly well got and made up the whole thing to calm the fears of his frightened flock. In a letter to the Illustrated London News, the man himself sheepishly admitted, "I certainly did not pin my faith to that version of the mystery, but to the state of the public mind of the villagers, dreading to go out after sunset under the conviction that this was the devil's work. Rendered it very desirable." Oh my god, people in the past, what are you saying? Rendered it very desirable that a turn should be given to such a degraded and vitiated notion. I was thankful that a kangaroo served to disperse ideas so derogatory. All right, mate. What are you saying? He's basically like, I needed them to chill out, yo. I suppose it's kind of nice that Musgrave wasn't one of the vicars trying to instill the fear of God into his parishioners by making out that the devil was coming after them. But I'm not convinced that he should have resorted to deliberately fibbing to his flock to banish their worst fears. Then again, it could be argued that telling porkies from the pulpit is part of the job description. Yes, it could be argued that, because it's true. Sticking with the Illustrated London News for a while. Oh my god, we've been sticking with the Illustrated London News for this whole video. I want to go look up. I wonder if the Illustrated London News still exists. Probably not, because photography came along. Another correspondent with a bit of pedigree wrote in to offer his theory. You may remember that Sir Richard Owen was the acclaimed naturalist who received a parcel of excrement in the post from Reverend Ellicombe. While Sir Richard didn't appear to respond to the post, he was happy to pen a letter to the paper which outlined his theory that the culprits were clearly badgers. He explains that badgers were the last plantigrade animals known to roam England. In other words, they walk with their toes and midfoot bones flat on the ground, as opposed to digitigrades who walk with their toes and heels permanently raised, and unguligrades who walk on the nails of their toes and hooves with their heels and digits permanently in the air. There's animals that walk on their nails. That sounds painful. I mean, I'm sure it's not for them, but that's weird. How did that evolve? It's like, we walk on our nails. Like, what the fuck? Sir Richard argued that a badger's claw could leave... The badger's claw sounds like a pub. Could leave surprisingly large marks, which are similar to the ones found in Devon that morning. He also pointed out that badgers are known for travelling long distances at night in search of munchies, and perhaps most significantly, a badger plants its back feet in the exact same tracks made by the front feet, creating the misleading impression of biped footprints. Really? I'm learning all sorts of stuff about badgers today. Fascinating. Even the most energetic and hungry badger would have accomplished quite a staggering feat if it had made all the prints single-handedly in one night, but Sir Richard reasoned that the tracks were likely to have been made by several different hungry badgers spread out across the region and at either side of the estuary. Now, I'd rather listen to a respected naturalist than yet another vicar getting hot under the collar about winged beasties and escaped kangaroos, even if Sir Richard never actually saw the prints himself. But the badgers would surely have come to rest every now and then, rather than just ploughing on relentlessly like wind-up toys, and whenever they stopped for a breather, they would have revealed all four of their paws in the snow at various stops across the trail. And again, Sir Richard fails to address some of these key aspects to the mystery. Yeah, but Sir Richard has done a better job than anyone else so far, because It's like, oh yeah, Sir Richard, he's so dumb. But also, the other people were like, it's the devil! It's a kangaroo! And Sir Richard's like, might be a badger. Could be a badger. That sounds like an interesting idea. That would be my hypothesis. I like Sir Richard. Unless the badgers had been bitten by radioactive spiders, I can't see how they would have scaled the walls of houses or bounced across haystacks. Yeah, not to mention crossing that 2 miles of river. Perhaps Sir Richard wasn't even aware of all the aspects of the story at the time of writing his letter, in which case he should have made sure that it opened all the brown parcels in his own mailbox before penning letters to the newspapers. But I don't feel that badgers tickle the boxes on this one. There's another guy with a more recent take on the matter whose opinion I'd trust more, as he's probably researched the saga more exhaustively than anyone else in history. Welsh writer and historian Mike Dash first published his findings in the Fortean Times in 1994 after collecting just about every scrap of primary and secondary evidence that he could possibly get his hands on. This included a whole archive of contemporary newspaper clippings, alongside the big box of documents compiled by Reverend Ellicombe, which had been discovered in the 1950s. While sifting through all the different ideas and theories that never quite answered all the questions, Mike Dash grew attached to a theory first quietly put forward in the letters pages of the press back in the day. At least some of the prints could have been made by hopping rodents. The idea of a mouse hopping such great distances might seem absurd, but mice and rats are known to spend a lot of time hopping, particularly when they're trying to navigate their way across challenging territory, such as a thick carpet of snow. More specifically, the humble hopping wood mouse would have left marks quite similar to the ones reported in the papers, as it holds all 4 feet together when jumping in the air, thus creating a single and fairly substantial footprint, the unusually formed pattern of which is not entirely unlike a cloven hoof. Also, unlike, say, kangaroos and badgers, a wood mouse would have had little problem in squeezing through drain pipes or even climbing a vertical wall, as long as the surface is not too smooth and has plenty of wrinkles and cracks, like, say, the grooves and bumps you might typically find on the stone wall of a 19th century cottage in Devon. It's perhaps the most credible answer we have so far. Yep. Mine too. Until, the badger one was my favourite, and now this is my new favourite. Even though it doesn't quite explain every element of the mystery, and Mike Dash isn't trying to claim that it does. Good. No one should be trying to claim that it does. Unless you come up with the ultimate solution and no one can question it. For starters, you would expect the people of Devon to have easily identified the tracks of rodents, as the county would have been crawling with mice and rats. It also doesn't make sense that different groups of rodents could have created a single uniform trail of footprints which spread out for many miles. And whilst they're very capable of hopping about, I'm not sure they would have been hopping up and down the gardens of quite so many houses in the region, unless they were just doing it for the squeaks and giggles. Still, it's probably the most realistic animal-related theory we have to work with for now. Other slightly more improbable suspects to have been put forward over the years included a domesticated swan, which had escaped from Germany whilst wearing special padded shoes to prevent it from damaging the garden. An incredibly rare animal called a uniped, which was supposedly last spotted in Iceland in 1001 AD, but was actually just made up by the writer of a letter published in the press, or an as-yet unidentified breed of Arctic bird, which had lost its way quite dramatically. What I think at this point in today's episode is that a lot of the original details were embellished. This happened a really long time ago. It's all just eyewitness testimony of stuff in the snow. I think the one with the river crossing, it's a mouse or whatever it was walked up to the river and then didn't cross the river. And then on the other side of the river, a mouse there was another mouse that walked down to the river. It didn't cross the river. That's absurd. Wading even further into outlandish waters, it's also been suggested that the prints were surely made by some kind of sea monster. It's certainly true that the majority of the mysterious footprints reported over the years seem to have been spotted very close to the sea. Yeah, but sea creatures, we just talked about swan, and it's that goes in the water, and it's got webbed feet. Like sea creatures, sea monsters, they live under the water, they don't have feet. They have flippers and shit. This goes right back to when Captain James Clark Ross first discovered those unaccountable prints after his epic naval voyage sailing to the Kerguelen Islands. Whilst it was speculated at the time that the tracks may have been made by a mighty sea creature, Captain Ross himself felt that it was more likely to have been a donkey or some other wretched animal which had been cast ashore from a damaged ship. Oh man, it's gotta suck to be that donkey. It's no, don't leave me here! But the aquatic theme has preserved through multiple sets of prints found in the coastal county of Devon from between 1855 to 2009, including, of course, the set of prints found on a closed beach in the 1950s, the trail of which led right back to the sea, perhaps an indicator that the sea creature was returning to its home after a splendid night out on the town. It's not something we can conclusively disprove, but that's never our responsibility. But the curious sight of a giant sea monster with small cloven hooves would have surely been glimpsed by at least one resident of Devon over the course of up to 100 miles. Unless it was invisible. And while we're at it, we can't conclusively disprove that the marks were made by a mischievous two-legged centaur, Mr. Tumnus from Narnia, the old leatherman of Connecticut taking a surprise vacation on one of Santa's reindeers, which had escaped from the North Pole, which is why we don't have to disprove anything. Come to think of it, that last idea would explain a lot. I'd put a 5 on it being Ruby. She was always the naughtiest reindeer. But let's back up a minute. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. What if the mystifying footmarks weren't created by any kind of real or mythical creature at all? Secret Journey. British novelist Geoffrey Household. It's a curious name, isn't it? Geoffrey Household. Household's his name. He's a household name. Trying to work out a good joke here, but I'm not really coming up with anything, so let's just move on. First put forward a theory in the 1930s that the prints were created by something else entirely. An experimental weather balloon which had drifted astray. Bro, what is the smallest weather balloon ever? With like little claws attached. I must admit that I have just poured another strong coffee, and I'll check to see what I was supposed to be writing about here, as I felt for a minute that I'd accidentally leaped over and into entirely different Decoding the Unknown script about UFO sightings. But don't panic. I don't think I've lost the plot just yet. Geoffrey Household was a prolific writer of thrillers, often containing minor supernatural elements, who grew up in Devon listening to old stories about the devil's hoof marks. When Geoffrey was just a boy, he also heard a story from a local man by the name of Major Carter, whose grandfather had worked at the naval base Devonport Dockyard during the time of the footprint sightings. Major Carter claims that the base had been developing some kind of secret experimental hot air balloon which would give the Royal Navy the ability to monitor approaching weather systems. The balloon was supposed to be securely moored at Devonport Dockyard, but during the night of 8th of February 1855, a spell of nasty weather may have been partially responsible for the balloon somehow breaking free from the ropes and gliding across the county. The point here is that there were two shackles right at the end of the mooring ropes, and Major Carter believed that the weight of the shackles caused the balloon to continually drift up and down. As it was clumsily dragged across the ground at regular intervals, the shackles created the curious marks across miles and miles of countryside before the balloon eventually came down to land for good in the town of Honiton, where it was swiftly retrieved by the Royal Navy. He also claimed that the Royal Navy had hushed up the incident afterward, partly because the project was supposed to be top secret, partly because they were a bit embarrassed by the whole thing, and partly because the runaway balloon had apparently caused a load of damage to greenhouses and conservatories, which they didn't fancy paying for. I suppose this certainly explains how the prints were found in such unusual places, as the balloon merrily bounced over walls and houses and haystacks and estuaries. But unless the Royal Navy was really ahead of the game, it's about 40 years too early for anyone to be developing weather balloons. Yeah, this seems ridiculous to begin with. And then I didn't know that, but apparently weather balloons came around 40 years later, so no. It wasn't a weather balloon. There were no reports of any such damage to property on that night, and it seems highly unlikely that such a balloon would have bounced across such a huge distance without inevitably getting tangled up in a bush or a tree or a 5G mast or something. It all sounds a little bit like a story that was made up long after the actual incident. Yes, a lot of this sounds like it was just made up after the actual incident, if the actual incident happened at all. And Geoffrey Household never really gave much detail over the credibility of his witness, Major Carter, who may well have just been a random idiot sprouting drunken bollocks. Incidentally, speaking of idiots, many people at the time were convinced that the whole thing was orchestrated by a local village idiot. According to a segment in John Goodwin's 1968 book, This Baffling World, a group of around 30 hunters and their dogs were following the tracks the next morning when they came across the person who appeared to be making them. His name was Daniel Plummer, the village idiot of Woodbury in East Devon, who apparently had a reputation for decking himself in layers of chicken and goose feathers and then wandering through the woods making animal noises. Daniel, what are you up to? I like the village idiot, like officially. That was a thing, and it sounds like Daniel deserves this. But despite what the hunters seemed to believe, it would of course been impossible for the 100-mile prints to have been the work of a single man, idiot or otherwise. One final theory to chew over, which plenty of people believe has some real merit, is what if we're talking about perfectly normal footprints which were made by perfectly normal animals, but they somehow got distorted by the unusual weather conditions? It was a freakishly cold night on the 8th of February 1855, but it's possible that the freezing temperature may have dipped up and down throughout the night, which could have temporarily thawed out the snow before freezing it over again. This could have had the effect of distorting an innocent set of footprints into a new eerie shape which resembled a cloven hoof or devil's foot. So, the tracks would usually have been quickly identified as belonging to a goat or a donkey or a bird, but the rapidly shifting weather conditions had twisted and contorted the shapes into something which had never been seen before. Anthropologist Dr. John Napier has spent much of his life examining the phenomenon of Bigfoot, and he's of the opinion that many of the sightings of mind-bogglingly huge footprints found in the snow, which get attributed to Sasquatch, are actually just bear or yak prints, which have been thawed out and frozen again to create a new weird shape that looks like it was actually made by the abominable snowman. Yes, what a sensible man. Got a doctorate and everything. An anthropologist. Why? Look, we should listen to him. He's a scientist. This theory gathered some traction in the letters pages of the press, although others were quick to dismiss it, including that very vocal experienced hunter who signed off as South Devon, but was later revealed to be William de Urban. Yes, should we trust the random hunter who's publishing things under a pseudonym, or should we trust Dr. John Napier, anthropologist, who's happy to name himself and put his credentials on the line? In one of his many letters, the de Urban dude, he noted, "On the morning that the tracks were observed, the snow bore the fresh marks of cats, dogs, rabbits, birds, and men clearly defined. Why then should a continuous track, far more clearly defined, should be the only one which was affected by the atmosphere and all the others were left as they were?" And look, he's got a good point. It just doesn't seem possible that the freak weather conditions would only affect one set of prints from the hundreds that were likely to have been left that night. Unless they're just like one specific, like, larger animal or something like that. The only logical explanation is that the imprints from the devil's red-hot cloven hooves were branded into the snow as he danced over Devon, so they didn't react in the same way to the fluctuating temperatures. And as we seem to have run out of theories, I'm not sure we can pull out a more rational answer from this long and winding trail of speculation. But let's give it a go anyway.
Who's that Pokemon? It's
The devil's not real. Hell's not real. None of this is real. Okay, interesting. Let's see if there's one here that I actually believe more than all the others. I'm not really convinced by any of them particularly. I'm least convinced by the one that it was Satan himself, but like, there's obviously a rational explanation. Don't know what it is though. I still like that mouse one. One Track Mind. A lot can happen in a week or two. It took around this length of time for the Devil's Footprint story to make a transition from small local papers to the national press, but it's interesting to go back to the very first local reports and note how the language of the reports had changed quite dramatically by the time it hit the national papers. Like the Chinese whispers things going on, isn't it? It's changing over time. What a surprise. Way back in the beginning, there was no mention of cloven hoofprints, no mention of the huge spread of the trail, and no allusions to the devil. The reports merely spoke of unidentified footmarks which had popped up around the region and were generally considered to have been made by some kind of animal. How very boring, and probably the realistic answer. It was an animal, and it's been super embellished over time. The first report in the Western Luminary and family newspaper for Devon, Cornwall and Somerset suggested that they may have been made by a monkey which had escaped from a nearby menagerie. Yet in the space of less than 2 weeks, a very different story had evolved in the pages of the national press. We are now talking about a perfectly straight, single set of identical cloven hoofprints which stretched for over 100 miles and appeared in some quite bizarre places which were impossible to explain. One of the most influential letter writers during this period was that experienced hunter by the name of William de Urban. We should point out, straight away, that William de Urban was certainly no village idiot. He went on to become the first curator of the Royal Albert Museum in Exeter. Oh wait, I'm thinking of the Victoria and Albert Museum, which is in London, which is massive. So he certainly doesn't sound like the kind of chap who would deck himself in layers of chicken and goose feathers and then wander around the woods making animal noises. No, this is a different dude. Wasn't William de Urban the guy who wrote in about it being the animals or something? We should also note that William de Urban was only 19 years of age when he wrote all those letters, whilst he may have been a budding hunter. Oh, he's the hunter dude, right? He can't really have had the levels of experience that the tone of his letters suggested, and it's possible that his young imagination may have been getting a little carried away when he kept on banging on about identical cloven hoof marks appearing in an exact straight line in every garden and rooftop of the county, whilst vaulting over walls and crossing a 2-mile stretch of estuary. Even Reverend Musgrave, he's the one who came up with the escaped kangaroo theory, felt compelled to write a response to the Illustrated London News, which observed, "The outline accompanying your intelligent correspondent's recital of the circumstances hardly conveys a correct idea of the prints in question." So he's like, bro, can you get it right? Like, you're just, this is not correct. You're just spouting nonsense. It's Chinese whispered state to this. The truth of the matter is that the footprints would only have been visible for a very limited time, and it would have been impossible for a single individual or party to investigate the whole trail, particularly back in 1855, when finding transport for such a long journey
may have been a slight issue. There's no evidence to suggest that anyone had been able to follow the trail for more than a few miles at most, and so aside from a few rudimentary sketches, there was no way of checking if the prints were identical. And there's no real evidence, aside from the claims of a tiny number of supposed eyewitnesses who wrote into the press, to indicate that some of the more fantastical elements of the story were genuine at all. This includes the ideas that the footprints vaulted up locked gates, passed through haystacks without making a mark, and seemingly glided over the estuary of the River Exe. By the way, even if the creature had managed to cross the 2-mile stretch of estuary to resume its journey on the other side, this might not have been so remarkable in itself. It may have been possible to wade through the estuary at low tide, but it's probable that the estuary had completely frozen over during the night, allowing any creature, great or small, to just skate right across without too much difficulty. Or it was just another creature on the other side. 2 miles is really long, so that's going to be a lot of potential other side that it could have gone to. Like, even if you cross directly across is going to be like a pretty wide span. I'm not suggesting that this whole thing was fabricated from start to finish. I'm pretty sure that some unusual footprints were indeed discovered by the residents of Devon over a stretch of 100 miles, but they weren't necessarily the same set of footprints. Yes, this is the ultimate conclusion reached by perhaps the most informed man on this subject, the writer and historian Mike Dash, legend, who was of the opinion that hopping mice might have caused some, but significantly not all, of the marks. It's possible that some footprints were created by animals that we haven't even mentioned yet. One eyewitness from Dawlish recalled that he saw strange marks on the morning which baffled him at first until he realized that they were paw prints from his pet cat, which had become strangely distorted after the ice thawed and then refroze overnight. It may not have looked exactly like a cloven hoofprint, the witness said it was more like a hoof enclosed around a claw, but an agile cat enjoying another busy night on the tiles would certainly have explained how some prints were said to climb walls and saunter across rooftops. In fact, this account might have been the single source and inspiration for all the reports of the prints climbing up the sides of houses, even though the witness clearly stated that he knew these particular marks were made by his cat. Yes, this entire Decoding the Unknown is about animals and Chinese whispers. Otters may have been responsible for some of the other strange prints found in strangely inaccessible places, as one eyewitness reported he believed an otter had squeezed inside a drain pipe on the exterior to his house. Jesus Christ, aren't otters massive? Like, otters are big animals. Aren't they the size of like a big dog? I've never seen an otter up close, but it's not small, right? Or am I thinking of a walrus? Maybe I'm thinking of a walrus. Maybe I'm thinking otters. They're big, right? They're not thinking a drain pipe. It doesn't matter. The harsh weather conditions may have driven hungry otters further away from their usual hangout spots along the now frozen rivers, and back in the 1850s, the country folk of Devon weren't likely to be familiar with an otter's trail. Again, this single report could have been the inspiration for all the subsequent stories about the prowler squeezing through drain pipes, even though the witness reckoned it was an otter rather than a demon. And bearing in mind that the footprints looked quite similar to the ones left behind by a donkey, who's to say that some of the prints weren't indeed left behind by donkeys? The iron shoes worn by the donkeys often split in the middle, which could have created the impression of a cloven print. There were no recorded sightings of human footprints alongside the main trail, so it's not clear what a stray donkey would have been doing mooching around alone at that time of night. And one of the main reasons why this theory had been initially dismissed is because the prints appeared to have been made by a biped walking in a perfectly straight line rather than a four-legged donkey. William Durbin had been quick to poo-poo this idea in one of his many letters to the Illustrated London News. He conceded that the prints... I feel like William Durbin needed, a different hobby. He's just writing so many letters. He's like 19, he's writing endless letters to this newspaper. He concluded that the prints certainly looked like the perfect impression of a donkey's hoof. But as we mentioned earlier, he then went on to point out no known animal walks in a straight line of single footsteps, not even man. But it turns out that the 19-year-old experienced hunter may not have known exactly what he was talking about. Researcher Theo Brown later concluded that donkeys are actually the only animals that can plant their feet in almost a perfectly straight line. They can? I had no idea. I'm learning so much. Donkeys, badgers, brilliant. So we could be talking about donkeys, or we could at least be talking about nearly everything we've already discussed. It's common for a Decoding the Unknown video to consider strange theories and then rip them apart to illustrate why they can't possibly be true. That's why I love doing it. But in this case, the answer might involve nearly all of the above. Except for the devil. I mean, it probably doesn't involve an escaped kangaroo or weather balloon or a swan sporting strange footwear, and I'm pretty certain it doesn't involve the devil. Yes, agreed. I'd just forgotten about the other ones, Danny, but they're all ridiculous. But the dramatic weather conditions may have pushed certain creatures further away from their usual habitat in search of food, and the fluctuating temperatures may well have distorted many of the prints into freaky shapes.
Witnesses at the time are likely to have spotted strange prints which had actually been made by toads, birds, hopping mice, badgers, donkeys, cats, and otters, and a whole menagerie of other creatures, although probably not a giant sea monster. And believe it or not, some of the marks were almost certainly made by human hoaxers locked in that religious feud between the Oxford movement and the pure Anglicans. It's absolutely true that weird cloven hoof marks were found all over the churchyards associated exclusively with the Oxford movement, but the interesting point here is that most of these were found a whole 5 days after the original trail of footprints, suggesting that pure Anglican pranksters were inspired by the increasingly spooky theories emerging from the original trail, and decided to build on the fear by targeting rival churches with fake footprints to suggest that the devil was coming after the Oxford movement. But whilst all hunters and investigators and bored vicars and scared dogs were examining specific footprints in relatively small areas, other hunters and investigators and bored vicars and scared dogs were examining nearly entirely different footprints up to 100 miles away, and everyone began to convince themselves they were investigating the same mysterious trail. Yeah, they weren't. The national press then began to sensationalize. The press? Sensationalizing things? Never! Some elements of the story, and brought the devil into the equation. And this may partly have been down to the London-based papers having a bit of a laugh and poking fun at the superstitious country bumpkins of rural Devon, who still believed that a sweating horse was a sign that had just been ridden by a witch. Fast, what the fuck? Oh, that horse is a bit sweat. Do horses even sweat? I thought they'd be like dogs. Although then horses would be wandering around with their, tongues out of their mouths, right? I don't even know what a horse's tongue looks like. I bet it's weird. And perhaps the memories of the witnesses later became as distorted as some of those refrozen footprints, leading many of the locals to believe that they really had seen a small section of indisputable cloven hoof marks created by the devil during his infamous 100-mile dance around Devon. In truth, it's more likely that they'd seen the misshapen marks of a rodent or a cat, but that doesn't feel quite as exciting, so the instinctive tendency was to hop on the mass hysteria bandwagon created by the gradually embellished and exaggerated accounts later reported in the press. We'll never know for sure, of course, and the mystery lingers on in the imaginations of those who believe that sinister supernatural secrets washed away forever over 150 years ago. And they might be right in their belief that something else was going on during that dark and brutal winter night. I mean, after all, what the devil do we know? I don't know, I feel like I know. I feel like I know it's not the devil. And it's just like cats with the frozen and unfrozen footprints and other animals. Boom. Done. Decoded. Thanks for watching or listening if you're listening as a podcast. And if you are, have you considered leaving a Spotify rating? Because that would be amazing. Thanks for being here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here. One of my writers, in this case Katie. Thank you, Katie. Has written me a script, Die Glocke, the Nazis' anti-gravity time-traveling UFO. The original title for this episode that I came up with was, Did the Nazis really have this superweapon? A time-traveling UFO? No. Anti-gravity? No, they did not. They definitely did not. Pronunciation note. Die is pronounced D, although you probably already knew that. I didn't. The only reason I pronounced it correctly when I read the title is because I read that pronunciation note before we got started. Katie, you've overestimated me. Oh, the format of the show, if you're new here, I've never read this before. We're going to explore it together. Let's jump in. We know the Nazis got up to some weird stuff. Some of it was disgusting. Some of it was impressive. And if you can't tell the difference between those two things, please go and take your viewership elsewhere. Yeah, YouTube doesn't want you. You sometimes hear people complain and be like, YouTube keeps censoring my content. It's outrageous. I'm shadow banned. And it's like, well, yeah, your content's enormously harmful. This is really bad stuff. And I'm sure people in the comments being like, yes, Simon, but free speech. And I'm like, well, that doesn't work how you think it does. I'm not even American, and I understand that it doesn't quite work that way. It's not like anyone can just say any they want all the time. It doesn't work like that. The Second World War was a massive kick up the bum for all sides involved in the race to make bigger, better weapons, vehicles, and other technological support systems. Scientists and engineers were on the cutting edge of what was possible in the 1940s, and some were even going beyond that into theoretical aircraft, missiles, and even orbital weapons. Yeah, the Nazis. It seems like they spent a lot of energy coming up with some, really big ideas that were absolutely impossible. I feel like I made at least 17 videos about the sun gun, where they were like, yeah, we're going to put a giant mirror in space, and it's going to focus the sun's rays down onto the ground in a tiny beam, and destroy cities. And I'm like, oh, brilliant idea. I mean, yeah, if that was real, that'd be really powerful. Except it's like, yeah, but it's not. It's just fiction. It's not possible. You don't have the technology. We probably still don't even have their technology to do that. Wasn't there a James Bond movie about that? Is that what The World Is Not Enough was about? Or is that the one about that oil pipeline? There's one where they're building like some big-ass space laser. I've got a feeling it was in the Pierce Brosnan era, because it feels like a very Pierce Brosnan era plotline, doesn't it? The giant laser from space. What was that last one he made? With the invisible car. God, I like James Bond. I like the new James Bond movies. But the Pierce Brosnan era, with the gadgets, was dope. German engineers and scientists were so highly thought of, in fact, that the US saw a chance to utilize their brain power for their own ends after the war, and gathered up over 1,600 of them during Operation Paperclip, a secret mission carried out after the end of the war. These brainiacs, such as Werner von Braun, were pivotal in helping the United States in their space program, with others being instrumental in the fields of electronics, materials science, and medicine, although the vast majority ended up working in aeronautics and rocketry, and any horrific stuff they might personally be involved with was quietly swept under the rug. Yeah, isn't that a plot point in that incredible For All Mankind TV show? The problem is, with that TV show, it takes them so long. I feel like maybe this was like a COVID thing or something like that, but there was so long between the seasons that I'm like, wait, what happened? What's going on? Who was that? And I'm like, I guess there are those recaps, but I'm still like, I missed everything. Oh yeah, this happened. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the Werner von Braun thing was a major plot point in that show about how he's this incredible rocket scientist, but then one of the NASA scientists who's like working along, was it Margot? Was that the character who maybe is a real person in real life, but finds out it's like, yeah, you knew about the slave labor though, didn't you, Werner? You knew about those Jews who were doing all of that work for you. And it's like this important plot point. It's really dark. And how did I get here? Oh, doesn't matter. Watch that show. It's amazing. Although sometimes it's not. Like, I don't want to name them, but there's one person in that show who I just feel is not a very good actor. And I'm constantly like, whenever I see a scene with them, I'm like, oh God, here we go. And it's just like, it's so expensive, it's so well made, and I'm like, yeah, but this one person, why? I'm not naming them. Do people know who I mean? Let me know in the comments if you know who I mean. Okay. So we know that there was some advanced stuff coming out of Nazi Germany during the Second World War, such as the first jet fighter and the first cruise missile and the first ballistic missiles. These, along with plenty of others, were known as Wunderwaffe, or wonder weapons, and formed a formidable, although, as we know, ultimately unsuccessful stable of military weapons and vehicles. We also know that they were working on a load of other stuff that never made it onto the battlefield, whether because of timing, spiraling costs, or because it was just not feasible to put into production. Yeah, like a giant sun laser. I guess it's not technically a laser, is it? That's the wrong word. Was the thing in that Bond movie? God, it's gonna drive me nuts that I can't remember what it's called. GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, Never Say Never. No, that's not it. That's definitely not it. God, I can't remember.
I have no memory of that.
Yo, ChatGPT, my good man, what's poppin'? So, I'm trying to think of a movie. It's got Pierce Brosnan in it. It's a James Bond movie, and there's this big space laser thing shining down and destroying on the ground. It might not be Pierce Brosnan as James Bond, but I'm pretty sure it is. If it's not, it might be the first Daniel Craig one. Which movie am I thinking of, chat? Tell me, my brother. Tell me. Don't forget, I love you.
Hey there. It sounds like you're thinking of Die Another Day.
Die Another Day! Yes! Die Another Day, not Never Say Never. And that was definitely with Pierce Brosnan, as I'm sure ChatGPT was about to tell me, because he's a genius. We also know that the Nazis were highly secretive, using underground factories and constructing networks of tunnels, some of which have only started being explored in the last couple of years. For real? How am I only hearing about that now? I literally make a living off this sort of Casey, we have to make a video about the secret Nazi tunnels that are only being explored now. It's literally the most clickable title in the world.
Let's do it.
We also know that Hitler's line of supernatural thinking led to some horrifying conclusions, and there were potentially secret groups working on things that we still don't know much about. Take this supposed Wunderwaffe, for example. Die Glocke, translated as the bell, a supposed anti-gravity machine that could travel through time and might have been built with the help of some extraterrestrial technology. Oh yes, this one's going to be a doozy. Glocked and gloated. So, why is this even a thing? That's a question we can ask of most of the Decoding Unknown back catalogue, but there has to be some sort of evidence in the first place to get these stories going, right? I want to know what this is, because it's going to be ridiculous. So here's the story of Die Glocke. It is so cool because its shape is kind of bell-like, and also because everything sounds a bit more menacing than it is in the German language. See? My wife makes... I mean, like, whenever I do a German accent as a joke or whatever, she'll always be like, you know, your German accent is just sounding angry. And I'm like, whatever. It's a good German accent because they always sound angry.
Calm down.
It's not. Germans I find quite friendly, but it's... I'm sorry, Germans. I'm sorry. I'm making fun of you because I love you.
I love you too.
It's not like the other nationalities who I make fun of because I'm genuinely a racist.
What?
This project... Please don't clip that. And it's just a joke. This is one of those videos in the future that'll get me cancelled. Oh, and then there'll be that clip of me predicting that this video will get me cancelled as I'm getting cancelled. But it's a joke. I'm sorry. It was funny in 2024. And people were like, no, it wasn't. It was never funny. This project was run between the years of 1942 and 1944, and the object itself was about 12 feet high and 9 feet wide, or about 3.5 meters high by about 3 meters wide. Or to use my favorite conversion stat, it was about 2.5 Danny DeVitos tall by almost 2 Danny DeVitos across. It was made of a ceramic material that was about 3 inches thick, which is not much of a Danny DeVito at all. Inside the bell were 2 cylinders that counter-rotated at high speeds, and it was fueled by a purpley metallic liquid known as Zerum 525. Due to its similarity to the properties of mercury, it's been suggested that this was some sort of radioactive version of mercury which had enhanced properties and may have been incapable of some sort of time travel. Ah, yes. That's what you think of. Mercury, let's make it radioactive and travel in time. Yes! Author and researcher Igor Witalski believes that Die Glocke was actually part of a large propulsion system and was not intended to be an individual flying craft. Well, he's probably right, isn't he? Because, you know, flying craft need something called wings or rotors, or how else fly? Yeah, those 2 things. Those are our options. Oh, I suppose you could have like a rocket thing, but that's got fins. Or like a... How does a rocket work? Not how a rocket works. How does that fly? I guess it's just got loads of power behind it, right? Like if I throw a ball, it's like it doesn't have wings, sort of flying through the air. Same sort of principle, right? Except it's not thrown. It's as if the ball... Stop it, Simon, you're digging a hole. The main selling point of Die Glocke, though, was that it was an anti-gravity device. What's so good about that? You might wonder. Did you get inside and just start plunging up and down, like on those planes that make you barf everywhere? I really want to go on one of those. I really want to go. That's actually like on my real... It's very expensive. It's like $8,000 or whatever. But it's on my list of things to do in the foreseeable... Like on my... There's some cool on my list of things to do. Like I definitely want to go to space. And that's like $500,000. So that's a little bit out of my budget. But doing the anti-gravity thing is definitely on my list of like in the near future. Space is more like on my list of do before I die sort of thing. And it'll also be way cheaper in the future. And also, I guess, less likely for me to like die in a horrible space crash, which would be a hell of a way to go, wouldn't it? Oh no, that's zero gravity, not anti-gravity, sorry. But wait a minute, if gravity is keeping everything down, wouldn't anti-gravity just mean that everything gets further and further away from everything else? Well, according to a How Stuff Works article, anti-gravity, quote, involves lessening the effects of gravitational pull on an object. Okay, so things wouldn't just perpetually drift further and further apart, and we wouldn't be hanging on to the surface of the Earth by grabbing handfuls of grass or anything. I think I'm still confusing it with zero gravity, to be honest. The article also states, anti-gravity technology would revolutionize space exploration and energy production. It would slash the energy demands of travel and transportation. Okay, so putting in really simple terms, is just anti-gravity is making hover. That's what it's a hovery thing. It's about making hover. Boom, done, easy. I'm sitting here Googling stuff and not the person actually working on it in a lab, but let's get back to the story. A strange circular structure, which has been dubbed Hitler's Stonehenge because of its resemblance to the famous standing stones on Salisbury Plain, was found above a network of secret tunnels in Lower Silesia in what was Nazi-occupied Poland. It has been suggested that this concrete structure was a place to tether Die Glocke while it was being tested above ground. Unfortunately, Due to the radioactive nature of the fuel, many of the slave laborers who worked in the tunnels died from being exposed to it, as did the scientists involved in the project if they weren't killed afterward to maintain the secrecy of Declarker. It has been theorized that the project was overseen by SS Obergruppenführer Hans Kammler, a wily so-and-so who seemed to have slipped through the net as the Nazis' plans came crashing down. He had been in charge of secret weapons projects and had been one of the main people in charge of building the concentration camps, so he was happy to use thousands of prisoners to dig out the tunnels and construct the V1 and V2 rockets. Wait, this guy... I don't like it. You'll often hear like, yeah, and then he was never heard from after the war, and you're like, oh, for f***'s sake. Can't we hang him already? His fate, I mean, he's dead now, which is nice, but it's always a shame. I'm like, yeah, they did, you know. And then he lived happily ever after in Argentina or whatever. You're like, oh, for f***'s sake, come on. Who was that guy that Mossad went and put in a box and took back to Israel and hanged? I'm like, yeah. Oh, I wish that was like much more common story. Like, secret agencies operating in another country's sovereign territory for justice. Yeah. His fate has been shrouded in mystery, with several different people giving several different accounts of his death in May 1945. However, it has also been suggested, most notably by Dean Reuter in his 2019 book, The Hidden Nazi, that Werner von Braun tapped Kammler as a key asset for the US, as due to his position, personality, and involvement in some of the Nazis' most secret projects, he literally knew where all the bodies were buried. So, the US scooped him up and gave him a new identity in exchange for basically keeping all of his knowledge out of Russian hands. Oh wait, so he did just... Sorry, I thought he disappeared. Didn't we say like, he slipped through the cracks? It seems like he slipped through the cracks to the US where all was forgiven. How many concentration camps and slave laborers did you use? Oh, there were many. It's like, welcome to America. Look, and I get it. I know why Operation Paperclip happened. It makes logical sense, but it's also kind of... Can't we just get all the knowledge and be like, we had our fingers crossed, off to the noose with you? I feel people are saying, Simon, you got such a thirst for blood. Yeah, Nazi blood. And what of the Nazi bell? Maybe the US scooped that up too. Seems far-fetched? Well, let's talk about the Kecksburg incident. In December 1965, people in Canada and across more than 6 US states spotted a burning fireball shooting through the sky. It crash-landed in the woods of Kecksburg, a village about 30 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Locals reported seeing a bell or acorn-shaped object with hieroglyphic-like symbols carved into it before the military arrived and quickly sealed the area off. I love how it's just like, yeah, there was a secret science project. We've got to throw some, like, mystical into it because it makes it more believable. It doesn't. It's stupid. It's like when you mix your conspiracy theories together. It's like, yeah, 9/11, inside job by the US government and the lizard people. You're like, why is the lizard people involved? The lizard people are involved in everything. It just makes the whole thing more ridiculous. Less believable. The Tribune Review ran an article headlined, Unidentified Flying Object Falls Near Kecksburg. Army ropes off area. An article called Acorn from Space, the Kecksburg Incident, written by Matthew Dinkle, quotes eyewitnesses to the event such as Bill Boulabush. He saw, quote, a 10-foot-long acorn-shaped object smouldering in the woods. The way it glowed, cracked, and sparked scared Boulabush, who says he did not get too close to the object, and when he heard people coming, he ran home. Volunteer firefighter James Romansky was also on the scene and saw, quote, a mysterious metal object buried in the ground and covered in hieroglyphics. He claims he was then ordered to leave by mysterious men in trench coats and that he later saw the military carry the object away in a flatbed truck. I mean, at first I'd be like, well, it was just a test aircraft or whatever, or something weird, or like a missile that's gone wrong, because that's not unusual. But the hieroglyphics being carved all over it is a bit weird, isn't it? That's definitely a what? While it seems obvious that it was probably a meteor or something similar to the Tunguska events that occurred, there has been much research into what actually crashed into the woods in Kecksburg with a lot of contradictory results. And again, I'll be like, yeah, sure, meteor, the crash-landed test aircraft or whatever, but what about the hieroglyphics? I mean, I just think they weren't actually there, because didn't we say the dude was quite far away? He was too afraid to get close to it, or whatever. And the other dude, well, he seems to have been a bit closer, but I'm like, maybe you just imagine that. Or maybe it's just, like, made up after the fact. Hieroglyphics are kind of, like, weird anyway. Could just be, like, a pattern that's on there for some reason. It's not hieroglyphics. Why would there be hieroglyphics on it? It makes no sense.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
At first it was reported to be a natural phenomenon, but then the trajectory of the object was mapped and it was found that it wouldn't have landed in Kecksburg. NASA issued a statement about the incident saying that after studying metallic fragments found in the wooded area, they concluded that a Russian satellite had fallen out of orbit and crashed there. Well, that makes much more sense because, I mean, Cyrillic and hieroglyphs, obviously really different. But to some random American dude back in the day, like in the countryside, being like, oh, those look like hieroglyphics. And it's like, yeah, mate, that's Russian. You know, it's not unreasonable to think that. Most of the records they had from that time were lost, however, so there's no more detail to be had. Interestingly, though, a more recent statement from NASA went back on this conclusion by stating that the satellite's orbit was decaying earlier than the fireball witnessed and, quote, other analysis of the spacecraft orbit definitely indicate that it would not have been the Cosmos 96 spacecraft. So, what was it? Could it have been Die Glocke out for a bit of a spin? A documentary made about this incident certainly thinks it could be. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe that documentary certainly thinks that there could be money to be made in this one. Like, from the History Channel. Like pretty much every History Channel show. It's just money spinning, in my opinion. And it sheds further light on the mechanics of the Nazi bell. Apparently, a UFO crashed into the Black Forest in Germany in 1936. Hitler's troops recovered the damaged craft and over the following years managed to reverse engineer the anti-gravitational technology that they found aboard. The documentary team also took the idea of a bell-shaped time-traveling device to a wind tunnel test site to see if the non-traditional shape could be any good at achieving high speeds. And guess what? It was actually very efficient. About twice as efficient as a sphere. And surprisingly aerodynamically sound. Yeah, but a sphere's like, that'd be like, whoa, it's twice as aerodynamically efficient as a brick. You're like, yeah, because bricks and spheres are not designed to be aerodynamically efficient. They're just shapes. It's like, how many planes are shaped like a sphere? None! Remember author and researcher Igor Wachowski from a bit earlier? He pops in to show the host authentic Third Reich documentation signed by Hans Kammler, which talks about all the special projects the Nazis were throwing at the wall at the end of the war. When visiting the site of the Kecksburg incident, a replica of the object is on display. According to local eyewitnesses at the time, it looked like somebody took liquid metal and poured it into an acorn-shaped mold. There are no rivets, there's no seams, there's no weld marks, there's no fuselage, no windows, no doors, and on that raised up back area, what really caught their attention were these unusual markings that were raised up off the surface and looked more like symbols and letters. End quote. Nothing more was heard of Die Glocke after the military took it away, but Kecksburg is now known as Pennsylvania's Roswell, and yes, it has a festival every year, and the one in July 2023 went on for 3 days. Honestly, sounds like tourism. Tourism from, and money. There's also a merch shop selling everything from shirts to shot glass, although it has to be said, and I'm finally saying it now after having held it back this entire time, the Kecksburg Acorn UFO looks like a big fat sex toy. Yeah, we'll put a picture of it up on the screen now. For whom the bells toll. Can you hear that? I think it's the sound of time finally tolling for this space bell. Let's go back and pull everything apart that we've just said, like we're time traveling in some sort of butt plug shaped UFO or something. Again, picture on the screen! We started off by asking the extremely intellectual question, why is this even a thing? And I managed to patch together some ragtag assortment of eyewitness reports, official signed papers, and a documentary to pad out the first part of this episode. Well, did you see through my paltry attempts to make this sound even slightly believable? The truth is, there is absolutely no evidence that Die Glocke was even a plan the Nazis had, let alone a fully functional anti-gravity device. Yes, because if it was, Operation Paperclip would have got that dude, they'd have scooped him up and be like, bro, make our cars hover. That'd be way more efficient. We won't need wheels anymore, dude. Hover cars. It's going to be awesome. We'd have those. And we don't have them, do we? So we know it's not real. For all the other projects they were working on, there were comprehensive blueprints and paperwork. So for this extremely high-tech project to be carried out on scraps of paper or just engraved on the inside of scientists' brains is extremely unlikely. And here's another thing. You may not have realized it, but anti-gravity technology does not even exist now, never mind over 80 years ago. Yes! And the reason it doesn't exist is that according to the scientific community at large, it's impossible. We literally have to unlearn what we understand about physics in order to make it possible, as that's something nobody really feels like doing right now. So I think it's safe to assume that the Nazis did not manage to squeak out an anti-grav machine in a tunnel in the middle of in a world war using a Mission Impossible sounding item, Zerum 525. Yeah. Agreed. Although, wait, isn't gravity something that we just haven't cracked yet? Like, I saw... my scientific knowledge of this comes from the movie Interstellar, but isn't the whole point of that movie, and I feel like I did look this up afterwards, so I could be right, but it's more likely I'm entirely wrong. Didn't some dude in that movie spend a lot of time trying to figure out the equation for gravity or something? Because it's something that we theoretically should be able to figure out. And then we could use gravity. Like, we could make gravity plating and all that cool shit we're gonna need in the future for, like, our science fiction style Star Trek spaceships. Right? Someone let me know in the comments. I suppose I could ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. Yo, ChatGPT, what's up? Got a really different question for you. So, gravity, right? Is there some evidence or potential for us in the future to be able to master gravity, like using equations or something like that, like in the movie Interstellar? Or is that just entirely science fiction?
Hey there. Your question about mastering gravity, like in Interstellar, is pretty fascinating. Right now, our understanding of gravity is primarily based on Einstein's theory of general relativity. This theory does a great job explaining how gravity works, but it doesn't really give us a way to manipulate or master gravity in the way sci-fi movies often depict. As for the future, it's hard to say. Science is always evolving. For instance, if we achieve a deeper understanding or a new theory that unites gravity with quantum mechanics, who knows what possibilities could open up. But as of now, manipulating gravity like in Interstellar remains in the realm of science fiction. There's no current evidence or theory suggesting we'll be able to control gravity in that way anytime soon. What interests you about gravity and its potential manipulation?
Why did you ask? I don't know, ChatGPT. I just wanted an answer to my question.
Got it? No worries. I was just curious if there was a specific aspect of gravity or its manipulation that you found particularly interesting.
All right. I admire your curiosity, but, like, let's keep it tight, shall we, ChatGPT? So no, it's just science fiction, my bad. This serum has also been touted to be the mythical red mercury, a substance that has many strange properties and can apparently be used for everything from curing what ails you to creating nuclear bombs. But guess what? Red mercury isn't a thing either. It's a weird hoax that refuses to go away. It doesn't actually exist. There is a red ore called mercury sulfide, but this isn't what everyone's talking about when they're talking about red mercury. I've never heard of red mercury. Never even knew that as a thing. Should I make a video about it? Although now we've already debunked it as nonsense. So I guess not. So the impossible machine is being powered by something that doesn't exist, which definitely doesn't help its cause. It's also pretty handy that anyone involved in the project either died from radiation sickness or was killed to keep it a secret, but then if everyone died, how do we still know about it? Could it be that someone just made it up and tried to insert it into the historical record thanks to Hitler's known love of mythology and the Nazis' technological superiority? Stand up, author and researcher Igor Witkowski. Oh no, Igor! You've let us down! It's you, Igor! While stories about Nazi-created UFOs, alien technology co-opted by the Nazis, and Nazis and aliens hanging out in the middle of our hollow earth have all appeared previously in print, it was Igor Witkowski who first brought up the idea that Die Glocke was real to the mainstream in his book Pravda o Wunderwaffe, or The Truth About the Wunderwaffe, which was published in the year 2000. Witkowski claims to have found references to Die Glocke in declassified documents, transcripts, and a signed confession from a General Jakob Sporenberg stating that he ordered the deaths of 60 people tied to the secret project. Even if this last bit were true, we only have Witkowski's word for it. He was shown the documents by an unnamed source in Polish intelligence and couldn't make any copies of anything. So let's frame that last sentence with a big old allegedly. Witkowski's claim about this wonder weapon didn't make too many waves at first. I mean, why would it? That was until Nick Cook published The Hunt for 0 Points in 2001. Is that about 0 point energy? I only know about that because of Stargate Atlantis. I realise, like, so much of my science, people will make fun of me. But it's like a lot of my science knowledge comes from, like, watching sci-fi and then reading about the real science behind it. Because I'll be like, that's fascinating. Could that possibly be real? And then I'll spend, like, hours just reading Wikipedia and be like, holy that's really interesting. An award-winning aviation journalist, Cook was the aviation editor for Jane's Defense Weekly, which gave him something of a higher standing in the credulity stakes when he came out with his book about Die Glocke, springboarding off Witkowski's earlier research. It didn't take long for his efforts to be poo-pooed, however, with some critics coming out with corkers like, quote, "What is instructive about the book is the insight we get into how conspiracy theories seduce otherwise reasonable people." That's from reviewer Kurt Kleiner, and Skeptoid's Brian Dunning says, Brian Dunning legend. Often comes up in Decoding the Unknown, only in legendary context. All we have in the way of evidence is a third-hand anecdotal account of something that's desperately implausible, backed up by neither evidence nor even a corroborating account. Ouch. So yes, no evidence of any evidence and no real confirmed mentions of this thing until the 21st century. So, what's next? Okay, Hitler's Henge, we're coming for you. This strange concrete circular structure reminiscent of a complete Stonehenge was apparently what the bell would be tied to when outdoor experiments were carried out. Well, that's obvious. What else could this structure possibly have been used for? Was it, perchance, a support for a different Nazi UFO to take off and land from? This is seriously what forensic engineer Robert Sparling has suggested it was used for. I mean, come on, Rob, you see an elevated circular structure and that's where your mind goes? Wait, did we call this guy? Was this guy actually a scientist? Forensic engineer. That sounds like a sciencey. Rob, why did you come to this conclusion? You wouldn't look at Stonehenge and be like, yeah, alien spaceships. And if you do, you shouldn't call yourself an engineer. I'm not saying you do that, Rob. But this seems like a weird conclusion, my dude. Other more level-headed people have said it's probably something that was used to test more mundane aircraft such as helicopters, or even that it was the first part of an unfinished cooling tower built before the Germans decided to abandon attempts to make atomic bombs. One last theory is that it was purposefully created to be like Stonehenge, maybe as a monument to the occult leanings of some of the higher-ups in the Nazi party, or just as a monument to the party in general. I just saw the Oppenheimer movie. I didn't see it at the cinema, to my deep regrets, because it was shot on this 60mm IMAX film. And there's something like 30 or 40 IMAX cinemas in the world which can display this. And one of them's 5 minutes from where I'm sitting. Right now. Could be there in 5 minutes. And I didn't go and see it because I got kids. And the only movies I see are kids' movies. And don't tell my kids, but I often just listen to podcasts while I'm in the movies with them. And they're like, Dad, did you like it? I'm like, I loved it. I couldn't believe about this happening. And they'll be like, yay, who was your favorite, Dad? And I'll be like, the brown one. Oh, yes, but I mean, it's 90 minutes, and it's very tedious for an adult. All these explanations are far more likely than it being something to tether a time-traveling acorn to, or a time-traveling butt plug. Next. The lack of real people tied to this story obviously doesn't help its claims for veracity. The sidebar of having Hans Kammler as the project's leader is quite a good one, though, as he was a complete monster. Here's a grim statistic for you. Under his program of mining the tunnels and manufacturing the V2 rocket, approximately 10,000 concentration camp laborers died, which is estimated to be about double the number of people killed by the rockets when they were in action. The story goes that Kammler managed to save himself by handing over Die Glocke to the Americans in exchange for a nice new life somewhere, probably in one of those favoured Nazi haunts of Argentina, Antarctica, the Hollow Earth, or the Moon. And while his fate is quite murky, it's unlikely that he managed to use this purported anti-grav device to barter his way out of anything. And would he have been the one to have it anyway? While he was extremely ambitious and had a background in civil engineering, he wouldn't really have had the scientific knowledge about how this thing worked. The main evidence against Kammler giving up the bell is that if he handed over an anti-gravity device to the US in the 1940s, how come nothing has been accomplished in this field since? Wouldn't this technology have been utilized in some way, especially during the space race, to give the Americans an upper hand? It's how are we going to get this thing into space? Oh, well, we've got to use an enormous amount of rocket fuel that's incredibly expensive to produce. Just a wild amount of it. It'd be like, bros, but don't we have that, hovering from that Nazi dude? Why don't we just use that? And they would. Oh, they didn't, because it's not real, is it? Why has any research that's been carried out at all into anti-gravity started from the ground up and not from a very handy already existing platform? Even more to the point, if the Nazis had this technology in a usable form during the course of the war, why didn't they use it themselves? Is it because Die Glocke did not in fact exist? Well, I'm thinking it's a yes on that one. So alright, this brings us to the Kecksburg incident, which some people have conflated with Die Glocke being in American hands. The space acorn crash-landed in the woods, and a few people saw it before the military swooped in and hushed everything up. NASA originally said that it was part of a Russian satellite, then later went back on it and said it could not have been the Cosmos 96 spacecraft. Mysterious, eh? Well, it's probably not so mysterious after all. Many people across North America saw a fiery light in the sky, which was most likely a natural occurrence such as an exploding meteor or meteor bolide. And it's so high up, it's difficult for eyewitnesses to be able to tell where it's actually going, so unless you can track it all the way down to the ground, if it even gets that far, it's quite hard to be able to say that the light and the thing that crashed at Kecksburg were even the same thing. If something did crash at Kecksburg, which some people believe did happen, as there was some damage to trees and a loud noise, it might have just been a part of a meteor. As we learned from the episode on the Tunguska event, if a meteor exploded in the atmosphere right above the woods, it would have caused damage to trees, but not left that much of a trace. If this was the case, I guess it would have been a teeny-weeny meteor or a fragment, as otherwise there would have been a massive amount of damage and a huge seismic wave. Damage could also have come from much more mundane sources, such as heavy ice or snow in the trees, which is, far more likely. What I doubt crashed into the woods that December was a radioactive time-travelling bell running on red mercury. Yes, because Occam's razor is a thing for a reason. But what about those eyewitnesses' accounts? Well, I think we can take them with a pinch of salt, as no other locals came forward at the time other than the couple that we mentioned earlier. Why did Bill Bullabush run away when other people were coming? Why did those other people not back up his story? Did me saying that James Romansky was a volunteer firefighter help him seem more credible as a witness? What if I mentioned that he had a criminal record instead, as per the Acorn from Space article? Some people at the time didn't even think anything had landed in Kecksburg, and that anyone who thought they'd seen a crash was just a victim of an optical illusion and it actually landed somewhere else. This is confirmed by NASA, who stated that, quote, estimating the impact point of fireballs from eyewitness accounts is notoriously inaccurate, and also stated investigations of photographs and sightings of the fireball indicated its path through the atmosphere was probably too steep to be consistent with a spacecraft re-entering from Earth orbit, and was more likely a meteor in a prograde orbit from the vicinity of the asteroid belt, and probably ended its flight over western Lake Erie. So, what about this documentary that featured Igor Witkowski and tested out the aerodynamic capabilities of the bell-shaped object? Well, I didn't mention what it was called earlier, as I wanted to make it sound at least a tiny bit credible. It was actually Season 1, Episode 2, Search for Aliens. Oh no! And it's fronted by the Ancient Aliens dude! Giorgio, whatever his name is, Sokolos. Funnily enough, the second result that came up when I typed in Ancient Aliens into Google was Ancient Aliens meme generator. So I think we can tell where the internet stands on this whole theory. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. Look, the doozy. It's the Ancient Aliens dude. It's not, he's not, look, I mean, I was going to say he's not even a scientist. And here I am, not a scientist making videos. But my videos are true! And better.
Oh, really?
While Witkowski showed him a document signed by Hans Kammler, we've already mentioned that he was never allowed to make copies of any secret documents that he was allegedly shown by his informants, so this is just some general thing relating to special projects but does not make any reference to Die Glocke in any way. The show throws out many theories, but they're all so far-fetched and barely connected that it's pretty clear there's nothing really going on here. In one scene, Ancient Aliens dude is talking to apparent Kecksburg expert Stan Gordon. Here's how the conversation goes. Ancient Aliens dude, in your investigations, did you come across any reports whether or not there are any people inside this object? Because in the Roswell story, we always hear how they carried away bodies, and that one of those bodies allegedly was alive. So is there anything similar in this particular case? I mean, talk about a leading question. Stan Gordon then replies, there have been very interesting accounts which suggest the possibility that someone or something may have been inside the object. Bro, could you be more vague and non-specific? Really? I didn't see anything about that in all the stuff I've read. Do tell us more, Stan, tell us more. But there is no more, because Ancient Aliens dude just carries on and asks a different question. Really getting to the bottom of this mystery, aren't we, in Search of Aliens? No, because they don't want to get to the bottom of the mystery, because the bottom of the mystery is boring and it won't get people to watch more episodes. Come on. From just looking at this guy's face, though, it seems that Stan is just throwing a bone out there, merely made up on the spot under pressure, and doesn't want to give too many details because he's just in panic mode. Bell end. Did the Nazis have a program of advanced weapons during the late 1930s and early 1940s? Yes! Yes, they did! Were there also some ultra-secret high-tech weapons on the list? Yes! Yes, there were! Did one of those involve using a made-up substance to power a bell-shaped object to incredible speeds that it would reverse the effects of gravity and travel through time? No! No, it did not! I also just casually threw in that the Nazis recovered a crashed alien spacecraft in 1936, which helped them work out the anti-gravity technology. There is no evidence of this, of course. It's just another nugget that I picked up from In Search of Aliens, where it says it comes from a book called Secret Societies and Their Power in the 20th Century by Jan van Helsing. Really? That's a pen name, by the way. No shit. He's a rabble-rouser, touting hollow earth theories and the Hitler and Antarctica trope, so I think it's safe to say we can happily throw this bit of non-information down a well and walk away with our hands in our pockets, whistling a carefree tune. Yes, indeed. Look, When it comes down to it, we have only really got Igor Witowski's information about Die Glocke, the primary sources of which are handily not available for us general plebs to access. Because of the description of an acorn-shaped thing at Kecksburg, this has been linked to Die Glocke, but obviously only after Witkowski and Nick Cook's books came out some 35 years after the event, as nobody had heard of it before then. Could it even be that the space acorn of 1965 inspired Witkowski rather than the other way round? I don't know, but I do know that we can file this one away as officially decoded. We could file this away as officially decoded after I read the bloody title, to be honest, but it was a bit of an interesting ride, wasn't it? Thank you so much for being here. Look, if you enjoy this show, why not give it a rating on Spotify? It already has a ridiculous number of ratings, which is amazing. Like, it's always like 4.9. It's always at 4.9, no matter how many thousands of ratings come in. I was pretty blown away looking at how, like, I don't really look at my podcast stats or anything. It's probably been a year since I even looked at how many people listen to this show. But I look at the number of reviews occasionally because I have Spotify. And I'm just like, God damn, we've got like as many reviews as like big shows. Like big shows that I listen to. And it's like, wow, thanks guys. Appreciate it. Make those numbers go up because they make me feel good. Thank you. And like I'm making a difference in the world. Not really. I'm just here entertaining people. No one really thought this was real. Thanks for being here. I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon Wimsey. One of my writers, in this case Katie, thank you Katie, has written me a script. It's the Shag Harbor UFO event. Shag Harbor. Shag is a word. Do Americans have the word shag? It's like, it always reminds me of Austin Powers. It's like, shagadelic, baby. It means to have sex. Before we get started, I just wanted to get this out of the way. The name of the place we're going to talk about today is Shag Harbor. While it's supposedly named after a bird, it's still pretty funny to anyone who's over 10. So shag, 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 shag. Is it less funny now? Probably not, but at least we tried. Actually, this reminded me of a photo from a long time ago. I went to Hilton Head in South Carolina and took a photo of a poster advertising Friday Shag Night, 5 to 10 p.m. This is what? Unfortunately, he left on Friday morning, so he didn't get to experience it. I assume it was referring to the Carolina Shag, a dance, and not some local orgy, although I guess I'll never find out now. Yeah, it'll be like, Shag Night. Shag Harbor is a small fishing community on the southern end of the Canadian province of Nova Scotia. Apart from the funny name, it has one other claim to fame, and that's being the site of the only government-recognized UFO sighting in Canada, and maybe the world. Yes, you heard that right, folks. So do we have a bona fide extraterrestrial episode on our hands? Well, let's get into it. Let me guess, no. Because UFO, as I've said many times, just stands for Unidentified Flying Object. And by the way, the correct pronunciation of it is UFO, apparently. Like from the guy who came up with it. But let's not do that because it's wrong. It just means that the government were like, yeah. And maybe it was an American spy plane or whatever, and the Canadians are like, oh, we don't know what that is. And so it's a UFO. Boom, done, easy, episode done. No, not really. We got many pages left to go. The events, as reported in 1967. For this story, we have to go way back to the 4th of October, 1967. Apparently, the Box Tops were riding the top of the Billboard 100 with their song called The Letter, which I've never heard of, but at least it doesn't sound as bad as the number one song a few weeks later, which was Incense and Peppermints, by the way, which happens to be by one of the bands with the worst name ever, Strawberry Alarm Clock. Oh my god, what was going on in the 60s? Too many drugs.
I love drugs.
Although it makes them very easy to find online, and apparently they're still going in some shape or form, so good for you. It's like 50 years later. Why are you guys, how are you not? I suppose if they were like 20 and doing a band, they'd still be like 70. How old's Mick Jagger? Hey, Siri, how old is Mick Jagger? Mick Jagger is 80 years old, and my parents went to see the Rolling Stones go and perform, like, recently. And they were like, Mick Jagger is intense. Like, he's still, like, running around the stage. He still can sing. Apparently, he's just, like, absolutely still, like, rocking the out of the Rolling Stones. And I'm like, okay, good for you, Mick. It's all that healthy living, isn't it, Mick? Anyway, folks around the normally sleepy area of Shag Harbor had a more exciting night than usual this particular October evening. Teenager Laurie Wickens was driving a carload of his friends back to Shag Harbour on the 4th when they spotted some strange lights in the sky. In a Canadian press story on the National Post website, he's quoted as saying, "There were 4 in a row, and they were going on and off. One would come on, then 2, 3, and 4, and they'd all be off for a second and come back on again." They had the impression that the lights were part of one object, which seemed to be heading down at a 45-degree angle towards the water. They couldn't see exactly what happened next, as the curves on the road that they were driving on meant that the object went out of view for a short time, but Wickens and other passengers reported hearing a whooshing or whistling noise. When they could see it again, or where they thought the trajectory of the object was headed, there was a large yellow light floating on the water. Sure that they had witnessed a plane ditching into the sea, the teens drove to find a phone box and called the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Canada's National Police Service. Oh! I can't believe I'm just finding this out now, but I always thought like the RCMP, like the Mounties, the police on horses, was just like a special branch of like the police for like crowd control or something, you know, when police get on horses, that kind of. Apparently it's just like the National Police Service. They're not all on horses though, right? That's just that this gotta just be the name. That'd be every police officer has a horse. At about the same time, another car with a couple of teens in it also spotted 4 or 5 glowing lights headed down at the same 45-degree angle. One of these teens, Norm Smith, also later reported hearing the whistling sound. He could still see the lights by the time he got home, and also fearing that there was an aircraft in distress, Smith, his dad, and his uncle rushed down to Shag Harbour to see if they could help. The RCMP officer who took Laurie Wickens' call was initially skeptical about the team's report of a possible plane crash, but as more calls started to come in from at least 7 other people also speaking of the whistling noise and the yellow-orange lights, he decided to start taking it seriously. Why would you not take it seriously? Who's like, as a prank call, I'm just pranking the police that there's been a plane crash. Why would you do that? I mean, I'm sure some psychos do, but it's like, just take it seriously. It's a plane crash. Just like, I don't know, there's probably a button you can press that'll contact, like, air traffic control or whatever. I mean, like, guys, what's up? Anything? Any planes gone missing? Any crashes into the sea? Can I wrap this one up? Or, you know, tell me. The crowd started to grow as people got curious about what all the commotion was, and they all witnessed a yellow light floating about 200 meters off the shore, which seemed to be part of an object about 60 feet or 18 meters across. The light then seemed to dim and slip under the water at about 11:20 p.m. and disappear. Shortly after the light vanished, a search and rescue attempt was made. The RCMP officers, the Smith family, and other volunteers headed out to the apparent crash site in 2 fishing boats, trying to see if there were any survivors. They didn't find debris, bodies, or any other evidence of a crashed plane. What they did find, however, was a large swath of thick yellow foam on the surface of the water, judged to cover an area of about 80 feet by half a mile, or about 25 by 800 meters. That's very large. It was thick, glistening, and smelled of sulfur. None of the fishermen had ever seen anything like it, and it wasn't just oil or fuel. A couple more local boats joined the search, with the Coast Guard arriving at about midnight. The initial search was called off at 4 a.m. on the 5th of October. During this time, the RCC, or Rescue Coordination Centre in Halifax, had been contacted for any information on missing aircraft in the area. As the hours went by, it was confirmed that there were no missing commercial, domestic, or military aircraft, and the RCMP officers were also pretty sure that there hadn't been a plane crash, as the area was not very deep, and they would have been sure to have found some debris after hours of searching. By 10:30 a.m., on the 5th of October, the mystery object was being referred to as a UFO by the Rescue Coordination Centre, which is entirely accurate, because it's like, well, we don't know what it is, so it's unidentified. Was it flying? Yes. Is it an object? Well, that's an easy one. It's a UFO. That doesn't mean it's aliens. The search resumed on the 6th of October, bolstered by a team of divers, and according to a slightly dubious-sounding website, RoswellProof.com, quote, yeah, RoswellProof.com, it's like, you know it's going to be biased. Quoting them, though, by the process of elimination, RCMP, RCC, and the Air Desk in Ottawa were all now tagging the object as a UFO. Now, yes, this website name does sound a bit biased, but, well, this is actually what happens. Well, good for you, RoswellTruth.com. Proof.com, sorry. As it was the authorities and government departments that first started bandying the UFO label around, and not the people who saw it from their homes, cars, or boats. This added an extra layer of credibility to the event. A memo between departments said, quote, "A preliminary investigation has been carried out by the Rescue Coordination Centre in Halifax. It has been determined that this UFO sighting was not caused by a flare, float, aircraft, or in fact any known object." On the 7th of October, the Chronicle Herald ran a front-page piece with the headline stating, Could be something concrete in Shag Harbor UFO. RCF continues search today. I love I don't know why I like reading the old newspaper announcers. Could be something concrete in Shag Harbor UFO. Why do they all speak so weird? The RCAF is the Royal Canadian Air Force, by the way. Oh, okay, Royal Canadian Air. That makes sense. Yeah, we have the RAF in the UK, which is the Royal Air Force. RUCAF would have it if it was the Royal United Kingdom Air Force, which is unnecessary because we know what the RAF is. Other news articles soon followed with titles such as, "There is something down there." The search was eventually halted on the 9th of October 1967, with the Navy being quoted in the Chronicle Herald as having found not a trace, not a clue, not a bit of anything. Mysterious, eh? As Don Ledger, co-author of Dark Object, puts it, something came out of the sky and went into the water at Shag Harbor, and nobody knew what it was. Well, Don, bang on. I mean, yes, everyone's correct. It's UFOs, it's mysterious objects, and I don't know who's it's aliens, rather than it's classified military aircraft. Or something like that, or a weather balloon, or something, because it's just much more likely to be that, infinitely more likely. Other corroborating events. It wasn't just those handful of people around Shag Harbor that witnessed these lights. Calls and reports to various organizations around Nova Scotia that night and in the days that followed the supposed crash created a fuller timeline of the events. Here are just a few examples. At 7:15 p.m. on the 4th, Air Canada Flight 305 was flying from Halifax to Toronto through clear skies. Captain Pierre Charbonneau and co-pilot Robert Ralph both saw a well-lit rectangular object flying on a parallel course to them, with what looked like a string of smaller lights trailing behind it. They then saw an apparent explosion followed by another, with one glowing cloud heading east, while the smaller lights seemed to act independently around the area of the first explosion. Both pilots allegedly provided full written reports of this incident. At around 9 p.m, fishermen on the MV Nickerson contacted the Halifax harbour master to inquire about some weird objects that had shown up on their radar. They reported red flashing lights in the shape of a large box that would flash so brightly as to leave an afterimage. Eventually, only one light remains that flew straight up in the air, went over the fishing boat and headed in the direction of Shag Harbor. There were apparently no naval exercises going on at the time. Yes, but I mean, for the government to be there were no naval exercises, well, let's assume that's the Canadian government, right? And even if it was the Canadians conducting, secret tests, they're going to be nope, nothing was happening. Definitely not a crash of an experimental aircraft, and anyone who was in the aircraft died in a training exercise. And that's just assuming it was Canada. If it's the Americans, they're going to be even more silent, because they're probably, illegally, or I suppose they're allies, or whatever, but, flying experimental aircraft, because America's right next door, and they got loads of experimental aircraft and cool so they're not going to admit to it. They're just going to be nope, nothing happened. At 10 p.m. in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, 12-year-old Chris Stiles saw a large, round, glowing object heading along the harbour. He rushed out of his house with some binoculars to investigate, and saw that it was about 50 to 60 feet, or 15 to 18 meters in diameter. It came within about 100 feet or 30 meters of the shoreline before Chris got really scared and ran home. His grandfather called him the next day to tell him about the incident at Shag Harbor, which was about 150 miles away, and Chris realized that he might have seen the same phenomenon. At about 10:30 p.m. in Masons Beach, Nova Scotia, Will Eisner spotted 3 lights in a triangle formation. As they didn't move for a while, and he was a photographer, he managed to take a 5-minute exposure of the lights before they eventually disappeared. It shows some streaks of red light and some static lights, a large purple one with a bluish outline, a medium-sized red one, and a small, clear, bright orange one. The red streak, you'll see it on the screen now. I'm also looking at it out on my document. It's just some blurry... it's just never that convincing, is it? The photographs, you're it could be anything. It could be anything. The red streaks are explained as stars due to the movement of the planet during the exposure time. The static lights couldn't be planes or helicopters, for example, as they wouldn't have been able to remain stationary for the amount of time that the camera took without appearing far more blurry. The photo was taken about an hour before the reported crash at Shag Harbor, and while some people, such as Dark Object co-author Don Ledger, don't necessarily believe it was the object witnessed falling toward the water later that night, it does prove to him at least that there were other unexplained lights in the sky that night. Exactly a week later, another strange sight was witnessed not far from the Shag Harbor area by the Cameron family. Here's the report that was submitted to the RCMP at the time. To quote, Light in straight line, southeast direction, and 45-degree angle. No form seen. Estimated spread of light to be 50 to 60 feet. On 4 occasions, the lights, which were bright red and as bright as local boy lights, went off in sequence from back to front, and there were lit in sequence from front to back. The first time, there were 6 lights, and the last time 4. Lights hovering and shifting from side to side. Red lights watched for 7 to 8 minutes and were extinguished, and yellow-orange light appeared and disappeared over the horizon to the northwest. This light was observed for approximately 10 minutes. All persons sober and appear to be sincere. Sighting also reported to RAF Bacaro. Understand, Bacaro radar, negative. No known operations in area. Suggest government personnel interview persons concerned above and those in sighting on 4th October 1967. The quote ends. This sighting garnered another flurry of press attention with an article titled Canadian Defence Department Investigates UFO that Dived into Nova Scotia Bay. This appeared shortly after, but as nothing was found, the interest in the Shag Harbour UFO soon died away and was more or less forgotten, until one day, 25 years later, when one of the original witnesses was all grown up and started to do some digging. Later revelations. Remember Chris Stiles? Nope. Wait, was he the kid who ran down and then was scared and went to get his granddad? He was the 12-year-old who rushed out of the house, there we go, to see the orange light hovering near the harbour. Well, in the early 90s, he happened to watch a programme about Roswell, and his memory of the lights at Shag Harbour came flooding back. According to the documentary The Shag Harbour UFO Incident, quote, from that moment, Shag Harbour became an obsession with him. Chris himself states, the Shag Harbour incident is unique in that it's one of the cases that the more data you learn, the more witnesses, the more documentation, this case does not evaporate. The more you learn, the stronger it gets in terms of its unconventional reality. The quote ends. Now, once his investigation had got underway, Stiles was joined by Don Ledger, who was also interested in the case, although in a slightly more pragmatic way. Stiles went to the Canadian National Archives to search old military records and found a cache of UFO sightings on microfilm dating back to the 1940s. He also found old telex communications between Ottawa and Nova Scotia, telex basically being text messages sent over an exchange and printed out at the other ends. Oh, is this like what people did before telephones? I thought it was called telegram. I thought it was a telegram. Okay, never mind. There were plenty regarding the Shag Harbour incident, most marked with a priority stamp and littered with references to lights, dark objects, and flying objects, as well as using the acronym UFO in these messages. Some printouts also had margin notes, such as someone handwriting UFO on top of one report and underlining it 3 times. Stiles says, I've often said I don't know if what's responsible here is extraterrestrial, extratemporal, or extra-dimensional. Dude... Whenever anyone's saying these words, they're just they're such pseudoscience words. But it was certainly unconventional, and I think they ran with that premise in Ottawa, and I think that the priority and the tone of these documents speaks loudly that they were dealing with something potentially extraterrestrial. Does it really? I have seen no evidence of that so far. It's just they don't know what it was. I mean, I didn't read all those old telex reports or anything, but... so far, it just seems like any government communication has just been yeah, it's a UFO. It's an unidentified flying object. It's probably those Americans and their spy planes. Stiles and Ledger then went to visit the National Department of Defence station at Barrington, about 13 miles away from Shag Harbour. It was operating with radar detection at the time, so presumably would have picked up anything flying around in the area. The official word, however, was that nothing was picked up. Would the military really give out any information of an alien nature, though? Surely they'd want to keep any information about potential extraterrestrial technology out of the hands of mere mortals. Saying that, it does seem odd that absolutely nothing was picked up, as plenty of people saw lights in the sky heading downward, then saw them in the water afterward. There was a large public search, with members of the RCMP stating that they thought it was an alien UFO when asked by members of the public if they had found anything. Yeah, but they're just coppers. They're just coppers searching for things. They're no, I think it's aliens. It's well, okay, brilliant. I'm glad you think it's aliens, cop. But that doesn't mean anything. That something was there doesn't appear to be in doubt. They just didn't find anything afterwards. Or they said they didn't find anything. Checking into the story, 25 years on, Stiles found an apparent whistleblower from Barrington who said that the radar had picked up something that night, but they'd all been sworn to secrecy. Apparently whatever the object was had entered the airspace in northwestern Canada and wobbled through the atmosphere before eventually crash landing in Shag Harbour. Then the source stated that there was a second object following it, and that after the incident at Shag Harbour, both objects had then moved. The theory of 2 UFOs ties back in with the later witness sighting by the Cameron family of an unidentified string of lights a week after the original crash. An article from the Chronicle Herald on the 12th of October 1967 about this sighting states, second UFO reported seen in Shelburne. After talking to more retired military personnel, Stiles uncovered that one UFO crashed or submerged under the water and then moved up the coast to Shelburne while the original dive team was still combing Shag Harbor. A second UFO joined it and they eventually moved further along the coast or out to sea before they then both flew out of the water and disappeared. Is it a coincidence that the direction they were supposed to be traveling in under the water led them directly to the vicinity of what was at the time a secret military base about 30 miles away? Oh look, a secret military base enters the chat. What a surprise! Canadian Forces Station, CFS Shelburne, was a joint Canadian-American military base that at the time of the Shag Harbor events was ostensibly an oceanographic research base, but in reality was acting as a secret Cold War submarine tracking station. Yeah, it's these dudes. It's the Americans and the Canadians, and they're testing out some secret spy. This means there was a magnetic grid laid out in the area that would detect heavy metal vessels, and the base also was constantly monitoring a network of underwater microphones that were laid out all over the Atlantic. Basically, if these UFOs traveled anywhere in its vicinity, it should have some record of them. And according to Stiles, it did. It allegedly picked up this object resting a few miles away near the seafloor, and a fleet of ships and aircraft were dispatched to check it out. Divers made many visits around the object over the course of the next week, saying that it looked like the first object was being assisted by the second. According to Stiles, one of the phrases he remembers being told by a diver is, there was still activity going on down there. He was told that there were things seen that weren't from here. This particular source felt uneasy giving away any more information as he wasn't supposed to talk about it. Don Ledger said that they had talked to other people involved who had also said that they did not wish to be filmed or identified as they were wary of some sort of reprisal. Some of the military personnel involved were under the impression that they were monitoring a Soviet submarine, but others were adamant that it was nothing they'd seen before. At the end of the week-long vigil, a real Soviet sub entered the picture, causing the ships to reconfigure. The UFOs apparently used this window to move off under the water before eventually breaking the surface and taking to the skies once more. Possible explanations. Okay, we've heard the story with the whole extraterrestrial angle, and there's just nothing there. There's really nothing there. It's just people thinking it's aliens because they can't explain it. But that's not what it is. It's explainable by something else, something much more terrestrial. So let's see if we can work some rationality into it. I guess the biggest point against the whole alien UFO thing is that there is no physical evidence. If something did go into the water at Shag Harbor, there is no trace of it. People, including perceived trustworthy witnesses such as police, saw lights in the sky acting in such a way that many thought was a plane coming down. But could there be another explanation? I had to turn to Brian Dunning and Skeptoid. Oh, it's always a nice DTU when Brian Dunning and Skeptoid enter the picture. And as usual, his observations are clear and cut through most of the noise. He mentions that while there were other UFO sightings before and after this one, all these put together may just confuse the whole matter, with witnesses tying events together erroneously or changing their stories to match what other people had already said, and just the general passage of time changing their stories in some way. There weren't many matching stories at the time either. In newspaper articles published right after the event, we have various numbers of colours of lights, flashing or not flashing, noises or no noises. As Dunning puts it on Skeptoid.com, quoting, a pair of teens reported 3 reddish-orange lights descending, each appearing in order, forming a line declining at about 45 degrees, but then their car drove out of view. 4 other teens saw the same thing, but got the number 4 instead of 3 and called them yellow or white and watched them descend gracefully all the way down to the water. One of these said he remembered them turn off and back on, but the others did not. One person said he heard them making a whistling noise, the others did not. Another person said that they heard a loud noise when they hit the water, but nobody else reported this either. So all we can say from taking these witness accounts as a whole is that a small number of bright lights were seen to descend toward the water, where one remained floating for a short time. The quote ends. Now this already seems to take the wind out of E.T.'s sails. But let's carry on. The wind was never in E.T.'s sails! The only tangible thing that the UFO did leave behind was this weird yellow foam, although none of it was apparently tested, or the results were never made public, so we don't know what it was. Was this even related to the lights, though? Again, according to Dunning, the light that a few people had seen floating became connected with the foam reported by a fisherman later that night, and now accounts read that they saw the floating light moving around, leaving yellow foam. In fact, nobody reported seeing this at the time. Yeah, the yellow foam is just like nasty, like, sea scum. Or whatever, you know, you get that like weird... You sometimes get this, like in the corner of a harbour or whatever, you get this like weird foamy shit. It's like, ugh, what is that? And it's this. So, time changes, everyone's story, and their memories of the event. So, how about the later stuff relating to 2 UFOs hanging out near a secret submarine detection base for repairs? While this seems like a great ending to the story, the whole thing seems to be a bit suspect. Why didn't anyone do very much if they were observing them for a week? If the divers were placing microphones and cameras, as one said they were, was any footage recovered? Why did the UFOs decide to head there in particular? Is there any proof that this whole bit even happened? While Chris Sykes and Don Ledger present this whole epilogue to the Shag Harbor event in their book Dark Objects, the world's only government-documented UFO crash, there is no actual evidence that any of it happened. They allegedly talked to military personnel that were allegedly there at the time, but handily none of those sources wanted to be identified and only spoke around the event, not elaborating on the things that they'd seen. Is the Canadian government so threatening that even 25 years later, all the people involved were still afraid to speak out about it? Basically, because of a lack of clarity around these sources and the events at Shelburne, we can't say for sure if this entire section was just made up or not. So, do we have any idea for what people might have been seeing that night? Now, one of the obvious candidates would be some kind of military experiment. Yes, however, Dunning blasts that theory straight out of the sky. Nice! He says, this has always been a terrible explanation. Oh no! It might be a terrible explanation, Brian, but it's still infinitely more likely than aliens, as it fails at plain logic on at least 2 points. First, top-secret military aircraft have never been flown in plain view of civilians at low altitude, directly over population centres far from test facilities, and there's every reason to believe that this would never be done. Second, flying sources or rows of lights reported by UFO witnesses have never corresponded to the properties of any military aircraft, so there's no logic that can support such a match. I agree with Brian, but I'm also like, yeah, secret military aircraft that they're secret though. You don't know about them.
Top secret.
Maybe it was. Maybe they did have this. I mean, I don't think so. I imagine there's something. I imagine there's another simpler explanation. Let's see what it is. Well, colour me sheepish, Mr. Dunning, as that's usually my go-to explanation for all UFO stuff covered on this channel so far. I'll bear it in mind for future episodes. Yeah, but it's still more reasonable than aliens, because experimental secret military tech exists. Aliens visiting Earth doesn't. Could it have been some sort of atmospheric event like a meteor exploding or a meteor shower or something? The lights and angles might match up. You would have thought that with all the first-hand witnesses there, someone would have thought of this possibility, and most people were convinced they were looking at some kind of craft, not a shooting star or whatever. A good candidate might be military flares. Yes, I know the memo said it was determined this UFO sighting had not been caused by a flare, amongst other things, but it does not say how they determined this. Maybe it wasn't the military dropping them, maybe it was a mistake, a different country doing it, or just a random group of kids. 1967 was not only the swinging 60s, it was also right in the middle of the Cold War and the space race. 1960s, there's got to be so much secret shit flying around. We know there was, because a lot of it's been declassified. But there's probably still stuff that was going on that we just don't know about. According to the National Post article, on the 50th anniversary of the Shag Harbor incident, quote, Russian submarines were known to frequent the East Coast, and the Americans were testing all manner of devices to spy on their communist foes, including crude spy satellites that ejected film canisters at high altitudes. So yes, random earthly things falling from the sky was not outside the realm of possibility, and if it landed in a shallow body of water with a strong current, like Shag Harbor, any debris might be long gone by the time the boats got to where they thought the light had been. And if they didn't know what they were looking for, that would have made recognizing anything even more difficult. Anyway, back to the flares. While these are often poo-pooed, some types of flare can last longer and burn brighter than the average civilian realizes. Check out the episode on the Phoenix Lights for a pretty comprehensive look at how flares could account for at least one event that night, although I guess that was a massive spoiler. Sorry. No one's watching DTU being like, this is the one! This is the one where it's not ruins by Simon and it is aliens! It's like, no, you watch this channel because we ruin stuff. That's the whole thing. It's decoded, and by decoded I mean ruined. Flares also descend like these Shag Harbor lights and may remain visible on the water for some time. Dunning posits that maybe the flares caused the foam, although he found no evidence of what flares might do after they go out in water. But hey, it's as likely a theory as a UFO causing the foam if the foam has anything to do with the story at all, which I don't think it does, and it's not as likely, it's far more likely. Even if flares have never been known to do this, it's still more likely. Because no evidence of anything was found, and we have no other confirmed UFO sightings or actual alien craft to compare it to, we can't really say that the lights seen at Shag Harbor were of extraterrestrial origin. Of course, we can't say with 100% certainty that they were just something like a flare going off, but we should probably try and discount all the boring earthly probabilities first before seeking answers from the stars. Yes, but people don't like to do that. I assume because it's boring, but it's like, conspiracy theories are just like usually. It's like, it's probably just the boring thing. Like 9/11, it's an inside job. Those buildings are going to collapse just from planes, and it's like, a off giant plane hit a building. Yeah, bro, they did. Is the boring answer. What about the photo that Will Eisner took? Well, it showed some bright lights that were apparently stationary for at least the 5 minutes the camera shutter was open, but these could have been something like a faraway meteor shower maybe. The lights don't really match any of the descriptions given by eyewitnesses, so maybe they are yet another separate event that's been bundled into the main narrative. Some people have pointed to a cover-up by the Canadian government, given that a full governmental investigation was never carried out, or it was kept under wraps. What has been made public, though, is the report from Dr. Norman Levine, who investigated on behalf of what was known as the Condon Committee, and was officially called the University of Colorado UFO Project, which was funded by the U.S. Air Force from 1966 to 1968, handily bookending the year the Shag Harbor event happened. He laid out some eyewitness accounts, but did inject a note of cynicism regarding the fisherman's testimony of a light going up into the sky. In the report, he states, the ship's radar showed 4 objects forming a 6-mile square. The 3 lights were associated with one of these objects. At about 11 p.m., one of the lights went straight up. The captain had judged that the radar objects were naval vessels and the ascending light a helicopter. He had attached no significance to these observations until he heard on the radio of the sightings. He then reported the foregoing observations to the RCMP. However, since the position he reported for the objects was about 175 nautical miles from the original site, the two situations do not appear to be related. See, the fisherman didn't think anything weird was afoot with what he saw until it was later put into the context of a possible UFO sighting. Yeah, and then this is just your memories, they get muddled so easily, as we've talked about so many times. Overall, Levine didn't seem overly impressed with any of the details, concluding, quote, no further investigation by the project was considered justifiable, particularly in view of the immediate and thorough search that had been carried out by the RCMP and the Maritime Command. The Shag Harbor event lives on. We've already mentioned the book written about the Shag Harbor event, but you may not be surprised to hear that they're really milking this puppy for all it's worth. Actually, I'll give you the full title of the book as it really sets its stall out. Dark Object, the world's only government-documented UFO crash. The facts confirm the crash happened. Officials deny it. What don't they want us to know? What a bloody long-ass title. You really fit that onto the cover of a book. Moving on, did you know that there is a Shag Harbor UFO Incident Society, the president of which is none other than Laurie Wickens, of Teenager in a Car Who Phoned the RMCP fame? They're based at the Shag Harbor UFO Interpretive Center, a yellow building filled with alien bits and bobs and framed newspaper articles of the 1967 event. How did you pay for this? Who's giving you money? While some people were trying to turn the place into a Roswell-type tourist trap, it hasn't really happened, but being in Canada, it's got a sweet charm all its own. Outside the Interpretive Centre, there's a big flashy sign saying crash site of the 1967 Shag Harbor UFO with a flying saucer on it. Although the object was never referred to as a saucer at the time, there's also a statue of an archetypal green alien wearing a lobster suit. I got a picture of it. Why is this a thing? I guess because they have a lot of lobsters there, maybe? There was even a Shag Harbor event stamp commissioned in 2001 and a commemorative coin issued in 2019, which has cool glow-in-the-dark features. Nova Scotian brewery Boxing Rock also has a Shag Harbor UFO blonde ale, which is, according to them anyway, out of this world, crisp and refreshing. But wait, there's more. There's an annual Shag Harbor UFO Expo in Nova Scotia. This year it was a 2-day event featuring various speakers, including Chris Stiles and even Travis Walton, the guy who was abducted by aliens. No, he wasn't! There's a video about him on this channel too somewhere, but someone else wrote that one, so I don't exactly know how much credibility he ended up getting. Probably little to zero. Yeah, he got 0. Is this the guy who was in the woods chopping trees and this happens? It's like, no, I absolutely did not believe it at all. While it is true that the official communications between various departments in Canada are calling the Shag Harbour object a UFO, and people like the RCMP officers and some military divers were using this in the extraterrestrial context, whether this was actually an alien vessel is still up for debate. But the likelihood is that it wasn't. Sorry, Canada. Sorry, not sorry. It's not a UFO. Relax, everybody. It's just some weird lights in the sky. Can we explain it? No. Do we need to explain? Do we need to prove that it's not a UFO? No. No. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this show, leave a rating or subscribe on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. What happens here is one of my writers, in this case Katie, thank you Katie, has written me a script. Did the aliens start the Battle of Los Angeles? I thought the Battle of Los Angeles was like an action movie. Battle LA, something like that, with aliens or some such. It's like, when everything's set in Los Angeles, whenever I see a TV show, I'm like, oh yeah, it's because it's where they're all made and it's cheaper. Although it wasn't Breaking Bad. Wasn't the story that Breaking Bad was originally supposed to be set in Los Angeles? And then they had to set it in, like, New Mexico for some, like, legal reason or something. Or was it, like, tax incentives or something like that? And so it, like, changed the whole vibe of the show. Because now it's just, like, the desert and all of this, like, super New Mexico-y stuff. Like, I knew nothing about New Mexico until seeing Breaking Bad. And now I'm like, yeah, deserts. Anyway, let's jump into it. I love episodes like this. Katie does, not me. I've never read this before. That's the format of the show. You read a brief overview of the story, you're like, okay, fine. And then you delve a little bit deeper into the conspiracy side, and you're like, okay, whatever. And then you come across some more information, and you're like, what? This story encompasses unidentified flying objects, wartime paranoia, and government cover-ups. Thanks to Discord user Excelsius for the suggestion. And just to make it clear, we're not talking about the Rage Against the Machine album here, although God knows sometimes the sentiments overlap. Now let's get into it. Okay. Is it really not a movie? I thought there was a movie about this with, like, aliens coming out of the sky and stuff. The Battle of Los Angeles. So, time for some scene setting. And because it's the home of Hollywood and it's the 1940s, I feel like some kind of old-timey rapid-fire newscaster style is appropriate here. Okay, I can do that.
Los Angeles, 1942. Citizens were thrown into a panic in the early hours of February the 25th when rumors of a Japanese aerial attack started to circulate. Blackout orders were issued and the artillery brigade fired over 1,000 anti-aircraft shells into the skies. No enemy shots were fired, and the public can rest assured that the US is fully prepared to repel any sort of invasion of our nation and sea.
Was that a good newscaster? I feel like for some reason in the past they sounded all like super nasally. Los Angeles, 1942! Okay, that's how I imagine a news report might go in the aftermath of the event. But let's fill in the gaps, shall we? This apparent air raid happens only shortly after the US had officially entered the Second World War in December of 1941. After the Japanese launched their surprise attack on Pearl Harbor and their submarines successfully attacked numerous merchant ships in the Pacific, anti-Japanese sentiment was massively high, and there was a huge nervousness about some sort of attack on mainland America. Just a day before the Battle of Los Angeles started, Imperial Japanese Navy submarine I-17 attacked an area of Elwood oil field in the Santa Barbara Channel, unsuccessfully aiming for fuel tanks. The attack didn't end up producing a lot of damage, but did have a huge effect on the psyche of the American public and military, with hundreds of people fleeing from the coast in case a full-scale attack was about to happen, and creating further impetus for the internment of people of Japanese descent, which had started a couple of weeks before. I feel like I'm in some alternate history thing. I didn't realize that a Japanese submarine actually attacked America. Jeez. Or maybe it wasn't that maybe no one was killed. Maybe that's what I'm remembering. In fact, this firing of a few shells marks the first naval bombardment of the United States by a foreign power since 1814, so it was little wonder that everyone suddenly got a bit nervous. That was on February 23rd. At 7:18 p.m. on February the 24th, 1942, the alert was suddenly given by naval intelligence that coastal California should brace itself for a potential attack by Japan. Imagine the panic. that would ensue. At 10:23 p.m., the alert was lifted and people could carry on with whatever else they were doing. The end of life, as they knew it, was thankfully averted. Artillery batteries remained on high alert, however. It reminds me of that time that it was a few years ago, right? People just chilling in Hawaii, and then it's like, take cover, missile incoming, was texted to everyone's phones by accident. Like, no, this is a drill, nothing like that, just like you're all Oh, a crazy story. At 2 a.m. on the 25th of February, activity some 120 miles off the coast of Los Angeles was picked up by radar, with the military immediately issuing blackout notices. This was promptly ignored, however, because the sirens woke everyone up, so they all turned on their lights and went out into the streets to see what all the fuss was about. Anti-aircraft units assembled, and at 3:07 a.m., after having been permissioned to fire on site, the anti-aircraft guns in Santa Monica and then Los Angeles started blasting the hell out of the sky. Eyewitness accounts of what was seen that night varied greatly. According to an article on the Museum of San Francisco City website, in any case, the next 3 hours produced some of the most imaginative reporting of the war. Swarms of planes, or sometimes balloons of all possible sizes, numbering from 1 to several hundred, traveling at altitudes which range from a few thousand feet to more than 20,000 feet, and flying at speeds which were said to have varied from very slow to over 200 miles per hour, were observed to parade across the skies. The quote ends. Not much consensus there, then. Whatever was up there, the artillery fire lasted for about an hour, and over 1,400 anti-aircraft rounds were fired. At about 4:14 a.m., the all-clear was given. None of the supposed enemy aircraft had fired any shots or dropped any bombs, but there were at least 5 deaths associated with the battle, 3 in car crashes caused by the panic, and 2 stress-related heart attacks. When the sun finally rose, on the morning of the 25th, there were no downed enemy aircraft to be found, only damage caused by shrapnel of the US guns. Later on, that same day, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox held a press conference to say the entire incident had been a false alarm and put it down to war nerves. A plausible explanation, maybe, but was it the truth? Secretary of War Henry Stimson backed up the Army version that between 1 and 5 planes had been in the LA skies that night and might have been either domestic commercial aircraft taken over by enemy forces, or else they were Japanese planes launched from submarines. So, what had been in the sky over LA? Also note here that the Battle of Los Angeles, also known as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid, is actually a sarcastic moniker, as the event was very one-sided with no apparent enemy engagement. For once, it's not Americans trying to big up themselves. Yeah, it's like, wait, it just seems like they were pounding there were no bombs being dropped, there was nothing. These anti-aircraft guns were just pounding lights in the sky for like an hour, being like, shoot them stars down! Okay, so we've got a mysterious, unspecified number of things in the sky that worried the military enough that they spent an hour and a lot of ammunition trying to blast them down. So, what's our angle here? Well, let's go. The UFO conspiracy. Oh no, it's one of these. Simon, I'm really sorry, but it's a pretty good story. Okay. As I always say, I'm still waiting for the episode where I'm like, pretty unexplainable. I think that could be a UFO. An alien UFO, not like an UFO. As I always have to specify, UFO is just an unidentified flying object. Secret military planes with like transponders off that no one can recognize, this kind of thing. That's what a UFO is. Do I think it's aliens? So far, no. This would be a very different show if there was one episode where it's like, yep, now I'm convinced there are aliens. I'm still waiting. On February the 26th, the day after the battle, the Los Angeles Times ran a front-page story with the headline, "Searchlights and anti-aircraft guns comb sky during alarm," featuring a very striking picture. At least 8 huge searchlights are coming together in the sky, highlighting an object that looks very much like our old friend, the flying saucer. At the same time, Army Chief of Staff George Marshall contacted President Franklin D. Roosevelt with a bombshell report saying that they believe the mystery aircraft are in all probability of interplanetary origin. Oh my god, George Marshall, did you smoke some crack that morning? Army Chief of Staff. He's like, it's aliens, President! What? Dude, what? You're like on the inside, you're gonna be like, it's bloody Air Force dudes. The Navy testing some planes. It seems that the US government then covertly investigated this angle, with traces of extraterrestrial crafts being recovered from the LA and San Bernardino areas. Oh, this is like not really what happened though, is it? A memo from Roosevelt on the 27th of February to Marshall states in part, quote, "I have considered the disposition of the material in possession of the army that may be of great significance toward the development of a superweapon of war. I disagree with the argument that such information should be shared with our ally, the Soviet Union. Consultation with Dr. Bush and other scientists on the issue of finding practical uses for the atomic secrets learned from study of celestial devices precludes any further discussion, and I therefore authorize Dr. Bush to proceed with the project without further delay. This information is vital to the nation's superiority and must remain within the confines of state secrets. Okay, so these things didn't actually happen, right? Because President Roosevelt isn't like writing in here, he's like, yeah, we learned about atomic bombs from aliens, right? This isn't real, right? Like, what does he say? Celestial devices? Oh, well, that could just mean devices from the sky. A few days later, on the 5th of March 1942, Marshall sent a memo back to Roosevelt headed Interplanetary Phenomena Unit. This document is quite old and has a big blotchy scuff down the middle of it, which makes it hard to read, but it says in part, regarding the air raid over Los Angeles, it was learned by Army G2 that Rear Admiral Anderson recovered an unidentified airplane off the coast of California with no bearing on conventional explanation. Now, if you're wondering why you've never heard of this before, it's because it's a cover-up, you fool! You weren't supposed to know about it. These documents and a trove of other treasures came to light in 1987 and gave some background on a secret group known as Majestic 12, which had come together in 1947 under President Harry Truman, who succeeded Roosevelt. Majestic 12 was basically involved with all things alien. These have got to be made-up documents, right? These are just some fake shit that someone's put together. Have we not discounted these already? Surely it's not that hard when you actually, make an effort. Majestic 12 documents. The Majestic 12 documents were originally leaked in 1984 when someone dropped off a roll of 35mm film through the ufologist Jamie Shandara's door. Together with fellow UFO researcher Bill Moore, they developed the film and found it contained photos of document pages, including the memos that we just mentioned. Perhaps the biggest smoking gun was the eyes-only Eisenhower briefing document from November 1952. Eisenhower succeeded Truman, by the way. I have to say, just point out here, that taking pictures of documents, like if you fake documents and then take a 35mm old photo of them, that's going to make it a lot harder for them to verify those documents. Because if you had the actual page, right, of a Roosevelt memo, a scientist would be able to look at that paper and look at the paper being used in the White House at the time from the archives or whatever and be like, no, it doesn't match. But because it's a photo, this is a clever way of making it less detectable, in my opinion. The report explained the existence of the program to the president and also names the members of the team. It explains to the president that Operation Majestic 12 is a top-secret research and development/intelligence operation responsible directly and only to the President of the United States. Operations of the project are carried out under control of the Majestic 12, Magic 12 group, which was established by special classified executive order of President Truman on the 24th of September 1947 upon recommendation by Dr. Vannevar Bush and Secretary James Forrestal. The quote ends. It then goes on to name 12 members of the group, which included such luminaries as theoretical astrophysicist Donald Menzel, biophysicist Detlev Bronk, and director of the CIA, amongst other things, Hoyt Vandenberg. The document then gives details about the Roswell incident of 1947, including the facts that an extraterrestrial wreck with 4 dead aliens inside had indeed been recovered by the US, and the term extraterrestrial biological entities, or EBEs, was coined. None of this is real. This is definitely not real. If this was real, it would be a much bigger deal, and I would have heard of it. It also references another brush with aliens in 1950, and details how disinformation was given out to the public and press. It ends with, implications for the national security are of continuing importance in that the motives and ultimate intentions of these visitors remain completely unknown. In addition, a significant upsurge in the surveillance activity of these craft beginning in May and continuing through the autumn of this year has caused considerable concern that new developments may be imminent. It is for these reasons, as well as the obvious international and technological considerations and the ultimate need to avoid a public panic at all costs, that the Majestic 12 group remains of the unanimous opinion that imposition of the strictest security precautions should continue without interruption into the new administration. At some time, contingency plan MJ 1949-04P/78 top secret eyes only should be held in continued readiness should the need to make a public announcement present itself. This feels so wordy and stuff that it's either actually a government document or it's it more feels like this is what someone thinks a government document reads like. Because it just feels like unnecessarily blah 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 security, blah 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 secret. There are pages of memos and reports detailing what Majestic 12 was up to, but Shandera and Moore didn't blow this thing wide open. They just kept it between themselves and a few close friends. While rumblings of the existence of the documents filtered through the ufology community, it wasn't until a few years later, in 1987, that Timothy Good, a British author, and yes, another UFO nut, also anonymously received his own set of documents. Apparently not being someone to keep these things on the down low, he promptly published a book the same year detailing the secret documents called Above Top Secret, the Worldwide UFO Cover-Up. So, now the documents, and the idea the governments were deliberately covering up evidence of extraterrestrials, hit the mainstream. You'd have thought this would be good news for the conspiracy-minded UFO crowd, finally proof that they'd been right all along. But no. It turned into a Shandera cohort versus a Timothy Good cohort, with the authenticity of the documents becoming collateral damage. I know we've strayed away from the original Battle of Los Angeles here, so let's remind ourselves how we got here. Yes, I was just reading the story and I totally forgot what this has got to do with that. In amongst all the latter documents talking about Roswell, detailing cover-up missions and memos flying back and forth between the highest echelons of the US government, Secret Service, and military, the two earliest dated documents were about the events of the 25th of February 1952, aka the Battle of Los Angeles. It seems that this event kickstarted what eventually became the Majestic 12 group when it was found that we, or rather the US government, could use alien technology for our, or rather their, own ends. Decoding the conspiracy. Whoops, spoiler alert, but I mean, hey, you know what this channel is. It's decoding time. Let's hike this beast back around to the original subject matter before we go completely off the rails, though. The Battle of Los Angeles. It was quite a mysterious event in its own terrestrial right, never mind chucking some poor little green men into the mix. Witness reports varied wildly over what had or hadn't been seen. Hundreds and hundreds of rounds of big-ass anti-aircraft ammo was used up, and different branches of the military publicly contradicted each other over what had been in the sky that night. So, what had started the air raid sirens a wailing and led all those Angelinos to turn on their lights and rush out into the streets in the middle of the night in the exact opposite action you're supposed to take during a blackout air raid? Yeah, but they don't know. If this was happening in London, everyone would be like, turn off the lights and get to the shelter. And in Los Angeles, they're like, they don't have there's not been bombs. They're just like, ooh, what's going on? If it was a real air raid, I guess they'd quickly learn to not do that. Initially, everyone thought the Japanese were attacking, but that's one thing we can definitively rule out. After the war ended, Japan confirmed they'd never flown planes over LA, and why would they bother lying about that? If it wasn't an overseas enemy, could it have been an overplanetary one? The photo from the Los Angeles Times does kind of look like your common or garden variety flying saucer trapped in the piercing glare of multiple anti-aircraft searchlights. However, on later investigation of the original negative of the picture, it was established that it had definitely been retouched for its front page debut, with the contrast between light and dark having been increased. Yeah, I mean, the photos looks unrealistically clear. And why, you might ask, when something resembling an alien craft is splashed across the news, did that whole angle not get more press at the time? Was it this whole cover-up thing that the Majestic 12 perpetrated? Well, I suppose Majestic 12 was involved, but not in the way that you might think. Really, I don't think the Majestic 12 is real, is it? The whole reason aliens weren't a big thing following the Battle of Los Angeles is that nobody thought of it at the time. Sure, the photo looks vaguely like there might have been a shape caught in the searchlights, but the headline wasn't alien ships seen over LA, or even UFO buzzes terrified Angelinos. No reference was made to any type of aircraft at all, in fact, as there wasn't yet a definitive explanation for what had happened. The whole offshoot conspiracy theory only came after the publication of the Majestic 12 documents some 40 years after the event. So, were they the real thing? Actual proof of secret government programs that tested alien technology, studied extraterrestrial bodies, and sowed seeds of disinformation over the media and the general public? Well, no. Sorry, folks, but it seems that the Majestic 12 documents may have been one big disinformation project all of their own. What do you get when you leak supposedly classified documents about UFOs and aliens to an alien enthusiast? Well, you'd usually get a lot of attention from the rest of the conspiracy network, and at least some attention from the media, either positive or negative. Well, what if nothing really happens, so you leak it to another alien enthusiast instead? Now you get more than enough attention from conspiracy theorists and the public at large, generating belief, disbelief, arguments, counter-arguments, derision, and infighting. Instead of trying to examine and corroborate the two sets of documents they received, James Shandera and Timothy Good tried to denounce each other's documents as fakes, which didn't help either cause. No, but it did help the cause of the rational man, because they're working against their own interests and towards the interests of people who don't think it's aliens, because it's not aliens. As Brian Dunning from Skeptoid puts it, oh, Brian, whenever you're involved in an episode, I like it. I mean, he's obviously not involved. But I like his quotes, because they're always savage. He always just puts this shit down so hard. When infighting among adversarial bamboozlers does all the work revealing each other's hoaxes, it makes the legitimate investigator's job so much easier. Well said, Brian. While on the face of it, the copies of the documents look quite authentic, it's super easy to fake age and wear and tear on paper. Remember having to dunk a piece of paper in some cold tea or whatever to create an old-looking parchment at school? It's pretty easy to fake. And they never had the original documents anyway, just photos of them. If you investigate further into the documents, other little hints show up. There are a few typos which I saw, but apparently this adds authenticity rather than detracts, but what do I know? I'm just someone who can spell. There's also apparently one memo where it's clear that Truman's signature was just stuck on pre-photocopying, but I wasn't able to find that particular example myself. Another memo, supposedly written by President Eisenhower's assistant Robert Cutler, couldn't have been written by him, as he was found to be out of the country at the time. And yet, another hint that these classified papers might not be totally kosher is that they exist to be looked at in the public domain at all. Most were labelled with things like top secret and eyes only, so surely anyone caught disseminating them would be swiftly scooped up and given a stern talking to. That's what happens when you leak top secret documents. You've been a very naughty boy. Ask Edward Snowden about that. The FBI was alerted to the Majestic 12 documents, and their response was pretty hilarious. A search for the documents on vault.fbi.gov brings up a sample of 24 pages, most of which have the words bogus scrawled across them in large black letters. So, what was the point of them? Well, there are a couple of theories, none of which can be 100% substantiated, I might add. But let's look at them anyway. Theory 1 is that these documents were indeed a hoax, but only to bring attention to the actual real cover-up of extraterrestrial activity, and to encourage the real people involved to come forward now that the cat was out of the bag. You're going to have to get a lot of details that you're guessing at exactly right for them to be like, yeah, I guess they know about it now. Might as well come forward. And still, they wouldn't. Because you're, under secrecy or whatever. It's top secret. If someone leaks that top secret document, it doesn't suddenly mean that it's not top secret anymore and you can't get in trouble for talking about it, surely. Well, that didn't happen, and I don't think this theory really holds much water. Yeah, me neither, Katie. It's silly. Theory 2 is that there was a disinformation campaign perpetrated by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations to get UFO enthusiasts all hot and bothered about what they considered their righteous crusade against the government, while simultaneously keeping real-life secret military aircraft under wraps. In the decades after the Second World War, conspiracy theorists were really getting bees in their bonnets about things such as the Roswell cover-up, leading many people to stake out and take covert photographs around military bases. Brian Dunning states, during the early days of the Cold War, the Air Force became concerned that such UFO groups might conceivably collect actual sensitive information about classified Air Force capabilities. It stood to reason that Soviet spies, whom were no dummies, might reasonably attempt to infiltrate such groups. It was perfectly plausible that the UFO groups on stakeout formed a pipeline of classified information to Soviet spies. And so in an ironic twist, the UFO groups who intended to support national security by revealing what they thought was an alien threat actually became the national security threat themselves. Oh my god, that's so clever. Spies are clever. So, discrediting the ufologists was the name of the game. If people said they were looking for an alien aircraft and not top-secret military planes, spies from other countries might not take their information seriously and maybe wouldn't bother investigating further. The US government cynically used people in quite diabolical games to, cover up information, although it wasn't actually related to extraterrestrials. As Brian Dunning puts it at the end of his piece, The Secret History of the Majestic 12, they were classified disinformation. False documents created to play a role in real national security. They were designed and written for specific marks who did with them exactly what they were meant to. They took advantage of well-meaning patriots and wanted enhanced national security, and who, by being easy to fool, ended up providing exactly that. It's kind of sad, really, but let's get back to the Battle of Los Angeles again. Since the mentions of it in the Majestic 12 documents, questions about alien UFOs have plagued any subsequent news about the event. Yeah, despite it not really being a thing until, 40 years later? Every year, the Fort MacArthur Museum in San Pedro near LA has an event called the Great LA Air Raid of 1942. At the 75th anniversary in 2017, Stephen Nelson, the director of the museum, gave his opinion on the whole alien angle. He's not a believer. He was writing a book about the battle at the time, and when asked about his dealings with the UFO crowd, he said, "The general gist is that I'm part of the conspiracy. You think that I and these soldiers, they're all going to keep that secret? It defies logic." But whatever. Good attitude, man. Like, yeah, this is the thing. People will be like, oh, Simon, yeah, you're just saying that because you're in the Illuminati. And it's like, yeah. Okay. Okay. Exactly, Stephen. It defies logic, but whatever. So, let's get on with decoding the bloody thing, shall we? What was going on in the Battle of Los Angeles? We've established that it was not a horde of attacking Japanese planes. It was not an alien spacecraft. So what did scare the living daylights out of LA that night? Again, there are a few ideas, but the most probable is that it was just a weather balloon. Barefoot chestnut. Because the city was on high alert following the wimpy but effective attack from the Japanese sub on the coast of California. Searchlights and spotters might have picked up a reflection from the balloon or just not realized what it was in the panic of the moment. Scientists be really upset. It's like, I just launched that bloody weather balloon. That was half my annual budget. Shooting that shit down. Tensions were running high, and seeing something unfamiliar near a large populous area with a military largely staffed with volunteer units who weren't used to this kind of thing, well, it's easy to see how once the fire at will command had been given, well, things quickly ballooned. All the planes that people reported seeing were later put down to smoke clouds and trails from the artillery, or just people's imaginations running wild. If you don't think that's very convincing, I was once at a train station and turned around to see a pigeon flying straight at my face. I screamed and crouched down, and just stand back up and realized that it was a cloud of smoke from someone's cigarette just hanging there in the air. Oh god, that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? You'd be like, ah! Nothing. Sorry, I just don't like smoking. It's okay. Kind of embarrassing, but I saw something in the air, I knew there were pigeons at the station, and my mind filled in the rest. Even more embarrassing was that former English rugby player Jeremy Guscott was there, and I'd already made a fool of myself by asking if he was Jeremy Guscott. He was kind of testy. I just love this little personal aside. My friend Katrina and I then saw an unattended briefcase, which we were sure was his, but decided that there was no way Jeremy Guscott would bomb a train station. We didn't think he might have accidentally left it there. Our minds just went straight to bombs. What is going on? Then the pigeon thing happened, so it was an eventful wait for a train all round. Yes. What was that day for you, Katie? Originally, Secretary of War Henry Stimson had backed up the Army's report of several planes in the air, but later backpedaled and admitted that it'd probably been an illusion from the smoke. The UFO, caught in the spotlights in the photo, was just smoke in the air. Multiple eyewitnesses had also reported a large balloon shape at the time, so it seems likely that for a nation on edge, it didn't take much to set it off. The whole event was kind of jeered at shortly after the facts became known, i.e. the military had spent an hour and hundreds of rounds of ammo shooting at nothing. It also led to larger questions. 3 days after the so-called battle, the New York Times asked, if the batteries were firing on nothing at all, as Secretary Knox implies, it is a sign of expensive incompetence and jitters. If the batteries were firing on real planes, some of them as low as 9,000 feet, as Secretary Stimson declares, why were they completely ineffective? Why did no American planes go up and engage them, or even to identify them? What would have happened if this had been a real air raid? The answer to all those questions is that the US was woefully unprepared for any sort of aerial assault. Conclusion. So finally, we know what happened. It wasn't aliens. It wasn't invaders. It was probably a meteorological balloon and smoke. The Battle of Los Angeles, or the Great LA Air Raid, was not a battle or an air raid, but thanks to some hoax classified documents, we know that the government did go on to cover up a lot of activity. It just wasn't alien. Really, the Majestic 12 hoax was the whole reason this alien story got attached to the Battle of Los Angeles in the first place. And all those memos to and from various presidents that we read about earlier, I guess they were all, as the FBI likes to put it, bogus. So to answer the question that is in the title of the episode, did aliens start the Battle of Los Angeles? Well, it defies logic. But whatever. No. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you did, leave a review, leave a rating on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers. This case, Ilza. Thank you, Ilza. Has written me a script, Who Are the Sea Peoples? Keeping it simple with that title. Are these the people who, randomly arrived in the Mediterranean, wiped out civilizations or something? That's literally all I know about this, even though I'm pretty sure that I must have touched on this in videos in the past, because it's, super famous. But anyway, the point of the show, if you're brand new here, is I'm going to read this script. I've never read it before. You and I, dear audience member, we're going to learn something together. Let's go.
On a bright, clear morning, a couple of thousand years ago, a young man strolling along the beach looked out over the deep blue ocean, and his breath caught in his throat. He almost collapsed to his knees, but the thought of his beautiful wife and the happy cries of his newborn son gave him wings. His heart pounding, he fled to report a sight that left him in a cold sweat, praying to gods he never believed in, as many a desperate man had done before. Leaning against the doorpost, trembling in fear, he managed to stammer out the dreaded news. They are here. The feared sea people, the scourge of the Mediterranean, who had left every port they visited in flame and ruin, had finally arrived. Yeah, it's like, what's that famous quote? Like, everyone's an atheist until they're, like, on their deathbed or whatever. And was it, what's his face? The other famous atheist who isn't Richard Dawkins. He's also British. Christopher Hitchens. Big brain. Didn't he say, like, because he was dying of, like, lung cancer or something, and then he was like, yeah, if I'm on my deathbed and I say that, you know, I say something about, like, believing in God or whatever, ignore me, because I'm on so many drugs or whatever. Just ignore me. It's not true. I never will. I don't. But it's like, yeah, that, like, moment of, like, I've never been, like, close to death, but I have had one truly terrifying experience. And I was in a cable car, and I'm sure everything was completely fine, but I was just sitting in this cable car, going up this mountain in, like, some random place in China, and this cable car just starts. It's not like it's not like a big cable car with loads of people. It's just me and a couple of others. And we're in this cable car, and it just starts making these and we're over, like, a massive gorge. And it just starts from the, like, where the cable car attaches the wire. It's just like going, just making these crazy sounds. And I'm just like, it's the only time in my life where I've really, like, been, am I in a dream? Is this a dream? Is this a nightmare? And I'm, like, pinching myself, and I'm like, nope, this is reality. You're in a cable car that is making some crazy ass noises while you are fully over a gorge. And I'm like, oh Jesus, if you do exist, save me. I know I've not been good. I don't believe in you. But no. Do I believe in that stuff? No. But do I believe, like, in that, like, moment of, like, oh, sure. I mean, I understand why it happens, because you're like, well, not really anything I can do here. Might as well pray.
Everything's gonna be okay.
The gangsters of the late Bronze Age, the Sea Peoples, instilled terror in all those who happened to cross their path. They cut a swath of destruction across the Mediterranean and into the Near East, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. But who were these enigmatic marauders? Were they merciless pirates, one of the horsemen announcing the end of the Bronze Age, or were they victims of circumstance themselves? Well, let's find out. The Bronze Age collapse. On the shores of the Mediterranean, from present-day Greece all the way to the golden sands of Egypt, once rose a mighty global community, shining as brightly as the age that they're known for. The Bronze Age, lasting from 3300 BCE to 1200 BCE, was a time of advancement and prosperity that saw the rise of some of the greatest ancient empires. Mycenae and Minoa in Greece, the Great Hittite Empire, covering central Turkey, northwestern Syria, and upper Mesopotamia at its height, and in the south, the great and powerful Egypt, with its grand pyramids, and the fertile Nile Delta, the shadow of its power reaching all the way to the southern tip of what we know today as Syria. The late Bronze Age saw a time of relative peace with minor upheavals, with the great powers maintaining complex diplomatic relations and trade agreements. Cuneiform tablets found in the ruins of Agarit show a wealth of correspondence between the young and, sadly, last king of Ugarit, the last king of the Hittite Empire, and Pharaoh Menemta in Egypt, providing a rare glimpse into the workings of a truly global community. Perhaps not global by today's standards, but the globe was considered to be quite a bit smaller back then. Yeah, isn't that thing with Alexander the Great? It's like he conquered the known world. And they're like, yeah, great one, Alexander. So you conquered basically a bit of stuff around the Mediterranean. I mean, I know it was like different back then. How much did Alexander the Great actually conquer? It wasn't that much if you looked at the whole globe, but it was literally all anyone knew. The political systems of the day were based on royalty and an aristocratic class with social hierarchies that led to specialised professions and trade goods of outstanding quality. Copper and tin, the main components for bronze, were prized commodities. The various kingdoms and empires relied on their allies to supply them with whatever resources they lacked through trade. Advancements were made in art, architecture, technology, and warfare, with armies comprising of professional soldiers instead of bands of raiders or farmers defending their lands and homes with little more than pitchforks and a bit of enthusiasm. It was a prosperous time that benefited everybody. And then suddenly, it all collapsed. Wait, were the Sea People responsible for the collapse of the Bronze Age? Is that what they're famous for? Is that why it's so famous? I think that's right? That's kind of crazy. And if I remember, nobody knows who they are. So, what was the episode of this? Who were the sea people? I get the feeling we're not going to find out unless Ilsa has uncovered something incredible that historians are now going to reference. Around 1250 BCE to 1150 BCE, the great Mediterranean civilizations came crashing down in quick succession. Researchers agree that it's unlikely that a single factor led to the Bronze Age collapse, and it's rare for academics to agree on anything. According to one researcher, Eric Klein, the Mediterranean civilizations faced a perfect storm of disasters. Localized disasters like earthquakes or volcanoes didn't just affect the immediate surroundings. Due to the close trade relations between the various powers, if one area was struck by a disaster, all those relying on it suffered as well. Other disasters, like a mega drought lasting from around 1250 to 1100 BCE, were more widespread and led to crop failures. Egypt's reliance on the Great Nile River was quite possibly its only saving grace. Crop failures and food shortages led to internal strife and upheaval as commoners set out to bring down the upper classes, high in their ivory towers with plenty of food, while the masses were starving. Malnutrition led to compromised immune systems, which led to disease, and with the peasants and slaves dying, no one was left to plant or harvest, leaving the fields bare. With one disaster striking after the other, without any time to recover, the great cities, and finally, the great empires, fell like dominoes. Into this chaos sailed the Sea Peoples. Okay, so it wasn't the Sea Peoples that caused this. All the was going down, and the Sea Peoples were like, hello there. It looks like you're ripe for the conquering. They were a mysterious seafaring group long considered to be one of the reasons for the Great Bronze Age collapse. They raided coastal cities, looting and plundering as they went, often leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. Oh, so they're not even conquering. They're just like, no, we're just going to take your and leave. In the short span of around 100 years, great cities were razed to the ground, once powerful civilizations fell never to recover, and the area witnessed death and devastation on an unknown scale. Those that survived the collapse were thrust into the Dark Age, where much of the writing system were lost, since only 10% of the population could read or write and they didn't quite make it. Trade relations faltered, and the quality of life for your average citizen was greatly reduced. The glorious Bronze Age was over. The mysterious people from the sea. The Sea Peoples is a collective name for a loosely allied band of marauders that arrived on the scene when things started to fall apart, but we don't know much about them. The name Sea Peoples was given to the travelling band of bandits by French Egyptologist Gaston Maspero in 1881. Gaston's a good name, right? I know it's like super French, or Gaston, or whatever, but it's a good name. Gaston. However, the Sea Peoples is a bit of a misnomer. While many of them arrived in the Mediterranean by sea, there are also many descriptions of them arriving by wagons, so unless the wagons floated and the oxen swam through the Mediterranean, which would be quite a sight, they came across land as well, leading modern researchers to refer to them more accurately as the Land and Seas People. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? It's also like, as opposed to. It's like, for indoor or outdoor use only. Right. Thank you. That's very helpful.
It works both ways.
For a long time, the Sea Peoples was considered one of the causes of the Bronze Age collapse, but today they're considered to be a symptom of the time rather than a cause. Many reports of the Sea Peoples mention them travelling with their families and even livestock, which doesn't really fit the idea of pirates taking advantage of weakened kingdoms to loot and plunder. Instead, researchers believe that the disasters plaguing the Mediterranean led to mass migrations as desperate people fled their homes and set off with their families to find a better life elsewhere. That sounds like exactly what's happened. Rather than like, oh yeah, what caused the Bronze Age collapse? Well, all these people arrived and raided. It sounds like all of these disasters happened, right? And then somewhere in the disaster area are these Land and Sea Peoples, and they're like, well, this, we got to get out of here and go somewhere else. And they go somewhere else and they do all their conquering and that just sounds like, there we go, mystery solved. We still don't know who they are, but that sounds way more likely than it's like, what happened? They arrived on boats and destroyed civilizations. That's a better clickable thing and something perfect for the History Channel, but it doesn't really seem real, does it? Unfortunately, the Sea Peoples themselves never wrote anything down, or if they did, it has either been destroyed or it's still waiting to be found. Thus, all the records we have about this mysterious group were written by those they attacked, leaving us with subjective and biased accounts. Much of what we know about the Sea Peoples comes from the birthplace of meticulous record-keeping, Egypt. According to Egyptian inscriptions, the Sea Peoples weren't a single group. It was a loosely allied group made up of about 9 separate states or tribes, the Shardana or Sherdan, depending on the translation, as well as Luka, Teresh, Ekwesh, Shekelesh, Peliset, Okay, so a bunch of groups with names that I'm definitely pronouncing wrong. And to be honest, could we pronounce them right anyway? Do people really know what ancient Egyptian sounded like? Is that one of those ones where it's like Latin? It's like there's not really correct pronunciations because people don't know how it sounded in the modern day. So I think I can get away with it, but I'm still not going to try. There's a bunch of groups of people grouped together, doing together, like allies. Together, these tribes apparently formed an alliance to take out the great powers of the Near East and Mediterranean. The Egyptian reliefs of the Sea Peoples also give us a good idea of what they looked like, how they dressed, what weapons they used, and what kind of ships they travelled with. While this might seem like a wealth of information, it doesn't answer the most important questions, but we'll get to that in a bit. The first mention of tribes that would later become part of the Sea Peoples shows up in the records of Ramesses II. During the mid to late Bronze Age, Egypt was a kingdom to be reckoned with, governing an empire that extended north through Sinai, up the Palestine coast into Syria, and down the Nile into Nubia. During the 4th year of Ramesses II's reign, Sheridan pirates attacked the Egyptian delta. Ramesses II defeated them quite easily and incorporated the survivors into his own army, and they eventually became an important mercenary contingent. In around 1286 BCE, Ramesses II and the Hittites clashed at Kadesh over control of Syria, and both armies used mercenaries whose names would later appear on the list of tribes that made up the troublesome Sea Peoples. The Laka and Denyen fought on the side of the Hittites, while the Sheridan fought on the side of the Egyptians. To the great relief of everyone, the Egyptians and the Hittites signed a peace treaty in 1268 BCE, leading to a stable political setup in the Near East. The Sea Peoples show up again in Egypt around 1208 BCE, the 5th year of the reign of Pharaoh Meneptah, son of Ramesses II. Egypt was dealing with attacks from one of their oldest and fiercest enemies to the west, Libya. However, Libya wasn't standing alone. It had help in the form of allies only described as northerners, which is a tad bit vague. It was a large battle for the ancient world, and by the end of it, over 6,000 Libyans and 1,000 of their Sea Peoples lay dead. The Victory Stele, found in 1896 at the Temple of Meneptah in Thebes, tells the story of how Meneptah heroically and wisely overwhelmed the enemy, and even provides a list of tribes that allied with Libya. Lots of them are kind of unpronounceable. We're not sure why these tribes allied themselves with Libya and what their motivations were for attacking Egypt, but they were defeated, so clearly they chose to back the wrong horse. 30 years later, the Sea Peoples were back again. It kind of feels like Sea Peoples is just what anyone refers to as generic outsiders from far away. You know? Because they don't know any better.
You've done well, my friend.
Reliefs on the wall of Ramesses III mortuary temple in Medinet Habu, Thebes, describe the Battle of the Delta that took place around 1175 BCE between the forces of Egypt and Sea People invaders. The inscription on the outer wall of the second pylon is one of the longest hieroglyphic inscriptions ever found, suggesting it was a pretty important battle. Depictions of Egyptian galleys with their lion-hearted prows bravely facing off against the enemy galleys with birds' heads carved into the bow and stern tell the story of a great battle. The Battle of the Delta holds a special place in the annals of naval history, since it was the first ever described clash of fighting ships. Ramesses III first launched a defense across land, and the Egyptians, armed to the teeth, crushed the invading army. However, our wily pharaoh also realized that a second attack would come from the sea, as there were reports that the enemy ships were chilling off the coasts of Gaza. It's also one of those things that's like, yeah, the pharaoh did that, the pharaoh did this. How much of this do you think's actually true? Because it's like, this dude's just some Nepo baby. He's like just Ramesses II's son. I'm sure Ramesses was the Nepo baby of Ramesses I. And it's like, how skilled do you think he was? He was probably just like really inbred and shit. But they're like, no, he's basically God. So, yeah. Even though all these brilliant military tacticians came up with that, it was the pharaoh. It was always the pharaoh. Everyone else must be forgotten. It was the pharaoh. Carve it in his grave. Carve? That's not a word. Inscribe. Or carve. He was correct. Of course he was, that giant big brain Nepo baby. And when the invading fleet finally moved toward the mouth of the Nile, the Egyptian forces were ready and waiting for them. Ramesses III had everything that could float. It was Ramesses III, so he's like Ramesses II's Nepo baby, who was the Nepo baby of Ramesses I. Look, I don't know how this is royalty everywhere. Nepo babies! He had them filled with valiant warriors and archers lying in wait. Along the shores of the Nile, archers were waiting in the papyrus reed beds to provide some additional firepower. The invaders, perhaps having grown overconfident with their many victories up and down the coast, crushing the Hittites, Cyprus, the city of Ugarit, as well as the kingdoms of Mycenae, sailed right into the trap. with the archers on the riverbed raining down arrows, forcing the enemy fleet forwards. Ramesses ordered his ships to block the exit of the Nile, trapping the invaders. Oh, Ramesses, you giant big brain, I'm sure it was all you. Using grappling hooks to hold the vessels, grappling hooks that he invented. No, I made that up. But, you know, you get the drift. The Egyptians boarded the Sea People's ships, slaughtering them. The Battle of the Delta was a great victory for Ramesses III, as he finally managed to succeed where the other great kingdoms had failed. He slew the Denya, turned the Jekka and the Peliset into ashes, and changed the Discord status of the Shurden and Weshesh from playing civilizations to not available. According to the Great Harris Papyrus, named after Anthony Charles Harris, who discovered it in a tomb near Medinet Habu, Ramesses III followed in the footsteps of his ancestor and also included the Shurden as mercenaries in his great army, giving them land to settle with their wives and children. He provided them with jobs, and once they were settled, he taxed them to make sure they felt like they were a part of that great Egyptian family. Ah, yes, nothing to make you feel welcome like taxes. Nothing says welcome like paying taxes. Yes! Ilsa and I, same page. However, there seems to be a bit of confusion on this point. Some sources claim that Ramesses II incorporated the Shurden into his army, while others claim it was Ramesses III. However, other sources state that both pharaohs had the same idea. Unfortunately, I can't read hieroglyphics, so I can't check the primary sources, but once Duolingo launches a course on hieroglyphics, I'll get right on that. So Duolingo is this free app. I think it's free. Anyway, and it lets you learn another language. And I've messed around with Duolingo and to learn Czech. And I've just found it generally like, wow, I'm getting really good at this. Like, you get very good at Duolingo. It doesn't teach you to be very good at a language. It seems to just teach you to be very good at solving Duolingo puzzles. And it's like, as soon as you actually take that into the real world, you're like, oh no, not everyone is speaking in these neatly arranged sentences. And when I read things, it's not just about filling in random gaps. So, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Duolingo. And then a friend of mine was like, dude, I've done like 900 days of Duolingo. And then I'll be like, and how's your check coming? And he's like, I don't know, but I've done 900 days of Duolingo. It's like, dude, my check's better than yours. And I haven't learned it in 3 years. From the Egyptian inscriptions, it seems that while the Sea Peoples were wiping out the other great civilizations, Egypt had no problem dealing with these upstarts. The problem with Egyptian inscriptions is that the scribes writing them were more concerned with aesthetics, religion, and not getting executed by petty pharaohs, rather than historical accuracy. If the inscriptions are to be believed, every exiting pharaoh left the country in chaos, and it was up to the next pharaoh to step in and restore order. Oh, okay. So maybe after the... I guess they're like, well, that god's dead and we've got a new god now, so we have to talk about the old god because finally he can't smite us. And... which is interesting, because it also seems like all of this is like praising the pharaohs for being geniuses, when they're like probably inbred. So either Egypt was an incredibly unstable country, which would have made it hard to be big and prosperous as it was, or we need to take all of these dramatic accounts of pharaohs saving the day with a pinch of salt. It's definitely that. It's definitely the latter. While our main source of information on the Sea Peoples is Egypt, the troublesome warriors are also mentioned in royal correspondence from Ugarit and Cyprus. According to these letters, the combined fleet of the Sea Peoples had massed off the southwestern tip of the Anatolian Peninsula, from where they attacked the western coast of Cyprus. Battles also occurred on the Anatolian mainland, and the great king of the Hittite Empire had to turn to his allies, the port city of Ugarit in northern Syria, for extra troops and supplies to fight off the invading force. We really don't know where these dudes came from. It's like, so they're just all a bunch of like people who got together, but where from? However, Ugarit was itself under threat by the Sea Peoples. The young king of Ugarit wrote that the enemy ships had already landed, setting fire to the towns and doing great damage to the country. Since much of Ugarit's troops had already been sent to Hittite country to provide assistance, and many of their ships were stationed in Lycia, Ugarit was left poorly defended. Sadly, this cry for help never reached the Allies. In fact, it never left Ugarit. The clay tablet was found by archaeologists in a kiln waiting to be fired before being sent thousands of years later. Wow, they destroyed you real quick, didn't they? I'm chiseling out this message calling for help. It didn't even get sent. It didn't even get essentially printed. It was just like some dude did it and it's like, that's it. Or like, I guess not chiseled out. If it was going in a kiln, you just like draw it with your fingers. God, the past was Archaeological excavations of Ugarit provide a rare glimpse into the time of the Sea People's invasion. Ugarit, at the height of its power, was wiped off the map. Bronze arrowheads, ash from burnt buildings, and broken ceramics were all that remained. There's one more letter written by the scribes of the great king of the Hittites describing a victory on the side of the Hittite kingdom against the fearsome sea peoples, but it would be the last. Not long after this final victory, the Hittite kingdom fell before the marauders, and like all of those that came before, it was burnt to the ground, never to recover. Wow, these sea peoples, what's that it called? I made a video about it on my War of Graphics channel. Scorched Earth. They're just take all your kill all your people and burn you to the ground. Why? Why not just keep the towns? It seems so wasteful. Where did they come from, and where did they go? Egyptian inscriptions usually describe the alliance of tribes as coming from the midst of the sea or from the islands, which is where the name Sea Peoples originally came from. Unfortunately, none of these records tell us exactly where these tribes called home. It's possible that their origins were common knowledge at the time, since everybody knew where the Sea Peoples hailed from, so there was no need to write it down. We do know that the ancient Egyptians viewed the Sea Peoples as invaders, and we have the detailed list naming every tribe that made up the loose alliance today known as the Sea Peoples. So, as is often the case in cop shows, we have a name, but we don't have an address. However, most researchers seem to agree that they initially came from Asia Minor, the Aegean, the Balkans, and Cyprus. Boom! Mystery solved. Thanks for watching. Now, we're like halfway. However, where they came from is just one part of the mystery. Once the dust settled and the Bronze Age had bid farewell, most of the Sea Peoples themselves seemed to disappear along with it. It's probably because they burned all the down. They were like, oh, now what are we going to eat? We burned and salted all the land. For the most part, researchers are relying on philology. What is that? The study of languages in historical sources was very specific to figure out where these tribes came from and where they ended up. But so far, we have nothing definitive to prove any particular theory. The Sea Peoples and Homer. While we have written accounts of the Sea Peoples invading Egypt and wiping out Ugarit and the Hittite kingdom, the role of the Sea Peoples in the fall of Mycenae is a little unclear. However, some theories suggest that at least some of the tribes that made up the Sea Peoples can be traced back to Mycenae. Based on archaeological finds, researchers believe that during the Middle of Bronze Age, Mycenae was dominated by an elite class, focusing on production and trade. However, by the late Bronze Age, this changed and the elite had been replaced by a warrior class. The Mycenaean Empire controlled the Aegean and Greece from separate city-states, depending on this strong warrior class for control. During this time, piracy became popular in the region, and according to... Thucydides? I bet this is one of those dudes. And if I was pronouncing it properly, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've heard of him. But I'm not. Thucydides? That could be it. Like Thucydides? That sounds more familiar. An Athenian historian and general. At one stage, piracy was even considered honourable and a favourite pastime of the elite. Now that sounds kind of awesome. Is that what you're doing this weekend? Touch of piracy? Just going out on my boats? You're gonna plunder some gold?
That's got to be the best part I've ever seen.
However, piracy, like most shipping pursuits in the Mediterranean, was a seasonal thing, so how the elite entertain themselves out of season is a topic for another time. This shift from production and trade to warrior class engaging in piracy coincides with the decline and eventual destruction of Mycenae and other settlements in the Aegean. How much of this decline and destruction can be laid at the feet of the pirates is up for debate, but I'm fairly sure they had a hand in the resulting chaos. In fact, many settlements relocated to more defensible positions further away from the coast, both inland and on coastal hilltops, probably because of a new, more serious threat coming at them from the waves. This trend of relocation and piracy wasn't restricted to the Greek mainland and surrounding islands. Similar population movements also occurred in Etruria, today known as Italy. Despite being a great civilization, the Mycenaean city-states didn't actually need any outside enemies. The piracy wasn't the only problem. The city-states themselves were often at each other's throats. This constant warfare between the various city-states, along with other disasters, greatly weakened the Mycenaean civilization, making them ripe for the taking, and the Sea Peoples were happy to oblige. However, at the end of the day, we don't know if the Sea Peoples had anything to do with the fall of Mycenae. It's entirely possible that the ancient Greeks destroyed themselves with a helping hand from a wrathful god and a volcano or two. This was interesting, right? Over history, civilizations have been destroyed. And I live in a civilization. We all live in a civilization. This whole modern global thing that we've got going on. And it's it's come pretty close to destruction in twice in the last 100 or so years. And I'm that's kind of nuts. It's and now we can destroy ourselves really easily with big bombs and stuff. So it's how much longer is our civilization going to go on for? Because before we reset it and have to go back and, I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? Nothing's forever. It's all going to change eventually, over a big enough time frame. It's kind of depressing, isn't it? I mean, I'll be long dead, fortunately. In Homer's, I hope so. I hope civilization doesn't collapse in my lifetime. That'd be a bit miserable. But now having kids, I'm like, oh man, I hope civilization doesn't collapse in my kids' lifetime. And then when I have grandkids, I'll probably feel the same way, although slightly less so. Which is weird, isn't it? Because I'm like, I'm getting on in my years now. It's like, I don't see there's a possibility, I'm going to get drafted into a war. I'd say that's fairly unlikely. When I was a kid, I was kind of like, man, there were wars in the past. Studying history, I'd be like, God damn, there was 2 major wars, within my grandparents' lifetime, where people were getting drafted and having to go and work in the trenches and get shot. And I'm like, that sounds bad. And I was kind of like, that could happen again. And then I'd have to go off and fight in a war, which would be rubbish. And now I've got kids, I'm like, it all resets, because I'm like, God damn, I really hope there's not a war within the next 30 years or whatever, because then they'll have to go off and fight in a war. And I'm like, that's rubbish. When do you stop getting drafted? I'm 36. How many more years do I have to wait before I'm safe from getting drafted? And then I suppose it depends how bad the war goes, right? Because at some point you could be like Russia, and you're like, no, we need 60-year-olds. Or whatever, and it's like, oh, what are they doing? Oh, they're at the front lines because they're the most disposable. And it's like, no, I don't want that. God, I hope there's no war. In Homer's tale, Odysseus claims to have launched his raids from Crete and describes a similar tactic used by raiding parties attacking the Hittite kingdom from a captured port in Cyprus. Travelling in small groups instead of large fleets to ensure stealth and speed, the raiders would often beach their vessels, allowing warriors to disembark and raid quickly, thus preventing their chosen target from mounting a proper defence. How else would they do it? What are you going to do? Just anchor your boat offshore and be like, all right, everyone, get into the smaller boats and row ashore real slowly in vulnerable small groups. Or worse yet, just swim. Surely beaching seems to be the only sensible way to do an invasion. Depictions of Hellenic oared galleys show keel extensions that made this beaching tactic possible. Similar keel extensions can be seen on Sea People's vessels in the depiction of the Battle of the Delta in hieroglyphics at Medinet Habu, further suggesting a link to Mycenae. According to inscriptions on the Tanis stele commissioned by Ramesses II, the Sheridan had been raiding coastal settlements including Egypt for several years. If the Sheridan raids were seasonal, as was the case with most shipping endeavours at the time, they could possibly have been raiding for 9 years, coinciding with Odysseus' claim of leading 9 raids. When Ramesses II finally defeated and captured this troublesome foe, he chose to welcome them into Egypt and made them part of Egyptian society instead of throwing them in prisons or using them as slave labour. How generous of him. I don't know why I said that sarcastically. It's really generous. There was no reason to say that sarcastically. It's that's really nice that he's he didn't make them slaves. Ramesses II, good guy. By the 5th year of the reign of Ramesses II, the Sheridan already made up part of the pharaoh's bodyguard and assisted him with the battle against the Hittite army. By the reign of Ramesses V, as seen in the Wilbur Papyrus, a land registry, the Sheridan were landowners and they could pass down land from one generation to the next. In keeping with the story of the Sheridan in Homer's work, Odysseus claims that after his defeat, he lived and worked in Egypt, accumulating some wealth. So if we consider the parallels between the two stories, I suppose it's possible that the Sheridan, at least, possibly came from Mycenae and finally settled in Egypt. However, some sources say that they ended up in Sardinia. This is the problem with the past. It's maybe this, maybe that. Maybe we could just rely on this book, which might be fiction. Who knows? Historians in the past weren't so much concerned with history. They seem to be more concerned with let's tell a good story. The Sheridan might not have been the only tribe hailing from ancient Greece. According to researchers, the inscriptions of Pharaoh Meneptah could point to the Equish tribe also originating from Greece. The Equish is only mentioned once by Meneptah, and they showed up in Egypt after the Trojan War. For the sake of this script, we'll assume it was an actual battle and debate the historical accuracy of Homer and the existence of giant wooden horses another day. That's what I'm saying. It's maybe history, maybe just a story, who knows? Some modern scholars believe that Equish was the Egyptian pronunciation for Achaoi. It's quite different, isn't it? An ancient word for Achaeans, the name for the Mycenaean-era Greeks. This theory suggests that the Equish tribe were the remnants of the Trojan War, a band of renegades that first besieged and sacked Troy, and once that was done, hopped on their ships and set off for Egypt to repeat the exercise. Wait, who was who? It doesn't matter, I'm not sure, I've got a little bit confused with all of these, random tribes and stuff, but it seems like historians are also confused, so we're just going to assume that that's okay. Of course, that didn't end well for them. Perhaps staying on their own side of the Mediterranean would have been a safer bet. Were the Philistines originally the Sea Peoples? However, the Sherdan and Equish aren't the only tribes considered to have roots in ancient Greece. Another tribe theorized to possibly originate from the area is the Peliset. According to inscriptions by Ramesses III, he took the Peliset captive after the battle in the Nile Delta and had all the leaders of the tribe killed. Whether this is fact or just boasting is unclear. Some researchers are of the opinion that Peliset was settled in modern-day Palestine and is better known today as the Philistines from the Bible. All of this is just like, yeah, someone thinks this, someone thinks that. Ancient history, so much guessing. Maybe we can also rely on the Bible for some historical facts. The Bible states that the Philistines originally came from Kaftor, which some historians have identified as ancient Crete. However, Cyprus, the islands of the Aegean, or even Cappadocia in Asia Minor, have also been suggested as being the ancient city of Kaftor. The Philistines settled in Palestine and is often associated with 5 city-states. The writers of the Bible clearly considered the Philistines as a foreign group arriving in Canaan from distant shores. Unfortunately, the Bible is a bit of a problematic source historically. Yeah, no shit. That Old Testament section especially is like, and then they were in a garden. Oh, they were they? Oh, and then he ate a rib or something like that. Sounds real. I know the Old Testament's not really real, but the New Testament's also like historically well dodgy. However, the archaeological record supports the idea that the Philistines were a more urbanized group hailing from elsewhere. Archaeological excavations have uncovered pottery shards, which are useful for establishing a timeline. In the 12th century, around the time the Sea People raided, a style of pottery shows up in the cities occupied by the Philistines, showing similarities to Mycenaean pottery. Later pottery show local influences, but the basic shapes are still reminiscent of shapes found in the Aegean and Cyprus. The pottery was used along with Canaanite pottery and shows that the two groups inhabiting the area coexisted relatively peacefully. Fish motifs also put in an appearance, suggesting that while the Philistines in the time of the Bible were an inland people, their roots were most likely closer to the sea. Similar designs have also been found in the Aegean, Cyprus, and Western Anatolia, further indicating a link between the Philistines and ancient Greece. However, genetic testing of the remains of 10 biblical Philistines uncovered at an Iron Age cemetery in ancient port city of Ashkelon showed that these 10 individuals had a genetic component from southern Europe. It's impossible to say whether they were part of the Sea Peoples, but it does suggest at least 10 people originally came from Crete or the Greek mainland. DNA testing on animal bones has also revealed that European pigs were introduced to the region in significant numbers in the early Iron Age. It's unclear whether they were specifically Greek pigs, but it certainly suggests a European origin for the Philistines. Based on archaeological finding, it seems the Philistines settled the area peacefully, so they were probably given the land freely. The Philistines and Canaanites coexisted, and Philistine cities weren't fortified until much later. The new arrivals were also allowed to settle some of the most fertile lands in Canaan, further supporting the idea that they were there with permission from their Egyptian overlords. Why Ramesses III would have given land to people that just attacked him is a bit of a mystery, though. Mycenae was a political ally of Egypt, so if Peliset did originate in Mycenae and were desperate people fleeing bad circumstances back home, perhaps they were given land based on past allegiances. While there's nothing indicating this in the records, I also have to wonder if perhaps the Peliset tribe, upon realizing that things really weren't going their way in the Nile Delta, switched sides and were rewarded for this betrayal. However, don't quote me on that, it's just the musings of a writer. Of course, not everyone agrees. Some theorize that the Peliset were Anatolians who influenced the ancient Greeks, or that the Peliset originated in Levant and only used Crete as a port for trade, suggesting that the Levant influenced Greece and not the other way around. Unfortunately, there are no Sea Peoples around to ask, so for now, the Philistines originally being Sea Peoples is just another interesting theory. Of course, as the Sea People lay waste to great empire after great empire, hundreds or even thousands of people would suddenly be left homeless. This displaced population very likely ended up joining the marauders looking for a new place to settle, further increasing their number. So by the end of the late Bronze Age and their final defeat in Egypt, the Sea Peoples was a truly cosmopolitan community representing every great city in the Mediterranean. The big question: why? When the Sea Peoples arrived on the scene, the world was already going to hell in a handbasket, so why add to the misery? What was their motivation for going on an offensive and raiding so extensively along the Mediterranean coast? As I mentioned before, the disasters plaguing the Mediterranean quite possibly affected large parts of Europe as well. Researchers have found that during the late Bronze Age, food shortages were quite rampant in Anatolia. The Hittites could import grain and other goods from Egypt and Canaan, relieving some of the burdens brought on by droughts and other environmental factors. However, the people of western and northern Anatolia weren't part of the Hittite Empire. On top of that, they were also often at war with both the Hittites and the Mycenaean Empire. While the main motivation for many of the tribes might have been as simple as finding food, other groups might have joined out of greed, as is often the case in situations like these. Desperate people seeking better lands and opportunities gave a small group an excuse to loot and plunder, building wealth by taking down the once powerful kingdoms. Soon the various groups probably realized they had some enemies and perhaps even some allies in common, and a loose alliance formed. Yeah, that seems totally reasonable. It's like, why would people make it worse? Because people will take advantage and they'll kick someone when they're down and take all their Combining their land and sea forces, the Sea Peoples were able to destroy Ugarit, essentially severing the wheat pipeline from Egypt to the Hittite lands. With the flow of wheat from Egypt cut off, the Hittite Empire fell not long after. With the Hittite lands in ruins, the Sea Peoples, though most of them were possibly travelling by land by now, could freely flow across the Hittite lands with their families and belongings on wagons to reach their final goal, Canaan. The only thing in their way now was Phoenicia, but they bypassed Phoenicia, heading straight to Canaan, destroying whatever other cities they encountered, and finally settled down once they found more fertile lands to provide them for themselves and their families. Some continued to Egypt, where they finally ran afoul of Ramesses III at the Nile Delta, and well, we know how that went. However, while this is a great theory, it's just pure speculation. The only thing we know for sure is that the Sea Peoples attacked coastal cities of the Hittite Empire, Ugarit, and Egypt. They might have raided along the coast of Mycenae, but we're not actually sure. And as for why they did it, we have no idea. It's a really good theory, though. That there was lots of going down. They were like, let's go somewhere else. Along the way, people joined them and they started raiding just to survive. And at some point they got beaten. Lots of stuff got burned down. Boom. Done. Easy. Generic group of people. Conclusion. We don't know where the Sea Peoples came from or why they attacked the great empires of the day. We also don't know for sure what happened to them after the Bronze Age collapse. As far as mysteries go, it doesn't appear that we've decoded anything at all. Well, don't worry, Ilza. Neither are historians. However, despite being a very mysterious group, the impact of the Sea Peoples on history is quite impressive. It's likely that the empires would have fallen anyway, but the addition of the Sea Peoples raiding along the coast, leaving only ruins in their wake, made the destruction of these once great empires quite final. The Hittite civilization, which thrived in Anatolia for around 1,000 years, was so completely annihilated that it vanished from history until it was rediscovered thousands of years later. Egypt may have won a decisive victory in the Nile Delta that fateful day, but lost much of its territory in Syria, Palestine, and even Nubia. The once powerful Egypt was greatly weakened, and many historians consider the 20th dynasty to be the end of the New Kingdom and the Egyptian domination. Egypt will never again lead an international global community in terms of politics and culture. Pirates plundering for wealth and treasure, or desperate people fleeing their homes looking for food and shelter in foreign lands, we'll probably never know. Until we find something written by the Sea Peoples themselves, we only have the word of their enemies to describe them. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this show, leave a review, a rating on Spotify, and thanks for being here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your decoder, Simon. Welcome. This one written by Emma. Who is the Somerton Man? Let's find out, shall we? The format of the show. I've never read this before. We're going to find out together. Was the Somerton Man, was he one of these bog bodies or something like that? I have no idea. I have a feeling I've covered it before, like on one of my other channels. But let's jump in, shall we? People are fascinated by mummies and the stories behind them. Think about King Tutankhamun and the ongoing research into what he looked like and how he lived. Or Otzi the Iceman, a man who lived around 3105 BC and whose mummified remains were found in the Alps on the 19th of September 1991. Yeah, his body was like super well preserved and stuff, right? They looked at his stomach contents and were like, oh, his last meal was this. And it was 5,000 years ago. It's amazing. There are the mummies of, oh my god, Lalalasio. 3 Incan children who'd probably been human sacrifices, whose mummified remains were found in a sealed chamber on top of a volcano on the Argentina-Chile border. And then we have the Isdal woman and the Somerton Man, who passed away in 1970 and 1948 respectively, and ironically, we might know more about the aforementioned mummies than we do about the Isdal woman and the Somerton Man. But one of these mysteries has been solved, and based on the title of today's episode, it shouldn't be a mystery as to which one it is. Okay, I guess we're actually going to find out. I mean, honestly, like with YouTube clickbait, be like, who was the Somerton Man? Finally solved. And it'd be like, no, it wasn't solved. Because that's how YouTube works. You got to get those clicks. The Somerton Man. At 6:30 a.m. on the morning of the 1st of December 1948, 2 jockeys named Horry Patching and Neil Day were exercising their horses on Somerton Park Beach in the southern suburbs of Adelaide, South Australia, when they saw a man asleep on the beach. He lay with his head and shoulders against the seawall, his legs pointed toward the ocean, and he looked dead to the world. Being good, decent human beings, they went over to see if he was okay, or just had one too many the previous night. But even when the 2 huge horses loomed over him, the man didn't move. It could still be like, he could still just be passed out drunk. It's the 2 horses, no idea, just super drunk. Horry jumped off the horse, grabbed the guy's leg, and pulled it. But when that didn't wake him up, they realized that the man was dead. A jeweler named John Lyons was on his way to work when he saw a small crowd had gathered on the beach. He went over to see what was happening, and when he was told that the man was dead, John hurried to the nearest payphone and called the police. Wait, a whole crowd had gathered, but no one's been like, should we call the cops, or should we just have a good long stare at his body? People are weird. Detective Strangway and Constable Moss from the Brighton Police Department arrived on the scene, and they determined that the man didn't have anything to identify him. He was clean-shaven, blonde, was wearing a grey and brown striped coat, brown trousers, a brown pullover, a white shirt, and a red, white, and blue striped tie. An unlit cigarette lay on his collar, almost as if he'd fallen asleep with it still in his mouth. His clothes were dry, and there was nothing to indicate that it had washed up on shore. Apart from the footprints of the horses and the gathered crowd, there weren't any other footprints next to the body, which would indicate that someone had left it there. Well, he obviously got there somehow, and it is a beach. It's not that unusual that there are no footprints leading up to someone, because, I don't know, the water comes in, the wind blows it around. There's not always footprints. And even if the beach is wavy sand, where it's not just perfectly flat, would you even know that someone has stood there? John Lyons told the police officers that he'd seen the man the previous evening. John and his wife had been walking along the beach at around 7 p.m. when they noticed the man lying against the sea wall. He'd lifted an arm like he was trying to lift a cigarette to his mouth, and John had gotten the impression that the man was drunk. The News, a very creatively named Adelaide newspaper, reported that evening that a body had been discovered, and another couple came forward confirming John's story and adding that they'd also thought the man was a drunk who'd passed out on the beach. The body was taken to the Royal Adelaide Hospital, where Dr. John Barclay Bennett performed the autopsy. The man's clothing was removed and his pockets were searched, and Dr. Bennett found an unused train ticket from Somerton to Henley Beach in the north side of Adelaide, as well as a used bus ticket for the Adelaide to Somerton bus, 2 hair combs, some chewing gum, a pack of cigarettes, and half a box of matches. Dr. Bennett also noted that he didn't have a hat with him when he was searched, which was unusual since hats were a standard part of a man's outfit at the time. As I'm writing this, I also realize the report doesn't mention a wallet or any money, although none of those reports I've read have pointed it out. It's like, what's the dude called? Dr. Bennett? He's like, no, there was definitely no wallet stuffed with cash. Definitely nothing like that on his person. Definitely I didn't take that. Just a joke. The labels on his clothing had been removed, his finger and toenails were cared for, and had been unevenly trimmed with a pair of scissors. Yellow stains on his fingers indicated that he was a heavy smoker. His hands were soft, indicating that he didn't do manual labor, and he was missing all of his molars. He also had broad shoulders and was strongly built, and later a taxidermist named Paul Lawson would note that the Somerton man calves were high and defined, suggesting that he had been in the habit of wearing high heels and pointed shoes. Okay, it's unusual. Wait. I guess there are, didn't horse riders in the past used to wear high heels? And, men can wear high heels if they want to. It's just definitely unusual. Definitely even more unusual back in was this the 50s or 70s? 40s. Sorry. Lawson's opinion was based solely on his habit of studying the legs of women fairly critically, leading him to conclude that women who habitually wore flat shoes had inferior calf muscles. And sure, I get that some men appreciate a great pair of legs, but that's still creepy, dude. Yeah, it is. He's like, what is I have a deep study of women's legs. Dr. Bennett found that the man was in good physical shape, but his body was cold and damp after lying on the beach all night. He had most likely passed away from heart failure at around 2 a.m. on the morning of the 1st of December, but Dr. Bennett told the police officers that he suspected that the man had been poisoned since blood had pooled in the man's stomach. In the autopsy, Dr. Bennett explained that the stomach was red and congested, that small blood vessels in the brain were swollen and congested. His liver globules had been destroyed. What are liver globules? Sounds ominous. And the liver and spleen were swollen. Yet when the blood was tested for known poisons, it came back negative. The unknown man's fingerprints were taken so that copies of them could be sent to every police department in Australia and New Zealand for identification, and descriptions of him were published in various newspapers explaining that he was estimated to be about 14 years old about 1.8 meters tall, had hazel brown eyes, blonde graying hair, and had been wearing a clean American-made suit when he passed away. According to an article published in The Advertiser on the 4th of December, over 20 people had come to identify the Somerton Beach body, including a woman from Blackwood whose husband had been missing for more than a week, but no one was able to positively identify him, and by the 10th of December 1948, the decision was made to embalm the body and put it on ice until he could be identified. Can't they just take a photo of him? It's the 1940s. You got cameras and just take some really good photos and use those in the future and then, bury him or burn him or whatever you want to do. Detectives Dave Bartlett, Lionel Lean, and Len Brown might have hoped they'd find some answers when they opened the suitcase, but instead they just got more questions. All they found were a dressing gown, a pair of slippers, underwear, pajamas, a shaving kit, and a pair of dirty trousers with sand on them, which was really inconsiderate of the Somerton man, because who doesn't travel with their full medical history, their birth certificate, their banking details, neatly in a plastic sleeve on top of their clothing in their suitcase? No, agreed. But I also do travel with a little neat plastic bag, which has my travel tickets in it, my passport in it, some emergency money in it. It's not unreasonable to have some form of useful ID. The items of interest they found were an electrician's screwdriver, which means that it had been insulated against electric shock, a sharpened knife, a pair of scissors, a sheath to keep them in, and a stenciling brush. The police also found waxed orange thread in the suitcase and explained that at some point the Somerton man had fixed a hole in his trouser pocket using that same orange thread, enabling the police to positively link him to the suitcase. They also found, it was found by him, wasn't it? It's like his suitcase. Well, we're not sure until we've tied up that thread because there's so many other bodies on the beach. They also found a tie, a laundry bag, a singlet, aka a vest, aka a wife beater, that had been labelled with the name T. Keane in the suitcase. So, was Somerton man's name T. Keane? Well, no. The police couldn't find any records of a missing man named T. Keane and theorised that it was possible that the Somerton man had bought the clothes second-hand, since brand new clothes were still hard to come by just 3 years after World War II had ended, which meant that the police had once again run out of leads. That's weird, in the past it's oh no, people there just weren't that many clothes. And now it's I don't think I've ever bought used clothes. I think I have, but it's been since I was a kid. There's nothing wrong with it. People go vintage shopping all the time. Not trying to knock that. It's just we live in a world of crazy abundance and waste. This meant that the police were out of leads. An inquest into his death had been opened, but it was put on hold until more evidence could be found, and the decision was made to finally put the Somerton man to rest. In June 1949, Paul Lawson made a plaster cast of the body, and the Somerton man was buried on the 4th of June at the West Terrace Cemetery. His headstone read, "Here lies the unknown man who was found at Somerton Beach, 1st of December 1948. The plaster cast, autopsy photos of the Somerton man's face, and some information on him was put on display in the Adelaide Museum in the hope that somebody would recognise him, but the police still did have one more lead to follow. In or around May 1949, the Somerton man's clothes had been re-examined, and someone found a piece of rolled-up paper inside a fob pocket, aka a smaller separate pocket in the trouser where fob watches could be kept safe from damage inflicted by loose coins and scratchy keys. I feel like we need to have those for phones. I need a phone pocket. I try and generally keep my phone in a separate pocket from other stuff, but at some point, you'll be oh no, I left my keys in there, now there's a scratch on the screen, and that's going to annoy the shit out of me until I get a new phone, you know what I mean? We need that. Also, the guy, the mortician, not the mortician, the autopsy dude, the doctor who does autopsies, he didn't do a very good job of searching the pockets, did he, if it turns out there was actually stuff in his pockets? 2 words had been printed on this carefully torn piece of paper, the words, "Tamam should." The detectives took the piece of paper to the public library, where librarians identified it as belonging to the last page of a book called Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, specifically the 1941 edition of Edward Fitzgerald's translation, which had been published by Whitcomb and Tombs, a bookseller and printing company based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Librarians are amazing. They're like the internet of back in the day. Be I wonder what this Tamam should means. Nowadays, you just Google it and be boom, done. In the past, you just be hey, librarian, you heard of this? It's yes. The final page of this one obscure novel. The New Zealand translation, yes. Genius. The entirety of the Rubaiyat is a love poem that explains that you should live life to the fullest and have no regrets when it's your time to die. The words Tamam shud means the end, and apparently the Rubaiyat had been quite popular at the time. The newspapers reported on the finds, and a man identified only as Ronald Francis
came forward with a copy of the Rubaiyat explaining that someone had tossed it in the back of his car in November 1948. The torn piece of paper matched a hole that had been torn underneath the last verse in Francis's copy, but stranger still, a note had been written in pencil on the last page of the book, which the police would later theorize was a coded message. Alongside, I feel like we're playing an escape game. There's so many codes and hidden pockets, and you're matching it up with a book. It feels like we're in an escape game. Alongside the note was the telephone number, and when the police called it, a 27-year-old woman referred to as Jestin answered the phone. When the police asked if she was familiar with the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, she told the police that she did used to have a copy of the Rubaiyat. She'd been an army nurse, and back in 1945, she'd been caring for an Australian army lieutenant named Alf Boxall. It was implied that the two of them had a relationship, and she gave him her copy of the Rubaiyat. She hadn't seen him since. She lived just 5 minutes' walk from Somerton Park Beach and had heard of the body discovered there, but hadn't thought that it had anything to do with her. However, she did tell the police that an unknown man had come to her house earlier that day. He'd been asking neighbours if a nurse lived there, and they confirmed that she did. Her neighbours told him that Jestin wasn't home and the man left. In July 1949, Jestin was asked to go and see the body at the Adelaide Museum, and Detective Lionel Lean asked her if she recognised him. She said she didn't. The police managed to find the army lieutenant she'd cared for and found that not only was he still alive, he still had his copy of the Rubaiyat and hadn't been to Adelaide in years. The investigation had reached a dead end, and the inquest into the body found on Somerton Beach was closed. In it, Professor Cleland, the city coroner, explains, "The report I have received indicates 1. The identity of the deceased is quite unknown. 2. That his death was not natural. 3. That it was probably caused by poison. 4. That it almost certainly was not accidental. The natural and simple explanation of the circumstances may be that the deceased died by his own act, but as we are dealing with circumstances which are not ordinary, it may be that the natural explanation is not the true explanation. Until the circumstances exclude the possibility that the deceased died through the act of someone other than himself, the possibility of murder must remain under consideration." Quote ends. Now, over the course of the next 70 years, thousands of people would tell his story, multiple investigations would once again look into his case, and the Somerton Man became famous for being one of Australia's most profound mysteries. Internet sleuths tried their best to find an answer in the Rubaiyat, experts were called in to decode the note it left, and hundreds of people would come forward claiming to know who the Somerton Man was. This is still unsolved, right? Like I said, I'm familiar with it, and I think, or did they recently discover something for this one? I don't remember. Stay tuned. So let's get into the two most well-known theories regarding the identity of the Somerton Man. The American Spy. On the 12th of December 2015, that makes a lot of sense. The clothes removed, the American suit, randomly washing up somewhere, the access to poison or whatever, and suspicious circumstances. Feels very spy-like, doesn't it? On the 12th of December 2015, the body of a middle-aged Caucasian man, whoa, we are well ahead of time suddenly, was found on the Saddleworth Moor in northwest England. We are 70 years forward in time on the other side of the world. What just happened? An autopsy revealed that he was between 65 and 75 years old and had died of strychnine poisoning. A surgical plate in his hip linked him to Pakistan, but his fingerprints didn't match anyone on record in Pakistan, the UK, or other countries. In January 2017, he was identified as being the 67-year-old David Litton, a bit of a loner who often travelled to Pakistan with his girlfriend and simply decided to end his life on the Saddleworth Moor that day. Okay, what's the link here? On the 16th of September 2001, the body of a man claiming to be Lars Stevig was found in a motel room in Amanda Park, Washington. He was found hanging in the wardrobe of the room, didn't have any luggage with him, and had left money and a note apologizing for the mess. All of the information he'd left at the motel he was staying at was false, so the police were unable to positively identify him. Renowned genealogist Colleen Fitzpatrick later used his DNA to locate his family, and they confirmed his identity, though they asked not to make it public. Do they have any DNA from this dude, though? They just took the photos in plaster casts, because I guess people weren't thinking about that stuff back in the day. They could get some DNA if they didn't cremate him, right? They could dig up his body and get a sample. He'd be really gross by now, but DNA lasts some time. There'd be some pool of something, or some bones to harvest. In June 1999, the body of 41-year-old Ricky McCormick was found in a cornfield near West Alton, Missouri. He'd been murdered, and in his pockets the police found 2 pages filled with code. The codes were handed over to the FBI for analysis, and they even established a website for it where people could try and decipher it. But in 2012, Ricky's family found out about the code on a news broadcast about his case, and they told reporters that the mysterious code in Ricky's pockets didn't mean anything because Ricky was illiterate. According to his mother, he'd often write nonsense in notebooks and then proudly refer to it as his writing. And his cousin explains that Ricky couldn't spell anything, just scribble.
But why am I telling you any of this? Yeah, it's a good question. My guess is because it's like, yeah, people go missing under mysterious circumstances all the time. Like, some are more mysterious than others, but it's usually just they just wanted to die or whatever. Because in neither of these cases did anyone for one moment think that they were spies. Oh, I like the spy theory. The Cold War was still raging when the Isdal woman died, and one of the main theories surrounding her death is that she'd been a spy. And when the Somerton man died under similar mysterious circumstances, many people were still returning from prisoners of war camp or had been in the army. So naturally, many people just assumed that he had to have been a spy, in particular, an American spy. After all, spy movies like Ministry of Fear, Notorious, Foreign Correspondent, Cloak and Dagger, and Background to Danger had all implied that there were spies everywhere. P.S. I have no idea what any of these movies are about. I just googled spy movies from the 1940s. Well done, well done. I was like, wow, Emma, you've got like a deep knowledge of 1940s film. No. Just the power of Google. There were multiple reasons why people thought that the Somerton man had been an American. For one, a local tailor named Hugh Poser told the police that the suit the Somerton man had been wearing was mass-manufactured in the US since the stitches had been feathered, which was apparently a trademark of certain brands of industrial sewing machines that were used in the US. Secondly, the pathologist had also jumped on the conspiracy wagon and had noted that the Somerton man had combed his hair from front to back, not with the usual side part that was in fashion in both the UK and Australia at the time. The Somerton man had two combs in his possession when he died, a plastic one and an aluminium one that had been manufactured in the US. The Juicy Fruit bubblegum he'd carried had also been manufactured in the US, but by that logic, he had to be British as well, since the cigarettes and the matches that he carried were both imported from the UK. It's a long way. This is like back in the day. It's a long way to bring shit. Like he's wearing American suits, he's smoking UK cigarettes. Did Australia make nothing? Then, of course, there was the note written on the back of the Rubaiyat, which has become known as the Taman Shud cipher. The police had sent copies of the note to naval intelligence for help in deciphering it, but they were unable to provide any answers. Amateur sleuths had tried deciphering it, but they also came back blank, and over the years, multiple blog posts, websites, Reddits, and Reddit users have tried their best to come up with answers. Some think the phrase is a secret spy message, and that the Somerton man's copy of the Rubaiyat is the key to deciphering the codes, but the book has allegedly gone missing. Others think that each letter represents a word, and that the letters are the key to remembering a certain phrase. And others think that it might be the Somerton man's final goodbye. But there are some who believe that Nurse Jestin is key to solving the cipher, which brings us to the next theory. Okay then, the army nurse and the soldier. During the initial investigation, Detective Lionel Lean didn't reveal the names of some of the people involved in the case in order to protect their privacy. In particular, the real names of Ronald Francis, the man who'd found the copy of the Rubaiyat in the back of his car, and Nurse Jestin, the nurse whose phone number had been written in the back of it. Instead, he used aliases for them in his reports, which made it almost impossible for his successors to locate them. In 1975, Detective Jerry Feltus was assigned to the case of the Somerton man, and in his book, The Unknown Man, A Suspicious Death at Somerton Beach, he explains that the first step he took was to try and identify Jestin, since her phone number was directly linked to both the Rubaiyat and the Somerton man. He managed to find an old phone book from the late 1940s and paged through it until he came across the number that had been written on the back of the Rubaiyat. The number belonged to Jessica Jo Thompson, née Harkness, who'd been born in 1921 in Marrickville, New South Wales, and Feltus managed to track her down. Back in 1948, she'd been living with a married woman named George Thompson, who she'd marry in 1950s once his divorce was finalized, and had a 1-year-old boy named Robin. According to Feltus, she'd been evasive and didn't want to talk about the Somerton man, and reiterated the fact that she didn't know who he was, bringing his investigation to an abrupt end. But Feltus didn't believe her, and neither did Paul Lawson, the taxidermist who made the cast of the Somerton man's face, since he'd been there when she was questioned and felt certain that she'd recognized him. Her own daughter, Kate, didn't believe her either. In 2014, she'd tell the news program 60 Minutes that her mother had known who the Somerton man was. Quote, "She told me that it was a mystery that was only known by an intelligence level higher than the police force." Ooh, that's pretty mysterious. Sounds very conspiratorial, doesn't it? Kate explains that her mother had been paranoid and secretive, and Kate was convinced that Joe Thompson had been a Russian spy. According to Kate, her mother had been teaching English to Russian immigrants, and she told Kate that she was surprised that she could still understand Russian. But when Kate asked her mother when she'd learned Russian, Joe changed the subject. In 2009, another man would come knocking at Joe Thompson's door. He was Professor Derek Abbott, and he'd become obsessed with the case of the Somerton man. He'd learned everything he could about the case, and also came to believe that Joe Thompson was the key to solving the case. Only by the time that he'd managed to track her down, he'd learned that she passed away in 2005. Professor Abbott spoke to Kate Thompson, and she revealed that her mother had already been pregnant with her eldest son Robin when she met George Thompson, reportedly telling her daughter that she'd been lucky that George had agreed to marry her. Now, this led to Professor Abbott believing that Somerton Man and Joe Thompson had had an affair sometime before July 1947, more than a year before Somerton Man died. The two split up, and a pregnant Jo then met and moved in with George Thompson, giving birth to the Somerton Man's son, Robin. And there were a few hints that this is correct. The Somerton Man had a condition called hyperdontia, which means that he'd be born without his two lateral incisors, the teeth next to your front incisors. Oh, I don't have those. I mean, I do, just not anymore. Like, the ones I have in my mouth, baby ones, like the milk teeth, because my ones were just like buried fully in my palate. Like in the top of my mouth, just like jutting across, and I had to have them surgically removed. And then they used like, not like dentures, what's it called? Like a crown or whatever to like make my baby teeth stronger and bigger so they look more normal and would last longer, which is nice. But no, I don't have those. Fascinating tangent, Simon. Thank you. And before anyone points out that babies are born without teeth, they are actually born with all their teeth already embedded in their jawbone, which makes x-rays of baby skulls look particularly freaky. Yeah, they are super freaky because there's like the two layers of like teeth. You're like, oh, God. Anyway, Robin Thompson had also been born with hyperdontia, and because it's a genetic condition, Professor Abbott felt sure there was a chance they could be related. He felt sure there was a chance. Yes, me too. I feel absolutely certain there's a chance. It's the, Sex Panther. 90% of the time, it works every time.
Brian, I'm going to be honest with you. That smells like pure gasoline.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
Furthermore, Paul Lawson, creepily, had noted that Somerton Man's calf muscles had been well developed. He's like, oh, look at those sexy calves. And it was later suggested that he might have been a ballet dancer. And as fate would have it, Robin Thompson had been a ballet dancer with the Australian Ballet, so Professor Abbott had an anatomist from Adelaide University named Professor Massey Hanneberg look at photos of Robin and compare them with photos in the plaster cast of Somerton Man. According to Professor Hanneberg, Professor Abbott asked me to look at the teeth and the ear of the Somerton Man and compare to the same features of the person who is supposed to be his son. I found they are similar. Professor Hanneberg explains that the earlobes of both men were attached to the sides of their heads instead of drooping a little. And because both men had hyperdontia, Professor Hanneberg made the assumption that they were definitely related. To quote, "The combination of two similarities doesn't happen that often, probably 1 in 10,000 times. Therefore, it is likely that Somerton Man and Robin Thompson are actually related." Yeah, this seems extremely likely. And it seems like, because she recognized him, right, when she went in, and was like, no, I don't recognize him. So it sounds like she had a little bit of a fling with old Somerton. But by this reasoning, I could also be related to Somerton Man since my earlobes aren't droopy. What, is this the earlobe? Is this the earlobe? Mine's not that droopy. I guess it is a little bit droopy. Yeah, it droops a bit. So Professor Henneberg's methods seem about as scientific as phrenology, which is the study of the shape and size of human skull, which was thought to enable phrenologists to determine one's personality. Yeah, phrenology's nonsense, we know that. The only way to confirm that Robin Thompson was definitely related to the Somerton Man was to compare their DNA. Professor Abbott managed to track Robin down, but when they tried to contact him, he was told that Robin had sadly passed away just 2 months earlier, and his body had been cremated. Joe's younger daughter, Kate, couldn't help either since she was thought to be Robin's half-sister, so her DNA probably wouldn't be a match for the Somerton Man's. Can't they get some of Robin's DNA from somewhere else? Like, does he have a toothbrush knocking around or something? Can you do it from that, or is that just like a CSI thing? Professor Abbott turned to some people and eventually found out that Robin Thompson had dated a woman named Roma Egan when he studied at the Australian Ballet School, and the pair had had a daughter named Rachel. Oh well, there we go. There's his DNA preserved. Let's go track down Rachel and check it out. So Professor Abbott reached out to Rachel in 2010 and told her about the Somerton Man. They met up for a dinner, and he asked if she would allow him to take a sample of her DNA and have an anatomist study her teeth to determine if she too had hyperdontia. She doesn't. However, there was another hiccup in their master plan. They didn't have a sample of the Somerton Man's DNA. So, multiple requests were lodged with the Attorney General asking for permission to exhume the body of the Somerton Man, and in 2013, Professor Abbott and Rachel Egan met with various news networks to tell the story of the Somerton Man and gain support for their cause. In 2017, they reported that they'd found hairs embedded in the plaster cast and sent them off to be mapped. They were only able to extract and map the mitochondrial DNA, meaning the female line's DNA, which according to Professor Abbott was only about 1% of what they needed. Then in October 2019, Attorney General Vicky Chapman approved their newest request and told reporters that, quote, "This man could be someone's father, brother, or cousin. And those relatives and friends deserve answers. The South Australia Police has since come to me with the funding and an application, and I have approved it. It means that finally, this case, which has been studied, investigated, and followed for more than 70 years, will be re-examined, and hopefully many questions surrounding his enigmatic life will be answered. But Dr. Lindsay Wilson-Wild, the Director of Forensic Science of South Australia, warned that it was possible that they still wouldn't have answers since, quote, the chemicals used in the embalming process can significantly break down any DNA present. It really is an unknown. We don't know what the state of remains is going to be, or we don't know the level of degradation. The Somerton man was exhumed on the 19th of May 2021, but Professor Abbott wasn't allowed to extract a sample of the Somerton man's DNA since the body was now in the custody of the South Australian Police Force, so Professor Abbott was forced to go back to the DNA sources that they did have and work from there. Wait, wasn't the whole point of digging him up so that they can take the DNA and the police are like, no, we're looking after his body? His weird, many decades decomposed body. Professor Abbott enlisted the help of renowned genealogist Colleen Fitzpatrick and her non-profit, the DNA Doe Project, and together they retested the Somerton man's hair, and this time they got a viable sample. According to Colleen, it was in good shape to upload to those genealogy databases. It was compared to Rachel Egan's DNA, and it indicated that they weren't related, nullifying the theory that the Somerton man and Joe Thompson had had an affair. Okay, never mind. I thought that was a pretty good theory. In fact, the test confirmed that Robin Thompson had been the biological son of George Thompson, which seemed to indicate that Joe had actually been having an affair with George while he was still married. Awkward. Well, we could have speculated this, because did he get divorced and then they get married? Anyway, July 2022, Professor Abbott and Colleen Fitzpatrick reached out to the media, and on the 26th of that month, they announced that the Somerton man finally had a name. Yeah, I thought there was some, couple of years ago now, but relatively recent update on this case. Occam's razor. Now that they had a full DNA profile, Professor Abbott and Colleen Fitzpatrick uploaded the Somerton man's profile into GED Match, a genealogical research database that combines DNA profiles from sites like Ancestry.com, 23andMe, and Family Tree DNA. And they found a match. His name was Jack Hargreaves, and he lived in Victoria, Australia. He'd already started working on his family tree, so Professor Abbott and Colleen jumped in and added onto it, trying to find out who the Somerton man was. To quote, at one stage we had as many as 4,000 people on the tree, so which one is it? So, they applied the process of elimination. They were looking for men who were born between 1898 and 1908. Then they looked for men who didn't have a confirmed date of death, and one man stood out. He was a Goldilocks. He was the right age, didn't have a confirmed date of death, and best of all, he was related to a man named Thomas G. Keane, aka T. Keane. According to Colleen, T. Keane was in the clothes, right? The name in the clothes. When I saw the name Keane, that's when my hair caught fire. That's when I knew we were on the offensive. We were going to get it, because that wasn't a coincidence. His name was Carl Webb. He'd been born in 1905, and his date of death was noted as being unknown. Professor Abbott managed to track down a living relative named Antero Bonifacio, who also lived in Victoria, and gave him a call. Antero agreed to provide a sample of his DNA, and the results confirmed that Antero and the Somerton man were related. They had their man. Quote, it turns out he wasn't a spy, he wasn't a ballet dancer, and all those crazy theories on the internet all came to nothing. Professor Abbott was able to locate more of Carl Webb's family and found that it had been known as Charles. He was born to Richard and Eliza Webb on the 16th of November 1905 in Footscray, Victoria, and grew up in Springvale. He was the youngest of 6 children, and his family owned a bakery. During the Great Depression, the bakery failed, and Charles trained to become an electrical instrument maker. He used to play club football, aka soccer, which explains why he had such defined calf muscles, and he often bet on horses, which might explain the cipher noted in the back of the Rubaiyat. He married a 21-year-old woman named Dorothy Robertson in 1941. Dorothy worked as a pharmacist and chiropodist, aka a foot and hand doctor, and they moved to South Yarra in Melbourne, where they rented a flat. According to Dorothy, he loved poetry and wrote several poems of his own, quote, most of them on the subject of death, which he claims to be his greatest desire. Dude, you gotta see someone, it's like, you're just writing poems, but it's like, I just cannot wait for the warm embrace of death. Their marriage wasn't a happy one. Charles Webb was often depressed, didn't have any friends, and used to abuse Dorothy. In March 1946, she came home one night and noticed that the house reeked of ether. I found him lying in a wet bed, gazing into space. He could hardly speak and was rambling. Dorothy nursed him back to health, but once he was back on his feet, quote, he told me I was a fool to help him get better. From then on, he became more violent. Dorothy left Charles in September 1946. Good. And moved out of the flat in 1947. In 1948, Dorothy was living in Butte, which was an hour and a half's drive north of Adelaide. Charles's older sister, Frida, was married to a man named Thomas Keane, and it's entirely possible that he stayed with them for a while before moving on, explaining why he had second-hand clothes that had been labelled as belonging to T. Keane in his possession. Dorothy applied for divorce in 1951, explaining their history and her reasons for seeking divorce in detail as a part of the application, and placed a notice in the Age newspaper that read, "To Carl Webb, formerly of Bromby Street, South Yarra, but now of parts unknown. Take notice that your wife, Dorothy Jean Webb, has instituted divorce proceeding against you on the grounds of desertion. And unless you enter an appearance on or before the 29th day of October 1951, the case may proceed in your absence." When he didn't show up, Dorothy was granted a divorce, and Charles Webb seemingly disappeared off the face of the earth. None of his remaining family members had ever heard of an Uncle Charles before, or had even been aware that one of their family members had gone missing. According to Antero, why didn't any of the siblings try and find out where he went? Didn't they know he'd gone to Adelaide and never came back? Or did he just go off and no one knew where he was? It sounds like he's just was a bit of a loner, didn't really have any friends, no one really cared. It's like, oh yeah, where's Uncle John? Oh, he's just disappeared. Oh, okay. I mean, he was not really here in the first place, was he? What was his name? Not John. Charles. Now that we have all the puzzle pieces, Professor Abbott doesn't think Charles Webb had intended to kill himself. He theorizes that Charles had somehow found out that his wife was living in South Australia and had travelled the 700 kilometres from Melbourne to Adelaide to look for her. I agree. I think that Charles then bought a ticket to Henley Beach, another suburb in Adelaide, checked his luggage, and then went looking for Dorothy at her last known address, the home of Joe Thompson. He hadn't asked for Joe specifically, but had instead asked if a nurse, or a pharmacist, or a chiropodist lived there. The fact that Joe had been an army nurse is pure coincidence. He must have felt disheartened when no one knew what had become of Dorothy, resulting in him reaching a dead end. I think that after he left Joe's house, he went to a bar where he proceeded to feel sorry for himself. He sat there all day and got so wasted that he was kicked out of the bar, leaving his wallet, his hat, and his book behind to be stolen by somebody else. He then stumbled onto the beach, finally collapsed next to a wall, and just sat there, too drunk to even light a cigarette. Based on his autopsy results, it's entirely possible that Charles had already been suffering from acute hemorrhagic erosive gastropathy. Jesus. Or stomach ulcers. Well, that's easier to say, isn't it? Which could be caused by heavy drinking. According to the Cleveland Clinic, it would have meant that his stomach lining had already been damaged and he would have become irritated from the alcohol, resulting in blood mixing in with his stomach contents. Oof, that's not nice. I think he'd drunk so much that night that his already damaged liver had trouble processing the amount of alcohol he'd consumed, and he started suffering from alcohol poisoning. His breathing would have slowed, and as the night wore on, his body temperature would have plummeted as he slowly lost consciousness. Eventually, he passed out, fell into a coma, and died when his heart finally gave in. In his autopsy report, multiple experts noted that he simply might have had gastritis and inflamed stomach lining at the time of death, but since the coroner insisted that he had to have been poisoned, most of their efforts went into identifying this deadly unknown poison. If his death had been noted as being the result of natural causes back in 1948, Carl Webb would have been lost to history and would have remained buried in an unmarked grave. Instead, through over 70 years of hard work, a sad and lonely man had his name and his family restored to him. As Rachel Egan explains, it's really heartwarming to learn that the family that may not have missed him when he went missing and when he died are now reclaiming him. And so ends the mystery of the Somerton Man, according to Professor Abbott at least. As I'm writing this, the South Australian police hasn't released a report on their findings regarding the Somerton Man's DNA, and they have explained that the police procedure says that they need to verify the DNA does indeed match the DNA of Carl Webb before they can confirm the identity. And since they don't have a confirmed sample of Carl Webb's DNA, it's going to be particularly difficult to prove, leaving the case of the Somerton Man officially unsolved, but definitely proved because the DNA thing, boom, we know it was. And there's all these things like, if this was not solved, you'd be like, what does the cipher mean? What is this code? Who is Taman Should? Who is this random name in the clothes? He's a spy. And it's like, no, none of that. He just it's just a bunch of stuff that came together and that's it. Boom, done. Mystery solved. Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers in this case. Who wrote this? Arnaldo. Thank you, Arnaldo. It's Rasputin, demon, saint, prophet, healer, spy, question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Thanks, Arnaldo. I've never read this before. That's the format of the show. We're going to read it together and explore. I do know a bit about Rasputin. I mean, I've covered him in videos previously. Isn't there something about like he was impossible to kill? Is that what we're going to be decoding today? Because I think it turns out like it's like, nah, it wasn't as amazing as everyone thinks, and it's kind of like embellished. Anyway, Rasputin, let's dive in. It's June 1915. Night falls over Moscow. The weary citizen seeks solace inside the welcoming walls of the Yar, or Fury, a popular restaurant and nightclub. Restaurant and nightclub, I don't understand. Like eating in a nightclub? It's like restaurant, quiet place where you generally have conversation. Nightclub, very loud place where it's impossible to talk to anyone. What are you supposed to do? Like, I've been to bars. It seems like something more like when I was a student or a younger person. But you'd go to a bar and you'd be like, yeah, okay, let's eat a little. But the music's so loud, you're kind of just eating crappy food while there's enormously loud music playing. You're like, what? What do you say? I don't get it. I generally hate nightclubs anyway. I haven't been to a nightclub in a decade, and I don't miss it at all. Like, that is a young person's game, and fuck that. It's just so loud. There's so much drinking. Now as like an old man, I'm like, loudness and drinking? No, thank you. Here, they can share a drink, a song, or the latest gossip about the royal court. Oh yeah, this is pre-revolution Moscow, of course. The Russian Empire has been fighting in the Great War against the Central Empires for almost a year now, and the people are not happy. Muscovites are quick to blame the emperors, Tsar Nicholas and Tsarina Alexandra, for the disastrous conduct of the conflict. But they are even quicker to blame their friend and spiritual advisor, an uncouth Siberian peasant called Grigory Rasputin. This man likes to portray himself as a mystic, a healer, a sage. Peasant is a word that comes up in my household surprisingly often because I live in Prague, as people probably know by this point, and the word for peasant is also the word for like farmish, or like, like if you get like a yogurt that's like farmer's yogurt or whatever, where it's like trying to appeal to like, I don't know, it's like marketing or whatever, but it's Selsker, which is, so you'd have like Selsker butter, which means like farmer's butter, but it also means peasant. If I put it into Google Translate, I was like, oh, is this Selsker butter? I was like peasant butter. So it's just an ongoing joke between I see you bought the peasant butter, yes? Hilarious, Simon. Thanks for that personal aside. Let's continue. This man likes to portray himself as a mystic, a healer, a sage, but spicy rumors swirl untamed around Moscow and St. Petersburg, telling tales of a drunken Rasputin engaging in unchecked carnal congress with aristocratic ladies, and perhaps even with the Tsarina. Yeah, Rasputin's a fascinating one, isn't it? Because he smells. Didn't he not bathe very often? He's kind of just this smelly peasant. And somehow he's got such god-level charisma that he works his way into the royal court. And like, people love him. And it's like, but Rasputin, you're a smelly peasant. Selsker peasant. Suddenly the attention of the Yar patrons turns to a thin, tall, bearded man causing a drunken ruckus a few tables apart. The man looks familiar, and of course he does. It's Grigory Rasputin, the mad monk. Rasputin, visibly and irreversibly smashed, jumps onto a table, lowers his trousers, and reveals to Moscow his swinging and impressive manhood. As the crowd gasps, the Siberian bellows, "This is the tool that rules Russia," before which the Empress prays. Oh my lord, dude. Are you asking to get executed? Holy shit. This is perhaps one of the most famous anecdotes about Grigory Rasputin, which contributed to perpetuating his legend. Stories like these inspired Boney M's 1978 single, Rasputin, and its immortal lines, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. There was a cat that was really gone. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on. I feel like I know this song, but I have no idea how it goes, and it's honestly better for you that I don't try and sing it. Bob Dylan surely did not lose sleep over these verses. His crown as arguably popular music's greatest lyricist remained unchallenged. But the 1978 disco hit was nonetheless effective in perpetuating the dark legend of the so-called mad monk. Was he a demonic lover, a saintly healer, a prophet, or perhaps even an opportunistic spy? I mean, all of the above. If you are even remotely familiar with the character of Rasputin, chances are that you've been fed a highly sensationalized version of a complex, well-rounded, and contradictory human being, as we all are. That's very nice, Leonardo, just assuming that everyone is well-rounded and complex. Some people are just simple. If you heard about Rasputin, you probably heard him described as a schemer, a manipulator, a devious alcoholic con man who ingratiated his way into the court of the Romanov Tsars to manipulate their policies while threatening the virtue of the Tsarina and her daughters with his robust sexual appetites. A subsection of this school of thought claims that Rasputin was in fact a German agent directed by puppet masters in Berlin who sought to weaken Russia's leadership and knock the country out of World War I. In recent years, circles close to the Orthodox Church and Romanov loyalists have spun a different take on Rasputin, portraying him as a quasi-saintly figure, a miracle worker capable of healing the sick and predicting the future. Well, we know they're wrong because miracles to heal the sick aren't real and neither is predicting the future. I mean, these things are both real, in a way. Like, miracles happen. Someone has, terrible cancer and then it goes away. And you're like, oh my God, you defied the odds. You're like that 0.1%, aren't you? That everyone hopes for. And then predicting the future, of course, is possible. I can predict that I'm going to have lunch today. It's going to be a turkey salad. Boom. Easy. Unfortunately, Rasputin's reputation was ruined by slander thrown at him by enemies of the Tsar. The thesis of this revisionist take is that during the 1910s, both left-wing revolutionaries and ultra-conservative circles wanted to get rid of the Romanovs, either to replace them with a communist republican government or with another autocratic ruler. And by attacking Rasputin, these factions sought to indirectly discredit the Tsar. Also, those who wish to portray Rasputin as an orthodox religious icon like to splash intriguing brush strokes of a spy story onto the canvas. Rasputin was known to have advised the Tsar against entering World War I. As such, he was despised by the Entente allies. Could it be that his assassination may have been orchestrated by the British Secret Services? Well, it's been 100 years plus, so I get the feeling this is something that would have come out. There'd be declassified documents, or someone would have spilled the beans. So the fact that this is the first I'm hearing of it does make it seem quite unlikely. But let's see. Alright, I'll pause now, as there's a lot to deconstruct here. In fact, the more you look at Grigory Rasputin's life, the more you find for decoding the unknown fodder. Did he really have supernatural healing powers? Was he able to accurately predict the future? Was he really at the center of a conspiracy involving the German and/or British Secret Services? I think we can answer those questions with no, probably not, and, well, maybe, who knows. Oh, there's another one. And what was he really like beyond hagiographic myth? Hagiographic, I need to look that one up, Arnaldo, you big brain, is a biography or a saint or ecclesiastical leader. Okay, and salacious slander. As a first step, let's take a look at the man's biography. Along the way, I will point out which elements are normally incorporated into Rasputin's life accounts despite being overly exaggerated or plain made-up rumors. I shall then deep dive into the more mysterious elements of his legacy. But before we kick off, may I recommend to those viewers and listeners who are not driving, working, or looking after children to pour themselves a glass of Madeira wine. Apparently, this was Rasputin's favorite alcoholic beverage. You just happen to have some of that on hand. It's like, yeah, pour yourself that Madeira wine that you've been keeping in the cupboard. Does anyone have that? I've never even heard of that. Or maybe I have. I feel like I have heard of it. I will personally uncork a bottle of dry Cercial and down a glass every time I'm forced to type apparently or allegedly. Wish me luck. And excuse the abundance of typos before we get to the end. I'm like, whoa, this script's 20-some pages on Aldo. What am I going to be in for by the time we get to the end of this? Life of Grigory. Grigory Efimovich Rasputin was born on January the 21st, 1869 in the town of Pokrovskoye, a province of Tobolsk, Western Siberia, back then a part of the Russian Empire. Grigory was the 8th child born to Anna and Efim, a farmer and government courier. The Rasputins did not live exactly in abject poverty, but life was not easy either. Grigory had 8 siblings in total, but only he and his younger sister survived into adulthood. Oh my God, 6 of them died. It's like, oh no, his upbringing wasn't that bad. Only 6 of his siblings died. Not much is known about Grigory's early years. According to most popular accounts, he was something of a never-do-well as a teenager, allegedly being arrested at one point for the theft of a horse. Apparently, this is a rather serious crime in Siberia back then, which carried a lengthy prison sentence. Yeah, horse theft. Didn't it used to be punishable with death in some parts of the world? Because horses were seen as so important. According to historian Douglas Smith, author of Rasputin, Faith, Power, and the Twilight of the Romanovs, published in November 2016, this horse story is worth as much as the intestinal product of said horse. Grigory was in fact incarcerated for a brief period of time, but only for insulting a local official. By the way, Douglas Smith is probably the only biographer of Rasputin who's actually sought confirmation of his life stories in official records. He's the only one. What are the other biographers doing? Just being like, yeah, I guess I'll just take that rumor as fact and write it down and sell a book. Yeah, I guess books aren't peer-reviewed, are they? So people just be like, oh, it's entertaining. What a good book. It's thanks to Smith that we're able to discuss Rasputin's life in a balanced, non-sensationalist way. So,
Allow me to raise a toast to that legend's gone out drinking his wine. The other thing we know about Rasputin's teenage years is he underwent a religious awakening at around the age of 15 or 16. According to author Sergei Fomin in his 7-volume Grigory Rasputin, an investigation, this spiritual crisis came after Grigory witnessed the accidental, tragic death of a younger cousin. After the event, the young Russian went on a pilgrimage to St. Nicholas Monastery in Verkhotuya, western Siberia, where he remained for several months as a lay worker. Interesting point here, Grigory never took vows, so the moniker Mad Monk is a misnomer. Another interesting point, Rasputin remained semi-illiterate throughout his life, and yet he acquired a profound knowledge of scripture simply by listening to priests reading the Old and New Testaments. Most contemporary biographies speculate that during his pilgrimages, the mad, not really a monk, joined a religious sect known as Klisti, or flagellants. Wait, are flagellants people are gonna, beat themselves? It's like, I had an impure thought, get the whip! According to their doctrine, sinning was the best way to get close to God. Okay, that's an interesting take, isn't it? Hence, the Klisti engaged in prolonged, exhausting orgies. Yeah, okay, it's okay. It's like, what's the tenets of your religion? Well, we're incredibly sinful because we think it gets us closer to God. Now get naked. The sect's teachings have been incited as influencing Rasputin's later alleged sexually deviant conduct. So, if you believe in Team Demon, Rasputin seduced or simply assaulted every woman he came across. Team Saint claims that he was a poster child for monogamy and moderation. So, let's bring in Douglas Smith again, shall we? Smith admits that the Klisti were active around the same time and place as Rasputin, but there's no proof that he actually came into contact with the sect. As per his sexual behavior, it appears that this was, in fact, inappropriate. In his adult years, the Siberian mystic was often surrounded by adoring, beautiful young women, and he often took advantage by groping and pinching them. But again, there is no conclusive proof that he engaged in any orgiastic rituals or non-consensual sex. In February 1887, Grigory married Prashkovia Dobrovina, and the two would sire 7 children, of which only 3 survived past childhood, because of course it was the past. This was only 130 years ago. I know it's only 130 years, but it's pretty wild. Nowadays it's that would be insane to have that many children die. It'd be oh my god, I'm so sorry. But back in the day, they're hey, it's why we had so many! They didn't even have names! The Rasputin's firstborn child, in fact, died in 1893 at the age of 4. Upset by his death, Grigory returned to the monastery in Verkhotuya to meet his spiritual teacher, Father Makkary. During this encounter, Makkary recognized Grigory's magnetic presence and talent as a preacher, singling him out for a spiritual mission to the empire's capital, St. Petersburg. Rasputin would not travel immediately to the capital, however, spending the ensuing 10 years in almost constant pilgrimage, traveling across Russia and even to Mount Athos in Greece and to Jerusalem. It was during this decade that he built a reputation as a preacher and a starets, a sort of self-proclaimed holy man. The starets first visited St. Petersburg in December 1903, returning in October 1905. On this occasion, Grigory carried a letter of introduction to Bishop Sergei, a rector of the local theological academy. Sergei introduced him to the inspector of the academy, Father Theophan, who happened to also be the confessor of the imperial family. Wait, is this the person who goes and hears the confessions? Oh my god, can you imagine, for someone so powerful, you'll be oh, I know secrets. And they're telling you all the shit, because that's how they believe they get into heaven, right? They have to be forgiven by a priest or some shit. Oh my god, he must know everything. And through Theophan, Rasputin was introduced to high-ranking members of the aristocracy, more precisely to Princess Malika and Anastasia of Montenegro, wives to Grand Dukes Peter and Nikolai, themselves members of the imperial family. Now, these Montenegrin princesses were nicknamed the Crows, the Cockroaches, or even the Black Peril, due to their penchant for intrigue and love of the occult and the supernatural. Therefore, they warmly welcomed into their circle this obscure Siberian starets with a reputation for miraculous healings. On November 1st, 1905, Grand Duke Nikolai introduced Rasputin to Tsar Nicholas II Romanov and his family. Apparently, he made a profound impression despite the Tsars. It's a pretty large fish to fry at the time. You see, the Romanovs were sitting on a pretty shaky throne following the defeat with Japan in September 1905 and the onset of the revolution in 1905, which had undermined the autocratic rule of the Tsars. Without getting into too much detail, it's important to note how the Tsar was unpopular with both the revolutionary and the ultra-conservative factions. Critics of Nicholas II commented how the Tsar appeared to be controlled by his wife Alexandra, herself unpopular due to her German descent, and Alexandra was rumored to be a puppet in the hands of the scheming starets Grigory Rasputin since the end of 1907. So,
why exactly at the end of 1907? Well, apparently that's when Rasputin first performed a miraculous healing on the Romanovs' 3-year-old son, Alexei. Oh yeah, doesn't he suffer from some blood disease, if I remember right, or some kidney disease maybe? Since birth, the young prince suffered from haemophilia, a condition he inherited from his great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. Hemophiliac patients suffer from a deficiency in factor VIII, a clotting protein. That means that even small wounds or traumas may result in excessive bleeding, even life-threatening bleeding. Blood loss may occur internally, into joints or muscles, provoking intense pain. That sounds miserable. Can we treat that these days? Do they have stuff to treat hemophilia? I feel like yes, right? Somehow, Rasputin's intervention caused a bleeding episode to stop. The Tsarina Alexandra was awestruck by the Siberian's healing powers and summoned him to court on several other occasions. According to author Sergei Fomin, Rasputin healed Alexei in March 1912, October 1912, July 1913. Oh my god, a whole bunch of dates through to 1916. We shall dive deeper into these healing occurrences in a later section. Following the first, apparently miraculous healing of little Alexei, Rasputin was invited to court every time he popped up in St. Petersburg and gradually became a confidant to the royal couple, mainly to Tsarina Alexandra. And allegedly, through his influence on Alexandra, he was able to manipulate the Tsar himself, steering his decisions, his policies, and even deciding behind-the-scenes important ministerial appointments. It's kind of amazing. Like, this guy, I mean, obviously he's not healed this kid, so it's just like some con that he's doing or whatever. But it's kind of impressive. Like, he's just ingratiated himself and now he's in the halls of power. Just like that. Charisma. Our good old pal Douglas Smith downplays Rasputin's influence. Sure, Tsar Nicholas went down in history as a particularly incompetent and weak-willed autocrat, but according to Smith, rather than being spineless, he was simply not interested in ruling. This lack of interest manifested itself in another way. When Rasputin advised Alexandra toward a certain decision, Alexandra asked Nicholas to implement such a decision. The Tsar would go, yes, right, whatever you say, dear, and then do absolutely nothing, or enact someone else's advice. Nonetheless, Nicholas tolerated the presence of Rasputin at court as it had a calming effect on his wife, who was often subject to deep anxiety. He once told Prime Minister Pyotr Stolypin, better 10 Rasputins than one of the Empress's hysterical fits. But Russian elites at the time had a different view. They saw the Siberian mystic as a negative influence on the court, one that could instill in the Tsars unwanted concern toward the plight of the masses, the poor peasants. Oh, the horror. Oh no, he'll make us think about the poor people. I hate thinking about poor people. Oh, gross. This is when the slander campaign towards Rasputin and indirectly the Tsarina first began. Since 1909, the mystic had been under the watchful eye of the Okhrana, the feared Tsarist secret police overseen by Stepan Beletsky and later by General Zhuzhangovsky. And the police filled their reports with accounts of Rasputin's scandalous conduct. Yes, it is true that the mad monk overindulged in Madeira, and yes, when drunk he could erupt in rambunctious dance routines when it was least appropriate. And definitely he behaved inappropriately with his female companions and frequently sought the services of sex workers. But according to Smith, the Okhrana overplayed these elements, peppering in allegations of sexual assaults and even scandalous rumors of an affair with the Tsarina. By 1911, Prime Minister Stolypin had bought into this narrative and convinced the Tsar to expel Rasputin from court, but Alexandra pleaded on his behalf. Nicholas caved in, and the mystic was once again welcome in St. Petersburg. Rasputin continued to collect enemies, however. One of them was an Orthodox priest called Father Ilidor, allegedly jealous of his influence in spiritual matters. According to the author Sergei Fomin, Ilidor inspired an assassination attempt against Rasputin. This took place on June the 29th, 1914, in his hometown of Pokrovskoye. A young woman called Chionia Guseva, believing Rasputin to be a R-wordist, thank you YouTube, you can guess what that means, it's a type of sexual assault, a false prophet, and the Antichrist, and she stabbed him in the stomach. Despite the bad wound, the starets managed to fend her off with a stick until she was arrested. Guseva was found not guilty for reasons of insanity and confined to a mental hospital. Rasputin was also hospitalized and underwent a long and painful recovery throughout July of 1914. All the while, a major crisis was developing in Europe. Just the day before the attempt on Rasputin's life, Archduke Franz Ferdinand had been shot in Sarajevo, and the continent was on the brink of war. From his hospital bed, Rasputin sent some 20 telegrams to the Tsar pleading with him to stay out of the Great War. One of those telegrams contained a prophecy. If Nicholas entered the conflict, it would be the end of Russia and the Tsar. Now we'll get into the details of the prophecies in a later section. But as far as predictions go, this proved to be accurate. And to be fair, one doesn't need a mystic with supernatural powers to get this one right. War doesn't usually bring happiness and prosperity, and Rasputin was a well-traveled man who had rubbed shoulders with both the common folk and the elites. He might have correctly assumed that the Russian economy, institutions, and military were not prepared to wage war against Germany and Austria-Hungary. He also knew that Nicholas's throne stood on very fragile legs and that a disastrous war might cause his downfall. Yeah, it's not rocket science, is it? It's just like, okay, well, look at this and look at that. That's probably what's going to happen. Done. I'm sure his advisors had, or maybe the advisors just shut up and be like, yes, your majesty. A war we shall have and a war we shall win, your majesty. And Rasputin's like, bro, no, it's not going to work. As predicted, things didn't go well for the Russian army. Seeking a scapegoat, Russian elites doubled down on their slander toward Rasputin. That is when the famous story about the incident at the Yar restaurant started circulating. The scene I described at the beginning, when Rasputin aimed his artillery at the patrons, claiming that it was the tool that ruled Russia. So, was the story true? Well, once again, we have Douglas Smith and his debunking powers. To quote him, what I was able to do is in Moscow, at the State Archive of the Russian Federation, was to finally get a hold of the police files on Rasputin, which are voluminous, massive, and by going back and looking at the daily reports of what had happened, I was able to see very clearly that the whole story was invented by police higher-ups in an attempt to frame Rasputin. End quote. It seems that Rasputin wasn't even in Moscow in June of 1915, but he did relocate to St. Petersburg after September 1915. That's when Tsar Nicholas took over all command of his troops and left the capital for the front, delegating internal affairs to the Tsarina, who promptly summoned Rasputin to court. He would be dead little more than a year later. Healing powers. This is the earlier revolution which installed the government of Alexander Kerensky, later toppled by Lenin's October Revolution. Yes, this was a turbulent time in Russian history. There were the two revolutions, right? Super close to each other. In the interrogation, Varabova is thoroughly grilled about hers and the Tsar's relationship with Rasputin, whom she staunchly defends. And yet she does not say a word about the train crash and its consequences. I understand that she may not have been willing to claim that she was miraculously healed in such an official context, but I find it curious that she did not even mention that Rasputin visited, comforted, nor prayed for her on such a distressing occasion. Therefore, I'm inclined to dismiss this healing claim as it may have been inflated or created by a pro-Rasputin author. Yeah, if the primary sources say no, then there's no evidence. There just seems to be no evidence, so you can't just be like, oh, it's true, you gotta prove it's true. Let's focus on the more frequent, better documented instances in which the Siberian starets intervened to cure Prince Alexei's haemophilia. Just like any young child, the Tsarevich was prone to falls, bumps, and minor accidents while playing around. Being a haemophiliac, however, this meant that some minor physical trauma could result in major bleeding due to a deficiency in clotting factor. The doctors at court were mostly impotent to treat this condition, but it appears that Rasputin was able to stop the bleeding simply with the power of prayer. For example, in December 1915, the Tsar's sister Olga documented in her diaries how Prince Alexei had been bleeding in pain after yet another incident. As the doctors fumbled about, Rasputin was summoned by the Tsarina on December the 6th. The mystic showed up at Alexei's bedside and made the sign of the cross over him. Apparently, that's all it took to stem the hemorrhage. On other occasions, Rasputin didn't even need to be present to perform his miracle. Back in October 1912, Alexei suffered a fall while getting out of a boat, which resulted in a hemorrhage in his thigh and groin. The 8-year-old prince lay in a state of feverish pain for 3 weeks until the Tsarina and lady-in-waiting, Anna Verabova, sent a telegram to Rasputin, who was in Siberia at the time, asking him to pray for Alexei. Rasputin's reply soon reached them. God has seen your tears and heard your prayers. Do not grieve, the little one will not die. Do not allow the doctors to bother him too much. And the bleeding stopped soon thereafter. A miracle? If I remember this correctly, weren't the doctors doing something? It's like, because these were back in the day doctors, so maybe they were like giving him leeches and shit. And Rasputin's like, yo, no medicine, stop with the leeches, and because this is the past, it actually worked. Something like that, right? At least according to the Anglophone, Orthodox, and pro-Tsarist outlets, it is a miracle. They appear to defend Rasputin and the Romanovs at every occasion, painting them in a saintly light. I'll not go into details of each single occasion in which Rasputin allegedly healed the prince, but they seem to fall into two cases. Either the mystic simply prayed by the boy's bedside, or he explicitly advised for the doctors not to bother him. That last detail was highlighted as significant by Swiss author Pierre Gillard, who worked at the Romanovs' court as a French tutor to Alexei and his sisters. According to Gillard, the court doctors insisted on administering aspirin, which is a blood thinner, right? Because they give it to people who have had strokes or have like high blood pressure or something like that. right, to reduce the risk of stroke? It was to relieve the pain caused by his bleeding episodes. At the time, aspirin was still a relatively recent drug, used primarily as an anti-inflammatory to manage fever and pain. However, the drug is also a thinning agent, currently still prescribed to prevent blood clots and ischemic strokes. There we go. Gillard clearly had more scientific outlook than the Tsarina or her sister, and speculated that the aspirin prescribed to Alexei actually prolonged the bleeding episodes. Thus, by shielding the young patient from the doctors, Rasputin didn't actually heal him, but inadvertently prevented the hemorrhages from getting worse. As I mentioned earlier, Rasputin did not explicitly overrule the doctors on every occasion, but we can speculate that his mere presence at court implied the absence of medical professionals, even if not stated explicitly by the witnesses. Now, there is another element to consider here. Currently, haemophilia is categorized as mild, moderate, or severe based on the levels of clotting factor in the blood. Severe patients may experience life-threatening blood loss, sure. Mild or moderate patients, however, may experience prolonged bleedings, but these may eventually resolve by themselves. And here I go with my own 2 cents here. Patients affected by severe haemophilia frequently suffer from spontaneous bleeds with no apparent cause. This is not the case with Alexei, which leads me to speculate that he suffered from the mild or moderate kind. Hence, it may be possible that Alexei's hemorrhages may have ceased by themselves, given enough time, proper rest, and, the absence of aspirin. Yeah, so, of course, it's not a miracle, it's just, chance, and I don't think he knew this about the aspirin, right? It's just he did it once and it worked, so he did it again. Don't give him drugs or don't see the doctors, which can look very convincing if you don't know what's going on. Prophetic powers. So, we have discussed Rasputin's alleged healing powers. Now let's dive into his alleged prophetic skills. The mystic is said to have predicted the fall of the Russian Empire, as well as a series of cataclysmic events enveloping Europe and the entire planet. To assess if and how he got anything right, let's take a look at his predictions that most commonly are found online. According to tsarnicholas.org, a website which advocates for the sainthood of the Tsar, Rasputin predicted the execution of the royal family with these words, quote, "Whenever I embrace the Tsar and Tsarina, the girls and the Tsarevich, I shudder with horror, as if I embraced the dead. Then I pray for these people. I pray for the imperial family, because the shadow of a long eclipse falls on them." That's not predicting their death. People you just want to read into stuff afterwards, right? Like Nostradamus and stuff. So we did a decoding about Nostradamus, and it's people just read into that so much, it's crazy. The prophecy went hand in hand with another prediction about the fall of the empire and the rise of Soviet Russia. To quote it, "Darkness will descend on Petersburg. When its name is changed, the empire will end." Russia's capital, St. Petersburg, was in fact renamed to Petrograd at the start of the Great War, and the Great War was the catastrophe which eventually led to the revolutions of 1917 and the dissolution of the empire. So one may argue that both prophecies are quite accurate. An instinctive reaction would be to say that given the political climate of the early 1910s and Russia's performance in the war, it would not have been difficult to guess a grim future for the Romanovs and the old institutions that they represented. Yeah, it seems like no one liked them, and it's that's a dangerous position to be in as an autocrat. Rasputin's prophetic visions went well beyond the triumph of Bolshevism or the execution of the Romanovs in 1918. The mystic predicted an overall future of doom for the European continent. Well, yes, but also no. It's there was a bad war that came, but also I live in Europe. It's pretty nice. Seems okay. For the most part. I know there's obviously problems in Europe. To quote him, "People are heading toward disaster. The most inept ones will drive the wagon in Russia and in France and in Italy and in other places. Mankind will be crushed by the march of madmen and scoundrels. Wisdom is bound in chains." It's just super generic. Reading that now, you could say that and it'd be yeah, okay. You could say that today about different places and it'd be yeah, okay. Yeah, it's probably going to happen at some point. You'd taken long enough view. Rasputin also foresaw the arrival of 3 hungry snakes who will crawl across Europe, leaving ashes and smoke behind them. These snakes have been interpreted as symbols for 3 world wars, the third of which is yet to come. Europe will also be divided by 2 rulers. Quote, "A bloodthirsty prince will come from the west who will enslave a person with wealth, and another prince will come from the east who will enslave a person with poverty." Okay, so we're saying Stalin and Hitler here, or what? So a western prince whose rule is based upon wealth, and an eastern one whose rule is based upon poverty. It all sounds wealth would be Cold War, right? So I don't know why I said Hitler and Stalin. It would be past that. So the West, America, capitalism, and the East,
communism. Don't know why I said Second World War. Just being stupid. The world, however, will have to contend with more than just war and political division. No prophet worthy of his name can call themselves a prophet without throwing in some planetary-level disaster. And Rasputin does not disappoint, offering a broad catalogue of cataclysms that would leave Roland Emmerich moist and heaving in ecstasy. Who's Roland Emmerich? We got earthquakes. To quote, earthquakes at this time will become more frequent. The lands and waters will open and their wounds will swallow people and belongings. Followed by climate change and or tsunamis. Quote, the seas will enter the cities and the land will become salty and there will be no water that is not salty. A person will be under salty rain and will wander on salty lands between drought and flood. The rose will bloom in December and in June there will be snow. Next, nuclear accidents and radiation poisoning. To quote, towers will be built all over the world. They will be castles of death. Some of these castles will collapse and rotten blood will flow out of these wounds, which will infect the earth and sky. Oh, it's just like, yes, in retrospect, you're like, oh yeah, it kind of sounds like vaguely this. But it's just cherry picking. And for the final stretch, irresponsible genetic engineering. Quoting again, monsters will be born that will not be humans or animals. Irresponsible human alchemy, in the end, will turn ants into huge monsters that will destroy homes and entire countries. Well, still waiting on that one. Remarkably specific. When the invasion of the giant ants comes from genetic engineering, I guess we'll all know Rasputin was right. But fear not, for this smorgasbord of misery will just be a prelude to the second coming of Jesus. This should have taken place on August the 23rd, 2013. Nope, 2024 still hasn't happened. After a storm should have burned the planet's atmosphere. Nope, atmosphere seems fine. Destroying most forms of life. I think we're all alright, to be honest. It's been 11 years. So more than 10 years have passed since, and I didn't see no flaming storm, let alone Jesus. And yet, one may argue that Rasputin did get everything roughly correct, right? No. There's no giant ansat. The only problem here is that all the prophecies I mentioned come from secondary sources, and to be fair, not even the most reliable or impartial kinds. I can't really understand why, but it seems like some websites and publications are willing to dish out the most outlandish claims without citing their primary sources. I'll tell you why, Nado, because it gets those clicks, baby. Thus preventing honest and partially intoxicated scribblers, such as yours truly, from checking such claims. But fear not, for I have found a passing mention of Pious Reflections, the 1912 pamphlet in which Rasputin apparently wrote down his prophecies, or rather he dictated them as he was semi-illiterate. And I did find a translation of the Pious Reflections on a portal for students learning the Russian language. I've read the reflections, which contain some profound thoughts such as, do not look at threats of the demon, at evil tongues, pray and do good deeds. This is a reproach to the enemy and victory over evil tongues. Genius. Or again, quoting, the evil tongue does not love God. The demon trembles. An evil tongue is worse than a demon. It is afraid of the sign of the cross and trembles with humility. But an evil tongue is quiet and slanders. Evil did not make friends with God. Again, profound Rasputin, well done. But it contains none of the reported prophecies from earlier. No, in fact, there are no prophecies whatsoever. Therefore, all the material we have left to analyze are second-hand accounts, probably written years or even decades after Rasputin's death. Why, if you're going to write them after Rasputin's death and make them up, why not make them more accurate? Be like, yeah, there's going to be a dude called Hitler and Stalin, and there's going to be a war, there's going to be communism, this kind of, just... If you're writing it afterwards, you might as well get super specific. And this makes it impossible to even start ascertaining whether the mystic had the power of divination and prediction. Okay, to be fair, there are two promising exceptions. Two pieces of correspondence apparently dictated by Rasputin in his lifetime. The first is the telegram sent to the Tsar in July 1914, advising him not to go to war lest the monarchy crumble. But as mentioned earlier, this was more of a piece of sound strategic advice rather than an actual prophecy. The second piece of correspondence is a letter written by Rasputin shortly after his death, in which he predicted his own assassination and the ruin of the Romanovs. To quote, I feel that I shall leave life before January 1st. I wish to make known to the Russian people, to Papa, Tsar Nicholas, the Russian mother, Tsarina Alexandra, and to the children, if it was your relations who have wrought my death, then none of your children will remain alive for more than 2 years, and if they do, they will beg for death, as they will see the defeat of Russia, see the Antichrist coming, plague, poverty, destroyed churches, and desecrated sanctuaries where everyone is dead. The Russian Tsar, you will be killed by the Russian people. I mean, yes, okay, that's mostly accurate, but it's also like it was a time when the Russian Tsar was immensely unpopular. It's not hard to see that could change.
As we'll see later, the mystic was indeed murdered by the Tsar's relations, and Russia did suffer untold misery under the First Civil War and Bolshevik totalitarianism later. So, quite impressive, yes? Well, not according to Alison Hudson, writing for Skeptoid.com. Ooh, I like Skeptoid.com. Hudson writes that this death letter first appeared in the 1920s memoirs of one Aaron Simonovich, a friend of Rasputin's. Simonovich claimed to have received it from the Tsarina Alexandra and kept it after the entire Romanov family was massacred by the Bolsheviks. So once again, we're dealing with second-hand information written after the facts had taken place. Yes. So it can't be trusted unless they had that original letter and they somehow managed to carbon date the ink on it and stuff like that. But even then, you could just be using older ink and older paper and writing it out. Maybe there's some clever way science can figure this out, but I doubt that's happened. Maybe the dead letter's not even around anymore. It's way too convenient, isn't it? Death of Grigori. One of the facts in question is Grigory Rasputin's own death, an event which has contributed largely to his legend as a quasi-supernatural being. Rasputin's assassination took place on the 30th of December 1916, and it was the result of a plot etched by Prince Felix Yusupov, husband of the Tsar's niece, along with 4 conspirators. Yusupov saw Rasputin as a danger to the Romanovs and Russia itself and devised a plan to lure the mystic to his own Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, basement apartment, where he would be served tea, cakes, and wine laced with cyanide. According to Yusupov, the first part of the plan went as expected. In the night between the 29th and 30th of December, Rasputin gorged himself on the rich, poisonous buffet, but he did not go down. At around 2 a.m., the conspirators became impatient. Rasputin had to go fast, lest they have to dispose of the body in the light of day. At 2:30 a.m., Yusupov took charge, grabbed a revolver, and shot Rasputin in the stomach at short range. That's fucking cyanide, so I cannot fuck this. The mystic lay on the floor for almost an hour when the murderers noticed something stirring. In Yusupov's own recollection, quote, "All of a sudden, I saw the left eye open. A few seconds later, his right eyelid began to quiver, then opened. I then saw both eyes, the green eyes of a viper, staring at me with an expression of diabolic hatred." This is when Rasputin proved to be, allegedly, nigh indestructible. According to Yusupov, the Siberian leapt to his feet, foam and blood oozing from his mouth, and charged at the aristocrat. To quote him again, "He rushed at me, trying to get my throat, and sank his fingers into my shoulder like steel claws." Rasputin shoved Yusupov aside and fled the building, as the other conspirators gave chase, firing their pistols. As Rasputin ran through the building's courtyard, 2 bullets hit him in the back and through the head, knocking him to the ground. That's going to take him out. He's already got shot in the stomach an hour ago. And so, was the headshot fatal? Maybe yes, maybe not. To be on the safe side, Yusupov grabbed a club and proceeded to clobber his unkillable target. Then, he and the conspirators removed Rasputin's body and dumped it in the Malaya Nevka River. According to some second-hand retellings of the event, Rasputin was still breathing at this stage, and the freezing waters of the Nevka finally killed him. The same sources even claim that when his body was recovered, his right hand was held up as if he'd been making the sign of the cross, an indication that he may have survived for a while, even after the icy plunge. Yusupov's account of the assassination contributed to building the legend of Rasputin as a superhuman character, feeding into the narrative of those who want to paint him as either a demon or an angel on earth. This version of events, however, is in stark contrast with the autopsy report, which shows a different story. Autopsy report's going to be filled with facts. The autopsy was performed after Yusupov had already confessed to the crime, so the coroner in charge looked for traces of cyanide in Rasputin's body. The surgeon did find a large quantity of alcohol in his stomach, no doubt Madeira, but no traces of poison. And this can be explained in a couple of different ways. According to author Sergei Fomin, Yusupov delegated the poisoning part to an accomplice, V.A. Maklakov. At the time, Maklakov got cold feet, and instead of lacing Rasputin's refreshments with cyanide, he used aspirin instead. An alternative explanation ventured among Skeptoid users, among others, is that Yusupov simply lied in his account of the murder. The aristocrat embellished the assassination, portraying it as a sort of epic boss battle, in which the health bar of an almost indestructible Rasputin gradually took hits from poison, bullets, beatings, and freezing water. Other findings of the post-mortem confirmed that Yusupov may have been an unreliable narrator. He claimed that Rasputin took 1 shot from the front to the stomach and 2 from behind to the back and head. The autopsy found that Rasputin took 2 shots to the back and a frontal one to the head. This suggests that the mystic was first shot from behind, fell to the ground, rolled over, and then took a final bullet to the head, killing him. This is another important point, by the way. The coroner found no traces of water in Rasputin's lungs, hence he could not possibly have been alive when he was thrown in the river. There's another point of contention regarding Rasputin's assassination. and that is the involvement of the British intelligence services. Oh yeah, I forgot that he might be a spy, but probably not. According to author Andrew Cook, one of the conspirators, and possibly the one who fired the fatal shot, was British spy Oswald Rayner, a good friend of Yusupov's since meeting in Oxford as students. In a way, the British connection would make sense. Rasputin was notoriously opposed to the war, while the British agents in Petrograd were striving to keep Russia in the fight as long as possible. Sergei Fomin is a proponent of a similar theory. According to him, the British Prime Minister himself, Lloyd George, ordered Rayner to orchestrate the murder. The motive? Lloyd George intended to harm the Romanovs and Christian civilization by killing the Tsar's spiritual mentor. This claim was investigated by Douglas Smith in his quest to desensationalize Rasputin's life. Smith scoured through the British National Archives searching for any evidence of Rayner's involvement, but found nothing that corroborates it. Yeah, and it's been like 100 years. It's going to come out. I took a peep too and found that the British ambassador to Petrograd, George Buchanan, was aware of a plot to murder Rasputin well in advance. Even Rayner's superior in Russia, Samuel Hoare, had been informed of the conspiracy by Vladimir Purishkovich, one of the plotters, back in November 1916. Finally, Yusupov wrote in his memoirs that the day after the murder, he dined with Rayner, noting that he knew of our conspiracy and had come in search of news. So if Rayner was in search of news, he was not there on the night of the murder. Fine, okay, Yusupov is not the most reliable source, but there's no solid proof of Rayner's culpability, so we have to assume his innocence. So what do we have proof of? What we do have proof of, however, is that British intelligence is well aware of an impending assassination and did nothing to prevent it, nor warn the authorities. Well, yeah, it's not really in their interest. Just because they're not behind it doesn't mean they're going to be like, oh, let's tell. It's like, no, they'll just be like, cool, yeah, that sounds good. Carry on. We can speculate that Rasputin's death served their goals exactly, and their inaction effectively amounted to a blessing. Yeah, but importantly, no, it didn't. Like, legally, it's like, oh no, you shouldn't do that. Should you? You definitely wouldn't want to do that. That would be brilliant. And now we've entered the realm of spy stories. Let's tackle a final mystery around our favorite Siberian wandering mystic. As soon as the first slanderous rumors began circulating in the early 1910s, Rasputin was said to conspire with Tsarina Alexandra to further a German agenda. The Empress was, after all, German in origin. When the Great War started, these rumors picked up pace, morphing into something more concrete. The implication that Rasputin was a spy on Germany's payroll, and his pacifist stance was simply directed at removing Russia from the conflict. As a tactic, it would be a sound one. To cork the bottle and draw the conclusions of this long Madeira-fueled overview of Rasputin's life, death, and alleged miracles. On Aldo, there's no errors. This all flows very nicely. You can handle your Madeira. My own opinion is that the legacy of Grigory Rasputin has become a symbolic battlefield for supporters and denigrators of the Romanovs and the Russian Empire as a whole. In one corner, we have those who say Nicholas and Alexandra were great folk, Rasputin was their friend, and he was also a saint. But bad people conspired against them, and so they slandered both the royal couple and the mystic. And in the opposite corner, we have another faction shouting that the Romanovs were incompetent fools, the epitome of a worn-out, ill-advised institution. Their best power was this demonic, drunkard, sex addict, mad monk, so they all deserve to be wiped out. What authors such as Douglas Smith have reminded us is that Grigory Rasputin was neither a demon nor a saint, he was a human being. He did not perform miraculous healings, and his scant predictions were based on common sense. He did appear to have something of a sex addiction and behaved inappropriately with his admirers, but he did not indulge in orgiastic rituals, nor did he seduce the Tsarina or her daughters. He did not bend the Tsars to his will, but he did discuss some policy matters with the royals, although Nicholas was not overly receptive to the ideas. He was his own man, and he did not rely on paychecks from Berlin, and no, he did not endure massive amounts of punishment before dying, but went down with a bullet shot to the head, just like any other average Joe. What seems to be lost in the hail of conspiracies, miracles, and gigantic manhoods is that Grigory Rasputin was a semi-illiterate commoner from a remote corner of the Russian Empire who, through sheer will, faith, and a good amount of help from the right connections, worked his way up to a close friendship with autocrats in charge of the largest country on earth. And that is remarkable enough in itself. The Siberian mystic would have deserved a place in history even without the exaggerations of the Okhranas, the pro-Tsarists, or the Yusupovs of this world. Bonus fact! During my research, I've encountered some outlandishly bonkers conspiracy theories about Rasputin. Okay, let's go. Which I decided not to include because it was too difficult and I was tired, bored, and filled with Madeira. Okay, I'm glad to get a little bonus taste of them though. But hey, I got to the end of the piece in one piece and now I kind of feel tired, bored, and filled with Madeira, so here goes the weirdest one. According to an anonymous source, great start for a conspiracy theory, Grigory Rasputin was none other than the latest incarnation of an immortal being known as the Count of Saint-Germain, who attracted much attention and prominence in 18th century France. Saint-Germain is believed to be an immortal being who pops up at key points in history to bring about momentous change. All according to a very, really anonymous source. And so it was that Saint-Germain popped up in Russia as Rasputin, with the goal of paving the way for the Bolshevik Revolution. But after becoming the target of several assassination attempts, Rasputin/Saint-Germain faked his own death, allowed himself to be buried, and then tunneled out of his own grave. Of course he did. That sounds reasonable. People tunneling out of graves all the time. According to this story, it's not unclear if the revolution was caused by Saint-Germain Rasputin or not. The narrative picks up in the late 1980s when the immortal causes the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe before relocating to Los Angeles. Of course he does! According to those in the know, Saint-Germain's latest incarnation is comedian and solid character actor Kevin Pollak, best remembered for his performances in A Few Good Men and The Usual Suspects. I've heard of Kevin Pollak, but I just need to look him up. He's one of those, if he's a character actor, he's one of these people who you usually remember his face, right? Oh yeah, I know this guy. Of course you know this guy. This dude. Look. This guy. He's Rasputin. Of course he's not. That's ludicrous.
You have to kind of lose yourself in it. You have to remember that all
As he clearly has.
Yes. You got to lean into it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I will not dignify this notion with a rhetorical question, does this make any sense? But I will ask Simon if the story of Saint-Germain, regardless of his ties to Rasputin, is interesting enough to be in a Decoded episode in the future. I mean, yeah, maybe. Pitch it to me by email, Arnaldo, and we'll see where it goes. I need to know a little bit more about it, because if it's just one of those crazy conspiracy theories, which is just where I'm just going to be like, this is dumb, this is dumb, this is dumb, that is not that interesting. But we'll see. Email me. Until then, I shall go and spend some more time with the minor, yes, important characters of this episode, Frau Aspirin, hoping to prevent what promises to be a massive headache. Thank you for your sacrifice, Arnaldo. This was a great episode. Enjoyed it. Nice to learn about Rasputin and the fact that, unsurprisingly, most of the things you heard about him aren't true. Thanks for being here. If you enjoy the show, leave a review and a rating on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one written by Matt, read by me. I've never read it before, we're going to explore it together. Was there an advanced civilization before our own? I don't think so. I feel like we'd definitely know about that, wouldn't we? But maybe we don't. Let's find out. For as long as humans have gazed up at the starry night sky, one maddeningly simple question has continued to plague us. Are we alone in the universe, or is it possible that somewhere out there in that inky black void, someone or something is looking back at us, wondering the exact same thing? I think it's very, very likely, because the universe is really, really big. And what are the odds that we are the only ones? I mean, I don't believe in aliens, as everyone knows. I don't think they've come here. I don't think the Roswell, anything like that I think is nonsense. But do I think there are aliens out there? Almost certainly yes. Surely, given the sheer number of galaxies in our universe and the amount of time that has passed since the Big Bang, our planet can't be the only one supporting life. To believe so at this point would be, in my opinion, extremely narrow-minded, because it is highly probable that at least a handful of planets somewhere out there are capable of hosting complex life. Many scientists agree with this opinion. However, a question that is much more contentious is whether any of these organisms possess intelligence and technology that could rival that of our own. I'm talking about beings who are capable of thinking critically, sharing ideas, utilizing tools, growing and harvesting food, advancing medicine, harnessing power, constructing communications networks, and so on. At first I was like, tools, okay, well crows could do tools, but it's like, yeah, making communication networks, okay, so big brains, real big. And crows are smart, but not like us. Or maybe they are, who knows, maybe they're just waiting for their time. For reasons other than satisfying our own curiosity, we could open a dialogue with this civilization, share our collective knowledges with one another to expand our understanding of evolution, society, and the universe as a whole. Yeah, more likely is it's going to be like some Christopher Columbus where it's like the aliens come and it's like, hey guys, how's it going? And then we get all their diseases and they destroy us.
to make room for some sort of intergalactic highway or something. We could finally know if what happened on Earth, the formation of complex life, was just a fluke of nature, or perhaps there is a Star Wars-like galaxy out there with all varieties of intelligent creatures roaming about. I prefer a Star Trek-like galaxy. This is a topic that scientists and stoners alike have brought up time and time again, but there is another possibility that is equally as fascinating, yet talked about far less. Could another advanced civilization have existed right here on Earth, and we, as a species, have simply forgotten about it? While the idea may seem ludicrous at first, because we like to believe that human advancement has been largely linear, it's not as outlandish as you might think. According to the best estimates, modern humans have been around for about 200,000 years, throughout which time our ancestors' intelligence was similar, if not equal, to that of our own. And evolution is real slow. However, only about 5,000 of those years have been documented or discovered, which means that 97.5% of our history is completely unknown to us. That's wild, isn't it? Like, you think, oh yeah, pyramids and stuff, that was a really long time ago. Oh, that's like 2.5%. That's of history. Less, it's like 2%. Human history. Obviously, history of the universe, way bigger. But like, of humans. When considering this, is it really so hard to believe that humans may have attempted, and succeeded, to construct another civilization long ago that failed, and has since been forgotten? I mean, kinda, yeah. Because while we only have like 97.5% of our history is unknown, there's like fossils. Like, you know, you go out in the countryside, there's like fossils of like trilobites, dinosaurs, from a long, long time ago. I feel like we'd know. We'd be like, oh yeah, look, there's fossils of like buildings and or spaceships from like our previous advanced civilization, but nothing's ever been found like that. As anyone who's ever cooked a pancake can tell you, getting things right on the first attempt is extraordinarily difficult. So who's to say that launching a society from nothing would go any smoother the first time around? What is it with the first pancake? Because Matt's absolutely right. Whenever I make pancakes, typically I make pancakes on Sundays for my family, and we all enjoy pancakes together, which is nice. And the first one is always wrong. And normally I cook 3 pancakes at once in the big pan, but the first one I always pour out and then cook and then flip over, and it's always like either not cooked right or it's a bit burned or something like that, because the first one is always screwed up, and then all of the others are fine. And then I always end up snacking on that kind of semi-burnt first one while I cook the others. And then when I actually go to eat the others, I'm not so hungry because I've snacked on this nasty pancake. In future, I'm just going to throw it straight in the bin. I don't know why I don't do that. It's something I do with my kids' leftover dinner. Like, I'll get home from work and there'll be some leftover dinner, and I'm like, I could snack on that. What I do? Throw it in the bin, because otherwise I will snack on it. And that's bad. Furthermore, there is another possibility to consider. Who says that humans were the first intelligent creatures to evolve on Earth in the first place? If we return to discussing numbers for a moment, our planet's about 4.5 billion years old, which means that modern humans didn't exist for approximately 99.996% of our planet's history. I remember that 0.004%. 97.5% we don't know about. Crazy times. During such an incomprehensibly large amount of time, could another intelligent species have evolved and gone extinct before humans were even walking upright? Could another society as advanced or more advanced as our own have existed? A civilization whose cities once stood where ours now stands, but have long since turned to untraceable dust. Today we'll be looking at these two very different but very related possibilities as we try to determine if we are truly living at the pinnacle of evolutionary advancement, or if those that walked the earth before us could have built societies that make our vast cities look like little more than piles of stone by comparison. And don't worry, even though this intro may sound like something pulled straight from the History Channel, I like that the History Channel is. The History Channel is so bad and so not about history that it's just a meme at this point. We'll be referencing scientific studies that have attempted to answer this very question. Good, because that's what we do here at Decoding the Unknown. We're very skeptical. We need proof. Setting the stage. To start us off, I'd like to begin by discussing the far more likely of the two scenarios posed. Could humans have successfully established themselves sometime before the earliest identified civilizations, those in Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, and ancient India? To answer this, however, we need to first back up and provide some context for how and why those civilizations arose in the first place. We also need to discuss what it means to be a civilization, because that is, surprisingly, not as straightforward as you might assume. According to most modern archaeologists, historians, and evolutionary scientists, humans primarily survived throughout their early existence as nomadic hunter-gatherers who followed closely behind packs of large herd animals, hunting them for meats and furs while foraging for nuts, berries, and other edibles as they went. This was essential because prior to around the year 10,000 BC, few successful forms of agriculture had been developed, which meant that staying in one place for too long would have quickly depleted their available food supply. The reason no one had got around to developing agriculture prior to this was likely due to a little-known event called the Last Glacial Period, which is often colloquially referred to as Earth's Last Ice Age. Beginning approximately 115,000 years ago, the Earth entered its last glacial period, and at one point glaciers covered up to a third of the Earth's surface. Jesus Christ, and I complain when it's a few degrees below zero outside. This would have made any type of real advancement difficult, as humans were far too preoccupied with keeping their gonads warm to consider alternative sources of food. They also likely did not develop any tools more advanced than those used by the Neanderthals, such as scrapers and hand axes. Plus, being a hunter-gatherer is a surprisingly good way to stay alive, so there was little obvious incentive to disrupt the status quo. Yeah, I read that book. Is it Sapiens? Is Sapiens the book? Where the dude talks about, when people were hunting and gathering, life for most people was actually better because they ate more interesting food, they did all of this stuff, and then farms came along, and everyone just had to work on the farm, brutally long hours, and eat, boring foods, and not spend much time, out in the forest having fun. And it's kind of yeah, but it did make life a lot better for a smaller percentage of people. And in my mind, I'm just I'd rather live in the present day and just work really hard to be in that smaller percentage of people. Because I love competition. However, as temperatures began to rise, the Earth began to change, and humans saw an opportunity to change with it. Now, despite all we know about the Earth, the cause and timeline of this temperature shift is still hotly debated in some circles. Most climate scientists believe that the change started around 20,000 years ago, when the Earth's orientation toward the sun shifted, causing the planet's global temperature to rise around 10 degrees over the course of 8,000 years. This in turn caused the large ice sheets that cover the northern hemisphere to melt, which caused the global sea level to rise by approximately 110 meters. Most experts believe this process was very gradual, but some think it was much more sudden, and we'll revisit that in just a moment. Are we going to talk about biblical floods? I feel like we could be talking about biblical floods, couldn't we? That's a massive sea level rise. As I alluded to earlier, the catalyst for humanity's advancement from nomads to urbanites was a series of major improvements to early agriculture, which allowed people to finally stop roaming and establish themselves permanently in one place. This is what led to, sometime between 4000 and 3000 BC, the earliest known human civilizations forming in highly fertile areas that are now referred to as the cradle of civilization. This I think is also in that Sapiens book. I feel like I'm reading a summary of the Sapiens book. I mean, that's probably because it's the only big book I've read on real ancient super history. Other than David's book, which I don't have here, but David wrote a book. David Baker. What's it called? The Complete History of the Universe? A Complete History of the Universe? I'm sorry, David. Butchering this.
I'm sorry.
After this, it didn't take long for the earliest economic systems to form, allowing people to trade and purchase services, form effective governments, divide labor into specialized sectors, and land on the moon. I may have missed a step or two along the way there, but you get the idea. Agriculture truly changed the world. This is the type of society that I myself am talking about when I say civilization, a group of people living together in one place that are capable of governing, creating, discovering, maintaining order, and growing, not a group that stayed in one place for a season or two and then moved on. Because of how important the advent of a reliable food supply was to jump-starting this process, most scientists assume that no civilization could have arisen without it, and state that evidence of such wide-scale farming would be obvious to anyone who looked. All they would need to do is search for high levels of nitrogen in the soil, or where those farms are suspected of being, the discovery of which would indicate widespread use of fertilizer. This, combined with the fact that no ruins of a prehistoric civilization have been discovered, has led most people to believe that we truly are the first to progress past hunter-gatherers in any meaningful way. However, there are people who vehemently reject this conclusion as unscientific, and the man leading that charge is named Graham Hancock. Okay, are we about to find out whether Graham Hancock is a real scientist, or is he one of these, internet scientists, or, conspiracy scientists? Graham Hancock. Although he's known for many things, Graham Hancock is a writer, journalist, and independent archaeologist from Scotland. Independent archaeologist sounds already a bit pseudo-scientific, doesn't it? From Scotland, who in the early 1990s published multiple books that questioned the official historic timeline supported by most modern archaeologists. In his early years, Graham worked for newspapers in the UK, such as The Times, The Independent, and The Guardian. They're highly respected newspapers right there. They're not tabloids. That's not like The Post or New York Post, what's it called? The celebrity one that's just like gossip. Or we have is it the Daily Mirror, the one that is, or The Sport? It's kind of just made up. Where he published articles while living in Africa, exploring the world and conducting his own research into Earth's history. Whatever he is up to, it does sound pretty fun. More recently, he's devoted much of his time to speaking publicly and going on various podcasts to promote his theory that a prehistoric human civilization existed and ruled over the Earth during the last glacial period. Sounds like sort of guest on Joe Rogan's podcast, doesn't he? Graham doesn't claim to be a scientist, but he does believe that his work is solid and states that the only reason his research has not been accepted by mainstream archaeology is because his theories would change the way we see the world by throwing a wrench into the entire accepted timeline. Yeah, but that's not how science works. Like, scientists are highly educated, and I assume the vast majority, if someone comes along and is like, have you thought about questioning this? They'll be like, oh, that's an interesting hypothesis. Let's do some research, because they're scientists. They're not like, I mean, I imagine there's some level of dogma, but the whole scientific method and stuff is like a thing. This is a timeline that Graham says archaeologists are obsessed with defending to the point that they're not open to having their minds changed. Famously, archaeology is a very snobby field, so Graham's claim that archaeologists are unwelcoming to new ideas is based on reality. However, his critics claim that his theories are poorly researched, unsubstantiated, and heavily biased because of his tendency to cherry-pick evidence, misrepresent that evidence, and ignore everything that does not support his claims. Basically everything an objective scientist should not do. I mean, fine, let's say archaeology is snobby and all of the scientists are like that, but the fact is there's a lot of them. And some are going to be like, let's just look into this a little bit. And if there's anything to it, they'll join Mr. Hancock's side and be like, let's go. But they don't. Not a single one, it seems. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because there are also many scientists who stand behind Graham. Okay, never mind. Maybe there are some archaeologists who are like, into this dude. Okay, fine. So what exactly is Graham's theory? Graham believes that humans are a species with amnesia who have forgotten a major part of our history. Well, we haven't forgotten it necessarily, we've just not discovered it. And we say that 97.5% of human history is just not known about? But that there is both logical and physical evidence of that history present all throughout the world and throughout all societies. Okay, be interesting to see what this is.
Please, go on.
According to him, what archaeologists think of as the emergence of civilization was actually a re-emergence after a major cataclysmic event that wiped away almost all advancements made by humans over the centuries that preceded them. Okay, look, I'm keeping an open mind. I'm open to this, but I'm going to need something other than theory. Graham theorizes that this cataclysmic event was also what caused the end of the last ice age, and the climate shift that scientists claim occurred slowly over the course of 8,000 years actually took place in a matter of days, maybe hours. His theory for what caused this event revolves around a comet that may have impacted the Earth's northern hemisphere near Greenland sometime around 9,200 BC, causing widespread catastrophes, flooding the world, leveling entire civilizations, and killing the majority of life on Earth. This would include the megafauna such as the mammoths, mastodons, and saber-toothed tigers that roamed the Earth until around 10,000 BC. It was such a devastating event that all functioning societies virtually collapsed overnight, effectively sending humanity back to the Stone Age. Okay, fine. Seems reasonable so far. After this, it was up to the few remaining survivors of this ancient civilization to rebuild society from scratch. To do this, they spent the remainder of their lives traveling the world as nomads and sharing their knowledge with the surviving hunter-gatherer tribes, which Graham speculates would have fared much better throughout the apocalypse than the people who lived within his lost civilization. To be honest, I find this entire theory fascinating because if proven true, it would change the way that we view early human history. However, before we examine the evidence Graham puts forth to support his theory, we should ask ourselves if the remarkably different timeline he proposes is even scientifically possible. Okay, let's definitely look into that. So far, I'm with Matt. This sounds super interesting. If it's true, it would uproot everything, and so far my mind is still open. Is it possible? Considering that Graham's entire theory revolves around a comet impacting our planet and wiping out the majority of life on Earth, questioning whether such an event could have taken place is obviously the best place to start. And the answer to this question is, surprisingly, yes. Is that so surprising? Comets have hit the Earth and caused massive disasters. Isn't that what wiped out the dinosaurs? Like, big hit the planet and caused major problems. Several times throughout history. As it turns out, the comet impact theory, as the event in question is known, is supported by the Comet Research Group, a collection of 63 scientists from 55 universities in 16 countries. Among them are real doctors of science from Dartmouth, Harvard, Stanford, the University of Buckingham, Charles University in Prague, as well as others working for NASA, ORNL, and the Institute for Isotopes and Service Chemistry. So all in all, a bunch of people with really big brains. In short, they are a serious and reputable group putting forth a theory that they believe is scientifically plausible. To summarize this theory, this group believes that a large comet impacted the Earth approximately 12,800 years ago, jump-starting the temperature changes seen around the world at that time and putting an end to the last glacial period. This would have occurred during a time known as the Younger Dryas, and their evidence for this impact is a distinct black mat that has been discovered at multiple potential impact sites. It's comprised of traces of magnetic iron-rich spherules, glassy silica-rich spherules, spherules? I assume tiny little sphere things, high-temperature melt glass, nanodiamonds, soot, and more, all of which, they say, is indicative of a very large, very hot impact. They used carbon dating to determine when this impact took place. Truthfully, most of the group's evidence is very scientific, complicated, and far beyond anything I'd ever be able to explain. However, thankfully, my small brain won't hinder us too severely, because I've been assured that their hypothesis, while controversial, is possible. It's just not likely, which is why it's still considered a fringe theory within the scientific community. Wow, it's pretty crazy that, there's dozens of scientists at big-name universities, and it's still it's not widely accepted. Plus, the comet impact theory is actually largely irrelevant to what we're discussing because the Comet Research Group does not make definitive claims about the possibility of a prior civilization. They merely believe in the comet itself and the extinction event that followed. However, with such an event at least being possible, we can continue on knowing that Graham's theory does at least have some basis in reality. Yeah, okay, so many scientists believe this, but the majority don't. So we're starting on some foundation, a fairly weak foundation though. However, there are many more questions that need to be answered, such as, could a world like the one Graham describes, a world where an advanced civilization exists alongside hunter-gatherers, be possible? And if so, would this hunter-gatherer society really be better equipped for survival after an apocalypse than the more advanced people? And the answer to this, in theory, again, is yes. Even today, our own modern society exists alongside modern-day hunter-gatherers who live within areas like the Amazon, Africa, and on the Andaman Islands, and our technology is far beyond anything Graham claims his lost civilization may have possessed. So, the idea that two distinctly different types of human societies could coexist is more than possible. It's actually confirmed. And the fact that a hunter-gatherer society would be better equipped for survival is not up for debate either. Most of us today are completely reliant upon the rest of society to provide our food, build our homes, supply our power, and so on. Yeah, if someone just dumped me in the forest and was like, hey Simon, off you go, I'll be dead within 20 minutes. These tribes, on the other hand, require none of this. They have largely maintained their independence and would likely have no trouble surviving without us. In fact, they might even fare much better in the long run without us around to continue inflicting damage upon the Earth's climate. And now, with that out of the way, we need to answer a question I'm sure many of you have been asking since I first explained Graham's theory in the last section. If this civilization did exist, where are its ruins? For this, Graham offers a few different possibilities. However, one that he has put forth time and time again is that his civilization may have been built upon what is now referred to as lost land. For those unfamiliar, lost land is a section of land that existed during prehistoric times but has since disappeared due to either geological shifts, rising tides, or any other catastrophic geological phenomenon such as the one that Graham proposes occurred as a result of the comet impact. Ooh, that's interesting. So it could be underwater somewhere. To make this perfectly clear, lost lands do exist, and scientists have found and studied many of them, such as the Bering Land Bridge, which once connected Russia to Alaska, but is now fully submerged and referred to as the Bering Strait. There are also entire continents that have been lost, such as Zealandia, which was a landmass adjacent to Australia, that is now 94% submerged beneath the Pacific Ocean. Of this continent, only New Zealand remains above sea level, and very little of the once inhabitable land has been explored. That's awesome, I had no idea. New Zealand is basically 6% of another continent. I guess everyone in New Zealand knows this, and they're like, yes, Simon, we know, but that's incredible. Here, among many other places, is where Graham expects we may find lost ruins. However, as many people have pointed out, it's very convenient for Graham to simply claim that his missing ruins are all submerged beneath the ocean, but this idea does make some amount of logical sense. After all, where do cities generally spring up? Yeah, they're by water, by the coast. That's where stuff is. Or by big rivers. And if all of those just suddenly rose up, then they'd all be underwater. That makes sense. My mind remains open. After all, where do cities generally spring up? Exactly, along coasts and waterways. And what areas are now completely underwater and difficult to access because of the rising seas? Well, those very areas. This certainly doesn't prove anything, but Graham maintains there is much to discover under the ocean and that significant resources should be allocated to underwater archaeology for further research. I kind of agree, that'd be awesome. If there's those extra resources available, let's do it. Finding one of these lost cities has been a major goal of Graham's for years, because doing so would prove that humans were building permanent settlements prior to the rising tides that resulted from the Younger Dryas, which, regardless of what caused that rise, was well known before those first civilizations are believed to have arisen. Gods among men. So now it's time to finally talk about some real hard-hitting evidence. Although Graham has many problems with the official historic timeline, one that is central to his entire argument is his belief that the earliest confirmed civilizations seem to have arisen out of nowhere and inexplicably developed many advanced technologies and sciences at the exact same time. As an example, he often points towards the Mayans' rapid development of complex written language, impressive architecture, and use of mathematics and astronomy, saying that it's ludicrous to believe that humans made almost no progress for hundreds of thousands of years and then suddenly pieced all of that together overnight, relatively speaking, without any guidance. I'm not sure. Look, I'm not an expert historian or anything, but if you looked at the last 100 years, the amount of progress that humans have made compared to all of our history is insane. Like, basically, post-industrial revolution. The amount of progress from humanity's just been wild. It's like you have breakthroughs. Furthermore, Graham also points toward the absence of any transitional technologies and says there should be some evidence of attempts and failures along the way. Instead, it appears as if the Mayans and many other early civilizations knew exactly what they were doing and succeeded on their first attempt, making massive technological leaps as they did so. It would be as if Alexander Graham Bell unveiled his first ever telephone, the iPhone. Honestly, we've heard this entire song and dance before, but what makes Graham's claim unique is that he doesn't attribute this advancement to aliens. Good. If he did, I'd be like, forget it, out of the picture. He believes that, as we've discussed, members of his lost civilization were the guiding force. As he theorizes, all the aforementioned advancements were likely developed over the course of tens of thousands of years by his lost civilization, which he believes is a much more reasonable amount of time. Kind of with him. I mean, yeah, we have these breakthroughs, but that does seem to be a lot of stuff that came out of nowhere. After the apocalypse, this civilization then passed on much of their knowledge to later groups such as the Mayans, the Egyptians, and the Mesopotamians, so they would have a much easier time rebuilding. This is why we don't see much evidence of the expected slow, methodical development in those locations. As further evidence that a guiding force was involved, Graham makes several observations about these ancient civilizations that he says can only be explained by assuming his theory is correct. For instance, if what archaeologists claim is true, each of these civilizations developed independently from one another without any type of collaboration or communication, yet they all share certain cultural, social, and architectural commonalities, which Graham says indicates otherwise. For instance, how is it possible that pyramids were constructed in Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Sudan, Iraq, and more without any of these groups contacting or interacting with one another in their early years? Was a pyramid just a fun shape to build, or is there more to the story? There's something natural about building pyramids, though, right? It's not like some genius breakthrough. I feel like people could independently come up with the idea of pyramids. People independently come up with the idea of all sorts of crazy. Also, in addition to the complex way these structures were built, their location and alignment also evidences the fact that their designer possessed more knowledge than they should have had available at the time. The pyramids of Giza are aligned within 1/15 of 1% to true north. A truly impressive achievement. According to Graham, the survivors of his lost civilization may have ordered the construction of the pyramids as a final test to ensure that each of these societies had a functioning understanding of the foundations of science, maths, astronomy, and more. Now we're getting into some pretty wild speculation. This may have also been a way to leave a lasting mark on the world and not be forgotten. To prove all of this, Graham asserts that within many of these ancient cultures' legends, myths, and parables, we see many recurring stories and themes that he believes should be taken literally and examined far more closely than scientists and historians are willing to do. After all, before there was writing, word of mouth was the only way to convey history, and it's likely that most of these stories originated from real, witnessed events. The most famous example of this is the story of a global flood that killed a massive number of people, which exists in some form within the mythos of almost every single ancient culture and religion discovered. This flood, Graham believes, is the flood that resulted from the comet impact. Yeah, it does seem pretty likely that there was a massive flood, because it is written in so many like myths and, ancient cultures and stuff. But again, pretty speculative stuff right now. However, stories of a flood do not prove that an ancient civilization existed or that any transfer of knowledge occurred. To prove this, Graham often turns to other stories, such as the legends of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl? Who knows? In modern-day Mexico, hieroglyphics discovered inside the pyramids of Cholula depict an Aztec deity known as Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, bestowing wisdom upon the Aztec people. This largely aligns with beliefs of the people of that time, who often depicted let's just call him Q as the god of life, light, and wisdom, from whom all knowledge was given. They worshipped the snake-bird hybrid as a deity. However, Graham believes that Q was a member of his lost civilization, the last of a nearly extinct society trying desperately to share their knowledge with the world before dying off. They saw Q as a god, but only because his knowledge was godlike when compared to theirs. What's that? Is it Arthur C. Clarke? Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, so this Q's got that magic going on. Graham also points towards the origin story of an indigenous Amazonian group called the Tucano. Unlike many origin stories throughout history that usually involve a type of divine creation, such as the story of Adam and Eve, theirs states that their ancestors were transported to the Amazon by supernatural beings who showed them how to hunt, farm, fish, forage, and survive in their new home. These beings were very wise and intelligent, and they also provided the Tucano people with a psychedelic substance to help them commune with their ancestors in the spirit world. Graham believes that these supernatural beings are the same ones that the Aztecs called Q, and the reason the Tucano people were transported to a new land is because their old land was destroyed. Again, fine, very speculative.
I don't know. Obviously, all of this is complete speculation.
Explaining the gap. If I've not overwhelmed you with information at this point, you might have noticed there is one large glaring issue with Graham's theory, though we've yet to address. If we assume that a near-extinction event happened about 10,800 BC, and that Graham's claims of a transfer of knowledge is true, then why do we not see evidence of post-comet civilizations until around 4000 BC? How does Graham explain this nearly 7,000-year gap? Well, he claims that it doesn't exist. He claims that scientists have misdated the sites of many early civilizations, and that many of these early sites are built upon even older sites. He often turns the Egyptian Sphinx as proof. Just before we get into that, now I'm more skeptical, because now you're saying this established history isn't true, whereas before you were kind of just like, oh, maybe it could have been like this. But now you're kind of saying that accepted science is wrong, rather than just proposing an alternative. So that's a bit more dubious to me. According to most historians, whoever built the Sphinx must have been part of a large, stable, and reasonably advanced society. The primary evidence for this is logical. Such a massive undertaking would have required a large number of skilled labourers, all of whom would have needed to be fed, housed, and protected, while they laboured away for years building what is ostensibly a giant vanity project. For a society to support such an endeavour, it would have needed to have already developed farming, mastered both basic and advanced building techniques, understood the concept of leverage, had access to tools for carving limestone, and much more. Basically, everyone, including Graham, agrees that whichever group built the Sphinx were proper big brains that lived within a thriving civilization. However, scientists say that no evidence of such a civilization exists prior to 4000 BC. This means that the Sphinx cannot be older than that. But they also say that 2500 BC is a much more reasonable date because there is evidence of a massive construction project that occurred in the area around that time. Okay, fine. Is there any better evidence that it was before that, though? Graham, however, asserts that this project was actually a renovation and points towards signs of water damage on limestone cut out surrounding the Sphinx, which he believes indicates the original work was performed during a time when heavy rains were still occurring in the area. The last time this happened, Graham says, was prior to 5000 BC, well before 2500 or 4000 BC, but the structure could be as old as 12,000 BC, before the cataclysmic meteor event. I'd say that the evidence of a massive construction is more compelling than, well, there was some, water erosion from rain. Graham is not the only person to suggest this, as the Sphinx water erosion hypothesis was actually suggested in 1979 by Egyptologist John Anthony West and further researched in 1990 by Robert Schoch, paleontologist with an interest in history and archaeology. Schoch has long asserted that the erosion seen on the limestone surrounding the Sphinx cannot be explained away by wind or any other types of erosion. Wind leaves distinct horizontal bands, but the bands on the limestone are vertical, indicating only rain could have caused them. Furthermore, since I'm sure everyone is tired of talking about ancient Egypt, Graham has also found even more evidence that this gap does not exist in Asia, specifically at a site called Gunung Padang. So, let's head to the Indonesian island of Java. Here, above a village approximately 4 hours south of Jakarta called Kaya Mukti, there is a long-extinct volcano that is considered sacred by locals because, at its peak, there is a site known as Gunung Panang, which translates to the Mountain of Light or the Mountain of Enlightenment. The reason this area is considered sacred is because after ascending exactly 370 steps to the mountain's peak, there's an ancient site that contains tens of thousands of hexagonal volcanic slabs spread across a large open area. Although once forgotten by the locals, the site was written about in 1890 by Dutch historian Rogier Verbeek, but the site was not seriously inspected until the 1980s when it was rediscovered by local farmers who began treating it as a spiritual site. According to Graham, archaeologists initially attempted to dismiss Gunung Padang as a natural formation because volcanic rocks can take the distinct hexagonal shape naturally without human interference. However, after more investigation, it became clear that many of the rocks were laid out in long, evenly spaced rows that resembled large rectangular rooms. While they certainly could have been naturally formed, their placement was anything but natural. Furthermore, the site was actually much larger than originally thought, as not only the summit of the mountain had been stacked with blocks, the slopes of the site had been reinforced with those same blocks, making the area cover up to 37 acres. This made it clear that the site was anything but natural, as the building techniques used to construct it were now obvious to anyone who looked. Essentially, when envisioning this site, imagine a wide, 5-layer pyramid constructed from dirt and reinforced by large shards of volcanic rock. Could this pyramid-like structure be another site where Graham's lost civilization attempted to rebuild? In 1980, scientists from the Bandung Institute of Archaeology and other groups began to study and map out the area. At this point, the site was determined to have been constructed in 500 BC. However, Graham disagrees with this date, and he's not alone. Sometime around 2011, an Indonesian geologist named Danny Hilman Nata Widjaja began conducting independent research of his own. While most of the work done by other researchers had been performed above ground, Danny began excavating a section of the site that was approximately 4 meters deep. Here, he found artifacts that he states date back to around 5,200 BC. Okay, here's something. After this, he began drilling deep into the ground, taking samples of the Earth's layers. The first few meters were consistent with the artifacts they had already discovered, but the deeper they went, the older the evidence became. By the time they reached the deepest depths of the site, they were finding datable materials that stretched back as far as 22,000 BC, well into the last ice age. He also discovered evidence that the rocks had been cut and indicators that some had been used as joints for stone structures that had collapsed long ago. What this indicated to Danny and Graham was that each of these rocks, all 50,000 of them, must have been shaped for construction thousands of years before archaeologists believed that humans were doing anything but roaming the earth in packs. No human remains were found at the site, which means it likely wasn't used as a burial site, but it could have been used as a ritual site. Using ground-penetrating radar, Danny was also able to scan 30 meters below the surface, and this is where he discovered something else unexpected. 3 large rectangular voids that resemble the chambers seen underneath other pyramids across the world. One was, this is pretty fascinating. Like, my open mind is now being like, really? I feel like I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop to be like, oh no, it's all natural and most scientists agree. But this is pretty wild stuff. One was at a depth of 10 meters, the next at 20, a third at 30. There could be many more, but because of the difficult location of the site, the excavation work has been put on hold. Now, the final site we'll be discussing today is one I say for last, because recently it is the site that Graham points to most often. Göbekli Tepe is a site situated atop a limestone plateau in the foothills of the Taurus Mountains in present-day Turkey. At this site, archaeologists have unearthed a series of circular T-shaped stone pillars, many of which depict animals, clothing, and other human-like features carved into them. Statues of boars, sculptures of reptiles, and animal totem poles, all carved out of stone, have also been discovered. The site is believed to have been constructed around 9,500 BC and shows signs that it was inhabited until at least 8,000 BC. To date, it is considered one of the oldest known manifestations of human-made monumental architecture, but the real kicker is that only an estimated 5% of the site has been fully excavated. Although it was first rediscovered in 1963, the significance of the site was not known until around 1994 when German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt began an excavation. Schmidt believed it was a sanctuary used by roaming hunter-gatherers, one of the earliest known examples of a human-made temple for worship. However, more recent excavations and research have shown something even more interesting. There is evidence of villages and carved channels that were likely used for rainwater harvesting, both of which would indicate that the site housed people long-term. For Graham, this all but confirms his theory that there were older civilizations. However, there is much more to the story than he wants to admit. The shoe's gonna drop, isn't it? Because I'm like, dude, this Graham dude might actually be onto something. This is pretty convincing. And I can now see that the next section is titled Smashing Dreams. So I get the feeling that Matt's about to ruin this for everyone. Because I'm like, this would be a major discovery. At this point, we've come to the end of Graham's evidence, all that we'll be discussing, at least. So where exactly does that leave us? Well, unfortunately, it's time for me to decode some unknowns and tear down all of your dreams in the process. If you haven't already figured it out, the biggest issue with Graham's theory is that there is no real legitimate evidence to support it. Yes, it's all speculation, but those rooms beneath that pyramid and stuff, but then you're like, yeah, they could just be naturally formed, like weird forms in nature all the time. So it's just speculation. Everything Graham uses as evidence exists solely within scientific gaps, meaning that anything science cannot explain is accepted as part of the theory, while everything else is deliberately ignored. This is just classic cherry picking, combined with the fact that archaeology is a very complicated field with many such gaps. Furthermore, when trying to fill these gaps, Graham speculates heavily and often jumps through many hoops, deliberately ignoring the simple solution in preference of one that fits his narrative. For example, as we've discussed, Graham points towards water erosion on the limestone cutout surrounding the Sphinx as proof that civilization arose in ancient Egypt sometime when rainfall was still occurring in Giza. However, he ignores the fact that no other evidence of such a society has been unearthed. There are no signs of agriculture, permanent housing, or waste that one would expect to find from that time period if a civilization had existed. These things would be very hard to miss. He also ignores the fact that scientists now believe rainfall may have been occurring in Giza as late as 2200 BC. Instead of accepting this much simpler solution as to why water erosion would be present, he prefers to say that archaeologists are lying about the age of the Sphinx and have changed their story to fit their own narrative. As for the proof within ancient myths angle, Graham also picks and chooses when deciding what ancient myths to incorporate into his theory. If you recall, he loves to bring up Q, the god depicted inside the Pyramid of Cholula, but he does not address the many other explanations for who this mysterious god could be. The Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, also believe that Q was real, a physical being that visited the Mesoamerican people as depicted in the hieroglyphs. However, they believe that he was actually Jesus Christ himself in disguise. Okay, Mormons, sure. Graham obviously does not believe this to be the case, but he cannot support why his own theory is superior to theirs. And this issue leads us directly into the next. As for claims that his theory is being completely ignored by mainstream archaeology, that is mostly true, but not for the reasons that Graham claims. Although he likes to elevate his own theory above the rest, Graham's prehistoric civilization theory is just one of thousands of alternate prehistoric theories put forth throughout the years by different people and groups. And among these theories, his is not even a particularly convincing one. Most archaeologists don't have the time or desire to rebut him, not because they believe he's right and could destroy their credibility, but because they consider him to be so out of touch that doing so would be pointless. Yeah, it's like, if you're a crazy person and you want to debate with someone, they're just going to be like, no, not interested in doing this because it's a pointless waste of my time and I don't want to debate with every crazy person on the internet. Just go read my peer-reviewed work, please. They don't believe he or his followers can be convinced, so most don't even try. However, there are some who do, and Graham has debated them publicly. They point out many of the issues that I've pointed out throughout this section, but Graham simply ignores them and keeps pushing his theory. Graham also relies on the word of scientists who do not follow the proper scientific method. For instance, when looking back at Gunung Padang, the site in Southeast Asia, where the volcanic rocks were discovered and dated back as far as 22,000 BC, Graham relies heavily on the research of Danny Hillman Natuwajaja. The problem with this is Danny's carbon dating methods are considered non-standard, and he has not released his full findings for the scientific community to verify. Well, in that case, we can't take them seriously at all. If you think they're real, submit them for publication to a journal and see what the peer review process does to it. In fact, one of the reasons that his research into this site has been put on hold, allegedly, is that his research was destructive to the site and was not producing anything of scientific value. Uh-oh. Additionally, the date that Danny has provided for the site has changed dramatically over the years. Depending on what publication or person he was speaking with at the time, his interpretation of his own data has fluctuated by thousands of years, which casts serious doubt on his credibility. As for Göbekli Tepe, despite what Graham claims, there's no evidence that the site was the location of a full civilization. While the exact reason for the site's construction is unknown, the reason for its location is obvious. Because it was built on the highest point on the edge of a mountain, it overlooks a large plain that was once lush with wildlife such as sheep, goats, gazelles, and other animals. This provided the people who resided in and around the site with a source of meat, but these plains were also once packed with wild cereal, such as wheat and barley. Grindstones and mortars and pestles at the site suggest that the hunter-gatherers who used the site may have used these to process the wild cereals into something edible to help supplement their diet and allow them to stay in one place without developing agriculture. Although it was assumed that hunter-gatherers never attempted to build anything similar during this time, it appears that the archaeologists were incorrect about this one thing. Even without inventing agriculture, they seem to have devoted much time and effort into building this location, which seems to serve very little purpose. Yes, but we as humans, we love building things that seem to serve very little purpose, like in the future. Like, people are going to look back at our world today and be like, God, people spent a lot of time building these cathedrals to worship the sky man, didn't they? Why? So where does that leave us? Overall, Graham is a fantastic storyteller, which is one of the reasons he's gained the following that he has, but much of what he says is demonstrably false. He uses could have and may have far too often when speculating wildly and offers no tangible evidence. His new series on Netflix, Netflix, what are you doing? Don't become like the History Channel. Ancient Apocalypse. Oh, Netflix. Attempted to convince audiences that his theory was somewhat plausible, but when you break it down to its core components, there's very little value there. The Silurians. Alright, look, we've been talking about Graham's theory for so long that you may have forgotten there's a second part to today's episode. Oh, I totally had. Yeah, that's right. The idea that a non-human civilization may have existed millions of years in the past, long before humans ever evolved. So that's what we're going to spend the remainder of this episode discussing, but don't worry, it's not going to take nearly as long. As the title of this chapter suggests, the primary theory for this type of civilization is the Silurian hypothesis. For the nerds out there like me, yes, this theory is famously named after the Silurians from the television show Doctor Who, an ancient race of lizard people who existed before humans, but have gone into hibernation. Okay, in this real theory, however, there is no hibernation, and the Silurians, if they were real, are not specifically lizard people. This is just a catch-all term for a possible ancient race. You probably shouldn't have named it after something in Doctor Who then, should you? Because it just makes it seem a bit silly. Because it is silly. According to Jan Zalasevic, a geologist from the University of Leicester in the UK, it is highly unlikely that if every human on Earth were to suddenly vanish this afternoon, there would be much evidence of our existence in 10 million years' time, which does give credit for this possibility. This is even true for cities and other urban areas that are highly developed, as given enough time, rain, wind, and other eroding forces would make quick work of even the largest man-made structures. Yeah, but haven't we done stuff? Like, with nuclear things and decay, and we've made, like, artificial things that will just be around forever. Like plastic or something. For this reason, we wouldn't expect to find any ruins, trash, or artifacts. There would likely be fossils to discover, but the fossil record is sporadic and incomplete, to say the least, so it's not impossible to think that we may have completely missed a species or a million years along the way. So hearing that, an ancient race does sound possible. However, there are a few indicators that we would expect to see that we do not, the largest of which is carbon. Let me explain. While there's no way to know for sure, it is safe to assume that any ancient species that evolved on Earth while having access to the same earthly elements as humans did would have advanced, technologically speaking, along similar lines. This is not to say that they would have advanced in the exact same way and order as we did, because that would be highly improbable, but it does mean that they most likely would have taken similar leaps. For instance, no civilization would have been able to develop metalworking without first harnessing the power of fire, and no modern cancer research centers would exist if not for the advent of written language. Therefore, if we are to assume this, then we could also safely assume that any species that progressed into the industrial age would have certainly had to utilize some sort of energy, and it's unlikely that they would have made the jump directly from the water wheel to the nuclear reactor. This means that, barring the possibility that there were powerful resources available to them that no longer exist today, we would likely see signs of them harvesting the same types of basic resources for power generation that we use today, such as coal and oil. But we do not. Additionally, by studying sediment layers, we would see a large spike in carbon. But again, we do not. At least, not on the scale of full industrial civilization. Another key factor for this type of civilization would be a period of rapid temperature increases that could indicate artificially caused climate change similar to the type of change seen today, albeit likely on a much greater scale. This assumption makes sense because our need for power has only grown exponentially since the onset of the Industrial Revolution less than 300 years ago, and it will likely continue to grow at a similar pace unless massive scientific breakthroughs are discovered. If this happened in the past, the energy usage would have been astronomical after just a few thousand years of industrialization, which would have caused massive and sudden temperature spikes. Truthfully, we do see many of these types of spikes happening all throughout the Earth's history, but there is simply not enough evidence to say definitively that they were caused by an industrial civilization. It's far more likely that they, like the temperature changes seen during the Younger Dryas, were natural. However, none of this excludes the possibility that a species may have evolved to our intellectual level without ever advancing into the Industrial Revolution, so there may be evidence out there somewhere that we've yet to discover. Maybe they are the lizard people who have been seeking for so long, only time will tell. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I find it's extremely unlikely, there's no evidence for it. Is it impossible? No, because it's very hard to prove a negative. And that's kind of it. And that is that Decoded. Thanks for watching. If you like this show, leave it a rating on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. See you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon, one of my writers, in this case Danny. Thank you, Danny. Script: Elvis Presley lives, the conspiracy theory that will not die. Well, maybe we can finally kill it in this episode, Danny, because it's obviously nonsense, isn't it? Let's just jump in. If you're new here, the forebetters have never read this before. We're going to read it and explore it together, dear audience. Let's go. It wasn't the most dignified way for a man described as the greatest cultural force of the 20th century to go. Wasn't he on the Wasn't he having a crap or something when he died? It's unfortunate. On August the 16th, 1977, Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll, was found slumped on a bathroom floor in his Graceland home in Memphis, Tennessee, after having fallen somewhat ungracefully from the toilet. Elvis the Pelvis was pronounced dead shortly afterward, at the age of just 42. But considering that he's supposed to be dead, Elvis certainly seems to have been keeping himself surprisingly busy over the last 45 years. It'd also be, wow, it's kind of crazy that Elvis would be 87, right? So, even though he died 10 years before I was born, theoretically, he could still be alive. In fact, what's the average age people live to? 90? Or is it 80? No, it's 90, isn't it? Or is it 80? I don't know how long people live. But he could definitely still be alive. But he's not. I mean, he wouldn't be, because he was also very unhealthy and stuff. But didn't he eat, like, fried loaves of bread or something crazy like that? Like, with peanut butter inside? Some maniac. He's been spotted doing a spot of shopping, attending to the grounds in Graceland, enjoying a trip to Legoland, making surprise cameos in movies, and even attending his own 82nd memorial birthday party. Well, it would be poor etiquette not to bother showing up for that, wouldn't it? Perhaps more dignified, on the same day that he supposedly made his very last difficult visit to the bathroom, it's alleged that a man who bore a startling resemblance to Elvis was seen at Memphis International Airport boarding a flight to the Argentine capital Buenos Aires, a city which was rife with Elvis sightings over the next few years. The name used by the mysterious passenger was John Burroughs, an alias that Elvis was known to have regularly used when checking into hotels. Okay, it's not a bad starting place for a conspiracy theory, is it? It's enough to make suspicious minds wonder if Elvis really did leave the building on that day. If nothing dodgy was going on, why was his corpse strangely sweaty? Or why was there so much disagreement over his exact cause of death? And why is his death certificate still sealed until 2027? It is? I mean, why was his corpse strangely sweaty? I mean, it was a really terrible time on the toilet. I'd imagine he's just taking a crap and it's like really, he's like, Argh! He's like straining, he's getting all sweaty, and then his brain gives a little bit, you know, there's like, he has a stroke or whatever, or a bleed in his brain and dies. Just before we continue with today's video, it's brought to you by the fantastic folks over at Foria. Have you ever wanted how to keep your skin feeling as fresh and as radiant as you feel inside? Well, Foreo Sweden has the answer. This is the UFO 3. It's the ultimate deep facial hydration device. Look, I'm not exactly a skincare guru. That's not why you're here. I do facts. I don't do beauty regimes. But look, even I know hydrated skin is nice skin. And that's where the UFO 3 comes in. It's like a spa day for your face. It increases skin moisture by a whopping 126% in just 2 minutes, which is pretty incredible. I brush my teeth for 2 minutes and the teeth get no extra moisture whatsoever. But UFO 3 does exactly that. In fact, it's clinically proven to reduce the appearance of wrinkles in just 1 week. Well, the UFO 3 combines warming thermotherapy, cooling cryotherapy, and full-spectrum LED light therapy to give you the ultimate skincare experience. Plus, there's an easy mode, so you just press the button and you're good to go. You can also customize your skincare routine with the Foreo app that guides you through treatments, making your skincare routine a breeze. Foreo have a special offer for you. Click the link below to get a 30% discount on the UFO 3, and if you use the code unknown10, you'll get an additional 10% discount, which is nice. Don't wait, because this offer is only for the first 50 people. Trust me, you don't want to miss out. Your skin will thank you. And now back to today's video. And could it be that Elvis is either still in hiding from the mafia, or was quietly replaced by his identical twin brother, or took on a new role and identity of singing pastor Bob Joyce from Arkansas? No spoilers, but I can already confirm that at least one of these theories isn't true. I think they're all not true, Danny. It's probably what we're going to find out, isn't it? Promised Land. I've only ever seen one Elvis tribute act, and even that was entirely accidental. Well, it wasn't a proper Elvis show. It was more a kind of a talent competition in which anyone was welcome to take to the stage and try and entertain the crowd for a few minutes. I was hoping to get up there myself and perform my acclaimed sock puppet reenactment of the crucifixion of Christ, but I chickened out at the last minute. It's like hilarious and disrespectful, Danny. The other guy was braver than me, though. He jumped onto the stage in his white jumpsuit. They always wear the white jumpsuit, and mumbled along to an Elvis song, although the performance largely seemed to consist of him just going, ah, every few seconds. He did not win the contest. I can never do this. I'll be too embarrassed. It's like, however this is, whatever this is, it's always cringe. It struck me afterwards that for all I know, I might have just glimpsed the real Elvis. He does seem to get around quite a bit, although I'm not sure his travels would ever extend to this grotty old pub in Rotherham. But it stands to reason that if Elvis was ever considering a post-death career, then working as an Elvis impersonator would probably make perfect sense. He did have a pretty unusual career, even back when he was alive, and maybe it's not quite as consistently successful as some people seem to remember. Now, don't get me wrong, one of the most influential artists of all time who began a rock and roll revolution has probably done more to transform the shape of popular music than anybody else in history. As John Lennon once noted, before Elvis, there was nothing. And once again, John Lennon, you're wrong, because there was lots of music before Elvis. Didn't Elvis famously take, like, what was it? It was called, like, roll and rocking or rock and roller music before Elvis came along. And I can't really remember, but didn't he just make it popular with white people? Isn't that, like, Elvis's thing? Like, John Lennon, there was definitely music before Elvis. John Lennon, he always seems to be such a... And it's not about ancient history. Even today, Elvis still holds an impressive amount of world records, including the most certified gold and platinum albums, the most singles and albums to chart on Billboard, and the most convincing demonstration of a lip curl ever seen. Didn't Taylor Swift just overtake one of Elvis's records? Like longest time in the charts or something like that. You know what's weird? I don't know if I think I know any of Taylor Swift's music, but Taylor Swift seems like a legend. Like, anything I ever read about Taylor Swift, she's up to something awesome. Like, there was something to do with her records. Everyone's probably, like, way more familiar on, like, Taylor Swift lore than I am. But didn't she have some dispute with one of her early record labels? So she's just like, F you, I'm just going to go into the studio, record all the songs exactly the same again, and that means they're different, and they're mine. And then she releases them herself. Just like, that is the ultimate middle finger. So, yeah, I don't know. Whenever I read something like that, it's always like, Taylor Swift's up to some cool shit.
Isn't that like the sweetest thing ever?
According to the Recording Industry Association of America, Elvis has sold over 146 million albums, although this only puts him third in the all-time list, behind the Beatles in pole position with 183 million sales, and for reasons that I can't even fathom to begin, Garth Brooks in second place with 157 million. I'm embarrassed to say, I don't know who the Garth Brooks is. Who is Garth Brooks? How is he sold more? Who did we have in third? Elvis? Garth Brooks. American country singer. Oh my god, I can't believe that the third most popular recording artist of all time I'd never heard of. I thought Garth... What's that? Who's Garth? Isn't there some Garth from like a famous movie? I feel like there's some old stoner movie with some dude called Garth. Wayne's World! Yes! That's right! That's the only Garth I know. Second place, 157 million. Okay. So that's more than like Michael Jackson, Coldplay, like all of these giant bands and artists. Garth Brooks, who I'd never heard of.
It's like people only do things because they get paid. And that's just really sad.
Yet in a career that spans 1956 until his fake death in 1977, there were plenty of ups and downs, and arguably there were more downs than ups. His 1956 breakout single, Heartbreak Hotel, may not have been the very first rock and roll single, but it's widely considered to be the record that introduced and defined the genre to the masses when it first topped the charts. This was followed up by an intense few years of glorious success as both a performer and a prolific movie star, although not everyone was a fan of the rebellious bad boy persona and the suggestive hip swiveling. Legendary US broadcaster Ed Sullivan described the performances of Elvis as unfit for family viewing, whilst the New York Times observed, popular music has reached its lowest depths in the grunt and groin antics of one Elvis Presley. Oh, the New York Times, sure, this would be so disappointed by today. Oh, it's got so much more extreme. But which way did you think the world was heading? Elvis, who rotates his pelvis, gave an exhibition that was vulgar, tinged with the kind of animalism that should be confined to dives and bordellos. These shameless displays of vulgarity were put on hold for a couple of years when Elvis was quite cheerfully drafted into military service in 1958. But after being honourably discharged in 1960, Elvis arguably squandered the next 8 years. Under the guidance of his manager, Colonel Tom Parker, he turned his back on live performances and proper albums, focusing instead on appearing in a long list of cheap films, for which he also performed the soundtracks. By the time we hit the latter end of the 60s, the king of rock and roll's crown had lost its shine, and he was even beginning to look and feel a little old hat as he lost ground to the new sounds of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Beach Boys, and Freddie and the Dreamers. Another one, never heard of. Freddie and the Dreamers, who are you? The Beatles, Rolling Stones, and the Beach Boys are all legendary bands who are somehow outsold by that Garth dude. Elvis finally got his act together again when he staged a remarkable TV comeback performance in 1968, which led to a few more years of wildly successful tours and an extended residency in Las Vegas, although he still wasn't bothering the charts too much. However, the personal life, career, and health of Elvis would slump into serious decline by 1973, and it was a slump from which he would sadly never recover. Those Las Vegas residencies are insane, right? I feel like Celine Dion did one, Adele does one or did one, and don't they pay like millions of dollars a day? Or something utterly mad like that. And you just gotta go, like, live in Las Vegas for a year, perform, or however long, perform shows, get paid millions, and then you leave. I'm excited, like, when Las Vegas residencies finally come, and it's like, YouTubers, come, Simon, your Las Vegas residency awaits. Tell us all stories, Simon, come on, just tell us the same story night after night after night, and we'll pay you millions a day. Very excited about that clearly fictional future. Elvis had married Priscilla Beaulieu in 1967, and his only child, Lisa Marie, was born exactly 9 months after their wedding day. I feel like Lisa Marie Presley recently died. Is that true? It was actually Elvis's big comeback in 1968, which ended up putting a strain on the initially happy marriage, as his renewed commitment to touring meant that he was usually away from home. Whilst he was playing away, it was alleged that he embarked on a string of affairs, which eventually led to divorce in 1973. Elvis had also clearly let himself go, a situation not helped by his obsession with fried peanut butter sandwiches and biscuits and gravy. That was it. Oh, that does sound good. Like, I'll definitely try a fried peanut butter sandwich. That sounds pretty tasty. He reportedly once spent around $16,000 taking his private jet on overnight trips to Denver just because he had a craving for a particular sandwich, a fool's gold loaf that could only be bought at the Colorado Mine Company. And $16,000 is in like 1970s money. In today's money, that's a lot more. It's got to be like $100,000 easy. On top of that, he'd also become addicted to a long list of painkillers being prescribed to him by Dr. George Nicopolis, and once spent 3 days in a coma after overdosing on barbiturates. Imagine coming out of that coma and being like, probably lay off that Valium, shouldn't I? Isn't that what happened to what's-his-face? Didn't Jordan Peterson have like some sort of coma or because he was addicted to... Was it barbiturates? His life is wild, dude. He's just wild-ass life. Whilst grappling the other serious health issues, Elvis still continued to perform, and wasn't it in Russia? Oh my god, I've got to look that up. I vaguely heard this, like bits and pieces. The gyrating hips and swing moves of the 1950s have been replaced by the sad sight of a bloated man in a jumpsuit who was drugged up to the eyeballs as he struggled to remember the words that propelled him to stardom whilst desperately trying to reach the end of each set without keeling over. And yet he kept limping on and on, all shook up. On the very same day that he died, Elvis had been due to embark on yet another soul-crushing tour. The previous evening, he had popped out for a drive through Memphis before returning to Graceland to spend the whole night playing racquetball. Okay. You're eating your fried peanut butter sandwiches, you're very out of shape, and you're just like, yeah, I play racquetball all night. Elvis was finding it difficult to find real friends at this point, and even his opponent on the racquetball court wasn't a buddy as such. Elvis was generously paying the guy to play racquetball with him all night long. Not a bad line of work, really. I don't know. That sounds pretty bad. Like, just having to play racquetball all night? I don't know. It doesn't sound that great. The following day, Elvis had been due to take a flight to Portland for the first leg of his latest tour, but the audience were destined to be disappointed. Well, they would have been disappointed even if it had shown up, but the news that came out of Graceland that day sent shockwaves throughout the world. Elvis had been dating Ginger Alden for around a year, and the couple were now engaged to be wed, although other members of Elvis's family didn't seem convinced that Ginger planned to go through with it. It was Ginger who found Elvis, unofficially dead, in the second-floor bathroom at around 2 p.m, lying face down on the floor in a completely unresponsive state, with his pajama bottoms around his ankles. Oh, it's not the way you want to go, is it? I'd have just tidied him up and be like, no, he died in his sleep. One of the Graceland cooks had apparently heard a loud noise coming from upstairs about 4 hours earlier, but didn't believe it to be anything of great concern, so Elvis had presumably been lying there for quite some time. Fiancée Ginger Alden later recalled in her 2014 memoir, quote, "I stood paralysed as I took in the scene. Elvis looked as if his entire body had been completely frozen in a seated position while using the commode, and then had fallen forward in that fixed position directly in front of it." Oh, it's not good. It's not good, is it? It was believed that a severely constipated Elvis had had a bad reaction to codeine and had suffered from excruciating pain while attempting to use the toilet before stiffly falling face down on the floor. Yeah, codeine is, a class of drugs called opiates, which are famous for making you can't not be able to take a shit, right? But there was controversy and suspicion almost from the very beginning. I'm not talking about the mysterious black helicopter that supposedly landed at Graceland and then took off again shortly before the supposed body of Elvis was taken to a hospital. And I'm not talking about the guy who later checked into Memphis International Airport to board a flight to Buenos Aires. I'm talking about the quite legitimate reasons why some fans were being lied to over the cause of death. Memphis medical examiner Jerry Francisco appeared to be in quite a hurry to make a public announcement which would reassure fans that the cause of death was perfectly natural and that no drugs were involved whatsoever. Yeah, but everyone knows he's on loads of drugs. Right? Did we already well establish that? Just one day after Elvis died, Francisco issued a statement to the press which revealed that his tentative ruling for the immediate cause of death was cardiac arrhythmia. He went on to stress that any prescription drugs taken by Elvis would certainly not have been a contributing factor. He's like just covering for his mate, allegedly, my opinion. Shortly afterwards, Jerry Francisco's medical examiner report went into a little more detail, concluding that Presley had the clogged arteries of an 80-year-old man and that he died from hypertensive heart disease associated with atherosclerotic heart disease. Yeah. I mean, look, dude, if you're eating like fried peanut butter sandwiches, I mean, come on, that's kind of where you expect to go. Like, that's how it's going to be. It seemed a little odd that Francisco had been in such a panicked hurry to quash any speculation over how exactly Elvis had died, whilst reassuring everyone that the king hadn't been involved in any dodgy activity. It was also a little odd that he announced his initial findings long before either an autopsy or a toxicology analysis had been completed. Indeed, when the toxicology report was eventually released, it didn't entirely fit in with Francisco's findings, as it showed that the body of Elvis was pumped full of prescription drugs, including a level of codeine that was over 10 times the usual prescribed range. Holy shit. He has either a tolerance or was mega high. Francisco's reputation as a medical professional was placed in doubt when it was reported that even his own colleagues didn't agree with his conclusions. You can't blame them, really. Not only had he jumped the gun with a tentative ruling, but it also turns out that cardiac arrhythmia is a condition which can only be identified in a patient who's still alive. Francisco, did you go to medical school? What's going on? Yet Francisco angrily doubled down on his claims. Bro, if it is medical fact that an arrhythmia can only be diagnosed while the person is still alive, why would you be writing that down? And then why would you double down on that? And he insisted that Elvis had died from natural causes. That sounds natural. A cardiac arrhythmia. Doesn't that sound like... I mean, if he died from, like, eating and clogged arteries, that is a natural death. Oh, wait, that's what he's saying happened. And everyone else is like, it's drugs. I'm sorry. My brain is too slow. I don't know why I came to that. I pointed out that the only drugs found in Presley's system were perfectly legal drugs prescribed by his personal physician, Dr. George Nichopoulos. Not everyone was happy with this controversial and slightly dubious handling, and of course this naturally fueled theories that Jerry Francisco, and perhaps even higher authorities, were trying to cover something up. The family of Elvis certainly seemed keen to get a second opinion when they later requested a private autopsy. And this is where many reports into the whole Elvis lives story start to get a bit confused over all the official documentation. Quite a few sources will confidently tell you that the official death certificate was released shortly after the king's passing, and this backed up Francisco's not wholly convincing claim that Elvis died from heart disease and that drugs had nothing to do with it. Other sources will tell you that the results of the second autopsy requested by the Presley family are sealed until 2027, and this is the document that will finally reveal the whole truth when it's released in just a few years. But these claims are just the result of jumbled up paperwork. The only document to have been released to date is the aforementioned medical examiner's report from Jerry Francisco. It's the official death certificate, which remains sealed until the year 2027. And that sounds a bit fishy, right? There have apparently been numerous attempts over the last years to get this certificate released to the public, but all have failed. So what are they trying to hide? Well, in fact, this is just how they roll in Tennessee. Ever since 1908, all new death certificates are kept by the Tennessee Office of Vital Records and are considered by state law to be strictly confidential until 50 years have passed, at which point they're made public. Okay, so it sounds like... surely this sort of conspiracy just immediately dies whenever you're presented with a fact like that. Why are they hiding Elvis's death certificate? Because they hide everyone's death certificate because it's the law until 50 years later. Surely that just crushes that element of a conspiracy theory. But I know people will have something to be like, yeah, however... and it's like that the however is never that convincing. And it's just like, we'll find out in however many years that it is boring. I promise you. What's the year now? 2024? In 3 years? We're just going to find out the same thing, and it's just not that interesting. That's it. That's really it. So this will indeed be released in around 4 years, which is when we'll get to see if the original coroner agreed with Jerry Francisco or thought he was talking out of his arse. My prediction, he doesn't agree, it had something to do with drugs. In my opinion, that's my thoughts. As for the results from the private autopsy requested by the Presley family, this is obviously not sealed as it's a private document which belongs to the family, is unlikely to ever see the light of day unless a future Presley decides to make a few bucks from it. So, without these two last bits of documentation, are we any closer to finding out the exact cause of death? Well, it's safe to say that Elvis hadn't been partaking in anything illegal. During his lifetime, he was pretty vocal about his contempt for illegal substances, and no illegal drugs, or even alcohol for that matter, showed up in the toxicology analysis. Yeah, you don't need illegal drugs where you've got 10 times the prescribed amount of codeine in your system. It's kind of hypocritical, isn't it?
On a daily basis, I consume enough drugs to sedate Manhattan, Long Island, and Queens.
It's more a question of whether heart failure was the cause of death, or heart failure was perhaps a symptom of binging on overprescribed medication. In 1994, the coroner, Dr. Joseph Davis, took another look into the original investigation and concluded that he pretty much agreed with Jerry Francisco that heart failure was the root cause. He reckons, quote, "The position of Elvis Presley's body was such that he was about to sit down on the commode when the seizure occurred. He pitched forward onto the carpet, his rear in the air, and was dead by the time he hit the floor. If it had been a drug overdose, he would have slipped into an increasing state of slumber, he would have pulled up his pajama bottoms and crawled to the door to seek help. It takes hours to die from drugs. Everything points to a sudden, violent heart attack." But other medical professionals disagree, and it has long been suggested that Elvis died from the serious abuse of legal drugs which Dr. George Nichopoulos was effectively providing by the truckload. Dr. George Nichopoulos, commonly known as Dr. Nick, well, that's easier. Really? I guess this was before The Simpsons. Had a preference for celebrity patients, counting Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis, and several other big names amongst his client list. He first started treating Elvis for saddle sores in 1967 before taking on the role of personal physician to the king in 1970. The pair apparently became good friends, and Dr. Nick later served as one of the pallbearers at his funeral. But was it a friendship based entirely on the overinflated size of Dr. Nick's prescriptions? And did these prescriptions play a part in Elvis ending up in the very coffin that Dr. Nick was helping to carry? Maybe. Alarm bells began ringing when an investigation later revealed that during the last couple of years of Presley's life, Dr. Nick had prescribed him over 19,000 pills and vials, including strong painkillers, uppers, downers, and in-betweeners. You have to wonder how Elvis found the time to neck quite so many pills every day. And whilst it can be tricky at the best of times to remember to pack all your medications for trips away, imagine what it must have been like for Elvis when he was away on tour. Not to worry though, Dr. Nick apparently took care of all of that, packing him up with no less than 3 large suitcases of drugs for every trip. Although he argued this was intended for the whole of the touring crew, who were presumably just as wired as Elvis. That's f***ed up, dude. If you're a doctor prescribing that many drugs for someone, just be like, should I be doing this? Does this seem right?
And they knew about the drugs. Well, they said they'd get you off them. Said they'd give me more.
This obviously led to concern and downright anger from some Elvis fans who blamed Dr. Nick for the death of their hero, arguing that there was no justification for prescribing quite so many pills. It's perhaps no coincidence in 1979, Dr. Nick was shot in the chest while watching a football game. He survived to tell the tale, and the attacker was never caught, but it's often been suggested that the culprit was a disgruntled Elvis fan. Holy I mean, yes. I mean, maybe you're of the opinion that he gave him too many drugs, but also, you know, there's some responsibility for your man there, taking those drugs, you know? Don't shoot someone. Dr. Nick had more than one lone gunman to deal with in 1980 when he was finally put on trial, charged with 14 counts of overprescribing drugs to patients, including Elvis and Jerry Lee Lewis. Dr. Nick's defense was that he always served the best interests of Elvis to try and control his addiction to medication. He feared that if he ever turned down a request from Elvis, the star may have been tempted to source his pills from the streets instead. This seems a tad unlikely, considering Elvis had such a strong aversion to illegal street drugs. Yeah, but when you're coming down from, codeine or whatever, you're going to get pretty desperate. Your moral convictions about street drugs are going to be like, yo. And he's Elvis Presley. He'll just be like, yo, go find me some drugs. If Dr. Nick leaves, he'll just be like, yo, assistant, find me some drugs. They'll be like, yes, sir, Mr. Presley. And I can't help feeling that if Dr. Nick was trying to sensibly control the addiction, then prescribing over 19,000 drugs within 2 years was a strange way of going about it. However, quite incredibly, he was acquitted of all charges when the jury agreed that he was always serving the best interests of his patients. Okay then, I guess 19,000 pills was in Presley's best interests. Might not have been but I wasn't there on the jury, I wasn't there in the trial. Fine. Okay, we'll let it go. That very same year, though, the Tennessee Board of Medical Examiners took a slightly different view when they concluded that whilst Dr. Nick had not been behaving in an unethical manner, he had been guilty of overprescribing controlled substances. The decision was taken to suspend Dr. Nick's medical license for 3 months and to place him on probation for 3 years. But Dr. Nick still couldn't curb his overwhelming generosity. He was like the medically trained brother of Santa Claus. He was again hauled up before the Tennessee Board of Medical Examiners in 1992, now accused of overprescribing medication to known addicts, which amounted to gross malpractice and unethical conduct. This time, he had his license permanently revoked. Dude, getting your medical license revoked is like, what do you do after that? Because you've spent 7 years, 6 years in medical school, then however many decades becoming a doctor, and then they're like, if you get that stripped away, do you just go to Mexico and become a mob doctor or something? What do you do? Because you've got all these skills, but you've just, done something terribly bad. Dr. Nick later whimpered, but his only problem was that he cared too much. With relation to Elvis in particular, he gave an interview to the Daily Beast in 2009, 7 years before his own death, in which he complained, "No one understands that Elvis was so complicated. I worked so hard just to keep things together, and then they turned the tables on me after he died and decided I was to blame." I don't think we'll ever reach a universal agreement on whether any blame should be thrown in Dr. Nick's direction. I think some amount should be. Do I think he's primarily to blame? Absolutely not. Do I think he is somewhat? Yeah, okay. It's true that Jerry Francisco's mad rush to make a statement on the cause of death now seems like a deliberate attempt to close down any speculation or controversy relating to drugs. And it's possible that he may have been acting on behalf of the family, who were keen to preserve the reputation of Elvis and hide any association with drug addiction, legal or otherwise. But ironically, it was probably the shifty and unconvincing nature of these early arguments that ignited a great deal of immediate speculation of a cover-up. Let's face it, Elvis was not in the healthiest shape in 1977 anyway, and it was only a matter of time before all those fried peanut butter sandwiches began to bite back. But whilst he was already suffering from a long list of ailments, which may have been leading him to inevitable early grave, you can't help wondering if popping 19,000 pills throughout the last couple of years of his life, given to him on tap by a doctor who was later banned for gross malpractice, might just have given Elvis a fast track to the cemetery. Yeah, like I say, I think it definitely played a role, if not the primary role. Return to sender. The very next day, Elvis died. His father, Vernon, agreed to allow mourners to pay their respects by filing past the open casket in Graceland. Well, a tiny percentage of mourners anyway. The open casket was only on view for a couple of hours, and it's reported that as many as 75,000 fans descended on Memphis to get a glimpse of the body in the casket, which turned out to be a problem, as only 16,000 of them were able to get to bed for the night before every single hotel in the city was fully booked, and the majority of them would be in for a disappointment anyway. Only a few thousand mourners were able to file past the casket before the time slot expired, and the Graceland doors were shut to the public. Well, that's 4,000 people, or however many it was. A few thousand, sorry, who saw his dead body. So I don't think he's alive, no. Was it an open casket? Did they say that? Yeah. Glimpse his body. America's weird with the open caskets. It's a cultural thing that did not cross the pond. One guy who probably didn't need to join the queue to get a view of the open casket was Elvis Presley's cousin Billy Mann. But he abused his privilege by accepting an $18,000 bribe from National Enquirer magazine to take a sneaky photograph of the body with a miniature camera. That's around $90,000 in today's money. Holy shit, that's a lot of money for a little photo, isn't it? The subsequent photograph was plastered on the cover of the next edition of the magazine, which went on to become the biggest selling issue in history, shifting over 6.5 million copies. It's not clear why Billy Mann would have stooped so low, although he may just have been strapped for cash and feeling a bit pissed off that he didn't get a name check in the will. Not many people did, to be fair, not even his fiancée, Ginger Alden. Yeah, I got no problem with that. I mean, it's not a bribe, it's a payment. Like, why would you say it's a bribe? $18,000 bribe to take a photo? It's just like, yo, can you sneak in? You're in there, right? Take a picture. And he'd be like, yeah, I'm kind of broke. Elvis was rich, but he didn't leave me any money. I could use like $90,000 in today's money. Yeah, let's go. Only 3 people were named in the will. They were his daughter, Lisa Marie, father Vernon, and Elvis's beloved grandmother, Minnie Mae. Within the space of just a couple of years, the latter two would pass away, leaving the entire estate in the hands of 11-year-old Lisa Marie. But was it a bit harsh that Elvis's fiancée didn't get a cut? Vernon had his doubts that she ever really intended to marry his son, and as he sniffily pointed out to the press, Ginger has already gotten her share of gifts from Elvis. Meanwhile, Vernon's brother, known to Elvis as Uncle Vester, had a little more to say on the matter when he revealed that Ginger had been banned from entering Graceland. He said she couldn't get in here on her own to save her life. She can go to the grave by calling and asking. Anytime she comes to the gate, I've got to call Vernon and okay it. He later gave the pretty harsh assessment, we're not interested in her. She took advantage of Elvis's name. Ginger Alden is dead now, as far as the family is concerned. We don't even recognize her as a human being. Oh my god, you guys really don't like her. It's not entirely clear where this hatred stemmed from, other than a suspicion that Ginger was leading Elvis up the garden path and was more interested in using it as an extended shopping voucher rather than giving any serious consideration to marriage, although Ginger claims that she and Elvis were still enthusiastically planning their wedding right up until the day he died. Still, although there's no evidence to prove it, it's generally believed that Ginger Alden was at least allowed to attend the private funeral, along with around 200 other people. I was actually quite surprised to discover that the funeral was held just 2 days after the death of Elvis, which seems like a pretty fast turnaround to me. Here in the UK, you're usually facing a wait of anywhere between 2 to 4 weeks to make it to the crematorium. Yeah, but he's also Elvis. It's like, surely in the UK, if you're like willing to pay, maybe this is one of those things where it's like, doesn't matter. You know, there's some things where you're like, wait, isn't money going to fix this problem? And there's some things where it's just like, nah, unfortunately, it doesn't matter how much you pay. It's just, you're still waiting. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. But it sometimes happens in my life, and I'm like, wait, what's the point of having money if this doesn't make it this bit easier? And it's like, no! You'd think that they'd try and hurry the process up a little bit, especially when the funeral directors are getting paid thousands of pounds to essentially just set something on fire. I mean, it's a bit more complicated than that, isn't it? I've been to a few funerals in the last few years, and it's like, you know, there's stuff behind it. You gotta be in like a nice room with some dude who's like blah 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 blah, stuff like this. You know, that happens. I think maybe I could just set up Simon's Discount Crematorium. We just have like a giant bonfire and it's just like constantly going, and you just come round, you throw your loved ones on there, you say a few words, and then you bugger off and just, I don't know, 100 quid. Easy. But even though there was clearly no mucking about in burying Elvis, there was still enough time within those 2 days for fresh rumours to emerge regarding the body. It's true enough that the face of Elvis does seem surprisingly thin on that famous $18,000 photograph snapped by his cousin. Oh right, yeah, the guy who got paid. I was like, wait, that sounds like $90,000 or whatever. In fact, he looks more like the young Elvis from his 50s heyday than the heavily bloated Elvis seen in the last photographs taken of him alive in 1977. Well, isn't that like one of the reasons it takes a while? Although this only took 2 days. Isn't there someone down in the thing? I've seen like 6 Feet Under. It's like American funeral directors. It's like there's an open casket funeral, so there's someone in there like prettying up the body. You know, in that show, it's like, oh, he's got horrible facial disfigurement, but they're like, gonna work my magic on that. This could potentially be down to the sterling work carried out by the Undertaker on smartening up the body before making it presentable to the public. Exactly. While some of the fluid buildup may have naturally drained from the body during the embalming procedure, it's also possible that the National Enquirer's retouch artist, Robert Stevens, may have gotten a little carried away in his efforts to make Elvis look good in the death photograph. Some of the people who caught a glimpse of Elvis in the open casket have suggested that the face looks significantly different to the one slapped on the cover of the National Enquirer. But for other mourners who filed, did they really put a photo of his dead body on the front of a magazine? If I put a photo of a dead body on a YouTube thumbnail, that video would be removed so fast. But other mourners who filed past the casket have suggested that they saw something that didn't seem quite right. Elvis was sweating. Although it looked a bit sweaty during those final years, you would think, like someone who looks sweaty. It's like, I don't know, I feel like that's one of the things, if you see someone who's just like constantly a bit sweaty, you know, death be coming for you. You know, it's just like, if you're just sweating, even though you shouldn't be, that's not healthy. That can't, like, I don't know anything about medicine. There's someone who's just sweaty for no reason. It's like, uh-oh. You'd expected Elvis to calm down a bit with the excessive perspiration by the time his body was put in the casket. I wasn't exactly sure where this sweaty corpse theory was heading. Was it being suggested that Elvis was still alive when he was posing in the casket and he had started to feel the heat? And did this explain why the casket was only on show for a couple of hours, as this was deemed the maximum length of time that Elvis could lie motionless before he got a craving for another fried peanut butter sandwich? Of course not. That would clearly be preposterous. Wait, is this something where they're really going to believe this, aren't they? It doesn't sound that outrageous, like someone faking their own death. Just like sit perfectly still in a casket for like 2 hours. Just to convince people. And then they put the lid down and they shuffle you away behind a curtain or whatever, and then you're like, hop, how'd I get? And onto a plane to Ecuador or wherever. The conspiracy theorists have instead suggested that the answer can be found in the coffin that was being carried during the funeral the following day. It was observed that the pallbearers, including of course Dr. Nick, were visibly struggling with the weight of the copper coffin, which some have estimated was in the region of 900 pounds. Isn't that like 500 kilos? That's a big old coffin, and Elvis is a big old boy. We know that Elvis put on a bit of weight during his final years, but surely he hadn't put on that much, so why was the coffin so heavy? Well, it's obvious, really. The coffin contains an elaborate dry ice cooling system, which was designed to stop the waxwork dummy of Elvis from melting. Yes, the supposed corpse was actually just a wax model, and the had very nearly hit the fan on the previous day when the dummy had started melting in the open casket, giving the impression that Elvis was sweating. Well, if that was the case, why not just do the funeral in an air-conditioned room and just turn the air conditioning down? It's not that complicated. It's only got to be there for 2 hours, and then just shut the thing, and boom, that's it. It's just a waxy thing in there, done. You'd just have air conditioning, wouldn't you? To avoid that happening again on the day of the funeral, the coffin had been kitted out with a swishy soundproof cooling system which would help mop the waxwork dummy's brow. We've only really got the words of a few supposed unnamed witnesses to go on here, and I would bet my last jar of pickled onions that nobody actually saw a corpse sweating in the open casket. And it could also just be that he was a bit shiny. I don't know, like the funeral directors, they touched him up with some makeup or whatever, and that they didn't do a perfect job and he's just a little bit shiny, you know. That's okay. People can be a bit shiny if they're close to death. As for the super heavy coffin on the day of the funeral, it was probably a fair bit heavier than most, as it was made from solid copper rather than sheet copper, and it would have been a fairly hefty thing to try and lift when it was completely empty. Why copper? Like, why not just wood or whatever? Like, copper, isn't that like a material that's actually useful and quite expensive? Like, I understand, like, I don't know, do it in silver or whatever, because it's like, yeah, it's pretty expensive, but it's also, like, not I don't know. Maybe there's many uses for silver that I just don't know. But copper is like used in wires and everything. It's an excellent conductor, right? And it's quite expensive. I think I've told this story before. Someone stole the like copper. No, I was having a house. I bought a house and it was being renovated. Someone came round when we weren't living there and nicked the bloody copper. What's it called? Like a window ledge, but outside. Like windowsill, but outside. You know, where sometimes they're lined with copper. And someone came by and nicked those and stuff. For God's sake, how much are these? Just because the gate was unlocked. One of the pallbearers, another of Elvis's cousins, Billy Smith, later joked that it weighed a ton and it was lined with gold in a bid to outdo the coffin of King Tutankhamun, before admitting that it wasn't really that heavy at all. And pallbearing in mind, he was one of the people carrying it. I'd trust his word over someone who was watching from afar and thinking about waxwork dummies. Yet all this stuff about sweating corpses and waxwork dummies, along with the genuinely bewildering press statements made by medical examiners who hadn't yet had time to medically examine anything, helped plant the initial seeds of doubt into the minds of devoted fans who were beginning to suspect that Elvis wasn't quite as dead as he claimed to be. But what possible reason could he have to fake his own death in the first place? Okay, well, I guess we're going to get into that, aren't we? Clean up your own backyard. It's been suggested that Elvis had grown very weary of the fame and the burden of being one of the most famous men on the planet. He wanted to put an end to the grueling tour schedule. He wanted to get away from the bothersome fans and the management and everybody else who was desperate to get a piece of Elvis. So you can do that. Just disappear from the public eye. Just buy a house somewhere, like get some guards, don't let anyone come up. I mean, either way, like you're mega famous. So even if you go somewhere else, they're still going to be like, oh, Elvis, look. Faking your death's not really going to help that situation, is it? Faking your own death seems like an extreme method of just trying to get a bit of peace and quiet, though. He could have just retired, locked the Graceland gates, taken the phone off the hook, and upped the hours of the guy who came round to play racquetball. Exactly. A far more popular theory is that Elvis was in league with the FBI, who helped him to fake his own death in order to avoid any retribution after selling out to the mob. Okie dokie, here we go. It's a theory that gathered steam after the publication of a 1988 book by Gail Brewer Giorgio, which went under the original title of The Most Incredible Elvis Story Ever Told, before it was simply renamed as the snappier Elvis Alive. There's a question mark on there, that's why I read it like that. I'm Ron Burgundy. Whenever there's a book like this involved, as everyone well knows, who's a regular listener to Decoding the Unknown, is always like, it's about the money. It's money, money, money. Titling a book, Elvis Alive, is like, that's a money spinner. You're just right, it's just about the money.
Great story. Compelling and rich.
In the book, Gail claims that she pored over thousands of pages of classified FBI documents, which revealed that Elvis had connections with a criminal gang known as the Fraternity. Elvis had... the Fraternity! If I was writing a book about the mob, like a fictional mob, I'd call them the Fraternity. It's like, come on now. You could have been a bit more original. Elvis had first hooked up with the Fraternity to help him secure a good deal on an airplane, but he soon had second thoughts about mixing with criminals and eventually offered to help the FBI bring down the gang. He's Elvis Presley. He doesn't need to go get a discount on an airplane. And even if you are, let's say you are buying an airplane off criminals, I'd just be like, what? I don't know anything. I'm just buying the airplane. And you're not buying an airplane like you do a used car. You're going to get it from like a broker or something, and you'll just be like, not really interested in where it comes from. I'm just interested in this plane, and the fact that it's a little bit cheaper, fantastic. It's not like the mob, you're then going to have mob connections. It's just like you bought something off of a criminal. No big deal. Like, it's not, you're not now mob affiliated. After the key members of the fraternity were subsequently arrested, it became blindingly obvious that Elvis had been the mole, and he was now at risk of facing the fiery vengeance of the mob. What did he know? He bought a plane. It's not like, oh yeah, and there were suitcases filled with mob secrets on the plane that Elvis then gave to the FBI. No, obviously not. The FBI figured that the only way to guarantee the safety of Elvis was to fake his death, after which the fraternity would presumably lose all interest and start thinking about opening up another casino or something. Gail Brewer Giorgio reckons that Elvis felt compelled to sell out the gangsters because of his deep love of America and his deep respect for the FBI. And she's still sticking to her story today, recently informing Time magazine that Elvis faked his death because he was going to be killed, and there was no doubt about it. Time magazine, what are you doing? I hope this piece was entitled Crazy Conspiracy Theories That People Believe, or something, Time magazine, because really, it's perhaps not so outlandish to think that Elvis may have worked undercover for the FBI at some point. Okay then, yeah, I mean, that's way less ridiculous According to some sources, Elvis was either an honorary member of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, or he was a fully fledged secret agent working for the FBI. And while I initially scoffed at such a notion, it turns out there's at least a grain of truth to the first claim. In 1970, Elvis wrote a meandering letter to President Richard Nixon in the hope of setting up a meeting. Throughout the letter, Elvis expressed his concern over illegal drug abuse on the streets, useless hippies, communist brainwashing techniques, and even the success of the Beatles, whom he accused of fueling a new trend of anti-Americanism. Chill, Elvis. It's like you don't like a little competition from over the pond, do you, Elvis? Come on now. Paul McCartney was actually a little pissed off when he heard about that. The band had previously enjoyed a friendly relationship with Elvis, who had regularly performed these anti-American Beatles songs during his own live shows. McCartney revealed, "I feel a bit betrayed. The great joke was that we were taking illegal drugs." Elegram's in. Paul McCartney's still alive. Who are the two Beatles who are dead? The one who got shot, John Lennon. George Harrison, and then Ringo Starr and Paul McCartney still alive as of the recording. That's a fair point, Paul, although it might not have been the real Paul McCartney who said those words. It was more likely his lookalike imposter Billy Shears, but that's a whole other kettle of walruses. Yeah, we covered the whole Paul McCartney being replaced by a body double thing. It was just as ridiculous as this. Elvis was now offering his services to the president as a federal agent at large who would be able to send a positive message to his legion of fans and wipe out the drug culture that was sweeping the United States of America. I always thought, secret agent and celebrity don't go hand in hand. And then I remember I made a video about, how spying works. And it was like, oh no, celebrities are actually pretty good spies because no one thinks they're going to be a spy. Even though they're, super famous and stuff and immediately recognizable, unlike you imagine, James Bond. But it's no, pretty good because they can just go places and do things and everyone's like, oh, it's just this guy, while a spy. But it sounds as if all he really wanted was a badge. Apparently, Elvis was mad for official badges and he was keen to add some kind of federal agent badge to his collection. Elvis got his brief meeting with President Nixon at the White House, an encounter which Nixon himself reportedly found to be incredibly awkward. But more importantly, he was also awarded his shiny new badge, which described Elvis as a special assistant to the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. Of course, it was a meaningless title, which Nixon just made up to appease Elvis, who never actually worked for any federal bureau in his life. It was a dead good badge, though. But going back to the FBI angle, it's certainly true that the FBI did keep files on Elvis between 1956 and 1980, which referenced how the singer had been targeted by criminals during numerous attempts at extortion. Yeah, he's super famous. Of course there's going to be something going on around him. We know this because 760 of them were released to the public, and not one of them mentions any hint of Elvis working undercover to bring down a criminal organization or faking his own death for his own safety. So, where was the author, Gail Brewer Giorgio, getting her classified FBI documents from? Let me guess. Nobody knows. Let me guess. Allegedly, maybe, in my opinion, she made it up. Well, we have no idea. We could just take her word for it that she knows what she's talking about, but she's come up with so much more blatant rubbish since then that you can't blame people for being a little bit skeptical. Gail later released the audio of a telephone conversation she supposedly had with the real Elvis Presley in 1988. Yes, the voice on the end sounds a little bit like Elvis, but it also sounds a bit like Nicolas Cage, and potentially millions of other people. She also claimed, as recently as 2019, that she had dug up the official death certificate of Elvis Presley and was astonished to find that the signature at the bottom was from Elvis himself. What? This is insane, though. That, someone faking their own death, they're going to think about that. They're not going to be like, oh yeah, I'll just sign this myself after, certifying my own death. That would be an insane thing to do. Conspiracy theory people, what's wrong with your brains? Gail had compared the signature on the death certificate with the signature at the bottom of the letter that Elvis had sent to Richard Nixon, moaning about drugged up hippies, and found they were practically identical. She even called in expert graphologist Paul West, who concluded, in my professional opinion, the same person who wrote the letter to President Nixon also wrote Elvis's death certificate. Isn't handwriting analysis sort of a semi-pseudoscience? Is that even a real thing? Why exactly a person attempting to fake his own death would choose to sign his own death certificate is beyond me. Me too, Danny. It's insane. But again, Gail forgets to mention how exactly she got a hold of the death certificate, which is still being kept under lock and key by the Tennessee Office of Vital Records. I can only assume that she sourced it the same way she sourced all of those thousands of classified FBI documents that nobody else in the world knows about. Yeah. I'll let you draw your own conclusion about that, dear audience. You know what mine and Danny's conclusion is. It's interesting to note that before she got so obsessed with Elvis, Gail Brewer Giorgio wrote a 1978 novel called Orion, which told a fictional story of a massively popular singer from the South who faked his own death to hide away from the horrors of fame and get a bit of privacy. Oh my god, is Gail doing my actual, often on this show? It's almost become, I feel insane bringing it up again. But it's if you want a fiction book to sell really well, just tell people that it's non-fiction. Boom! You don't even have to write particularly well. She later claimed that a publisher inexplicably began to recall all copies of the novel, leading to the author suspecting that it bore much too much similarity to the genuine case of Elvis Presley's fake death, and this is where she seemed to lose the plot altogether. But for the record, there's no evidence that she ever uncovered any genuine official documentation, and there's nothing else to connect Elvis to any FBI plot to fake his own death to escape retribution from a criminal organization that he helped to stitch up good and proper. So, this leaves us without any clear or logical motive as to why Elvis would want to go to all the bother of setting up his own funeral, unless he just quite fancied attending the service and grabbing some of the nibbles while he was still alive. Does sound like he'd like those nibbles, though. Greedy. What's the nibbles? Mini fried peanut butter sandwiches. But just because we can't currently comprehend a motive, that doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't do it. The king moves his hips in mysterious ways. And just like every other great conspiracy theory involving the cover-up of an earth-shattering secret, which must never be revealed at any cost, the perpetrator was certainly happy enough to leave behind fun clues. Double trouble. If we fast forward to 1988, we might be able to hear an unusual song being played on the radio for the first time. Yeah, didn't they just... There was the Beatles. They used, AI to repair some old tape or something from, some Beatles recording that they couldn't make until now. And I was like, ooh, a new Beatles song. How timely. But I was like, yeah, let's give this new Beatles song a new listen. And a listen. And I was like, oh, it's a bit rubbish. I don't know, I was just it's not very good. I didn't really like it. I don't know what the critics said about it, but I didn't like it. I listened to it once and I was like, and that is enough of that. Well, to be honest, you're unlikely to hear it on that many radio channels, and the song in question was a spectacular flop. But the track entitled Spelling on the Stone certainly seemed to raise a few questions, the most prominent of which was this the first new Elvis Presley song to be recorded and released after his faked death? We don't glean very much from the name of the artist because the single is released by LS Records and it was completely uncredited. The owner of the record label, Lee Stoller, reckons that the recording was delivered to his office by an anonymous man who sped off in his limousine after handing over the new tune. The voice certainly sounds a bit like Elvis, and he appears to be addressing his own death in the lyrics. Here's a taster. People wonder, people ask, am I present, am I past? I never left, I haven't gone. Check the spelling on the stone. Does that rhyme in American pronunciation? Was my leaving due to sin? Did my faith somehow grow thin? My secret's out, so many know. Check the spelling on the stone. When I read it like this, it sounds like, ooh, we're going to solve a mystery for children. It's now widely believed, although not proven, that the mystery voice behind the track was just an impersonator by the name of Dan Willis, and that the record was just a silly publicity stunt cashing in on recent Elvis sightings. Even if the vocalist wasn't Dan Willis, the professor of music theory John Davis later concluded that the voice did not belong to Elvis and was more a caricature of his performance. Aren't the people who sing, just as well? It's a huge business, what are they called? Tribute bands or cover bands or whatever, where they just pretend to be another band and sing their songs. And some of them are absolutely incredible. I'm sure there's Elvis impersonators out there where people can't tell, even if you're a expert, right? It's a publicity stunt which didn't go down well with everyone. A media coordinator for Graceland slammed the release as a very cruel hoax, whilst why is it cruel? The only people this would be cruel to are his family, who are sure he's dead. Because they're his family. Whilst ex-wife Priscilla took the time to respond to the signal by making it clear that Elvis would never be cruel enough to stage his own death. But what exactly did the singer mean by check the spelling on the stone? Well, this harks back to one of the earliest theories to rise from the grave shortly after Elvis had been buried. His full name was Elvis Aaron Presley. Really? His name was actually Elvis Presley? I kind of thought that must be a stage name or something. Although maybe I just think it's a crazy name because he's Elvis Presley, and if someone's called Elvis nowadays, then you're like, really? Elvis? The Elvis was taken from his father Verner's middle name, while the Aaron, spelt with just one A, was possibly inspired by Vernon's good friend Aaron Kennedy, who spelt his first name with two A's. Yeah, everyone who's called Aaron. It's always with two A's, right? However, it was decided that Elvis should only have one A in his middle name, so it looks similar to the spelling of his identical twin's middle name, Jesse Garon Presley. More on him in just a second. There's no identical twin Elvis. The thing is that the spelling on the gravestone appears to be wrong, as it spells the middle name of Elvis with 2 A's rather than 1. So what's that all about? Was the engraver offering a free extra digit, which was too good a deal to turn down, or was Elvis offering some kind of teaser that it wasn't really him buried beneath the gravestone? Is that true? Is it really they made a misspelling on his grave? Surely it's Elvis Presley. They'll just be like, well, take it back and get a new one. He's got infinite money. Just burn that one, throw it in a quarry, and just make him a new one and spell it correctly. Probably neither. It seems that Elvis was never really keen on the original spelling, and in later life he had resorted to sticking an extra A in there himself to match the spelling of the biblical Aaron. Yeah, because otherwise you'd kind of be like Aaron, or Aaron, or Aaron, rather than Aaron. Aaron. Elvis, how did I say it originally? Elvis Aaron Presley? Probably. I don't know. But look, okay, so he liked spelling it that way. That's why it's spelled that way on his gravestone. Boom. Easy. Done.
Where is Aaron right now?
His father Vernon was aware of this, and it was he who ordered the gravestone to be engraved using the spelling that he knew his son preferred. It also has to be said that this would have been a pretty lame clue to leave behind. But this leads us to one of the most patently absurd, yet remarkably resilient Elvis conspiracy theories. Imagine for a moment that it wasn't really Elvis buried beneath the gravestone. Who else could be taking that place? Well, how about his identical twin brother Jesse? The official narrative is that Jesse Garon Presley was stillborn 35 minutes after the birth of Elvis, although the exact cause of stillbirth is unknown. Really? The official narrative? Okay, so Elvis did have an identical twin who was stillborn. Whoa! However, Elvis truthers are of the firm opinion that Jesse did not really die at birth. His survival was kept a secret so that he could serve as a double for Elvis in later life. What? It's not like they knew that the baby was going to be like super famous when he was born. We can apparently see some evidence for this in a couple of Elvis interviews which were filmed in the early 1970s. Whilst Elvis was known for his piercing blue eyes, these video clips appear to show a slightly different version of Elvis sporting brown eyes. Could it be that only the real Elvis had blue eyes while the eyes of his twin brother and body double Jesse were brown? And this is how you can spot the difference between the two. No, it's just like, it's not, eyes seem to change colour under different lights. Like, you know, if you Google, like, me or whatever, you get these, like, profiles, like, talking about me, and often they'll be like, height, weight, eye colour. And all of them seem to think that I have brown eyes. I definitely do not have brown eyes. I don't know where that came from. My eyes are definitely green. Elvis could potentially have been wearing contact lenses, but he wouldn't have had much of a reason to choose contact lenses that changed the distinctive colour of his eyes. It's more likely down to the lighting and positioning of the camera, as blue or green eyes have been known to turn a different colour when viewed under unusual lighting conditions or from funny angles. Indeed. Or a slightly less savoury explanation is that Elvis was already popping too many pills by this point, resulting in a dilation of his pupils, which reduced the levels of piercing blue that you'd normally expect to see when facing the king. Oh my god, he's so high that his pupils are dilated. Either way, I'm pretty sure that we weren't looking into the eyes of Jesse Presley. No, Jesse Presley did not grow up. Jesse Presley's not a real thing. Please stop it, conspiracy theory people. The biggest problem with the conspiracy theories related to Jesse Presley is they make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Yes, they didn't know Elvis was going to be famous, and they're not like, better keep that one secret, because that's Elvis Presley right there. Let's say for a moment that Jesse was not stillborn and that he went on to serve as his brother's secret body double. If it was really Jesse and not Elvis that died and was buried in 1977, why would the latter need to fake his own death when he could just carry on alone? Or if it was the other way around, Jesse was the main performer whilst Elvis was the occasional stand-in who died in 1977, why couldn't Jesse just carry on with the deception? There seems to be no advantage under any possible scenario in faking the death of the wrong twin. Yes, more reasons why this is just absolutely absurd. Of course, the silliest point of all is that Elvis's parents could never have known at the time of Elvis's birth that he would grow up to be the most famous and influential solo recording artist in history, so the macabre idea of pretending that the other identical twin died just in case Elvis ever required a body double in the future is obviously just completely bonkers. Unless they had a particularly good intuition about this sort of thing. It's like, no. Yeah, maybe, like, as someone grows up, you can be like, oh, that guy's gonna, you know, he's gonna be famous someday. And you're probably wrong, but, you know, you could get that vibe. Not from a baby. One weird side note about all of this regards a cenotaph for Jesse Presley, which was placed on the grounds of Graceland. This is not the actual grave. The Presley family were extremely poor when Jesse was stillborn, and so he was buried in a shoebox beneath a small blank stone in Priceville Memorial Gardens in Tupelo. Oh, that's sad. I don't like that. Some fans have questioned why Elvis didn't move Jesse's modest and largely forgotten grave to Graceland, but that is surely an intensely personal decision, and I can see why Elvis may have leaned toward the idea of letting Jesse rest in peace rather than trying to dig up his fragile shoebox for the sake of a flashier spot. 100%. Like, I would not do that. I'll be like, sure, let's build a memorial, but don't go digging up a baby's body. That's weird. Installing a new cenotaph memorial in Graceland was clearly his preferred option. Good, I agree. Well done, Elvis. But for reasons that have never been explained, the cenotaph manages to spell Jesse's first name wrong, putting an extra I before the final E. It's possible that Elvis was simply not aware of the correct spelling, but it does seem a bit peculiar that both the Presley twins seem to have acquired extra digits in their names after their deaths. Yes, this is what we call a coincidence. Perhaps the idea is that you're supposed to keep collecting all the extra digits found on the gravestones and memorials of the Presley family until you have enough letters to form the name of the secret location in which Elvis has been hiding out all these years. But maybe the true location of Elvis isn't such a big secret after all. By the sound of it, he's been happily popping up all over the place to wave hello. Wild in the country. One of the earliest sightings, accompanied with actual photographic evidence of a post-death Elvis, took place just over 4 months after he supposedly died, but it took a few years for the photographer to realize what he'd unwittingly snapped. A guy called Mike Joseph visited Graceland with his family on December the 31st, 1977, and he seized the opportunity to take plenty of souvenir photographs, which included several shots of the Presley pool house. It wasn't until several years later, when Mike was sifting through the old photographs again, that he happened to spot a slightly creepy and shadowy figure lurking inside the pool house and peering out of the window. He couldn't immediately make out what it was supposed to be, but he was intrigued enough to dig out a magnifying glass and take a closer look. Even before we get into this, it's ridiculous. So like Elvis Presley faked his own death, and how long ago when did he die? Wasn't it around 77 or something like that? But he was just hiding out in the pool house, where they let tourists come by. That's obviously stupid and not realistic. And that's when he realized he was staring into the face of a clearly not dead Elvis Presley. All those idiots who believed that Elvis had packed his flight bags to start a new life in Buenos Aires have been wrong the whole time. Elvis had decided that he might as well just hang out at home. After all, nobody would think of ever looking for Elvis in Graceland. Yeah, fine. But still, Graceland is a tourist attraction. There's lots of people going around with cameras. It's a bad idea. Mike even had the photograph checked out by Kodak experts who confirmed that the image had not been doctored in any way. So it's got to be him, right? Or it could just be a photograph of him inside the thing, or like a cardboard cutout or something. No, Elvis's former road manager, Joe Esposito, stepped in to suggest that the face in question was more likely to belong to Elvis's old security guard, Al Strada, who certainly bears a passing resemblance to the king, and more importantly was known to be alive at the time. Not everyone is convinced by this explanation, but Mike Joseph seemed to agree with it, and it makes a refreshing change for potential Elvis spotter to get on board with a more rational explanation instead of blindly pursuing the more unfeasible angle that could make them famous. I like that. Mike's like, whoa, this is completely... That's how I would do it. I'd look at that photo, I'd be like, holy shit, is that a picture of Elvis? Is that Elvis in there? And they'll go to Kodak and they'll be like, it's not doctored. And then a rational explanation comes around and they'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Thanks. Done. Mystery solved. If Elvis really had wanted to settle down into a new secret life, I reckon he would have at least made the effort to move out of his mansion so that Graceland could be transformed into a money-spinning entertainment complex while he kept his head down elsewhere. Is Graceland still a thing? Can you still go to Graceland and see all of this stuff? It's kind of like, it's been a long time, but people still love Elvis. A city that often pops up as a credible location for a post-death Elvis is Kalamazoo in the southwest region of Michigan, where there have been multiple Elvis sightings since 1988. In fact, it's often been suggested that it's an open secret among the residents of Kalamazoo, who largely protect him from the media and just give him a cheeky wink whenever they happen to wander past him. No. If that many people are in on it, it's only a matter of time before it comes out. Like, the more people who know a secret, the more likely it is that that secret's going to be revealed, that it just approaches like one after so many years go by. It's like, come on. However, Louise Welling from Vicksburg, Mississippi, didn't appear to know the secret code when she spotted Elvis during a visit to Kalamazoo and immediately went blabbing to the local newspaper, the Commercial Express. And here's the funny thing though, the Commercial Express wasn't remotely interested in publishing her story. Yes, because they're like, oh, for God's sake, no. We publish news, not made up stuff that you thought you saw, Louise.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here.
So Louise went running to the Kalamazoo Gazette instead, and they weren't interested either. It was only when Louise tried her luck at Weekly World News, based in Lantana, Florida, that she finally found a paper willing to publish her story, a paper that clearly wasn't bound by the same secret pledges to protect Elvis, which the local newspapers were honouring, or journalistic integrity. Louise... Sorry, the Weekly World News. She had to travel to a different state to find someone who would publish her story. And Louise, you've got too much time on your hands. Louise claimed that she had spotted Elvis doing a bit of shopping at the Fell Porsche supermarket. He was waiting patiently in line at a checkout whilst clutching a single electrical fuse, and he was wearing his signature white jumpsuit because of course he was. Maybe he hadn't had an opportunity to buy any new clothes over the last 10 years, so he was still in those damn white jumpsuits. Well, a couple of things. One, if he's trying to be all DL on the down low, he's not going to be wearing a white jumpsuit. Because if I wore a white jumpsuit, I would stand out. And he's Elvis. Like, it's not how he'd dress. He'd wear like a cap and sunglasses. Also, he's not going to be shopping for fuses. Like, there's a point you get to where it's like even me, I'm not Elvis Presley anywhere close. But it's like, I don't fix my own electrical anymore. There's a guy I have. And it's like I phone him and he goes to the store and he buys the and then he comes to my house and he fixes it. That's what... Elvis is not changing his own fuses. Louise noted that he was looking a bit nervous, as if he had something to hide, although this could have just been because he'd stuffed 50 other electrical fuses down his jumpsuit and he only had enough money to pay for one. Elvis was spotted again very shortly afterwards in a branch of Burger King around 10 miles away, cheerfully tucking into a nice, wholesome Whopper. The writer and economist David Adler reckoned in 1995 that this sighting was particularly noteworthy. According to him, what gives this account eerie credibility is that Burger King was by far Elvis's favourite fast food chain. There is one that's not credibility, by the way. It's just, okay, chill. People go to Burger King. Burger King crushes it on the fries. Like, I think generally I'd rather have McDonald's burgers. Like, I'm quite partial to a Big Mac, but I would take that Big Mac and then I'd have Burger King fries. In fact, I should do that sometime, because I live right next to a Burger King and a McDonald's. I used to, I just moved, so I don't live close to them anymore. But they were right next to each other, like side by side. There was a Starbucks in the middle. Yes, I think we'll all agree that that's pretty much case closed. The only sighting that could possibly sound even more authentic, as if somebody ever spotted a man wearing a white jumpsuit tucking into a fool's gold loaf at Colorado Mining Company whilst a private jet hovered outside the front entrance. David Adler was possibly just using this sighting as a tool to promote his new book. Oh, what? What's that? A money-spinning book enters the picture? How surprising! The book The Life and Cuisine of Elvis Presley, a biography of Elvis told through the food he enjoyed. Be sure to pop that one on your Christmas list. And it's also worth pointing out that this Burger King sighting was reportedly by none other than the daughter of Louise Welling. The Welling family have too much time on their hands, it turns out. Still, a few shrewd local business owners have been happy to take advantage of the various Elvis sightings in Kalamazoo over subsequent years. I can't believe that there's an actual place called Kalamazoo. It sounds like a made-up town in a Disney movie. With one local dentist now boasting signs that says the king gets regular checkups here. I can't help feeling that if Elvis was really lying low in Kalamazoo, he probably wouldn't have put his signature white jumpsuit on before popping downtown to buy an electrical fuse and a Whopper. Yeah, no shit, Danny. It's ridiculous. Maybe Louise Welling really did just spot somebody who looked a bit like Elvis in a white jumpsuit, but it might well have been an Elvis impersonator who just finished a quick set down at the old Goat Tavern and hadn't had time to change yet. That's almost certainly it. I think it's Elvis impersonator, because someone who looks like Elvis isn't going to wear a white jumpsuit, because they'll be like, oh my god. Because also it's cringe. Like, if you look a bit like Elvis and you're not an impersonator and then you dress like Elvis, that's just cringe. It's just cringe. You wouldn't do that. There are literally hundreds of thousands of Elvis impersonators now going about their business, and you're bound to occasionally catch one out in the wild. Are there really hundreds of thousands of Elvis impersonators? Is that a real number? Because that feels like a lot. And they're quite easy to spot because the vast majority of them don't even bother to try and emulate the young, sharply dressed, hip-gyrating Elvis of the 50s. It's much easier to emulate the overweight Elvis of the late 70s, who could just about squeeze into a jumpsuit without keeling over if somebody helped him with the zip. Yeah, someone's like, which Elvis do you want to impersonate? The one where you got to go to the gym all the time, or the one where you can just get fat? I'd be like,
I want to be Fat Elvis! Shotgun Fat Elvis!
I'm not sure if it's the most respectful tribute you can pay to your hero, though, ignoring the glory days to focus instead on the period when he was well past his prime. But it is the easier one. It's a bit like John Lennon impersonator choosing to go on stage dressed in a white shirt riddled with bullet holes and bloodstains. Holy shit, Danny. You went there. Too soon, Danny. Too soon. Perhaps Elvis really is living a quiet life in Kalamazoo where he enjoys protection from the residents and the local press, but I still think he'd pay somebody else to fetch the electrical fuse and the whopper. Yes, exactly. He's Elvis Presley. Green, green grass of home. The next time that Elvis was spotted out and about in public in 1990, he was waiting in line in an airport queue. But the surprising point here is that this wasn't a genuine airport queue. It was a scene in the smash hit movie Home Alone. Because if you just spent the last 13 years successfully fooling most of the world into believing you're dead, the next logical step is to pop up as an extra in the highest grossing global box office hit of 1990. What? Home Alone was the highest grossing movie of the year. I thought Home Alone's one of those movies that kind of rakes it in over the long term because it's like still popular as a Christmas movie. Like those Christmas movies are. But, okay. How it beat Kindergarten Cop, I'll never know. Yeah, Kindergarten Cop was awesome.
Take it back!
The scene in question is the one where young Kevin's mother, played by Catherine O'Hara, is holding up an airport queue as she hysterically attempts to haggle with the ticket agent to get a seat on the next flight home to her accidentally but unforgivably abandoned son. Yeah, forgetting your children, it's like, what's her face, Kevin's mum? Social services would definitely be paying you a visit. If you take a look over Catherine O'Hara's left shoulder, you can briefly make out a bearded man in the background who looks a bit like a slightly older and hairier Elvis. Some would say he's got the same hairline, complexion, and even some of the facial mannerisms of the king, although I would say it's difficult to make too many insightful observations from the few seconds that his face is fully visible on screen. Still, one Elvis truther certainly had a go when he noted in a YouTube comment, yes, the YouTube comments, the bastion of truth, that the extra adopted a curious expression when Catherine O'Hara starts shouting that she would happily sell her soul to the devil to get home. He wrote, Elvis drops his head and appears to be pondering about his own life after hearing the mother explain her situation. Oh my God, people, this is... I can't... Surely that's got to be in jest, because this can't... It can't be people seriously thinking this, can it? Please, no. Yes, or maybe you're looking at this a bit too deeply. All I can see is a man with a beard who's been instructed to look a bit impatient. One interesting point is that the previous movie completed by Home Alone director Chris Columbus was the 1988 comedy flop Heartbreak Hotel, in which a bunch of kids attempt to kidnap Elvis Presley. The film may have been a box office disaster, but perhaps the real Elvis enjoyed it so much that he applied to be an extra in the next Chris Columbus movie. Not so, says Chris Columbus. He reckons if Elvis was on the set, I would have known. Yeah, no. Also, is this guy's name really Chris Columbus? Whose surname is Columbus? And you're like, no, I'll call my kid Christopher. What the... Really? Despite the fact that it would clearly be absurd for a man in hiding to take a role as a movie extra, some Elvis fans were really convinced about this one. And it didn't help matters that nobody could identify the man with the beard, as extras didn't receive any kind of credit. Yeah, it's disappointing. I was an extra, I've told this story before, in Captain America. Captain America? Yeah, Captain America. I was an extra in that movie. That was fun. In London. This was many, many, many years ago. I had to get my hair cut. And I was like, I had long hair. And they were like, shaving that off because you're a cop. And I'm like, okay. Shave it off, free haircut, I'll take it. It was only within the last few years that sterling detective work from researcher and myth debunker Kenny Biddle finally confirmed the man's identity as the late Gary Grott, who had also appeared as an extra in a number of other Chris Columbus movies. Some Elvis truthers still weren't buying it though. Gary's own wife left a comment on a debunking video to politely announce, yes, sorry guys, this is my deceased husband Gary. I didn't want to ruin your hope. This provoked one angry fan into responding with, you are wrong, so stop spreading this stupid propaganda. You're a disgusting excuse for a person. Holy shit. She was trying to be nice. She's like, I just didn't want to burst the bubble. And this guy's like,
you and your dead husband, you pieces of
chill. I'm beginning to think that some people are taking this way too seriously. You're the devil in disguise. There was another brief flurry of excitement following an Elvis sighting at the opening of California's Legoland amusement park in 1999, although this quickly died down again when Legoland confirmed that they'd hired an Elvis impersonator to mingle with the crowds as an attraction. Wait, Legoland opens in 1999? Oh, wait, did we have Legoland? Because I went to Legoland when I was like a kid, like really young. And I just assumed that America had Legoland first. But did we have Legoland first? Before America? Holy shit. It's like when Disneyland Paris opened up, it's like, whoa, you can go to Disney and not have to go to America. Oh, wait, is Lego American? Wait, isn't Lego Scandinavian or something? No one's here for this. No one cares. I'm sorry. Legoland tangent over. They were probably in on the secret. Somebody should have checked his pockets for electrical fuses and whoppers. Then it has to be said that things largely fell quiet for a long time until internet rumours began to brew and bubble and mushroom in popularity over the years, as Elvis truthers were now able to form online communities in which they could share and affirm each other's increasingly kooky theories. One of the biggest internet theories only really began to take a fully fledged shape in around 2010, when fans began speculating if Elvis had taken on a new identity, a singing pastor, Bob Joyce, from Arkansas. Videos were posted online, which showed singing Bob Joyce strutting his funky stuff in front of his flock, and comparisons were made to the voice and facial features of our Father who art in heaven, Elvis Presley. Bob is certainly giving off a few vibes that suggest an older Elvis with white hair and white beard, and his voice seems to be channeling the best work of the king. I'm pretty sure he was at least heavily inspired by Elvis, even if I'm not entirely convinced that he bears that closer resemblance to the man himself. YouTuber, Spa Guy, decided to take matters into his own hands in 2010 when he tracked down Bob Joyce to ask him in person if the rumours were true. And predictably enough, Bob Joyce denied that he was Elvis Presley, just as Peter the Apostle had denied all knowledge of Jesus Christ 3 times before the rooster crowed on the morning of the Last Supper. Bob Joyce pondered, perhaps God is using Elvis's voice to minister to broken hearts and broken lives. If Elvis were alive, I would say to him, my friend and brother, oh, we are kindred spirits. We are one in Christ. All right, Bob. Chill out, Bob. Take it easy. It's also worth noting that Bob has darker eyes and a gap in his front teeth, which Elvis clearly didn't unless he had a bit of work carried out down at that dentist clinic in Kalamazoo. Yeah, but like, go there. No, put the gaps back in. Put the gaps in my teeth. I want the gaps. Bob seemed more worried, and indeed slightly miffed about just how old people imagined him to be. If Elvis had been alive in 2020, he would have been 85, whereas young whippersnapper Bob was a mere 68. He seemed very keen to let everybody know that. I think we should help him spread the good word. Just be aware that you might be accused of spreading stupid propaganda. What did that commenter say? What did she say? I want it again. You don't want to be a disgusting excuse of a person. Moving back to 2015, a fascinating story from the website Empire News generated a flurry of fresh interest from the Elvis Lives movement when the site reported a major exclusive scoop. The body of a homeless man found a few weeks earlier was now definitely confirmed to be that of Elvis Presley. Oh, this feels like Empire News feels like, you know, those when you're on a website and it's got those not Tombo. What's it called? The company that always has those Taboola, where it's got those like fake headlines, or they always look fake, and they're just designed to be ultra clickable. This feels like that. All these years, the former king hadn't been hiding away in Graceland or living the high life in Buenos Aires or Kalamazoo. He'd fallen on hard times and taken to the mean streets of San Diego, California. The body of the 80-year-old man had been found in an underpass, but it had taken a while for authorities to identify him. All they had to go on was that some of the locals had known the man by the first name of Jesse. The man's DNA was eventually put through a national DNA database and took the lab technician somewhat by surprise. The guy's DNA was a perfect match to that of Elvis Presley. This is just fake news. Surely, this is just fake news. The story quickly gained traction on social media, with many truthers pondering that this was either Elvis himself or supposedly his stillborn identical twin brother Jesse, who had found it difficult to find work after his brother had passed on. They should have spent a bit more time checking the reliability of the source, though. Yeah, no. Admittedly, this story is a little strange to decipher, as it's not particularly funny or satirical, but it was originally posted by Empire News, who regularly post completely fictional stories for shits and giggles, or at least for entertainment purposes only. This is just this clicking bull. It's like, yeah, you click on it, and then it turns out the story's fake, but they still got the click and got you to look at some ads, so they still get paid. It's the internet, everybody. It's weird. Some of their other popular headlines over the years, these are going to be good, have included college student excused from classes after dog eats grandmother. Woman gets pregnant after sleeping in hotel with dirty sheets. Man who bought a pair of dentures on Wish website can suddenly speak Chinese. And Pope Francis accidentally holds up copy of vintage porn mag instead of Bible during sermon. So, I think we can safely disregard this one, but don't lose hope. there are still a couple of more fairly recent sightings to go on before we give up the ghost completely. Baby, let's play house. In 2016, a groundskeeper working at Graceland was captured on a short video which rapidly racked up well over 2 million views on YouTube. The white-haired guy, in a bright orange t-shirt and baseball cap, doesn't appear to be doing anything that interesting for the most part. He just seems to be trying to figure out what to do with a hose pipe. It's not much of a good groundskeeper. He's like, what's this thing? That's a hose pipe, Bob! But he has got a little look of an aged Elvis about him, and some fans have latched onto how he appears to flick a V sign towards the camera, a move which is interpreted as a signal to his fans that it's really him. If somebody stuck 2 fingers up in my direction, I'd be less inclined to take it as a vague sign and more as a direct cue to piss off out of this guy's face. I mean, was he doing it this way, like palm forward, because that means peace, or was he doing it this way, palm towards you, which, do Americans have this? It's kind of like middle finger, but it's less bad. I don't know where it comes from, but this is like offensive in the UK. Let me know, Americans, do you have this? I don't know, I've never seen it in movies. Having said that, I don't think this new groundskeeper version of Elvis is actually trying to be rude to anyone. He just happens to be casually scratching the side of his face with 2 fingers. If Elvis could afford to employ someone to play racquetball with him when he was alive, I feel confident that he could stretch to hiring a groundskeeper when he was dead, rather than getting his own cold hands dirty. It's all academic anyway, as an Elvis fan later managed to hunt down the man in the video for a brief video interview in which he revealed that the guy was a Graceland employee by the name of Bill Barmer. Did I call him Bill? No, I called him Bob. About the hose pipe. What did I call him? It would be good if I actually got the name right. I don't think I did, though. That's the hose pipe, Bob! Bill had a bit of fun during the interview, slyly brushing 2 fingers up and down the side of his face as he spoke to give the truthers another clue to get all worked up about. But much like the singing Pastor Bob Joyce, he also seemed a bit miffed about the age thing. Whilst he didn't disclose his actual age, he wanted to make it abundantly clear that he certainly wasn't in his bloody 80s, thank you very much. Still, it seems that far more people are interested in hearing the conspiracy theory than the definitive debunking. Whilst that original video of the groundskeeper quickly sailed past 2 million views, the interview with Bob Joyce has stalled at 378,000, probably because it's been identified as bull propaganda perpetrated by the corrupt media. It's like big media trying to con us. But the final major sighting of Elvis has yet to be conclusively disproved, which obviously means that it must be true. We've already speculated that Elvis may have faked his own death just to get a front seat at his own funeral, and he sounds like the kind of guy who wouldn't want to miss his own 82nd birthday party either, even if he's supposed to have been dead for 40 years. After all, there might be birthday cake or fried peanut butter sandwiches. And so it was that when an 82nd memorial birthday party was held at Graceland in 2017, it inevitably generated another viral video, this time from a live stream showing a white-bearded man in his 80s wearing shades and lurking in the crowd during a cake-cutting ceremony on the lawn, apparently flanked by armed security guards. The clip ignited particular interest on the Elvis Presley is Alive Facebook group, a group that once boasted over 24,000 members, and politely asked of new members, please don't come on this page and say that Elvis is dead. Yeah, why would you want open debate? The Facebook group seems to have mysteriously disappeared now. Oh, big media shut it down. But before it was no doubt shut down by the FBI on the grounds that the members were getting too close to the truth, it was a hive of activity when compelling new evidence like this emerged from the shadows. I mean, why on earth would a supposedly random unknown man in his 80s need quite so much security? Well, it could be argued that the security guards just happened to be in the same vicinity as this man, and there's no evidence to suggest that they were on his payroll or were remotely interested in what he was doing. It could also be argued that the guy doesn't really look like Elvis at all. But as the identity of this gentleman is yet to be confirmed, quite a tricky task considering the vast number of attendees in the memorial birthday event, the truthers are sticking to their guns on this one for now. Mostly. Some have veered off into a whole new theory that whilst the chap doesn't exactly resemble Elvis, this might be because he's actually singing Pastor Bob Joyce, who is, of course, Elvis anyway. Why? To stop making it extra complicated, it makes it less believable. But one member of the Facebook group shrewdly observed, notice his ponytail? Pastor Bob Joyce does not have a ponytail. Therefore, this must be Jesse Presley. Indisputable logic. Oh, hang on a minute. I think I'm starting to come up with my own mad theories now. We already know that one of the reasons why singing Pastor Bob Joyce can't be Elvis is because Bob has darker eyes, but Elvis also had darker eyes when he was being played by his dead twin brother Jesse. So it's a no-brainer when you think about it. Singing Pastor Bob Joyce isn't Elvis at all, he's Jesse Presley. And he turns up to the memorial event to quietly celebrate his own birthday whilst paying respects to his twin brother. He may also have hoped to have a word with someone about getting the name corrected on his own cenotaph. It's all beginning to make sense in my mind now. Yes. Incredibly twisted logic. Or maybe I've just been thinking about this for too long. Some people have been thinking about this kind of thing for well over 4 decades now, and considering that most of the evidence pointing to Elvis faking his own death is either utterly ridiculous or can be conclusively disproved, it does make you wonder how the Elvis Live movement ever managed to grow quite so big in the first place, and how it managed to endure for so long. Or did it? A little less conversation. Of course, Elvis Presley is not the only high-profile figure in history to have been accused of faking his own death. It's not out of the question that some major celebrity really did manage to fool the whole world into believing they were dead, but the problem is that if they were truly successful, then we wouldn't know about it. Or at least most of us wouldn't know about it. Keep this under your hat for now, but my local pub quiz team is made up of Kurt Cobain, Michael Jackson, Tupac Shakur and Bruce Lee. And just for the record, Kurt Cobain is completely bloody useless at sports questions. But Elvis isn't quite like any other celebrity. It's exceedingly rare to witness the levels of love and devotion which have been heaped upon Elvis Presley by adoring fans. Yes, other artists and stars can hit massive mainstream levels of popularity, but it's not very often you see that kind of unadulterated worship that Elvis managed to attract in both his lifetime and after his death. The only other people I can think of anywhere are remotely close to this are Morrissey, Simon Whistler, and the Bay City Rollers. You're goddamn right, Danny. And perhaps this goes some way to explaining why so many fans fell into immediate denial and went searching for alternative facts. They just couldn't believe or accept it. It's just not the fact that their cherished hero had died so suddenly and unexpectedly at the age of 42. It was the ungraceful manner in which he died. The king of rock and roll couldn't have just fallen from a toilet to his death. It wasn't supposed to end like that. It's kind of weird that 42, I'm 36. That's only 6 years away and I'll be 42. Are we as old as Elvis was when he died? 42. It's like I have like memories of my parents turning 40. And it's like it's only 4 years away. Oh no, I feel old. I've often thought that the inelegant death alone is one of the reasons why a faked death just seems so fundamentally improbable. If you were one of the most admired people in the world and you were planning to fake your own death, how'd you go about writing your official final scene? You could go for a butch and sporty and glamorous death, like maybe a jet ski accident or something. I think I would have gone down in a fictional blaze of glory, perhaps perishing in a fire after suddenly rescuing 10 dogs, 3 kittens and a budgie from a burning 180-story skyscraper, but not quite managing to save my own skin. Yeah, that sounds a pretty good way to go, except for the whole burning to death thing. But I can't quite imagine Elvis Presley thinking, no, I'd rather be found face down in front of the toilet with my pajama bottoms around my ankles. Yeah, there's like no one wants to go like that. There are stacks of other fundamental reasons why a faked death would be highly unlikely. Such a huge conspiracy would have required at least hundreds of people to keep their mouths shut for the next 45 years. And I suppose you'd also have to be an absolutely massive bellend to put your millions of fans through all this heartache whilst leaving your family to pick up the pieces and deal with endless interrogations from the media. If you were really trying to cling to the idea that your hero faked his own death, you'd also have to concede that it was a pretty dickish move and unheroic all round. The fans, in early denial, found plenty to feed their initial suspicions in the immediate aftermath of the death, along with the admittedly unconvincing and confusing medical statements and all the stuff about waxwork dummies in air-conditioned coffins. There were also reports about a black helicopter circling Graceland just before the body was taken to hospital, and the sighting of a lookalike catching a flight from Memphis to Buenos Aires the following day under the name of a known alias. The problem with both these stories is that nobody knows the sources. Some anonymous guy who was never heard of again claims he spotted the helicopter, whilst another anonymous guy who was never heard of again reckons he spotted Elvis at Memphis International Airport. There's not a single scrap of evidence to suggest that a black helicopter was anywhere near Graceland on the day that Elvis died. And the lookalike who was trying to catch a flight from Memphis to Buenos Aires would have been in for a very long wait. Back in 1977, you couldn't even book an international flight directly from Memphis. But it didn't take long for those initial waves of stories to fizzle out. One of the oddest things about the whole Elvis lives theory is that it hasn't really burned consistently over the last 45 years. It's more kind of a thing which dips in and out of trend. The theory had pretty much fallen silent for much of the 1980s. I mean, I'm sure there was always somebody talking about it somewhere, but it was no longer a topic which generated any mainstream attention. Perhaps now that everyone has been given time to come to terms with the shock news. A lot of time, like 40 bloody years. there was a gradual and reluctant acceptance that Elvis really had left the building. But then, it all suddenly sprang back to life in around 1988 when Louise Welling claimed that she'd spotted Elvis buying an electrical fuse in Kalamazoo. This in turn sparked further supposed sightings, which in turn inspired fresh media attention, which in turn inspired the hoax Spelling on the Stone single, which in turn inspired some conspiracy theorists to delve back into history and get all worked up again about gravestones and identical twin brothers. It's all your fault, Louise. This in turn inspired failed novelist Gail Brewer Giorgio to jump on the bandwagon and write a book of completely groundless claims that the FBI helped Elvis fake his own death, which in turn whipped everybody up into an even bigger frenzy. Quite remarkably, this all pretty much happened in the very same year. And this newly revived Elvis Lives mania continued to thrive into the first half of the 1990s, by which time the usual sightings of Elvis working as a policeman or in a California grocery store were now jostling for attention alongside wackier news reports of Elvis secretly preparing to run as president, Elvis living in a bunker underneath Graceland, and the discovery of an Elvis statue on the moon. Oh, please tell me that last one is made up, Danny. Perhaps it was the increasingly bizarre and unbelievable nature of these stories which led the Elvis Lives movement to get crushed under its own vast weight as we entered another extended quiet patch which lasted the best part of 2 decades. It's only relatively recently that the Elvis Lives theory has come back into vogue again as a new generation of truthers made use of their handy camera phone to snap pictures and take videos of old men, which can be shared online and discussed with like-minded non-sheeple. They don't seem particularly fussy anymore about finding anyone with a genuine resemblance to Elvis. As long as it's a man who looks like he's over 40, has white hair, maybe a white beard, and I don't know, maybe a face, then he's a prime candidate to be Elvis Presley. We're probably due for another period of downtime fairly soon after the ridiculousness of it all implodes once again. But the good news, of course, is that the Elvis Lives movement can't realistically keep dropping in and out of fashion forever. Yes, there may continue to be speculation about whether or not he died in 1977, but the question over whether or not he's still alive today can surely only have a mortally limited amount of time left to run before the answer becomes painfully obvious to even the most ardently deluded fan. But then again, if anyone on Earth was destined to live to be at least 750 years old, then it would surely be Elvis Presley. Long live the king. Yeah, no. But I do believe that, like, people would continue to believe this forever. They'd be like, no, Elvis Presley lives. But it'd be like, people would be like, he'd be 136. They'd be like, yeah, found some special serum. The world elite's been hiding from us. This has been an episode of Decoding the Unknown. Thank you so much for being here. If you like the show, rate and review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, wherever you get it. If you're watching on YouTube, why not like and subscribe? And I'll see you next time.